Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And, maybe, Dell, we don't have to give up a Rockets win. Maybe we can get a Rockets win and a Toronto Blue Jays win. Dell's trying to get, okay, Rockets going to finish in the 7 hole, okay? Or maybe in the play-in games, okay? So just so the Toronto Blue Jays can get a World Series.
No, this is a question about how much you dislike the Dodgers. I asked a question. I didn't say it had to happen. I gave you an option, and you really didn't make a choice.
My option was, how about both the Rockets and the Blue Jays win?
Fine.
And guess
Not
who
that
won?
we had any control over it.
Technically, you said you would take many Rocket losses.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
I did
let's
say
be
that
clear
because
about what
I was
happened
forced
yesterday.
by
More
the
than
devil.
one.
Because the devil forced me to do
You were
it.
posed a question, and you said Rocket failure.
Oh, maybe
because you
we
hate the
get
Dodgers.
both. Yes, got both last night.
Nothing
Dominant.
to do with you, though.
Here's the problem.
You turned on your Rockets pretty quickly.
No, I listen. It's for the greater good. You know what? Even Tillman would have said yes. I agree. Probably Tillman wouldn't have said that.
I don't know if he would have.
No, Tillman probably wouldn't
The
have.
Rockets to lose just for the Dodgers.
No, for the Dodgers to
lose.
no. Although everyone in Houston hates the Dodgers, so there's nothing we can do about it.
Many people hate the Dodgers.
Many people hate.
They
the
hate
Dodgers.
us.
Oh yeah, no. I was with some Dodger fans yesterday, giving them the business. Go Blue Jays. Yeah. And I told them I'm an Astro. Oh, we hate you too. Yeah. Well, good. Hate us all you want. 18-1. What? Yeah. Yamamoto in Game 6 though. That's a problem. Listen, Blake Snell, what came into this thing as good as you can possibly. He was unbelievable in the postseason, and in 2 starts, they slapped him around. They took care of that Blake Snell business. First pitch, third pitch, home runs. Mm-hmm. What a great way to start. He leads off Schneider. David Schneider, he's got that, I don't know, everybody's been talking about his mustache. His mustache is kind of a big deal. And him to go, I mean, Schneider he's pushing all the right buttons. Mm-hmm. He is pushing. The other night, did you see his quote after the 18-inning game?
Schneider's?
Yeah, Schneider.
No, what did Schneider say?
He said, he was there, he goes, just so you all know, the Dodgers they didn't win the World Series, they just won a game. That was one game. This team will come back. This team's going to come back ready tomorrow.
That's a good quote.
That is a great quote. And man, I thought, gosh, this is going to be awfully hard to come back. Listen, Toronto wins that game, and they had plenty of chance to win that game. This series is over. It ain't going to be easy though with Yamamoto tomorrow night. It ain't going to be easy. And then our Rockets, they just look, man. Kevin, we got a quote from their rookie talking about Steven Adams. But then he mentions all of the he mentions Alpi and he mentions the Kevin Durant. He's like, man, that team, holy cow, they loaded. But there's a Kevin Durant throwing it down. They double team Alpi. He kicks it back to Durant. He knocks down a 3. Just so smooth. Listen, at the end of the game, I'm going to go get it was Kevin Durant scored like 7 points. That was a game that can really get away. That's a game that would have been close last year because they wouldn't have been able to score at some point. Mm-hmm. But with Kevin Durant, there is never that time.
Toronto couldn't miss threes.
They hit 5 straight, the Rockets still led at the half.
The only reason, the Rockets really locked them down the last 4 minutes of the half. Like, they couldn't score. Toronto, the Rockets finally started to pick up the D. I'm not trying to be negative. I am going to say Ime Udoka is not going to be thrilled with some of the defense he's seeing from the Rockets so far this year. Their rotations, like this team scored 139. Trust me when I tell you that they could have won that by about 25. Like, if they start easily 25. If they start to defend like they can, stop leaving open three-point shooters so much, they got a real problem with rotations right now. They are not playing well defensively, and they still look and this is the thing, is they're still really explosive offensively now with Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun being, a different version of himself, more consistent version of himself. Yep. But Toronto shot threes. I got to see what what they ended up at. I'm sure they're over 50. Yeah, they shot 52.5% from three, but the Rockets shot 43.3.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rockets right now are shooting at over 40% for the year from three. There's probably never been a Rocket team that did that. But the big victory for the Rockets. Look at the rebound totals, John. Look how bad do you have the box score in front of you?
Yeah, I got it.
Look at how big. I've never seen a win that big in the rebound total.
53-22.
Yep.
Holy crap.
31 rebound advantage. 31 rebound advantage, including 17 offensive boards for the Rockets to 4 for Toronto. The Rockets had 17 offensive boards. Toronto had 18 defensive boards. That's like almost unheard of.
Incredible.
And the big lineup,
yeah.
The Rockets are just big and long. No matter where, I mean, other than Reed Shepherd, pretty much everyone has size that comes into the game.
It's interesting. Josh Okogie, he's a guy that Ime likes a lot. He contribute. I was at first I was like, what's the? I don't get it. What's the attraction here? And yet he just does some little things. He was 4 for 5 yesterday. He's in the starting lineup now. Instead of Reed, he's starting him, and it seems to be working out pretty good. But Steven Adams, I'll bet you every single game he's got a plus. He was plus 14 last night in just 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. Steven Adams is a difference maker. He does. You talk about, he had 12 rebounds. He had a steal, a couple of assists. He was 5 of 6 from the field for 12 points. Steven Adams is a huge difference maker. Mm-hmm. And yet the other team, they were knocking down threes like you couldn't stop.
No, that was the only thing they could do to even stay in that one in the second half is hit threes because they were getting beat on the board so bad. And the Rockets really scored at an efficient clip. I mean, they hit 139.
Absolutely. That was just, but here, okay, it's an 11-point game with just under 3 minutes to go. We've seen the Rockets just fall apart in the last 3 minutes. We've seen a team come back, go on a run, and this game was about some runs, right?
Yeah, there were because of the three-pointers, yeah.
2:51 left. 2:51 left. They're up 11. Kevin Durant makes 25-foot three-pointer. 2:32. Kevin Durant makes 2-point shot. 156. Kevin Durant makes 2 of 2 free throws. 7 straight points. It's over. It's game. And it's Kevin Durant. And that is. And then he hit another one with 1:15 left. And put him. And that kept him at 18.
It's not like Jalen Green never did that. Here's the difference. When the ball leaves Kevin Durant's hands, I expect it to go in.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. With Jalen, I was like,
hope so.
Oh, good three, Jalen. If Kevin Durant shoots a three, I'm just wondering if the net's going to hardly move.
Yeah, it is. But this is exactly. And, boy, he seems to be having fun.
Yeah, he looks rejuvenated. You got to remember now, with the Nets, he was with two divas in James and Kyrie. Then he went to Phoenix, and there was a ton of expectations on him. And I don't know how the Phoenix setup was. Like, I don't know how that's – I don't know how it is playing with Booker. I don't know how it is playing with any of those guys. But I know with the Rockets, there is a clear cut – I think Kevin likes structure a little bit. I think he likes when things are in their proper place and your room is picked up and your shoes are put away. Because Ime Udoka expects – you're going to keep a nice, clean house with Ime Udoka. You're going to make sure the lawn is mowed. He expects his sons to mow the lawn a certain time. He expects things to be done on time and regimented the way. And so when Kevin Durant goes in, he knows things are going to be running on time. He's not going to have to worry about this drama or that. There's not really drama with the Rockets unless there's something going on behind the scenes we don't know. The most drama we get is Tyree Eason's mom tweeting something about him playing more, things being political behind the scenes, something like that. That's all you get. I think Kevin Durant just likes to go out and play ball with young guys that are hungry that want to win. Kevin Durant, at the end of the day, really wants to win.
So this is an exchange on Twitter after the game with Kevin Durant. Bait God, keep trolling 5. Can you stop missing free throws, big bro? I really want you to average 30. Great analysis. Kevin Durant says, great analysis, biggest bro. I apologize. I will be even more locked in. moving forward. I promise.
Dude, he
Roosh
was
gets
5
in.
of 8 though.
Roosh gets in. How does it feel early on playing with a big who can force a switch, create a mismatch in the post, force teams to double off of you for easy catch and shoot threes to ice games? Kevin Durant, brother, can't believe it, LOL. Sometimes I'm surprised I'm that open and start bricking. 28 just sees everything. And then Roosh, hey, I love the two-man game, blah, 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 blah. Exactly. We're figuring things out. It just seems like, you talk about it just seems like he's having fun. It just seems like he likes. He and Alperin, this is as good. When you talk about combinations in the obviously SGA and Williams, Jalen Williams, great. There are great combinations all over, but this is a top 5 combination in the NBA.
Yeah, you might be right. I'd have to think about it, but you're probably right because, and one of the big differences, and Kevin Durant mentioned it, and some of the other Rockets have mentioned it, when Şengün catches at the top, he showed off some handles. He can handle the ball. He can cross you over. He's very confident putting the ball on the ground, and so he's now taking people off the dribble and doing it on a frequent basis. And when he does that, when he's got bigs his size, he can get them. He can find an edge and start to break down the defense. And once you break down the defense, either it's Alperin's job to finish and score, or if someone comes to help, that's where the open shots come from. And that's why Kevin Durant, as a guy who can just catch and shoot and doesn't have to do as much work to get a shot off, it's a dream come true for him. There is trouble, though. When you look at Kevin Durant's free throw percentage, 84.6.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then his three-pointers below 40%. There are some people, and I don't want to say who in the streets, are saying Kevin Durant is starting to fall apart and getting old because he's not shooting 40-90. So there's, there is a concern there, I guess.
Yeah, I guess there would be.
And he's averaging 3.8 fouls a game. It's his highest number in his entire career. Actually, how is that possible? He's never even averaged higher than 2.4 fouls in a game. 3.8. This just shows it's age, John. Age is catching up with him.
It's catching up to him. Yep. 84.
Okay, so this is where I have to tell some of you who are in your 20s, that's called facetiousness.
Sarcasm.
It's not real.
That's not
I know
real.
I have to explain now because I can't do an emoji or a GIF to show you that it's a joke. So
Do
I just
you
want to
want me to play
make sure you know
sounder?
it's a joke. I have to tell you because sometimes people struggle with tone and sarcasm and especially satire.
When you make a joke like that, should I play a sounder?
Yeah. Can you come up with something that is like the equivalent of an emoji where well,
To
that's
let people
a
know
little
they can laugh?
obnoxious. That's a little obnoxious.
Yeah. Well, but it seems like you're making fun of
Something
him
maybe a
there.
little more subtle. It seems like you're making fun of me.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of you because Robert De Niro was having a great time watching Problem Child when he was laughing.
Who was that?
It's De Niro from Cape Fear, and he's sitting in the theater
God.
watching Problem Child, losing his
Wow.
mind.
That's
laughing.
from that's
That's
from the
scary.
movie when he's in the movie?
Yeah.
And Problem Child is the
Yeah,
movie he's watching?
Yes, and he's losing his
By
mind
the
laughing.
way, boys, I sent this text, and I noticed that y'all never text back. You guys haven't texted back since September 24th. I went all the way back into the Dell John Granado text string, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm the only one. I'm yelling into a...
Yeah, you text a lot of stupid stuff.
No, I don't text stupid stuff. I text great videos, number one, that you need to see. And then number two, Mr. Scorsese. Oh, John.
Oh, yeah?
This has
John
video.
texted back yesterday.
He talks about
I
all of
texted
his...
back yesterday.
I know, but I'm telling you, he talks about his childhood growing up and the Sicilians and everything. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah?
I
Nice.
know why he makes the movies he makes now.
I haven't
his
texted
dad
back.
had to get in a fist fight with the landlord, and then the mafia bosses who were kind of clicked up with his dad and with the other guy, because everyone had somebody who was on their side, and with the landlord, they got together and decided they were in a fight in the street, and an axe got involved at one point.
What? I don't
I'm
want
just
to-
telling you, and they got kicked out of
Giving
there.
stuff away.
And they
Yeah,
got, they got.
can we watch it?
Well,
Can we
it's
just
not a
watch
story
it?
arc. It's just a simple story to whet the appetite. And the Scorsese's got kicked out of the neighborhood. The
Okay,
bosses
I
had to
don't
go in and
need
say,
you to
you know
tell
what,
me
you
the
got to leave the
story.
I
neighborhood.
haven't heard much of what he
I'd
said.
rather
You got to
have
leave the neighborhood.
Mr. Scorsese tell me the
Yeah.
story.
He went to the seminary.
I
He
tuned
was going to
out
be a priest, but he
because
liked
I'm
girls
looking
too
at my
much.
group chat.
Can
I
you
tuned
stop?
out. I
Break.
didn't hear a lot of what he said because I'm looking at the
You
group
heard
chat.
it.
No,
Yeah.
I did myself a favor and stopped listening to you. I haven't texted back about anything non-work related since August 20th.
Don't be proud of that.
A lot of it is like, well, we got Willie Fritz this day or the time. That's when I've texted back. But anything non-work related,
yeah.
And you know what? When we come back, I'm going to talk about what a good, not a good teammate, a great teammate I am, and a great person, and I'll prove it on the other side.
Just so you know, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but those little Instagram and TikTok things you send us, never watch them.
Then you're missing out on some great stuff. Okay. I only send top-tier choice Wagyu A5 videos.
That's not true.
That's all I send. And my videos are A5, Japanese A5.
Okay.
Well marbled, funny, great stuff.
Hey,
very great stuff.
You send a lot of mystery meat our way, honestly.
It's no mystery meat.
Yeah, it's
no mystery meat.
What is it? What is it when it's not real meat? It's
incredible or impossible.
Impossible. That's what you send us.
I don't send you impossible. You're not watching it. You wouldn't know.
Okay. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love.
Whoa!
College football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN if you are on YouTube TV. All right, let's go. I'm going to watch. I'm going to be able to watch. I'm not going to be able to be there, but I want you to be there. And I apologize that I'm not going, but I can't because I'm in Los Angeles. You can because you're in Houston. The Cougs are taking on West Virginia on Saturday at 11 a.m. The Cougs are nationally ranked, 22nd in the country. They're 7-1. They're fighting for the Big 12 title. They need your support. Ticket sales are not great, and that's terrible. And they're starting at $20.15. $20.15 because they're honoring the 2015 Peach Bowl champions. So you'll get to see those guys. They're also honoring the military and first responders. They're also honoring Director of Strength and Conditioning, Coach Hester, who lost his battle with cancer this past Saturday. Coach Hester's favorite color was black, so wear black to honor him. Please get on out there and watch the Cougs beat West Virginia. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. That's 713-GO-COUGS, uhcougars.com/tickets.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Maybe the best story yesterday was Governor Landry. He met the media. He says, Scott Woodward, you're not going to pick the coach yet, okay? We're going to pick the coach. We're going to go get some gumbo. We're going to go. You ever been to Landry's in Robe Ridge?
There's no chance that he's going to make any more decisions the way he's been putting out them bad contracts.
Wait a minute. You're doing a.
No, I'm not.
That's Jamaican.
No, I'm Cajun.
That's not Cajun.
Yeah,
you
he
just
said
did
the way
Jamaican.
he's been putting out them bad contracts, there's no way he's going to make that pick. Go put it on. Play it.
He's
Play
not
the real.
going to pick the coach yet.
You're doing a Canadian.
That's not, no.
He's not going to pick a coach, yeah?
No.
You want to go?
Hey, Landry, you can't. Yeah, I'm going to pick the coach. Not you, Scott
Canadian.
Woodward.
That's Canadian.
That's not Canadian. That is Louisiana.
Canadian.
Okay.
You're both appropriating.
Wendy, help me pick the coach.
Coach.
I don't know what's going on here.
Well, let's listen to Governor Landry.
This is real, by the way. This is not AI.
No.
It's not a character I'm doing. This is abs. Do you know that when I'm listening to him talk, I literally had to stop and I researched to see if I could find this video in multiple places because it was on Twitter. Because I had to make sure it wasn't AI. I swear on my kids, I had to make sure this wasn't AI.
No, this is him. This is sad. Go ahead.
Good luck with
the first question is absolutely correct. We are not going down a failed path. And I wanted to tell you something. This is a pattern. The guy that's here now that wrote that contract cost Texas A&M $70-something million. Right now, we got a $53 million liability. We are not doing that again. And you know what? I believe that we're going to find a great coach. I mean, maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners. You know? I'm not going to be picking the next coach. But I can promise you, we're going to pick a coach, and we're going to make sure that that coach is successful. And we're going to make sure that he's compensated properly. And we're going to put metrics on it. Because I'm tired of rewarding failure in this country. And then leaving the taxpayers on the foot, to foot the bill. So, yeah, absolutely.
Taxpayers?
Who's that? No. I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach.
Well, listen.
Head coach.
Now, he does make a point coming up here.
About Rudy Giuliani being the next coach?
No. He makes a point about, you know who Scott Woodward's agent is? You know who Brian Kelly's agent is? You know who?
Yeah.
Listen, that is a dirty little secret.
That? Well, he didn't say that, did he?
Yes.
He said that?
He kept on going and saying, you need to look into this because it's about the agent.
That's the dirty little secret is that a lot of times head coaching hires are done through or like an offensive coordinator is hired because he's got the same agent as the head coach. That happens a lot.
That happens all
Jack
the time.
Used to be his agent, same as Nick Casaria's agent.
Jack used to be. He's a busy bee.
I'm not going to say his name anymore if I have to hear Longhorn Scott do his rap.
But here's the deal. Now, he also made a point. He goes, now look at the players got agents too. And going to be the same agent as the coach and the athletic director. Yeah. I mean.
Well, he must have said that in another clip. He didn't
it's a full-on presser. All
Yeah.
I have is 2 minutes.
By the way,
of it.
you know that presser was supposedly for SNAP and Medicaid? It turned into an LSU press. It was supposed to be to address people not being able to get their SNAP funding and Medicaid, and it turned into, is Scott Woodward going to be the one selected? No, Scott ain't never going to be nowhere near that.
He's not picking nobody.
He also uttered a falsehood. Scott Woodward's not fully responsible for.
No.
Okay, so we need to literally. I want this exact information. Scott Woodward. So Scott Woodward was the one who gave Jimbo's original long contract.
Correct.
Then it was
Ross
Bjork who gave him the extension. However, in terms of the buyout,
Wait,
the buyout tied to Scott Woodward though? Is it a certain amount for every year on the contract? Because that would be Woodward then.
Well, Woodward gave him one extension.
Yeah.
But another extension came
Bjork.
from, the Aggies. As soon as somebody comes sniffing around, they're going to give another extension.
Yeah, I know.
He got the second extension allegedly from Bjork.
Well, that's what Dell just said.
Yeah. So it's not full on $77 million on Ross.
No, but
on
everyone
Woodward's
keeps reporting this, and I'm wondering if there's language, Dell, in the contract that for every year the buyout. Well, the buyout. I mean, you're basically paying the whole contract off, is what you're doing. What buyout? Your buyout is the contract's guaranteed for the most part. So I don't know what this buyout like. It's weird that everyone's putting Scott Woodward on everything, but I think it's because there was still a ton of years left from the Woodward.
Well, didn't Scott Woodward at LSU come calling for Jimbo at one point, and that's how Jimbo got his deal?
So that's what some people think he's responsible. No, that's 100% what it was. Woodward and LSU were the ones who are reaching out for Jimbo. And hold on a second. If Woodward's agent is Jimmy Sexton and Jimbo's agent is Jimmy Sexton, and Jimbo then leverages another deal from the Aggies because one of Sexton's other, look how dirty
that's
that looks.
improper.
Look how that's absolutely incestuous, and they gamed the Aggies into a bunch of money. And you know what else? The Aggies are getting ready to give Elko a big long contract. That's just going to happen. That's a fact. And the Longhorns gave a fat contract to Sark. James Franklin got a fat contract. Kurt Signetti just got one. Let me ask you something, John. If we know that for the betterment of the NBA, that they put in caps for years, like you can only give a certain amount of years. This was to protect themselves against owners. This was put into it was collectively bargained where they said, okay, this is our salary cap. Guess what college football implemented? They implemented a cap on spending for revenue share. Although the revenue share in and of itself was a huge win for the athletes. But they instituted a cap. There is no cap on NIL. However, if they have a cap in the NBA to protect themselves against these horrific contracts where baseball gets stung by this all the time. NFL, because it's a shorter term, career, you don't get as long-term contracts typically. They want to get to the market quicker. College football, what would you say if college football said, you know what, we're going to implement where you can't do anything longer than a 5-year contract. And we're going to do that to protect universities from these outrageous payouts. I would be all for it. Now, you can have 5 years rolling if you want. You can't give anything more because you still are going to be let's be honest. 5 years, if they get 1 year in and get fired, it's going to be a good coach is going to be anywhere from $11 to $13 million a year. That's still a lot of money in a buyout. But I would say, why don't we look at capping how long coaches get paid? And what was Jeff Landry talking about? The people are footing the taxpayers are footing the bill. Taxpayers aren't going to be paying. You're not asking taxpayers to pay Brian Kelly's contract.
No, it comes out of the athletic.
He was just trying to score political
Tiger.
points.
It comes out of the
Tiger. Why did he mention taxpayers?
Because he's a politician.
Also, Jimbo and Brian Kelly don't have the same agent. Brian Kelly's agent is Trace Armstrong. I believe that's the former defensive end Trace Armstrong.
Wait, who's this?
It is the
Jimbo's
former.
this?
That's Dana's agent.
Yeah,
too.
Trace Armstrong is Brian Kelly's agent. Jimmy Sexton
Ryan
is
Pohl's agent too.
Jimmy Sexton is Jimbo's agent. While the governor had a lot to say, some of it wasn't correct.
Right. Well, and here's the deal. On the Texas Aggies website, the A&M University System Board of Regents voted today to extend the contract for Aggie football coach Jimbo Fisher an additional 4 years through the 2031 season. The board authorized President Catherine Banks to execute the coach's employment in conjunction with Director of Athletics Ross Bjork. So it was Bjork. About $40 million of that comes from Bjork.
So what year was that? Was
it 2021?
So that was after their COVID Orange Bowl year.
Yes.
When they made the Orange Bowl.
Yes. September 1st, 2021. So about $40 million of that money is accountable to Ross Bjork, not Scott Woodward. So that's just to straighten that out for everybody's putting $77 million on Woodward. Woodward's like, hey, Ross Bjork, he sucks too. No, you suck too.
Ross Bjork, I believe, is at Ole Miss now or something like that.
Yeah.
Ross Bjork someone sent out a GIF like Ross Bjork with his face of keep blaming Scott Woodward. Don't look at me. Yes,
he's over at Ohio State, and he and Jimbo. The ironic part.
Now?
Here's the ironic part. People close to Jimbo have told me that Jimbo blames Bjork for killing him behind the scenes when other schools ask about Jimbo. when he's trying to get jobs lately is Ross. This is what I've heard is Jimbo says Ross gives him very negative reviews. So the same guy that's helping him to get paid right now to be, to never have to work again if he didn't want to is the same guy who, according to Jimbo, from what I've been told by people close to Jimbo, that Jimbo thinks this is the guy that's burying me behind the scenes. But I also heard Jimbo was basically like, hey, I've got so much FU money now. When you give coaches that much money, they can basically say, go bleep yourself. What are you going to do, fire me? Guess what? My buyout is good. I'm good with my buyout. You got to pay me, and I can do whatever I want after that.
Ross Bjork moving around. He was at Ole Miss, at A&M, now at Ohio State.
Ross Bjork also wasn't only Jimbo that he was bad-mouthing. He almost got his ass sued. He was he was bitter with the whole Jimbo thing. He was bitter, and because Jimbo shut him out. Jimbo shut him. Totally shut him out. Yeah.
No. And that's the thing is, and that's a whole separate discussion. Like I don't think any head coach is shut out at AD. I think you got to have a better.
Yeah.
I think you got to have a better working relationship.
Unless you walk away with $80 million. Yeah. Who cares?
Well, but that's just a-hole. Well, now it's also like, he put the Aggies in a bad spot. The Aggies have very ugly feelings for Jimbo Fisher.
We talked a lot about college football finances and bad people or good people. You led us into the break by saying you're going to prove how good of a person you are.
No, and you didn't let me tell you how good.
We don't want that. That's
no. It's there's
that
proof.
we don't. We tell the truth on this show.
Teammate.
The lies are for at 10 o'clock, 10 till noon.
I've got proof. The Pack of Lies show, but I've got proof. I've got literal proof of being a great teammate. Two instances yesterday of being a great teammate, and I may have had a substantial influence on someone's career. I'll save it for the break. And when we come back from the break.
Save it for the other side. Right now, though, why don't you talk a little Underdog Fantasy?
Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy gives you every opportunity to make good money. You're going to take your sports brain and you're going to make money with it. I mean, you can. All you have to do is, frankly, analyze games, watch the games, get a good feel for them, analyze them, be objective, and then break down how the game is going to go, analyze it, and go from there. Kevin Durant higher on points. That's a winner. That was a winner yesterday. You're going to go higher. Now, I thought lower for Alperen Sengun on assists. I was wrong. He went higher than 6.5 assists. And that actually paid out more. If you went higher, that would have paid out more. I know this much. With Underdog Fantasy, what you do is you pick a player in any sport, and then you look at all the statistics listed for that player and go find where you think it's soft and pick higher or lower. You do that with from as low as 2 to as many as 8. And the more you pick, obviously, the higher the money you're going to make. It just keeps multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. But keep in mind that if you say, look, I'm going for a big score, I'm gonna go with 6 players, but I'm not sure about this one, then play the flex option, because then you just have to win 5 out of 6 and you can still win money. That's how it works. Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you are going to get $100 in bonus funds and entries when you spend your first $5. So they're giving you free money as well for you to play with. It's Underdog Fantasy, but you must use promo code Lance when you make your first deposit. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN on the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and much more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right.
I am watching this video of
The one that I sent you on our group chat?
No.
Oh.
There's like 40 or 50 kids at this In-N-Out.
Oh, the 6'7" video.
The 6'7". What is the thing with 6'7"
It's
with
just,
these kids?
okay. This has actually been going on for probably
But it means nothing.
almost
it means
a year.
absolutely nothing.
It's a meme. It's just some kid said it. It's on a video of a rap song. Somebody says it on a rap song. And then there's some kid of a video in a gym, two kids saying 6'7", 6'7" over and over and over, and they're doing their hand motion up and down. And then there's a reference to LaMelo Ball being 6'7". My kids explained it to me about a year ago. I thought it had died off, and now it's hotter than ever before. You had Clark Lee on SportsCenter dropping on College Game Day dropping a 6'7" reference last week. It doesn't mean it's hard to explain.
It doesn't mean
because
anything.
it doesn't really have a meaning. It's just a reference to something that had it on a video, and it's become larger than life. And the video that you're talking about, I've seen this happen at In-N-Out Burgers. I've probably seen 5 separate videos where high school and junior high kids will gather there, and when they go, order number 52, order number 53, they will go specifically waiting, and they all have their phones out recording. And you saw, there's probably about 80 kids there, and they're waiting for them to say, order 67 or 67, and they go bananas. They go bananas. And it's just, I told not Dan, I said, I have to remind myself, this is harmless. These kids aren't they're not out there, toting guns around. They're not out doing bad stuff. They're just doing something stupid. It's annoying as can be, but it's not harming anybody. I have to remind myself this isn't malicious. It's just stupid. It's just chronically stupid.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
Because
All
it
right,
doesn't have a meaning.
Tell us about how you...
First, my impact on someone, on a young woman's career. And she used to work... Who? Not Barry Warner. Stop it.
He's the new Barry Warner, John.
I'm not the new Barry Warner. Listen to this.
He used to impact young women's careers. He'd take them out to practices.
No,
and games.
John McClane.
You're the John McClane.
Well, they both did it.
Mary, what was her name? Mary, what was her name that used to, Mary Ellen? No. Anna
Megan Rayleigh.
Anna Megan Rayleigh, yeah. That was one of his girls. And so was, I think Sarah Eckert was too.
Yep.
Sarah Eckert was too.
Yep.
So anyway, I go to the Rockets on Friday with my boys.
And the person, the woman, and she ended up running Sam Houston Race Park.
Martha?
No.
Burke?
No.
Who?
She ended up being the GM.
What?
I forget. I forget her name.
She was
but
one of
John
John's
McClane brought
interns?
her around. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, I knew, and actually there was another
You see,
one.
now that's somebody who helped young
Now
careers.
there was another one. There was another girl who one of my friends ended up dating for a little while.
I'm sure that didn't help her career at all.
It didn't. No, it didn't.
No, I didn't think so.
But I got some stories. But anyway, listen, that's not. This is making me
Who
look
did you
bad.
help?
Here's who I helped. So I go to the Rockets game, and I'm going to pick up my press pass. Now I just used it to go downstairs and get banana pudding.
Of course.
But I sat with my sons. I paid for 3 tickets so me and my sons could sit together in the game they lost against Detroit, the home opener. And as I'm going to pick my press pass up, I walk in. I say, "Hey, I need to pick up my press pass. I forgot my wallet, but I got a picture of my ID in my phone. But my name is Lance Zierlein. I'm with ESPN Radio." She goes, "Oh, trust me, I know who you are." And I said, "Oh, really?" She goes, "Yeah, I interned for you guys. My name is Natalia." I was like, "Oh, wow. That's great." She goes, "Yeah, I listen to you guys all the time still."
You don't remember her.
I said,
Not a chance.
No, but she did say I wasn't there often when you guys were on the air. Like I would get there when you were already on the air, and I was sitting at a different computer. But I said, "Well, how did you get this job? Like that's great. How'd you get this?" And and not in so many words necessarily, but she did kind of intimate that she took inspiration from my path of what I did.
What?
Working for free on
God.
weekends. It was
What are you
intimated
talking about?
that basically, I was an inspiration.
What?
How so?
This is how you affected her career?
How?
Yeah, because
What were
I
her
could do
words?
it, anybody
What
could
were
do
her
it.
words?
She said that was like
a
last
blur?
Friday.
It's
It is
not
a blur.
even-
There's
It
no
is a
chance.
blur. A
close
lot
to
of
her
things have
words.
This is
happened.
true. There's no chance.
A lot of things. No, it's 100. Well, her name is Natalia.
I'm
And she
sure
does
you
work for
met
the
her.
Rockets.
But
Yes.
Marinero.
Those two things are probably
And
true.
I
What?
think
What
you
you
would
ca-
know. And she said she loved the show. She listens and intimated that I was a big part of
Intimated
that.
how?
In the ways that she spoke, the different things that she
Get
said.
out of here. There's no
So
chance.
Oh,
Sam.
my
So now
God.
here's who I claim. I
What
claim
a
Dell.
lie. You claim me?
I claim Dell.
How do you claim me?
I claim Sam.
Wait a minute. How do you claim me?
I had some. I was talking to
What
management
did
about you
you
way back
do?
when.
What did you do?
I claim Raheel.
I'm the one that brought him in like a yo-yo.
You got him fired multiple times.
No. I'm going to tell you right here and now. No, I'm the one that kept going, bring him back. I don't care you racist somebody. Bring him back.
Who are you calling racist?
The guy has the same name as a former NFL owner
Dell knows, but I ain't
for the
saying it.
Panthers.
I'm just saying.
Oh no,
Yeah.
that's the exact same name. Then I also claim Sam. Sam's one of mine, and this other guy who was an intern. His name was Colin. I
What
hooked
did
him
you
up
do
with.
for Sam? You did nothing.
Ask Sam.
Nothing.
Ask Sam.
Okay.
No. I'm the one who went to Todd and said, "Hey, we had an intern that I think is great. We had to look at hiring her. She's fantastic." You can ask Sam. Sam knows she needs to be bringing me food every week because Sam is working at that job because of me. And if I want to end her job,
Or her
I can't.
talent got her there.
my God.
Did you just threaten her job?
Well,
If I want to end her
well, she
job,
accused me of eating her chocolate-covered strawberries, which I would
Rightfully
never
so.
eat
Rightfully so.
fruit with chocolate on it. Who eats that?
I'm still
A
trying
pig.
to figure out how you.
Now listen, here's
Help
how I was a
me.
great teammate. Yesterday, Sean Mapes, we thought he had died at one point.
We did think there
We
was an
couldn't
issue.
get a hold of him. You didn't know this, John, because you're being a bad teammate taking off. I stayed around and did a whole segment with Dell because there was no sign of Mapes. The phone was running through. He's never late like this. The phone was
Except
literally
when he has to do our show at
When he
7
forgot
in the
East
morning.
River 9.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
He did forget that.
He
at
did
one
forget
point.
that. I forgot about that. So it's 10:03. The call's going straight through. I say, Dell, I want to be a great teammate. I'll stick around for this segment. I'll stick around for as long as you need, is what I intimated.
No,
And-
he did not intimate that.
And Mapes finally made it back after the first segment, but that was being a great teammate. Here's another one, Tom Herman. I reached out to Tom Herman and I said, "Hey, Coach." All right, he called me back. Hey, Lance, blah, blah, blah. So we were talking. I said, well, I'd love to get you on. We could talk about it. He goes, yeah, I really want to get on. I want to get back into stuff. I know you have you have a lot of influence and sway. And listen, that's not.
He
but
never
that's-
said that.
That he said it, but that's not the point of the.
Did he
the whole thing.
intimate that as well?
Oh, my God.
It was intimated.
It
Well, he
was-
did. He said he wanted to be on the show because he wants to get back into coaching, and that intimated that I had
A lot of
power and
sway.
Yeah,
sway.
you have no-
And he said,
He can maybe
Full-
get on the Joe Moore committee.
we're not putting him on. He's not an offensive line guy. So it's actually harder getting on that than getting back into the business. But so he said he goes, yeah, I'd love to talk about the coaching carousel. I said, yeah, that's exact. I said that'd be great. And he goes, but he goes, full disclosure, I am going to be on with tomorrow with Jeremy Branham.
That's true.
I said, oh, okay. He goes, but you know what? I could come on your show in the morning. And for a second I thought, what would John do? He would say yes.
Yes.
And then Jeremy would crap his pants because you stole our guest. And you know what I said? I said, I'm a good person. Yeah. I'm on a real run with helping Natalia's career, helping Dell.
seconds.
And this is what I said.
Helping me.
Yeah, and this is what I said. I said, you know what? No, Coach, let's not do that because it's poor form for me to do that to a teammate.
Call him now.
Why
Get him
don't we
on.
go next Wednesday? So he's going to join us next Wednesday. That's me. And I was looking for a time to go down and tell Jeremy how good a teammate and person I was because I think he has some doubts. He thought maybe I was against his show, which I never was against his show.
Were you?
Yeah, you
I
had
went
some.
against him for saying, that Jose Altuve wasn't going to be good.
You
No.
excoriated
For
him.
saying Cam Smith wasn't
You
going to be good.
excoriated him.
And Cam Smith had his, moments.
Yeah.
Early. He wasn't.
And we turned it into a promotion.
Yeah.
How much you hate Jeremy.
Well, that was Sam.
What a
no,
great
Michael
teammate.
Carroll probably did
What a
that.
great teammate.
Yeah, that one. I mean, that was unfortunate.
Oh,
so I
great.
wanted to come down and tell him, hey, just let you know, I'm a really good person.
Yeah, great.
I
Now
didn't
we got
steal your
sloppy
guess.
seconds next Wednesday.
That's right, Wednesday. But we're going to
Tom
ask him
Herman
the good.
like being called sloppy
No,
seconds?
and we're going to ask him the good questions, not the bad questions.
We are.
Coach, let's talk about the Cougs. We're going to ask him the good questions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Jeremy won't ask him the good questions.
No,
that's for
he'll
sure.
ask the bad questions.
YouTube TV customers, you can lose ESPN. Don't. YouTube TV. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. You don't want to lose all the great programming from ESPN. So go to keepmynetworks.com. Hey, I got to talk about Ownwell right now. Ownwell is the place to go and get your I mean, it's so bad. The government is so bad. I mean, that's all they want to do is put your money in their pocket. Okay? One of the ways that they do this is they always overcharge. And I'm sorry, I exaggerated there. They don't always overcharge you for your tax, your property taxes. 86% of the time they do, though. 86% of the time. That's crazy. Keep your money in your wallet. And here's how hard it is, okay? You go to ownwell.com, you put in your address, and then it's over. Then that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all you have to do, okay? They do everything, and you do nothing. You just sit there and let them reduce your property tax. On average, $1,100. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money that you don't have to pay the government, okay? So, and if you don't do anything about it, it compounds next year. Because guess what? Your property taxes are going back up next year, and they start at that point where you didn't fight them. You got to fight this. Stop overpaying and start saving with Ownwell. Sign up in 3 minutes at ownwell.com/Texas. That's OWNWELL.com/Texas.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
At ESPN 97.5, we're a family.
Well, if Jeremy Branham says so, I guess Cam Smith is ass. So Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right. That's stupid as crap. That's dumb, Jeremy. Wow. Dumb.
Wow. What a good teammate.
Or not.
What a great teammate you are.
Classic Dell to try to bring up old stuff.
No, that's exact. No,
Yeah, talk about what I did yesterday.
I don't know what you did yesterday.
Selfless.
I didn't see any of it.
Had a chance to basically, right now we'd be talking to Tom Herman, taking Jeremy's interview, and I said, no, good teammate. This is the way this is. Because you know what? I follow the rules. I'm a rule follower.
Okay.
I don't take off at red lights in the middle of the morning because I don't think they apply to me.
Yeah.
That's a reference to John, correct? Well,
I don't bum rush the Capitol and claim to be on a golf trip. Who invented that narrative? Was that you?
No.
It had to be you. Was it a
I-
listener?
it was either Art or Raheel. I don't remember who decided that's where
Sometime
John was.
Sometimes
It was
their
Art.
comments are the same.
It was Art. Yep.
I'm not sure that no one's ever seen Art. Are we sure that's not a real burner?
Who knows?
Hey, we got to pick a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy.
Mm-hmm.
So at exactly 8 o'clock, 713-780-3776, you call in, and caller number two, we never pick caller number 2. At exactly 8 o'clock is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Warehouse Live guy sucked last week and lost. So good news for the people. I'm about the people, for the people, by the people. And Justin has to give up tickets and a limo ride from last week because, boy, he sucked. He was terrible. 713-780-3776. Rockets win. And who wants to talk about it? Brian wants to get in here to talk about it. Hey, Brian.
What's going on, fellas?
Good. How we doing?
Doing good, man. Yes, so I called for the season stars. Matter of fact, right when we got Durant, and I mentioned that what I thought the best benefit of getting Kevin Durant, which I mean Kevin in itself is great benefit, but I said I thought the best case scenario is that's going to what it's going to do for Jabari Smith. And I tell you what I've seen, just four games so far, I can tell it's already working. And after the game last night, in his interview, he had mentioned that how he works out with KD and just follows him and does everything he's done. And man, these elbow jumpers that he's taken is exactly what Kevin Durant I wanted him to get from him. And that's going to be so important for his game. He's shooting better on the three. He's put on more weight, put on muscle. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think Jabari Smith can be the best player on this team if he reaches his full potential. Because if he can be 90% of what KD was in his career. But
that's
I just want to point that out.
Yeah, you're talking about 90% of KD. I mean, KD is going to be one of the top players. That's a lot to ask of Jabari Smith to be 90%. If he can be 60% of KD, I would be thrilled.
Yeah, that's one of the best players
in
NBA history.
In the history of the league.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot. Now, do I think he is having a positive impact on Jabari, without question. And I think Kevin Durant, it was never about would Kevin Durant be good on this team. I mean, Kevin Durant can fit in with whatever. The question is, how healthy does he stay? And those answers, hopefully we never have to answer that question. Hopefully it's not a concern this year. That's the big concern, is can Kevin Durant stay healthy at this age? He's had an Achilles, whatever. Can he stay healthy? Because if he doesn't, then it's going to be a big problem, because he is a massive, you have taken away two primary ball handlers. Well, Fred VanVleet, I mean, that was not a roster thing. That was just an injury thing. But, you did take away Jalen, who's a scorer, and one of the reasons you were able to get to the 2 seed. He played a part in that without question. But Jabari, Jabari's better Jabari could be a much better player than he's been up to this point. He's never going to be anywhere near the KD territory.
What do you think of this? Jeff Teague, he's got his podcast is on fire, right? Mm-hmm. And here was the question posed to Jeff. And what do you, let me hear what you think of this.
You know where Drew going? It just came.
Philly.
Houston. Drew Holiday is going to Houston.
That's scary.
I just figured it out.
That's a
Drew
game
Holiday
changer.
is going to Houston.
That's scary.
That's a game changer.
Houston's different.
That's a chip.
Drew Holiday going to Houston. Damn. Hey, Drew, get ready to get your bags packed, brother. You going to Houston.
Another ring.
Drew Holiday. Boy, that would be sweet.
Yeah, I would take it. I would 100% take it. Because here's the thing. I don't think you don't have to necessarily start him, although you would over Josh Kogi. It would basically cut down Reed Shepard's minutes again. 0 for 4 from the three-point line yesterday, 2 for 7 for Reed.
That's all right.
But it would, it's all right. But, I mean, nothing's been impressive about Reed up to this point, and nothing's guaranteed for Reed. So it would take Reed's minutes and, I'm not here for Reed Shepard to be happy and all that. I'm here for the Rockets trying to win a championship. That's the job of Rafael Stone. It's not to try to, I promise you Reed is amazing. No. I mean, if he's not, he's not. So you can still win. You can still be a good GM and miss a pick. That's no problem with that. Drew Holiday makes you even older. You would have to give up one of your first-round picks for Drew Holiday to Portland. And Brooklyn may end up being really terrible this year. But, man, would he be perfect for this Rocket team.
Perfect. That would be something. That would be holy. I don't know. Can they do it? Maybe they have to wait until they can
because he was just
guys.
traded. Well, because he was just traded, and But that's Tori sent me that this morning, and I'm like, absolutely consider that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that would be totally sweet. I mean, that would not having a point guard is tough. It's going to catch up. It caught up in the first couple of games. Maybe they'll figure it out without a true point guard, but sure would be better to have one.
No, why have a hole? Why have a hole in your roster if you can fix it and not have a hole? You know what I mean? Like, if you have a chance to fix it without damaging the structure of your offense, of your roster, why not?
Yep.
Why not fix it? Because you've got 2 wins this year. Or is it 3 wins? No, you got 3 wins this year. Wait, is that just 2? Oh, yeah, it's just your second win.
But here's the deal. If that guy brings not only what he brings to the locker room, some shooting, but defense. And right now, this team could use a little defense. They could use a little defense right now. And Drew Holiday brings that to the table, that's for sure. These scores are a little bit disconcerting. How many points? It's Ime. I would imagine at some point Ime is going to go, wait a minute, 139, 121. That's not the kind of basketball we should be playing.
It's the defense has not been as good, and it's not really. It has nothing to do with Kevin Durant.
No, Kevin's been great.
He's been okay. It has everything to do with guys are not. They're rotating off of the wrong play. I mean, some of these players are just shooting really well. It is what it is, but at the same time, they're leaving guys open. Their rotations are not rotating to open shooters. They're missing guys in transition. They're leaving open 3-point looks. I'm like, man, this isn't Rocket basketball. This defense is sometimes it's borderline bad in the half court. Not on the ball, but off the ball. And there's no way Ime's happy with that. I wish someone would ask him a question about that. Because you know what Ime wouldn't say? Hey, guys, we're sitting here. We just got to win, and you're asking me about defense. You're focusing on the negative. You think he'd be like a college football coach? No. You know what Ime would say is, that's just not good enough. And we gotta do better. Yeah.
What about an NFL
or
coach?
NFL? Well, college and NFL
in this
coach.
town.
Yeah. D'Amico.
What about what? So maybe
Brian Kelly did it early in the year. James Franklin did it. Steve Sarkeesian's done it. Yeah.
D'Amico.
Yep.
They're all doing it. It's what everybody's doing, and what everybody's doing is calling John Daspit.
Yeah. Well, you should. You should. And Young Jazz just called him. She's a host for The Box in the morning, and she speaks for John. And I got a call from my guy Sean, who is a salesman over there. Said, "Hey, Lance, she needs to get a hold of John right now because guess what? She got rear-ended. She got jacked up in this accident. Somebody hit her from behind and said, okay, we got to get a hold of John." And John made sure that, she got to the hospital, got everything looked at because you got to find out what's going on, x-rays. I don't know if she had MRIs, but of course the x-rays, CT scans. And then, you typically have to wait for a couple of days because you start to really feel the pain a couple of days later, especially if it's muscular, because you have the adrenaline kicking right after an accident, and all of a sudden, that hurts. Ooh, this is bad. Ooh, this is getting worse and worse. That's why the insurance, the lawyers for the insurance company want to get to you as quickly as possible, get a check to you before anything else crops up. They don't want you to, if you have to pay for physical therapy, that's a win for them. They don't have to pay for it. It's not out of their pockets, and so they end up saving money. They're trying to squeeze you so that they can maximize their profits. And I wish that wasn't the case, but it is the case. And John Daspit says, no, my client comes first. The pain and suffering needs to be accounted for. The time missed from work, and how are you paying your bills if you can't make money? That has to be accounted for. And of course, all of your hospital bills and beyond hospital into physical therapy, that's got to be accounted for. John Daspit will fight for you. His lawyers will fight for you, and they do an amazing job. So before you do anything else, if you need to make a phone call after you've been hurt, make sure it's the 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or just go to daspitlaw.com. YouTube customers, you could lose ESPN. What you need to do is go to keepmynetworks.com to keep college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and much more. Keep ESPN. Go to keepmynetworks.com if you're a YouTube TV subscriber.
Hey, if you're a poker player in the city of Houston, there's one place to go, and that's Texas Card House. Well, there's two places, one on Westheimer and one in Spring, just off Spring Cypress and 45. Two places to play. But up in Spring, they are going to have it's coming up next month, the Trailblazer Poker Tour 2. November 10th through the 24th, $1.1 million on the line. The very first tournament, it's only a $400 buy-in, and there's $100,000 up for grabs. I mean, that's the very first one on November 10th. That is incredible. And then every day, different one, different kind of events. A seniors event, a PLO high roller. And then culminating in the big $500,000 event, which starts Wednesday, November 19th. You're looking for the best poker in the city. You're looking for a clean, safe environment. You're looking for a place that's open 24 hours a day. Cash games, tournaments, nonstop. TexasCardHouse.com. Go see it for yourself. If you've never been there, if you're a poker player, you've never been there, you're missing out. TexasCardHouse.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, my God, Lance is taking credit for every person in the media in Houston. He's the one that got Raheel on the air, apparently. Oh, did you now?
He was an intern at 610.
Oh, did you now?
He was an intern at 610.
Okay, Dell, you're taking credit for Dell.
I don't know how he got help me.
Yeah.
I was here as an intern.
We've already established
before he actually was working at the station.
Yeah, he didn't even work here yet.
Yeah.
I did bring Wex on, though. That one's true. Well, that one's verifiable. The other ones are true. It's just hard to verify the Raheel and Dell one.
It's not, okay.
But the Adam Wexler one is...
Raheel was actually an employee before Lance was?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's irrelevant.
Yeah,
He's
but
on
what?
the map because of some
Because
of the
of what?
stuff that I told him. Oh, Fat Howard Chen, he works for the NBA China or whatever. You're welcome. I went to lunch with him one time and gave him advice.
Oh, my God.
At Mala Sichuan. He put me on Mala Sichuan in Chinatown.
If Howard was being honest and not just being a nice person, would he credit
Let's
you
get
with
him on
this?
the show. You want me to turn this into people? I get people on the show and they tell you because I prove it. I can do that if you'd like.
How are you going to prove it?
Because they'll from their mouths.
Listen,
They'll tell you yes.
Well, Howard did.
Don't call
Howard,
Natalia.
Howard did. He interned for us, and we helped him helped him a little bit, but he went out and did it himself.
No,
I mean you're taking credit for.
How come he
careers.
said, "Big bro, thanks for everything you've done"?
He never said "Big bro" to you.
Yeah,
no.
You want me to find a tweet?
Big bro.
It says it
yeah,
right here.
go ahead, find it.
Hold on.
Find a tweet where he says "Big bro, thank you for everything you've done."
Here it is. Big bro, Fat Howard here.
Fat Howard here. No chance.
What?
He's not even of the generation that says "Big bro."
He said it. I don't know. Maybe when he went
our
to China to
intern
do
might
stuff.
say "Big bro."
Just
not
says
to
"Big
you,
bro,
but to
Fat
other
Howard
people.
here." Just letting you know how influential you were in my career. Couldn't have done it without you. Sage advice. You guys made a big difference, but you made the most difference.
So he singled you out. What?
It's right here.
Can you give me the time stamp for that?
It was 2016-ish.
And you
This
just
is
pulled
before
it up.
iPhones had exact dates.
And you just pulled it up, huh?
Yep, it was right here. I just typed in Howard and found it quick.
Just
Okay.
an
I've got
out-and-out
others
liar.
here.
done with
Adam
this.
Wexler. Here it
I'm
is.
done with this
Adam
conversation.
Wexler never
This is
texted you
from
thank you.
This is from 1996. Thank you for getting me on the half court report with you on the weekends. It's everything that you've said to me has become true.
Yeah.
I'm living
Del.
a dream.
Oh my gosh.
And
Del,
it goes
let's
on
move
and on.
on.
It's-
I'm
You know how
trying.
Wex is.
Who's on
What can I do?
hold? Who's
Chris wants to talk about
Victories
Kevin Durant,
after victories
who's
for
actually
me.
helping Jabari Smith, unlike you would.
yeah. Right.
If I've helped your career, even with some of the things I've said on this show, and you intimate that I've helped, 713-780-3776.
yeah. Let's get
Intimate
Chris.
can do a lot of
Let's
work.
get Chris in here, please.
This is great radio today, guys. I gotta say, this is great radio. Lance, you did help me with some brisket advice a few years ago when you first started talking brisket, so I'll give you credit there. Wrapping the brisket, making sure the internal temperature. But anyway, I digress.
Thank you.
Hey, I was really nervous about Kevin Durant coming because of maybe my perception of with the social media and his attitude and things like that. But I don't know if you guys have maybe addressed. I think the fact that we don't have an alpha like a James Harden type personality, or maybe something we got Alpy and Amen, guys that want to win. I think that's maybe helped Kevin mesh a little bit more. And then what is you guys' thoughts on it feels like I know what you say about the defense when we score 121, but sometimes in the games when our offense is just gelling so well, it makes the defense, we kind of get a little more lackadaisical because we're putting up, our shot percentage is so high. And I do think that Ime is going to put that in check, but I think it's only game 4. We're getting better together. But just want to hear what you guys think about Kevin Durant and maybe how he meshes because there's not another alpha male on the team. It allows him to kind of be that guy for the first time in quite some time. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
So the chat is taking umbrage with the phrase James Harden alpha. James was a boss. in that way, I would say he's kind of, I don't know if his personality was alpha, but he was the boss of the team. He bossed everyone around. He bossed around Daryl. He bossed around coaches. Like, I don't know what it's called, but it's called something when you have that much control. I don't know if you want to call it alpha or you just want to call it the boss of the team, but that's what he was. I think it's, honestly, I don't think it's bad having a guy that's the alpha and the leader of a team, but I don't think, because this team doesn't have a clear-cut pecking order right now, and Durant is always he's always a passive leader. He even tells you, I don't want to have to be the leader. I think it actually fits. It's Ime. Ime's the guy. It's not a player in this instance. It's that rare instance where the coach is the alpha.
Yeah. No, Kevin, I mean, here's the difference, I think, is that I don't know. I don't know behind the scenes. I saw James arguing. I saw James getting rid of guys. Saw James, I mean, it didn't seem like the everybody on this team speaks, I mean, like with everything about Kevin Durant has been great. They learned from him. Jabari just talked. I follow him around. He's teaching me everything. Alpi talking about him, the unselfish play. Ime talking about how unselfish Kevin Durant is.
Leadership. It doesn't have to be in the form of an alpha personality.
No.
You don't have to be Andrew frickin' Tate to running around. It's sometimes leadership is Jose Altuve, too. There's not an alpha bone in his body.
Yep,
he just likes to fit in.
That's it. And show guys how to do it, how to be great. Set an example.
Who is an alpha that you can think of from all the different teams? Was there one on the like an alpha personality is Aziz Al-Shayer. He has an alpha personality. It doesn't necessarily mean they're the number one lead, but he has an alpha personality. Many times linebackers do, frankly. Andre was a do as I do. He was not an alpha personality. I don't know,
Carlos is an alpha personality.
Yeah, Carlos is an alpha personality.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. He absolutely is.
For sure. What about JV?
Who?
Verlander.
Oh, JV. Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, they've had
Will Anderson for sure is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But he's a lot of watch how hard I work.
Yeah, but he talks too.
Yeah.
Like they know. It's a known thing. Will speaks for us.
Yep.
I don't know who it is on offense. I guess CJ.
It's not Nico.
Mm-mm.
It's how about Joe Mixon?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're not in the locker room, so it's hard to say.
But last year you heard him on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was Bagwell or Biggio that?
Oh, absolutely. Bagwell was.
Bagwell's was an alpha.
Yeah.
Did they just follow him, or did he invoke?
He did.
Did he speak to say, "Hey, this is the way it's going to be"? Guys?
Yes,
he did.
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely. He was the arbiter of all things in that locker room.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I mean I do think that's important in many cases because it does set things. As long as you have the right guy doing it,
yep,
it sets things in order. And sometimes, especially 162 games, you kind of need to have that.
Yep.
Because I don't know that it can always come from the manager. There's too many instances for people to get disenchanted with a manager in baseball.
Well, there's a lot of managers that aren't that alpha personality.
Well, AJ wasn't.
No, AJ wouldn't.
I think Dusty probably was.
He wouldn't stop it when he didn't believe in it.
Well, I don't think he could because he wasn't the alpha. Carlos Beltran was also.
Yeah, that's right.
Probably a little bit of an alpha in there.
And that's a problem. That was a problem. And it created all that problems. Mm-hmm. And now, asterisks. And now the biggest complainer, whiny little Bia, is about to lose the World Series.
Who, Dave Roberts?
No, not Dave Roberts. This entire
Bellinger?
organization.
Oh.
And their fans. Still.
I'll be honest with you. I think the Dodgers plus like 185 is the play. And here's why. If Yamamoto goes full Yamamoto, and then you get a Game 7. Game 7's in it's in L.A., right?
No.
Oh, no, it's going back to Toronto, yeah. So I still, at some point, doesn't he still have 2 or 3 more home runs left in him?
You go ahead.
Ohtani?
You go ahead. Take that.
I do. I think so.
Take them.
I
the
think
Dodgers.
I hope I'm wrong, but I think the Dodgers plus the points are actually a pretty good play.
Go. You go ahead.
Not
throw
the points, but
throw
you know
your
what I
money
mean.
away. Throw Nicole's money away.
Is it? Well, I can't do it anyway, but I'm just giving advice and trying to help.
Yeah.
Influence
don't
other
be
people.
misleading our listeners.
No, that's not misleading them. That's
it is.
That's the dog. That's value.
It's.
I think it's value.
It's
You're
malpractice.
hedging your happiness. No,
it's malpractice.
If
on
it
your
does,
part.
if it's worth it, because here's why: you put money out there, and if the Dodgers lose, you're happy.
That's
if
true.
the Dodgers win and you make money, this softens the blow a little bit.
It does.
It's
That's
a
true.
happiness hedge.
That is true.
That's all it is.
Well, I would go and play golf either way. And if I was in Houston, I would go to East River 9 and we're going to be back there. Here's the deal. East River 9 is a place where if you make corporate, it's so inexpensive too. This is a great way for your clients. This is a great way for your employees. It's a great place for you to, I'm telling you, what a great thing to take employees to. What a great way for employees to be able to take clients to go play at night, play 9 holes. You got them for an hour and a half. You go in, you buy them dinner at the restaurant and bar, watch sports with them. It's a great bonding thing for your team, and it's also a great way for you to entertain clients. It's a first-class play. Everything is first class. You haven't been to East River 9? You need to go see for yourself. This is a great way for you to get your people, make them happy, and by the way, they want to play golf. Instead of doing it during work hours, they can play afterwards because it's open at night. They've got lighted golf. All you need to do, go to eastriver9.com, sign up. They got pickleball there. They got music on the weekends. It's a great party atmosphere, and yet it's still golf. eastriver9.com.
Hey, let's talk about Republic Boot Company. If you're a patient person and you say, you know what, I've got time, I got something for you. How about your own custom-made leather boots? Well, it doesn't even have to be leather, actually. They can make it out of alligator skin, shark skin, every type of skin you can possibly imagine. Our friends over at Republic Boot Company make the finest custom-made boots in the entire world. They have the premier boot maker. They can do that for you. You can order now, and it can be ready for Christmas next year. You are all set to go with your logos on it. Now, they can also stitch logos and things like that on some of their 1836 boots where they can customize your boots for right now. They can customize leather bags that they sell you, that and attaché cases, and it makes a perfect corporate gift if you want to give gifts to different people in your offices. If that's something you want to do, they've got gift cards for you to give out this Christmas. If you want people to be able to get rodeo ready like you're going to be with these great 1836 boots right there on the shelf. The 1836 boots are incredible, and they can be customized to your foot. Whether it's new cowboy hats, new boots, great sports jackets, or so much more, you can find it all at Republic Boot Company. This is where a lot of the actors and country music stars will come and get their boots customized. You can do the same thing, and it's right there in the Heights. Don't miss out. RepublicBootCompany.com. It's at East 11th Street, and it's at the corner of Studwood and East 11th. Stop in at RepublicBootCompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97. Yeah, Chase just texted me, look at Lance taking credit for my marriage.
That's right.
When in fact it was. Were you even at the wedding?
I brought them together.
Introduced the wedding party at the wedding.
I helped make him famous with Hatchet Man shouting him out. He even said that. So thank you. I have friends. Oh, Fat Howard. I have friends texting me because they're listening to y'all's show. Just wanted to say thank you for everything. I told my friends whatever's being said is legit. You really did help me get started when I was a clueless, wide-eyed college student just finishing my freshman year. Man, I miss those days. But yeah, man, you really did take me under your wing from that point on. Friggin' grateful forever. Bro,
does he
forever? He even said, "Bro, cheers from Mad Max's favorite city, Salt Lake City."
Does he know that you call him Fat Howard still?
Well, I'm the one that made that.
John actually made that.
No, but
up.
You're still calling him that.
Well, it's a term of endearment.
It is because he was so skinny.
Tiny Lister from
he was so
Friday
small
is not
and
tiny.
skinny.
Yeah, he was skinny, so John called him fat, and
Fat Howard.
And we just turned it into PHAT to give him a little bit more gangster, a little bit more street cred.
Who's on the line, Del? Wants to thank Lance? Who? Who's Al?
I don't know. Somebody I've helped.
Oh, God. Al, how did Lance help you?
This is a two. First of all, I've listened to you guys for 30 years. I think it's probably the first time I've called. And John, I remember you breaking the Randy Johnson news on Sports Night Live. Just from star 610 to say 25 years later. Anyways, so yes, I too, when I was a wide-eyed college student, I gave I think a call or an email or something, and Lance got me in touch with Wex. And the reason it's true is because Wexler was just starting up working on Space City Sports, that the newspaper publication. Whatever, it's like a bi-weekly or a monthly thing.
Skip Red was part of that,
and, there you go. You guys work? Yes. Same flag, right? So, anyways, Lance, salt the earth, great guy, got me in touch with him, gave me, 20 minutes or more if I would have wanted, and completely misguided. I had no idea what I wanted to do. Just knew that I love sports, and I seemed to be starting to figure stuff out. So I just wanted to put those two together and give it a go. And Lance got me in touch with Wex, and Wex, definitely not cut from the same cloth as Lance, gave me about 14 seconds before he realized that, yeah, dude, this is either a waste of your time or my time or both of our time. But anyways, yeah, true story. That's what Lance is about. Completely true story.
That's who I am. Yeah.
But yeah. Yes, there you go.
I wonder if did John help you with Space City Sports, Al?
I didn't. Al never.
They know better. You were already on
the
the golf course.
All we just learned is that you were misguided in pushing him into a place he shouldn't have been in. That's what I just learned.
No.
Al moved on to something more successful away from sports.
The listeners heard it.
Yeah, I heard it too.
The listeners heard it.
Al turned pro in something other than sports. We just heard.
Yep.
You pushed him to a place he shouldn't have been.
Say whatever you want.
I will.
As another success story by me.
It wasn't a success story.
It was a success story.
A more discerning person
Anybody
ran
else want to say I helped you?
A more discerning person than Adam Wexler ran into Al and go, this is not for you.
Adam Wexler crapped on his dreams.
He goes, this is not for you, buddy. And Al went on to live a
you're
more
wasting my
life.
time and your own time.
Yeah. Well,
classic
Wex was
Wexler.
Right.
Yeah.
Wex was right.
Classic Wexler.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the game on Sunday. we got the Broncos. I'm going to tell you what. Their offensive line is good. Their defensive line is good. This is going to be they play now. Remember who did CJ get into it with on their
Singleton, the linebacker?
Yeah, the linebacker Singleton. He got in his face. He actually the whistle had blown, and he came up and tried to get in and was heading CJ, and CJ got right back at it, and they went at it a little bit. This is a different team. They had Russell Wilson at quarterback at that time, and Sean Payton hated his life while Russell Wilson was there. But he's loving life now with Bo Nix and what they're doing. Honestly, this is an under, right? I don't know. I'm not sure how it's good as much as Denver has done offensively this year.
Well, wait a
they
minute
haven't
now.
faced the Texans defense.
Right. Listen. Nico Collins, according to D'Amico and his comments, it sounds like Nico is just a matter of basically Nico said, it's a formality right now. He basically said he's coming back. He should play. He's in the protocol for now, but he should come back. So our top wide receiver comes back. Christian Kirk is expected back too. And not that matters because he could be hurt at any second. And the top cornerback in the league potentially is going to be out. I mean, hey, listen, all jokes aside, this is really, really favorable for the Texans. It's one of those things where if you're going to beat the Broncos, it just got easier. No Lamar Jackson, got a little easier for you. We've benefited situationally here recently, and this is another big benefit, not having, getting Nico back and not having to deal with Pat Surtain. And I'm not sure that Bo Nix is going to – you're right, John. He hasn't seen Derek Stingley. You look at Denver's wide receivers, and they don't really scare you. Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, Cortland Sutton, they don't really scare me.
Yep. No, listen.
You got J.K. Dobbins, that's fine. R.J. Henry, that's fine. They don't have some superstar group of position players.
But by the same token, the Texans have benefited from weak defenses as well. Their 3 wins came against depleted teams, and not only depleted teams, but last week it was incredible that that San Francisco was able to stop them at all with as little defensive line help as they had. This is going to be this defense. We've seen the Texans against better defenses, and it hasn't been good. Now, whether or not they've turned a corner offensively, I don't know why, because just 2 weeks ago in Seattle, they looked like crap. They played a good defense in Seattle. They played a good defense with the Rams. They played, okay defense with Jacksonville. I don't know. Okay, whatever. This has been really up and down. And when you're playing a good defense, although without Surtain, it's not going to be easy. It ain't going to be like last week, that's for sure. It ain't going to be like that the San Francisco
What's
game.
the plan for Benito and Cooper?
A lot of
tight ends as tackles as tight ends.
A lot of Blake Fisher. A lot of 6-man
Yeah,
line.
and you know what I was thinking about this morning? Literally when my wife said, make your side of the bed. I was like, you know what? I don't know why this is striking me at this particular time. Blake Fisher playing tight. This is actually a brilliant move by Nick Caley. I don't ever see anyone do this on pass sets. I've seen it done on run sets, big deal. On pass sets, if you got enough wide receivers, and sure, Dalton Schultz was out. That's part of it. But you know what? Why do you have to run a tight end out there? I mean, he's not as good a pass protector. So if you're going to keep him into pass protect, he's not as good.
No.
If you're going to have him out in a route, why not have 3 wide receivers out in a route? You basically are an 11 personnel, but with an extra offensive lineman. This is actually brilliant because you have extra real help in pass pro other than 256-pound tight ends who can't stop a runny nose.
Right.
Especially
exactly
Dalton Schultz. So it's actually a smart move.
And, okay, before we go to break, let's hear from Blake Fisher. Okay, so asked, hey, you're the 6th man, right? You're the 6th lineman. You're not the starting left tackle. You're not the starting right tackle. So asked, how is this different? Here's what Blake Fisher had to say.
I everything pretty much is just the same, really, pass blocking, run blocking. Sometimes you can be at the point of attack. Sometimes you be on the backside. It just depends on where you're at. We got some shifts and motions in there, too, that I got to be aware of as well. So it's kind of all like, I got to listen to the whole play call really now, more so than just kind of towards the end of it.
And you just got to be basically on standby with the coach, basically following around.
Yeah, just whenever the 21 personnel, the jumbo personnel comes up, I'm running in there.
When did they first kind of bring this idea up to you, and what was kind of the reaction?
I don't know, whenever the first time we did, I can't remember, what was that, Tennessee, maybe? First time I think we started. And then from there, we just, been putting in more plays, kind of different wrinkles and such. But yeah, Coach Scaly, he's a wizard, man. He be doing a lot of different things. Him and Coach Pop.
And how does it feel that the staff and your teammates are kind of entrusting you in this new role?
Yeah, it's great. Like I said, whatever I can do, to be, a help for the team, I'm gonna do. We have a really good team. Good competition this week in the Broncos, so I'm just gonna go out there and compete every time.
He sounds a lot like C.J. Stroud to me. A lot of the same mannerisms.
Yeah.
And sound.
Thank you to Landry Locker for that sound bite. We appreciate you, Landry.
Kind of me.
Does a great job. Yeah, listen, we're going to see more and more and more of this. We're going to see more and more. What was it, 31% last week? I'll bet you. I'm going to bet that it's going to be more, especially with you got the two bookend these defensive ends. You're going to need some more help, and you're right. Why put in – well, Dalton Schultz is hurt, but a guy that, is not as good as blocking. If he's going to stay in and block, put a Blake Fisher in.
Yeah.
A guy who can block.
That's just basic common sense, and I'm surprised more teams don't use it.
Now, here's the thing. How about a little wrinkle? Blake Fisher goes out for a pass.
Yeah. That's what Penei Sewell would do.
You're damn right he would.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's
so
what
Blake
Caden
Fisher
Proctor from Alabama would do.
Yeah. Yep.
He might run right there seam route. So far they've only used him in Wildcat to run the ball and throwing a little wide receiver screen to him at 360 pounds.
Yep. All right, you got to pick a Taqueria Sorrento's. Let's do that on the other side.
Yeah, we'll do that, and I'm really blessed to have people who are thanking me on the air for the things I've done. I'm assuming that's what they're on the line for. It says, thanks, Lance. Lance, what does that say, community story?
Okay.
I don't know what that doesn't sound like.
No one knows what that means, but Craig the Surf wants to thank you, too.
Yeah, Craig the Surf does thank me quite a bit all the time. He's like, thank you for everything that you do for us. It's incredible. And I say, no, thank you, Craig. And it's my humility kicks in. I'm like, no, thank you, Craig. Thank you for everything that you do for us. And when I say us, I mean my family directly. My son, who gets in town today, although he's flying in, but he drives in sometime with his Buick Envision. Loves his Envision. It's his first car. It was a great starter car for him. Fantastic. I got prices I loved on that on a 3-year lease. Absolutely love it. I'm leasing the Buick Enclave. The Buicks are awesome. They handle great. Really cool features inside. It's like a home away from home. You do a lot of driving, you're going to love the Buick because everything is so nice on the inside and it handles so effectively. But if you're looking to purchase, we just got a Chevy Equinox. Well, guess what? They've got even better finance rates right now for Equinox buyers. 2.9% financing at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC for well-qualified buyers and no payments for 90 full days. And this is going to be your midsize SUV, a 5-seater. Of course, they got a ton of different great 7-seaters, and truck month is extended. So whether it's the GMC Sierra pickup truck or the Chevy Silverado, awesome deals on trucks. They get you the interiors you're looking for, the colors, everything that you're looking for. If they don't have it, they'll trade with another dealership like they did for my wife to get the interior she was looking for. They go that extra mile, and they get you thousands off that other dealers can't get, especially with your trade-in value. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
All right, time to talk about your drinking habits. Okay, I don't know if you know mine. I'm a Coors Light guy. Okay, this is something that I'm proud of. I'm proud to have cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. We had a little round of golf yesterday. Afterwards, you sit down, you have a couple of beers in the right there at the bar at the course, and I mean, it doesn't get any better. It just doesn't get any better. It was nice and hot, and what a great day. And you need to be refreshed afterwards. You need cold, and Coors Light is cold. You can see it. You can see how cold it is. It's cold filtered. It's cold lagered. It's the world's coldest beer. You want to be chill? You want to keep Texas chill. Keep Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm doing my part here. Do your part there. Have some on hand whenever your boys come over. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. We got people, okay. Is this Father TJ? Is this or a different TJ?
Probably a different one because Father TJ doesn't call anymore because some of your salacious comments,
Filthy
I think,
things
turned
you
them off.
said.
Yeah, turned them off.
Oh, who's the one that when he gets angry starts throwing the H word, starts A word, and I mean in the hole and SDH.
He's not listening then.
In the morning, he does. He did listen in
He
the morning.
does his morning prayers, listens, and then he shuts it down and does probably a homily or something.
Well,
Starts
yeah, he's writing his
homilies.
homily for Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he just listens to the first 30 minutes.
And
Which, frankly, actually, that is when a lot of times I
that's
get
a
my most
lot of
angry.
time where you do things.
Yeah,
or
I do
say
get-
when you do
Sometimes I do get angry then. Maybe I did turn off. That's why this was probably not the same TJ.
Let's see which TJ this is. Hey, TJ.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, TJ?
I just want to give Lance his flowers because he brought this to the attention of everybody of all communities, many people. He brought this to the attention. The eyelids for kids, because I never knew so many kids did not have eyelids. So I just want to give Lance his flowers that he brought attention to that.
Thank you.
He even had he started
Well, I didn't start the
a pyramid scheme.
501c. It's
pyramid
not my.
scheme.
A bit.
We don't call it pyramid
We
scheme.
call it fraud.
No, I take credit for bringing attention to it, like you said, not for any.
You were the spokesperson.
Not tied directly to.
And then you set up a
management
Venmo
or five-
account.
Well, people just started Venmoing me, and I needed to
they
send
didn't
it back.
just start. You said, "Hey, if you want to Venmo me here."
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
but then
did.
that was a joke, and then they did, and I had to send it
No,
back.
a
So I wouldn't
joke.
be
You don't
tied
tell
in.
people to Venmo you money for a fake
That's
charity.
not fake. It's not fake. Eyelids for kids. Eyelids for
Yeah,
kids.
that's the
Why
Safe
they have.
Lights.
It's
That's the
similar.
Safe Light jingle.
It's
No,
just
it's
similar.
exactly what Safe Light sounds like.
There's similarities. I'll grant you that.
Also, he let people know that where they got those extra eyelets from for the kids. Where do they get them from? From the circumcisions of other
At
children.
different places. It can be elbow skin. It can be foreskin.
Yeah.
There's just different.
Those are the replacement eyelids for those kids.
You need something soft and malleable in terms of the
And so
skin for the
sometimes-
eyelids. Can you imagine having dry eyes like that
No,
because
I
you don't have
can't.
eyelids?
I can't
Or
imagine.
you have not fully formed eyelids.
Okay, I asked you.
In some countries, that's a problem.
I asked you if you would sacrifice a Rockets win for the Dodgers losing. Would you rather have dry eyes because you have no eyelids, or replacement eyelids from a circumcision?
Replacement eyelids.
You
I just
rather-
don't want people saying where it's from.
Okay.
I wonder if there are people who really are
What?
going to start Googling eyelids for kids.
I hope not.
I don't want
yeah,
it.
I hope
You know who
not,
I don't
too.
want to look into this? Pablo Torre.
No.
He's going to find out how much money you squirreled away.
Stupid Quentin, who used to be one of our salespeople, kept
Stupid.
sending me
He
money, and I'm
did.
like, Quentin, you got to stop this. Lead to an investigation.
Who's next, Del?
Oh,
La
no,
salsa.
I
¿Qué
don't
pasó,
want-
la salsa?
I don't want him.
Hey, ¿qué pasó, mijos? Hey, I want to thank Lance. Not only do I don't get wasted and poop in my homie's shoes,
That's
I want to thank Daddy Weather for giving us some good weather. Let's go.
Let's
We finally
go.
got
You're
some good
welcome.
weather because of Lance. Let's fucking
DuPont.
Duval. DuPont.
You're not allowed to say that in Jacksonville.
No, but you can't hear.
I did actually put people on DuPont, so I do take credit for that.
DuPont.
Don't say that. He's losing.
This
now.
isn't Jacksonville.
He's losing.
It's not Jacksonville.
Well,
RJ
RJ could get fired. He
because
could
of
get
that. Thanks,
fired.
Del.
What is that? Why would RJ get fired?
Because he ratted out the fact that that he's not supposed to play.
Well, he doesn't play it. I'm allowed to though.
And they're not winning anymore. He's not the hot topic over there. It's not.
I bet
oh,
you
look
he
how
is a hot
great
topic,
Liam Cohen
but
is.
for different
I know.
reasons.
They already want to fire him and pay him a $70 million buyout.
Duval.
Pro coaches do not get the same
That's
contracts.
a
Not
Billy
even
Napier
close.
thing, not a Liam Cohen thing.
How much did
It
Billy?
wasn't 70 because they
No.
never gave him an extension. I
It
believe,
wasn't
but
50 either.
No, they were smart enough not to give him. They knew pretty early.
You already know your fan bases are microwave fan bases. They're ready to get rid of guys immediately. Like, why would you give out 8 and 10-year deals when you know your fan base can turn like that and immediately call for a
recruiting
firing?
Lance.
Yeah.
Trick the kids
Recruiting?
into thinking
Well,
he's
it's
going to be
because
around
he's
for the
being
long
So
term.
4 and 5 years isn't enough. Players are only there 4 years.
Lane
Stability.
Kiffin put it perfectly. You do well, and guess what? They're coming after you. Your phone's blowing up for other jobs.
So
Same thing with the portal. Kid catches 5 passes. Oh, hey,
all you
got to
do is price fix. If you get in there and you collude to keep the salaries down on head coaches, everything's fine.
Well,
And
well,
that
here's
wouldn't
what
go
you got to
poorly?
do. Give him 5-year deals with a
Potentially
huge
illegal.
buyout.
Well, you use the word collude and artificially keep
Well,
prices down. That's
I'm
a problem.
I'm trying to just speak in plain language. But yeah, this Wild West of college football started with coaches basically and their agents gaming, not paying attention to their. In no sport, pro football, pro basketball, pro baseball, are you just allowed to leave. Only in college football and college basketball are you allowed to leave with no repercussions.
And European soccer. Coaches can leave anytime they want.
They can.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
doesn't
they can.
count. That's not American.
That's not American.
I know.
Well, no, and that's why college football is not. It's a pro sport. No, it's European. It's international soccer. Actually, it aligns with European soccer across the board. Forever free agency. You've got uncapped amounts of money that can be made. You've got managers who, and you got fans who want people gone in 1 year. Just like they'll fire a soccer manager, they call managers or coach, whatever. They'll fire them in 7 games. If the fans get mad enough, they'll just, you're gone. That's how college football is. James Franklin was. Now, that was a build-up.
No,
that was a
that's
build-up
long
over time.
Yeah.
Although he was.
That wasn't knee-jerk.
He was playing to become maybe a number 1 team in the
It
nation.
was a bit knee jerk. They was 6 games ago. They were in the playoff semifinal.
Yeah, that's kind of.
It's 5 years of never winning
Understood,
big
but
games.
But
you
what
were
about
one Drew Aller pick away from possibly playing in the title game. So I get what you're saying.
It is a little
it had
knee-jerk.
built up, but a
You're not
down
allowed to have a bad year?
A down year after what they did the year before. That's rough.
Yeah, but
It didn't used to happen like
how
that.
many times do you have to see that he can't win big games?
Well,
How many
why
times?
is Penn State sainted to win big games? Before he got there, what big
that's-
games were Penn State winning?
Well, but that's what you're there for.
That's fine, but
okay, that's what they hired you for.
Good luck.
You're in big games. You got to win big games. He didn't do it.
I would say, depending on what you think of their playoff run, they won a couple big games to get to the semifinal. But whatever. I'm just Penn State doesn't have a 30-year history of winning, and then James Franklin is screwing
according to
it
the
up.
history of college football, it's very knee jerk because you don't go to the Final Four and get fired the next year. That doesn't really happen. So it was a weird thing where they were. Yes, the narrative was he couldn't be top 10 teams, and that's true.
But he didn't get fired for that. He got fired for dropping the game to UCLA the week before.
Two straight weeks
after losing a big game.
But
straight weeks.
But if they had not fallen apart, he still has a job.
Hey,
all right, we got to break because we got to be on time for Josh Pate, top of the
whoever,
hour.
Whoever caller number 3 who says AFC North, the Ravens are an AFC North team. I'll let him be, whoever that is, my Taquerias when we come back, the Taquerias around us. challenge. We'll let him be the contestant.
Okay. He can win a $50 gift certificate.
Or
because
lose
you
it.
got that game tonight.
Or lose it.
Yep. He got Lamar back tonight, so he can pick.
What's his name, Del? Elliot?
All right.
We'll give Elliot
going to
the
be
shot.
the Taquerias Arandas contestant this week. I am going to talk right now about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. I want to talk about how great they are. I want to talk about what they're doing for this city because the World Cup is coming. Did you know they're already starting? The city has hired Houston Powder Coaters to go and fix up our parks and our light poles and all kinds of different stuff in the city so that we look great. And you know what? Oh, it's next year. Well, guess what? There's a lot to do. And secondly, next year, everything that they touch is going to still look like it's brand new because that's what Houston Powder Coaters does. Houston Powder Coaters, if you got a business and you got rust and you need Houston Powder Coaters, they'll come to you. Otherwise, if you're residential, they'll come and pick it up, whatever it is that you need powder coated. That's what they do. And they'll pick it up absolutely free. Pick it up and deliver it back to you absolutely free. Houston Powder Coaters is the premier. Go look at their Google reviews. Go look at the 5 stars that they've got. It doesn't get any better. When you got something metal and you need it to look great, there's one place to go, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
YouTube TV customers, this is your chance. Go to keepmynetworks.com for a chance to keep ESPN on YouTube television. You're going to miss out on college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Make sure you go to keepmynetworks.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, let's
Now
make
here's
this
John
quick. Elliot is
Granato
our
and
contestant
Lance
for
Zierlein.
the weekly Taquerias Arandas Challenge. This is what we do. We give you the Thursday night game, the side, and the total. If Elliot can pick it correctly, he is going to win a $50 gift card to any of the Taquerias Arandas locations around the city of Houston. If he picks incorrectly, he gets nothing. Boop, 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 boop. Sorry, game over. Or if you don't want to make a pick and you want me to make the pick and then you hope I lose, which is unlikely to happen, you can have me make the pick. Now, the Ravens are at the Miami Dolphins. The lowly Dolphins take on the Ravens. Lamar Jackson's back, but they're laying more than a touchdown. They're minus 7.5 tonight at Miami. The over-under is 51. Elliot, I will let you decide if you want to make the pick for a chance to win a $50 gift card to Taquerias Arandas.
I'm going to go ahead and let you pick, Lance. I like my odds with that.
All right. Baltimore Ravens are going to win this thing by double digits. I'll lay more than 7.5. Feels like a sucker move to be laying 7.5, but I think the Ravens understand this is pretty much a must-win. The Dolphins are quitters.
Didn't they just win their last game by multiple scores?
Yeah, but in a way. But, I mean, the
No,
Ravens.
it happened.
But the Ravens are going to win by
34-3.
double digits. So I've
whatever
officially,
the
AJ, Elliot, I've officially made you a Miami Dolphins fan tonight. Good luck.
Sorry, Elliot.
See how
It's not
you're going to
great.
see what Dell
Trust me.
feels like every game. Did you have a question about AFC North too?
I did. I was going to ask, and I'm going blank on it, what I was going to want to run by you. But I know I called in a few weeks ago, and the Steelers were on the verge of going up 4 games on the Ravens, and it's pretty wild that margin has shrunk significantly, and it just shows how quickly things can change in the NFL. So I guess I was just going to run that by you guys. What do you think the Ravens are going to end up doing the second half?
John,
I
you
hate
think the
those
Ravens
guys
are
with a
still
burning
in play?
passion.
Thanks, Elliot. Hey, make sure we have his information in case I lose. John, you think the Ravens are still in play, don't you?
Oh, I think the Ravens are going to win the division. Yeah. With Lamar back, they're playing better defensively, much better defensively the last couple of games.
They actually are, yeah.
So I think they've got it together. They're much better than they have been in the past. And I don't know why this is happening, but have you guys seen Sydney Sweeney on the at the Variety?
No, but she's jacked.
Power of Women thing last night.
Strong.
You gotta
just Google Sydney Sweeney
Variety
and Euphoria.
Well,
no.
I started watching Euphoria.
You don't have to do that.
There's a lot going on in Euphoria.
That's
Del.
true, but she's got a haircut of like a news anchor from the 2000s
I didn't even know
now.
Does she have hair?
Yeah, well, yes.
Oh, she
if
does.
she was
Wait, well,
bald,
no,
you
she
probably
just
noticed.
did,
well, she was in that Christy Martin movie.
Oh,
She's playing Christy Martin.
She's playing Christy Martin.
But that's ended filming months ago, I think.
Yeah, she's back looking like Sydney Sweeney again. It's
Sydney Sweeney frees the nipple in a totally sheer naked
This is
chainmail
why
dress.
T-
Is this
Father
what you
TJ
were
wants
talking
nothing to
about?
do with you.
Yes.
Is this what you were talking about?
It's disconcerting.
Or you're
For who? You?
Well, for people.
Not for me.
No,
I'm fine.
this is.
It's
Oh my
basically-
God! This is also sexual assault of the
It's
eyes.
assault. It's
She's
assault.
assaulting your eyes.
It is.
She
Did
is
I ask
assaulted.
to see this?
No.
No.
This is assault.
Maybe you
Is
should
it-
be blaming
Del,
John. He sent
let me
you
ask
to
you
the
a question.
pictures.
Is it unwanted? Is it unwanted assault
I'm
on
asking.
the eyes?
Well, you should be answering that question, not me. Is it unwanted?
We hear that if this is what I've heard, and it should be true. If somebody does something to you that you don't want, that's unwanted,
well, answer
they
the
get in
question.
trouble for it.
Is it unwanted?
Yes, I'm married.
No.
Then why did you go to it when John told you about it?
Because I thought it was about the haircut. You tricked me into thinking it was about a
you thought
haircut.
John sent
then
you
it's
there because of a haircut?
And it's a nip factory in this place.
I don't know if they're making nipples there.
Well,
No.
I mean,
Well, they're making them.
they're making
They're making them.
it's
They're making
there.
them better.
I would say, you guys, you're grown men. You've seen a nipple before. Relax. That's all I would say.
Yeah,
it's fine.
No, I'm not. I'm actually mad about this.
You're upset.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah.
Well, you and Josh Pate can talk about nipples, I guess, on the other side.
No, he
How
just
upset
talks
you are.
college football.
Okay. You don't think he can diversify?
He's newlywed. Let him have about 10 years. We can have this conversation.
Okay. Well, he's up next.
All right.
Yeah, Josh Pate is up next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, quick break.
I mean, goodness.
Josh Pate on the other side.
Put him away.
Don't go anywhere. We're talking
away.
college football with.
You can close the
Put
tab.
him away.
You can close the tab.
I'm trying
right
to
now.
read a story, and it's right here in my face.
I'm trying to talk about the Chastangs. I'm trying to talk about 80-some years, 85, 86 years in the car industry in the city of Houston. How does the family name stay for 8 decades in a city? They do it right. That's what they do. It's passed down. I'm big on at the top, okay, of any organization that you have, the right person and it feeds down throughout. If you've got, a bad owner, it just feeds down. You see this in all the sports, right? But if you've got a great owner, then it feeds down throughout the organization, and that's what happens at Chastang Ford too. It happens in business, it happens in sports. And the Chastangs have been doing it right. They make sure that all their employees are doing it right. They don't want you to give them the most money you possibly can. That's not what they're about. What they're about is getting you into that car or truck, that SUV or that truck, at what you can afford. Right? One of the first things I'll ask you is, what do your payments have to be at? Get you great service, get you a great price, customize the way you want it, not the way that they want it. Not going to add on, not going to mark up. This is the most important thing. You will be back. You will buy a car or a truck from Chastain and you'll go back because you love how they do business. That's why they're the number one commercial Ford dealer in the city. That's Chastain Ford. I love them. You'll love them too. You're looking for that Ford truck or SUV? ChastainFord.com on 610 in Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown, Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back. Time for Josh Pate, the Josh Pate College Football Show on YouTube. Josh Pate presented by Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew Walmart? All right, Josh, this Louisiana governor thing, oh, my gosh. This is bad. I mean, not that Scott Woodward can pick a coach, but that the governor is involved. I'm not oh, my goodness. And he's so Cajun. I know you've got thoughts on LSU and that it's kind of a mess behind the scenes. What did you think of yesterday's press conference with the governor?
Well, I don't really know why people continue to pay for Netflix, for Prime, for HBO Max. You have this. Why do you need anything else? This is free. This is just coming to us free of charge. I know a lot of people got a lot of laughs at that yesterday. I looked at it from a little different angle, because I'm kind of, we're immersed in this stuff. So I know the governor has his hands on the LSU coaching search. Like, we all know that. It doesn't quite get borne out in a press conference like it did yesterday very often, but we all know that's the reality. What I noticed, what I took away from the whole thing was Jeff Landry got up there. Like, no matter where you fall on this, no matter where you fall politically, there's something he said yesterday you would have agreed with, and there was some stuff he said yesterday that you thought was crazy. But he kind of scatter-plotted it. He said a lot of stuff. Like, he said the buyout numbers in college football are crazy. Well, that, on the surface, is accurate. He also said everyone's represented by the same agent. Well, that, of course, is nonsense. But at the very core of it all I continue to care about is who's the next coach at LSU going to be. So he addressed that. And he said, Scott Woodward's definitely not going to be the one that makes this hire. And he was talking about what's not going to happen and what's not going to happen and what's not going to happen. And someone in there in the audience asked him, who is going to make the hire? And the first three words out of his mouth were, I don't know. Now, it was very quick. He said, I don't know. I just know it's not going to be so-and-so. Well, that just leaves me scratching my head because I'm thinking along the lines of an agent. I'm thinking along the lines of an LSU fan. I'm thinking along the lines of maybe a candidate for that job. you already fired your previous head coach, and you don't know from your own mouth who's going to make the next hire. Now, he went on to add conditions. He said, well, we'll get us a coach, we'll get a board of supervisors, and they'll decide. And then he said, I'm not going to hire the next coach, but the board of supervisors is appointed by the governor. So everyone who is responsible for hiring the head coach at LSU answers to the governor of Louisiana. So it's a mess. And in a day and age where I think all of us understand it's not quite as necessary to be at a place like LSU to win as it used to be, you really got to have proper alignment for your job to be viewed as the kind of destination job that you needed to be viewed as. And I don't think yesterday did a lot to enhance that. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, you made that comment. I saw it, and we were talking about which of these jobs are the best jobs, and I know there's a thought probably LSU, but something you said. Well, you just said what you intimated earlier. You just reiterated what you said earlier in the week, is that it's not a great job if things aren't where they need to be behind the scenes. What appears to be a good job can actually not be as good a job as you think if it's. Now, I would also say that one particular case, Nick Saban, which I'm telling you, I've heard from before the year started that he was sniffing around on LSU. So that's before Brian Kelly had ever even lost a game. If you don't have an AD in place, that actually might be beneficial for a guy like Nick Saban to come in, because he wants to be the CEO of the whole thing anyway. He doesn't want your input at all. He wants 0% input from you. And maybe it's a good thing if you want to attract a Saban, because he gets to come in and kind of find an AD to kind of work with him, similar to, NFL head coaches getting to pick their own GMs. I wonder if that would actually be a benefit if Nick were to actually consider that.
Well, maybe. Let's just say the answer is yes to all that. I'll go a step further. I mean, is Nick Saban the answer here? Like, he turns 74 tomorrow.
Right.
So is Nick Saban the answer there? Mind you, we've recently seen Nick Saban. This isn't like John Gruden, where he hadn't coached in a decade. We've seen Nick Saban recently. The last time I saw him, he was getting out because he didn't like where it was headed. Have things changed? Like, have I missed the boat on that? So I don't know. It's like the same way when people say, hey, they should bring Ed Orgeron back. It's really funny. It makes people laugh. And with Saban, he's got a massive track record, so it even makes people go, I don't know. Well, I do. That's not where I'd go if I were LSU. If I were running the search, I don't think that's where I'd go. Now, I'll tell you what I would do. If Nick Saban said he wanted to help me in the search, I'd be more than happy to take that call. If Saban said he wanted to run for governor down there, maybe I would even help him fund his campaign. But I don't know that I would be looking – I don't know that I would ever look in the rearview mirror of my own program as to what my answers should be for the future. But to go back to what you just said, Lance, I could make you the argument that when it's aligned, LSU is the best job in the country. Or when it's aligned, maybe even if you disagree with me, it's a top 5 job.
Right.
But to put it in terms that people driving around Houston would fully understand, well, the guys in the audience at least, think about in your past the most attractive woman you've ever seen. Hopefully it's your wife, but just you don't have to admit it. You don't have to say it out loud. Just think about it. And think about on the surface, viewing her from a distance, what you felt like a relationship with her could be. And then you get closer and you realize her mom's a disaster and she's got all kinds of different toxic personality traits, and it's just one after another and a long list of what makes it really, really a nightmare beneath the surface. That's kind of the way these jobs are. It doesn't matter how incredible they look. It doesn't matter how incredible it sounds. If you don't have alignment, it actually makes it worse. Because everyone's going to expect you to be happy with that girl, just like everyone's going to expect you to win because it's LSU. And when you're not aligned behind the scenes and you don't win, you actually get viewed worse. You get trashed worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's really great points, because toxic. I mean, that's actually a really good analogy. And with that said, let me transition over and segue over to University of Texas. I spoke to somebody that you and I both know. You pretty much know everyone around college football, who believes that the stuff that Diana Rossini brought up, he believes it's accurate. And he thinks that it's not coming from Sark and it's not coming from Jimmy Sexton, but that there is, and he went into a little bit more detail that I'm not going to bring up, but he seems to believe that there is a possibility that Texas opens up as a program but obviously they're not going to buy out Sark. So what have you heard, and what percentage would you give it that Texas is a job that could open up this year?
5 or 10%.
That's what I would.
I don't think there's zero validity to it. Yeah, I watched the way people handled Diana Rossini, and she's in a no-win position there because I would 1,000% believe she heard what she heard, and I 1,000% believe she heard it from people in the NFL. So, yeah, Sark didn't tell her that. No one around Sark told her that. No one at CAA told her that. But that doesn't mean no one told her that. I mean, Diana Rossini's not someone you listen to and you say, who? She's got a pretty good track record. Like, I think she understands what she's doing. So I will say also, I don't really even think you need breaking news on this. You don't need to have someone report to you Steve Sarkeesian or anyone, Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, anyone would listen to the NFL if they offered. Every one of them would. Who in the world gets a knock on their door, hey, it's the Chicago Bears, or hey, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they say, nope, not even interested in hearing you. So, of course, he would listen to what they had to say. Steve Sarkeesian's been in the NFL before. Like, of course, the guy has interest in how he would fare there. This is not – it's not some toxic clickbait headline, man. I know if I'm a Texas fan, yeah, I hate to hear it. Just like if I'm an Ohio State fan, I'd hate to hear it about Ryan Day. But all this trashing of reporters simply because they reported something that I have a pretty good reason to believe she really did hear is so dumb. It doesn't mean the guy's going anywhere. I'm a college football guy, so I don't ever want college football coaches to leave for the NFL. So I hope Steve Sarkeesian's there forever, and they pull the nose up, and they beat Vandy Saturday, and they go on to make the playoff. That's what I hope, selfishly. But, yeah, I think there's a little bit to it.
All right, forget Texas and LSU. They're irrelevant. The team in the state of Texas is Texas A&M. Where is Texas A&M on your they could win the national championship? And when is Marcel Reed going to get his due for the Heisman?
We're in a very weird place here. So let me answer in order. A&M's way up there. A&M has about as good a shot as anyone, right now we're working on this default position that Ohio State's the favorite, and I have no idea what to do with Indiana. But if we're working on that default, the next rung, the next shelf on the grocery store aisle, A&M's right there. I also don't think they've played their fully best football yet. So they could be a very dynamic team. They can beat you in multiple ways. They could peak at the right time, like Ohio State did last year. And, that kind of has a part B of we still don't really know how good Ohio State is. I think they're great. I don't know that because I haven't really seen the water pressure against the dam. I don't know if there are any cracks. With Marcel Reed, I don't pay a lot of attention to the Heisman. I don't get the sense that there's a really well-formed Heisman picture right now. And you can correct me on that if I'm wrong, because I really don't pay attention to it a whole lot. But I don't I think the same thing about Haynes King. Someone asked me the other day, hey, how come Haynes King is not being mentioned? Just like how come Marcel Reed's not being mentioned? And for all I know, they are being mentioned. But even if they're not, have people really sunk their teeth into it yet? Because I think the same people who vote on the Heisman are the same people who are talking about the playoff, and they're the same people voting in the AP, and they're the same people who have coaching searches to cover in October all of a sudden. I think people with Heisman votes are just kind of sitting around waiting until the second to last week of November before they even take it seriously. So for all I know, Marcel Reed is going to rocket up the Heisman odds, which reminds me, I need to go check what the odds are because I may need to place a bet on that logic.
It feels like it's Ty Simpson and Mendoza right now, but, a loss for either of those teams and everything. Dante Moore is the favorite at one point.
Sayin is in it now, too.
And Sayin is in it, too. So it actually is wide open for what it matters. Who's better, Ohio State or Indiana, Josh?
I think it's Ohio State, but, if I were driving around listening to me say that and I heard the trepidation in my voice, my first reaction would be, he's just saying that because Ohio State's a big brand name. And you are pretty much right about that. Ohio State, it's more so than the brand. It's that they have a long-established proof of performance under Ryan Day, and there's still a lot of newness about Indiana. And what I can't get past, Lance, you may feel the same way. You do scouting a whole lot. Like, it's really hard for me to look at a college football roster knowing full well it's not loaded with 4- and 5-star talent. and to really think my eyes are telling me what my eyes are telling me, and that is they are clowning a lot of these teams with 4 and 5-star talent consistently.
Yep.
And they're going to do it in the playoff consistently. I know what I'm seeing. I just can't believe what I'm seeing, if that makes any sense. So until they meet them in Indianapolis and beat them, I'm going to have to say Ohio State over Indiana. But at the same time, man, like, it's not just that Indiana's not doing what Virginia's doing. Virginia is playing nobody and scraping by. That is not a great team. Indiana, they're sometimes playing someone like Oregon and beating them soundly. And then when they play lesser teams, they're beating them by 50, which is exactly what you do. And for anyone who wants to say, oh, well, it was just UCLA, brother, Bama went to South Carolina last weekend and had to come from behind to win. And I give Bama all the credit in the world for that. I'm just trying to illustrate when one of them is playing an inferior opponent, it's still a game. When the other one's playing an inferior opponent, they are body bagging them by halftime.
Yeah, it gets to coaching too. I mean, it's one of the reasons that I think there's only a handful of elite quarterbacks in the NFL, and yet everyone gets paid like it. I think there's just a real handful of Dan Lanning's one. I think Kirby Smart. I mean, we could all name them. But Cignetti is definitely in that group. You don't get this level of play, as you mentioned, from 3-star players who are playing like 4-star players, because that's what's happening. And so that often gets to coaching then as you get your program to a certain level and you start to attract higher level players. That's when you build your program like Nick Saban did at Alabama. I would argue like at one point Chris Peterson was doing. Like, you have an opportunity to build on your success and change the narrative of an entire program, which Cignetti has a chance to do.
Here's the I don't want to just skip past what you just said. Okay, so when Kirby takes over Georgia, he comes there from being a coordinator. It's his first shot at being a head coach, and he turns out he's a rock star. Dan Lanning, same thing at Oregon. He's a young guy, he's a coordinator, first-time head coach, turns out he's a rock star. Cignetti was sitting there in his 60s at James Madison. Mm-hmm. Everybody's known him, at least people who are interested in knowing him. Everyone has known him for like 2 or 3 decades, and it just so happens he also is a rock star waiting to be given an opportunity. And not only that, he's not handed the keys to Georgia or Oregon. They hand him Indiana. Indiana's job is to lose games in the Big Ten. Same as Purdue, same as Northwestern. That's their job in the Big Ten. So if anything, he's a guy who's been around forever, and he is being put in a disadvantaged position. And it didn't even take a year. He just hit it like right out of the gate. I think it's one of the wildest out-of-nowhere stories that we've seen in a long time.
Yep. What happens with the Big 12 this year? BYU's got a tough schedule down the stretch. Cincinnati might be the best team. They're playing really good. For Texas Tech just had that one hiccup. University of Houston goes to Arizona State. I mean, they're not at the top of the list, but, man, that's a good conference.
Yeah, there's a weird sort of juxtaposition right now of what happens with the Big 12 and what happens with the ACC. Because there are a lot of people out there who do the bracketology stuff that are saying there's a high likelihood the Big 12 is a one-bid league, which I don't even know if that's the way it's going to play out. But the reason I mentioned the ACC is because there are these scenarios where 3 ACC teams make it in, and only one of them is probably, a quote-unquote playoff caliber team, roster, whatever you want to call it. It's weird to look at the scenarios. And now Texas Tech, just use Texas Tech as an example. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, we're sitting here talking about them, and not only are they going to make the playoff, they can do damage in the playoff. If they lose this weekend, they are probably out because that would be a second conference loss. They're on the road at Kansas State. The line is 7. It's a very, very tight game. And they got Brigham Young at home next weekend, 11 a.m. Like Texas Tech, the tightrope elevated really quickly for them. So I agree with you about Cincinnati. They're playing Utah. My internal numbers, my power ratings have Utah as the best team in the Big 12 right now, by the way, which surprised me. They host Cincinnati Saturday night. So a lot of cannibalization. I just feel like in the Big 12, it feels like all the good teams play each other, and it does not feel that way in the ACC at all. It's the craziest thing in the world. It feels like no one actually plays anyone in the ACC. So you got Georgia Tech, you got Virginia,
Louisville is sitting there still with one loss. And then Miami's another one of them. And there is a doomsday scenario out there that I don't have time to paint up for you, but I'm telling you, it's not like totally crazy, where the four of them are sitting there with either 0 or 1 loss. And you gotta answer whether you're going to put 3 and 2 loss Big Ten and SEC teams in over them or not, which I would. I'm just saying the committee's got to answer that.
Josh Pate, every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Where you going this week?
I am headed to Dallas, Texas for Miami SMU.
Wow. Wow.
Slumming.
Why is that?
Just kidding.
You know what? Good game.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah.
It's not. It also kind of lets you know that there's not a big, bad, bold headliner really going on this week. Like a couple of big hammers going on, like we saw last few weeks.
We had them last. Where did you go last week, Josh?
Where were we last week? Man, my weeks run together. What was
You were
last
in
week?
you were at Vanderbilt.
Oh, you
right?
stayed home.
Yeah, I didn't even go anywhere. I went to Missouri Vanderbilt.
Hey, can Missouri still beat teams with their starting quarterback with a broken ankle?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I think that, and it was really, really obvious talking to those guys after the game. They understood. Wind just came out of the sails.
A&M is,
A&M,
A&M
how
still has
lucky is
Missouri.
that?
Oh, A&M's got a great schedule. No Georgia, no Alabama on the schedule. No, Texas is not the same team that we thought early in the season. Like they're going to get Missouri without their quarterback. Things are lining up for A&M. We'll see. That's why a lot of Aggies are like, I've seen this before.
Yeah. And what do you think of Vanderbilt, Texas this week?
I am leaning Texas. I love backup quarterbacks. I'm leaning Texas. I also love the added benefit that defense, which is supposed to be the heart and soul of that team, got exposed a little bit on the road in Starkville, so they got a back against the wall spot. It's a good team to get right against. Vanderbilt's not really good at pushing the ball down the field through the air. All of their explosives are run explosives, and Texas hasn't given up 1 over 40 all year. So I like Texas. Low-scoring game, ugly game, typically, but I like Texas.
Yeah. What if he plays really well? Caldwell plays really well.
I kind of want to see what happens. It'd be fun to see what happens. Like, ooh, what do you do now? I mean, they go back to Arch, but
look, it's every time he comes in, he completes a pass right away. And while Arch is struggling, it'll be interesting. Arch is going to get the job, obviously, right away. But you know what? You're going to start hearing Texas fans clamor, going, "What are we doing? You know what? If the other guy's better, the other guy's better."
Yep. Yeah, well, look, that's a much better position to be in than we don't have a quarterback, period. So I would welcome that at this point in the year.
Yep. That's Josh Pate, brought to you right here by Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart. Josh, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Thanks, Josh.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, Josh can be in Texas. Won't be in Texas. Going to be at Dallas. GiveMeTheVin.com is in Dallas. It's in Houston. John Clay Wolf started here. All right? He started it here in the city of Houston. I think Houston was one of his first markets. I think Dallas was up there too. He's got a place outside of Dallas. He's got a ranch not far from Dallas. Loves the state of Texas. Loves giving you the most money you can possibly get for your car. And here's the deal. The deal is this, is that GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 a month. GiveMeTheVin.com it's crazy. It is crazy. This dude, he just continues to give away money every month. All you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com. You sign up, and you're going to get 250 entries for the $25,000. Or if he buys your car from you, you get 1,000 entries. So GiveMeTheVin.com, it's just ridiculous, actually. Why is this dude just giving money away? Because he's crazy. He is nuts. He really is. He's always giving more. He says, I'll beat CarMax or I'll send you $100, and he does that. It's rare that he has to do that, but he does that. I've got proof. My buddy Michael, he got $100 from John Clay Wolf, and it's just amazing. He has set up the biggest car buying network in the country and started right here. So you're looking to sell your car, there's one place that you have to go with the guarantee that he will beat CarMax. GiveMeTheVin.com, GiveMeTheVin.com.
YouTube customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Oh, John Chill not going to be able to join us. So he is going to miss this segment.
That's interesting.
So you have a he does say it's going to be interesting a lot. You have an opportunity to get in now, 713-780-3776, 73. A reminder that you got to get your turkey from Damaris today. Order it today, and order the fried Cajun turkey. Best turkey I've ever had, ever. It's incredible. Adele, they don't smother it with They inject it.
I'm aware.
Inject it.
I'm aware they don't play when it comes to their Cajun turkey.
Yeah. So, just so you know.
They don't smother it in spicy chipotle.
No.
It is infused, as they say. Infused with spices.
That's right. That's exactly.
People were thanking me for a lot of what I've done for them
no one was
earlier.
doing that, really.
Many people did, including Fat Howard, a caller, Al, that you're trying to, I don't know if that's really his name, but Ryan thanks us too. He said, I used to skip classes to listen to John and Lance. If it wasn't for John and Lance, I would be a doctor or a lawyer. Instead, I drive a forklift now. Thanks, John and Lance. Is that was that meant as a compliment?
He said thanks.
He did say thanks.
Yeah.
And then somebody else said, sounds like you avoided a bunch of stress in your life. You're welcome. So that's true.
Yeah, that is true.
And
have high stress jobs.
And also, you hit a tax bracket that's higher. So
think of all the debt you missed out on.
Yeah. How much you'd have to pay the government.
Holy crap. Oh, no. Yeah. College debt.
Yeah.
For trying to, because you have to go to medical school. Yeah, we really did actually.
Really helped you out.
In a way, we really did help.
You did. I don't know how long you have to train to be a forklift operator, but I imagine the debt, if you incurred any, you probably have paid off already. Look, those guys doing you favors.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, when you're trying to date someone, I don't know if it hits the same if you say forklift operator, but it depends on the woman you're after. That's all.
I've been told it's actually better to make less money.
Who told you that?
Just people trying to gaslight.
Okay.
You don't need to make more money. It's better to make less.
It kind of is.
Less stressful.
That's what I've gone with. I let my wife make it.
Well, somebody in a household's making it.
So you still enjoy the money coming in. You just didn't have to work for it.
No, I really don't get it too much.
You don't have to work for it.
It's her money.
I mean,
she can't spend it all.
I only know about.
Oh, how wrong you are, my friend.
I mean, I can only see the room above your garage. I don't know how the rest of your house looks, but it's nice to take advantage of what your wife's hard work, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the house is nice, but
the furniture, you get new furniture every couple of years.
Every couple of years?
John and Lance changed my life for the worse. Thanks, John and Lance. I don't think that's the spirit of what we're going for today.
That's possible, though.
That's
I
not the
wouldn't rule it
spirit
out.
of what we're going for.
No, but it's probably true. Probably true. Yeah, a lot of young men going on their way. They learn things that they shouldn't have been learning with their dad in the car.
And then they say things
That's
they shouldn't
true.
say.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
So Wendy treats furniture like she might treat like last season's handbag?
Or like an iPhone.
Not even.
Well, 3 years.
He's saying less than that.
I know he is.
I can tell you.
There's no way it's less than that.
There is a package at our door, at least 2 or 3 a day.
That package isn't a sofa.
Yes.
No, but
it's not it's not a love
don't
seat.
worry.
No, I have a couch at my house from John.
Oh.
That's actually the truth. Is we have a couch that is from John. I went and picked it up. It is from his house. He's like, we're just getting rid of this. I'm like, this isn't messed up or anything. No. Just getting rid of it.
It was last season's couch.
Yeah. Before he moved, I got a new couch. It wasn't a new couch, but it certainly wasn't badly used.
No. And he wanted the one.
I wanted the good one.
He wanted the
wife,
one in my TV room.
My wife goes, "Why aren't you asking about that one?" I said, "Let me check."
Okay.
I said, "Let me check."
Hey.
They're keeping this one. Boo.
Yeah.
For how long? A year? Just give it up. You don't need to fill up. That could end up taking too much room up in your little truck full of furniture.
It's perfect.
It might not fit.
On 3, their Heisman watch has Ty Simpson number 1, Fernando Mendoza 2, Marcel Reed 3, Pavia, Sayan, King, Chambliss, and on and on. So Marcel Reed, I think he's starting to garner some attention. I think Marcel Reed, okay, you see him play, and we see, I see Jalen now playing in the NFL. I don't think Marcel is much different.
Jalen's a lot bigger, a lot stronger.
Well, I don't know. Marcel is the quickness that he displays.
I'm not saying he's not quick, but he's 195 pounds. That's small. Jalen benches. He squats 600. This guy's legs snap in half at 250.
You don't know.
Well,
what are you doing?
No, but I'm saying is their body types.
Yeah,
are
they're different body types.
He's more
different play styles.
He's
too.
much more Jaden Daniels. Only 6'1".
I'm talking. No, I meant Jaden, not Jalen. I meant Jaden.
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's more. I think Jaden's taller, but
that is who I'm talking. I'm not talking. I meant Jaden, not Jalen. Jaden Daniels. Marcel Reed reminds me. of
Jaden Daniels is 6'4", 210 coming into the league. This guy's 6'1" and about 195. So even he's even thinner than that. But he's played great. I mean, he's played great. But how much of that, John, do you think? You saw him last year. How much of that do you think is he has just these premier? He's not a great deep ball thrower in terms of accuracy. How much of this is due to these portal wide receivers making his life really easy? Like I'm saying, as a next level player, not the Heisman. It can be anybody. We already know that.
The thing about it is, though, and like Jaden Daniels had that same thing, but Jaden Daniels took off and made plays like Marcel Reed.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden Daniels did have Malik, and he did have Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas, who's ending his own career this year.
The good Brian Thomas, not the bad one.
Yeah. No, he did have that. He had Kyron Lacey. I mean, he had some receivers over there now, but he did operate independent of those receivers once he got in the NFL. So,
listen, I think Marcel is going to be a pro quarterback.
You do?
Yes, I do.
I have my doubts, but I really haven't studied him, so I can't really say for sure.
He's got the. I mean, he's 17-6. 61.4 isn't great, but he does throw the ball down the field with these guys. And, part of those incompletions are because it's not just all dink and dunk, but he's got the wiggle. He reminds me a lot running the football. He reminds me a lot of Jaden Daniels.
I just don't. Well, we're going to see when he's really tested. We're going to see how he played like booty against Texas last year, but he also did not have near the threats offensively. This game against I think they'll roll past Missouri, but this game, golly, we've turned into a college football show. We don't even talk about Texans now, but this is interesting to me at least. I just a game against Texas, even though Texas right now defensively isn't quite the team I thought they were, that's gonna say a lot. I don't really see. Alabama didn't have the defense. Like, I'm not sure anyone just stops A&M's offense this year. I'm really not. And I went and had lunch over at Tula yesterday and visited with Brian Caswell, who, his dad played on the Aggie National Championship team. Long-term Ag. He listened to the show. He goes, you guys said exactly. It's like those of us who are lifetime Aggies, we are waiting for the shoe to drop. He said, we're all just like, we've been here before. Something happens that you don't expect. He goes,
I just hope it's not an injury that bags this season.
Wow.
Yeah, stay healthy.
He said it just now, guys.
No, I mean, that can derail a season.
I
Right
know.
now. Look at Missouri.
Yeah, and Marcel will run some too. But
Marcel will run a lot. I mean, it's
could we
critical.
win? Could we win with the Texans if Davis Mills was a quarterback right now? I mean, we're just giving him he didn't do good enough in the past. I'm asking that because it's kind of a setup.
Well,
Because
he
everyone
didn't
thinks
have this defense.
no, but everyone thinks the backup quarterback always has these magical powers. I'm just kind of testing that theory. Do you
I don't
think
know.
he would win with what CJ's got?
I'm liking right now that CJ likes to run more.
I do too. He seems much more confident. He
Yeah.
just gets into the game when he runs. I don't know what it is, but he gets a swagger to him when he exits the pocket and runs a little bit. Not a lot, but I don't know. There's something about him where he just seems like his confidence goes up.
Yeah, I really like this Aggie. I really like this Aggie team. I really think that they've got a chance. And you know what? It is that you said it earlier this week. It's Ohio State. People, we know Ohio State. We know Ohio State can do it. Ohio State is probably with their resume right now. If it wasn't Ohio State, if that was Vanderbilt, they wouldn't be the number one team in the country.
No,
they would not be the number one team.
No,
in the country.
they started way up there.
Right.
That's the only reason why.
That's the only reason why. But the resume that Texas A&M has right now, yet everybody is still got to be a little leery.
Yeah, but also like we said, there's no Georgia, there's no Alabama. At least
there will
at this
be at
point,
the end of the year.
At this point, no Georgia, no Alabama, no Vanderbilt. They got Notre Dame early in the year, which is a benefit. There's no Ole Miss, and Ole Miss is maybe the scariest. Like it probably goes for me. It probably goes Georgia from a standpoint of they just get ready for those games. I think Ole Miss is scarier than Alabama personally. Their offense is just really tough to defend. A&M is avoiding all those teams. They avoid Pavia. They avoid Ole Miss. They avoid Georgia. They avoid Alabama. Now, they're going to run into somebody in the championship game if they play it.
As it stands now, A&M won't face a top – well, of course they're including this – a top 5 team in the SEC. Texas, depending on what happens.
Not even a top 5?
Yeah.
Wow.
Texas, depending on what happens against Vanderbilt, may fall out of the top 6, which is certainly on their schedule. So, yeah, I won't say it's been easy. You go on another day and win.
Now it is. That's
that
why.
Doesn't matter.
That's why I'm kind of hesitant to just talk about their quality of opposition. Like it, they've actually had a very favorable. At the end of the day, if you win all your games, you win the national championship.
If you don't lose a game that
frequently
makes it so your resume can be looked at against other teams with the loss. You just winning. You keep winning, and you go undefeated. No one can say anything as far as the regular season is concerned.
But listen. I think in the championship game, I don't know that they can't beat Alabama.
I don't either.
Yeah,
I don't either. Like I don't. That's the thing is, as long as you have as long as your offensive line plays at a high enough level, you got 2 running backs that can control the clock. You've got 2 outstanding, really 3 very good wide receivers, 2 elite wide receivers, a quarterback who's mobile. You've got everything you need. You don't have a great defense, but you got a defense that can step up at times and has played really well at times. I just don't think anyone – I think you better have an offense if you want – see, Ole Miss can match them offensively. I think that's a rough matchup for Texas A&M, Ole Miss. Kirby Smart is always a tough matchup because he knows how to get ready for you. Alabama, I think A&M can play with and beat Alabama. I don't know how Texas is going to get enough points against A&M. I really don't. I think A&M's getting to minimum 27, 28 points. That's a minimum against Texas. Can Texas muster that much offense? I don't know. That's why Alabama, to me, I don't love the schedule they've played, Texas A&M, like in terms of if I want to argue with somebody about how tough the schedule is. I don't think it really matters that I love that the Rockets won their first championship and didn't have to play Seattle. Oh, well, too bad, so sad. Don't care. I don't have to have the toughest schedule because guess what? The next year, the Rockets played the toughest schedule we've ever seen in the postseason ever.
Well, they brought that on themselves.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Not being great in the regular season.
Maybe the Longhorns are the Rockets of this year, or the 95 Rockets.
Who's the Hakeem of the Longhorns?
Easy. Wisner. Oh, Niblet.
Niblet
is the dream.
But he only makes an appearance what, 4 to 5 times a game?
Yeah,
Well,
that's
a big
enough.
4 to 5.
It's enough to win games.
Not if you kick it out of bounds.
They've won games with him making that
you know
many.
what? SEC teams should figure out, just kick the ball out of bounds.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then you
30-yard
you
punt,
keep that
you're
from
safe.
happening.
30-yard punt out of
just
bounds.
kick it out of bounds.
If all 5 guys just guard Hakeem, then he's not going to get the ball
Well,
either.
that's not the same thing.
he
That's not the
kicks
same
it out
thing
to-
because Hakeem
to
still
Robert Ory.
has a say.
Robert Ory, bang!
If you kick the ball out of bounds, the player has no say in what happens. He has to walk back to the sideline.
That's like Dream not getting any touches.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's
just
not great.
5 guys on Dream. We don't care what everybody else does.
But yeah, someone else could hurt you. There's an easy solution to keep Niblett from hurting you. Kick it out of bounds. Then nothing happens. Maybe it's a 40-yard punt, but at least it's not in your end zone.
I'm praying on the success of Caldwell. I'm just going to say it. It's a
hating
double
on
win.
Arch?
It's a triple win. It's just chaos. I'd like to see some chaos over
Yeah.
there at the 40 acres.
Oh, yeah.
It's chaos if he plays well because there's a lot of fans who have already turned on Arch completely, a lot of them. And it's good for my house if they win. Number 2, we eliminate Keith. Number 3,
no, he's 10-2.
I had to
He's
tell
not
him. I had to tell him this week. I know. I had to tell him this week. Listen, stop sending me direct messages. You're loading up my direct messages with nothing but Vanderbilt. Like I can't keep
Keith,
seeing
he's
this.
looking for Sidney
We get it.
Sweeney to send him a message, not you.
We get it. That's not going to happen.
What if Sidney Sweeney did have your
I'd
DM?
check to see if it's clear. I'd say how many
clearly
followers
a
is
bot.
this? It's a bot. It's a fake account.
John.
And you know what I do? Block her. That's what I do.
John, Josh Pate told us he's going to Dallas to watch SMU versus Miami. That game's on ESPN. If you're a YouTube TV subscriber,
Oh,
what do you
my
do?
God.
Uh-oh.
What if you got YouTube TV and they're threatening that
You'll
ESPN
never watch
won't be
football
on it
again?
anymore? Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. You don't want to lose ESPN YouTube TV. You don't want to do it. Don't. You don't do it. Don't do it. All right? You go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN. And go to the Golden Nugget when you want to gamble. Let's go. All I need you to do right now is plan your next trip to the Golden Nugget. Well, you know what you don't even have to do? Plan a trip. You wake up in the morning and you're, I'm not going to work today. You know what? Call up your buddy. Don't go in. Let's go to the Golden Nugget. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You play all day. Boom, you can be back by dinner or after dinner. Yeah, sorry, honey, I'm not going to make it home for dinner tonight. All right? That's how close you are to a casino, to a Vegas-style casino, and restaurants, and pool, and golf course, poker, a DraftKings sportsbook, nightclub, everything you could possibly want. 12 different restaurants, all wonderful, all Landry's. You're looking for the best way to have a great time. You're looking for the best way. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes. You don't have to, we got to get in a plane. Oh, my God. It's just so much to go to Vegas. You got to right down the street. 2 hours and 15 minutes down I-10. That's what we need. It's what we have. We love it. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, Coors Light. I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I know I'm gonna. All right, we got a game tonight, NFL game tonight. What are you gonna do? We gonna watch the game? Yeah, of course we're gonna watch the game. And what am I gonna do? Have cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Why would I watch a game without Coors Light? Why would I do something like that? Just makes no sense at all. Make sense of your life. Get a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's the world's coldest beer. It's the world's most refreshing beer, the coldest beer. Cold filtered, cold lagered, cold delivered, okay? No other beer is like it. No other beer has that Rocky Mountain water, okay? I don't know where your water comes from in your beer. It ain't good. It ain't Rocky Mountain, that's for sure. I'm loving me some Coors. I'm keeping chill. And during these hot days that we have, even if they're cold days, I still want to be chill and refreshed. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. There's a story here. How old is the oldest quarter pounder in existence?
I mean, Mason's probably got one in his closet that's a year and a half old.
Okay. Well, you think that's the oldest?
No, I'm going to say it's not the oldest.
What's the oldest?
I mean, 28 years?
30 years. About to turn 30 next month.
Meaning what? What exactly is that? How do you age?
I'm looking at a picture of it. It hasn't been eaten. It's sitting there. It is actually in Area 51. It's a family that owns it.
Area 51?
Yeah.
The UFO's place?
Yeah. I guess they live over there. He was traveling. I don't know. I'm not sure where it resides. Yeah, no, it's in. Yeah, I guess it's appearing on Registered. And what is that intended to do the government? I guess it's whatever. It's owned by a family, and it is turning 30. That is scary. That some food can survive 30 years without just disintegrating. That's scary that we're putting stuff like that in our body. And actually, there's a guy that does Big Mac challenges, and there's one in Japan that is held up. I mean, you could eat it today, and it's years old. It looks like it's the same as it looked when it was made.
Yeah.
That's scary. Don't you want your thing to be moldy? You know what I'm saying?
I like fresh food.
That disintegrates,
I
right?
like food. I like my food that hasn't been captured by mold.
Yeah. There's a man who was arrested for smashing pumpkins worth about $500.
Billy Corgan. I knew it.
It wasn't him.
Oh.
But don't you think he's got that's a good defense? I mean, smashing pumpkins is something. Look at how successful and how much money they have.
So he was messing up people's pumpkins that are on their porches or whatever?
Maybe he might have gone to a pumpkin store. Or, where people, they sell pumpkins. He was out there smashing them all up. I don't know. Drugs may be involved.
Is Cartman singing the song?
Bill Burr's brother, Billy Corgan, half brother.
Didn't we have Bill Burr's brother as a punter here at some point?
We did.
Forgot his name, though.
Bill Burr's got lots of half brothers.
Bald and pasty and white. You got a chance to be Bill Burr's brother.
Kick punts out of bounds.
There is a woman that is suing SeaWorld. Apparently, she was on a roller coaster, and a duck hit her in the head and knocked her unconscious.
That's too bad.
How's that SeaWorld?
Too
fault?
bad.
She
so
said
sad.
SeaWorld should have warned her about the dangerous condition of the park before she got on the ride.
Y'all
They
need to
called
watch
it a
out for
zone
them
of
ducks.
danger.
It's on the back of the ticket. It says y'all need to watch out for them ducks.
Watch them ducks.
Sorry.
They're mighty ducks.
Remember how it used to be if you got hit in the face by a baseball and it shattered your entire head open?
Yeah.
It just, sorry, it's on the back of the ticket. The moose out front should have told you.
Mm-hmm. apparently a bunch of monkeys escaped from an overturned truck. Several monkeys used for animal testing were shot and killed after a truck carrying them overturned in Mississippi. Apparently, they were worried that they were infected with hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID. That is,
whoa, that's
man.
a lot.
Well, is it better to be shot or live the rest of your life when they injected you with all kinds of diseases? I mean, poor monkeys.
Yeah,
I mean, it's terrible to be a test monkey.
Yeah, or mice. Well, you saw what happened on. Didn't something happen with those monkeys with Matthew Broderick? Wasn't that Project X? Yeah, it's a movie a long time ago about that. I think.
About.
My guess is test monkeys also could attack you. I'm sure that's been a movie. I'm sure someone's made a movie about test monkeys.
Planet of the Apes.
In the Planet of the Apes, were they tested on?
In the newer version.
Yeah.
The monkeys were tested, and then they became, well,
Don't feel
Caesar.
bad for them, John. They end up taking over the world.
In Upper Pradesh, apparently a
be
boy
good.
died of a snake bite.
Yeah.
And his family kept him under neem leaves and cow dung for 3 days to revive him. Do you feel
Did it
like
work?
cow dung
Yeah, what's the
is
answer?
going to bring
Did it
you
work?
back to life?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. Keep reading the story.
Okay.
Was he resurrected?
Their 10-year-old son covered with layers. No, apparently he was not resurrected.
I'm glad we got John to look and see if he was resurrected or not. He's like, well, let me take a look.
I assumed he died.
He never dives deep into any story, but
I
we got him.
assumed-
Well,
yeah.
did he do the thing that Jesus did and come back to life?
Well, but I would go with the Jesus route because it's tried and true. Cow dung, I don't know that cow dung is going
So
to
you
be.
mean put him in a cave, roll a giant rock in front of it, and then
Well,
that's
or
the
have
formula?
Jesus,
Better than cow dung.
Have Jesus come over like he did with Lazarus.
Well, I don't know if they could. I don't know if they got him on speed dial.
I'm not sure either, but I think it's a better approach than put him under cow dung. How about the kid died and you're putting him under cow
He
poop?
doesn't care at this point.
No, that is true. Yeah, that is true. All right, finally, a wild bear broke into the zoo. Where do you think he was hanging out?
Well, wherever he could eat something.
No, he was actually hanging out by the bears.
Oh,
in
he
the
was?
zoo. Yeah.
He saw his own.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, what's up? What up?" But he was out here. They were all there. He was just hanging out.
Do you think he was on the visitation list for the other Bears?
Well,
and like they're in prison, and he wanted to see some of his boys. Guys, I'm glad you stood firm.
Did they touch paws between the
your bid. Well, I don't know if it was a female
between
bear.
the glass?
He talked about.
Did they put their paws together at
Guys,
the glass?
Look,
or maybe he's just like people and he just wants to watch the bears.
Or he's like, when you guys come
that's
home, we got
true.
it all set up for you. It's gonna be beautiful, beautiful.
Or-
do your bid.
You got to go back now. I'm not saying go back now, but you got to
No,
go back.
The Bears thankful that they're doing the bid for him, and then when they get out, it's gonna be all set up for them when they get home.
Don't worry, I'm taking care of you. Go mine everything.
I got Janice is okay. Anthony Jr.'s fine.
Yeah. You go
gonna
mine
be fine.
settled. Everything's beautiful.
And you got to be an earner. When you get out, we got something set up for you.
You guys are missing. Maybe he was sneaking some stuff in. Did anybody check his butt cheeks?
Oh, that's a good point.
Know. I don't know if anyone checked.
Did anyone check that bear's ass?
I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Sir, you're going to need to bend down and cough.
Tell the bear that. Tell the bear to spread and cough.
Problem.
And
Good luck.
Finally tonight, do not buy any California pasta.
What?
Apparently, they've a California company that makes pasta recalled 245,000 pounds of pasta linked to deadly listeria outbreak.
Oh, no.
Yes. What? You know what? Stop making pasta in California if you don't know what you're doing. All right?
Yeah.
All right. 245,000 pounds with a possible listeria outbreak. Nice job, California.
Tragedy, wasting all that pasta.
I can't even trust you to make up good pasta. Stop already. We're done. Mopey and Mapes. It's Mapes here today?
Yes.
Yes, he's here.
He actually showed up
today. You
today?
can see his ankle in the picture, yeah.
Oh, you do? Oh, I'm not looking at the picture.
Ankle bracelet? Was he
just wanna
arrested?
Make sure he's
I
okay.
said his ankle, not an ankle bracelet.
He doesn't have an ankle bracelet on today. Maybe that's why he was late yesterday.
So I'm saying.
At the check-in?
Maybe he did. You don't know. You don't know.
He said a simple, my phone was in charge. That's what his excuse was. You think he was checking in with his PO.
Parole officer. You don't know. All right. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next. I got to talk about Damaris Barbecue. All right, you've got a Christmas party coming up, or you want to have people, or you're going to have people over. Why cook? Let Damaris do it for you. It doesn't matter what it is either. Okay, they'll do lasagna. They'll do any Italian dish. They'll do any American dish. It's not just barbecue. I mean, they've got a whole menu, and their catering is fantastic. Now, you want to watch games? Come on, get on over there to Damaris at 18th Street and 610. It's a great location. Love it. I mean, I can't tell you how many games we've watched there. It's a lot of fun. The bar is great. The food, obviously, is the food. It is what it is. I think they got the best wings in the city of Houston. Their Greek wings are as good as it gets. But it doesn't matter what you're looking for with Damaris Catering, from no ties to bow ties. And a reminder, Thanksgiving, you can get all the sides, you can get everything else, but you got to get the turkey. The Cajun fried turkey is the best turkey I've ever had. Let's go. You get it now. Go to Damaris, DEMERIS.com. Get it today, Damaris.com.
And if he's a YouTube subscriber and customer, well, he better make sure that he gets with KeepMyNetworks.com so Yanni doesn't lose college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Yanni, take action. Go to KeepMyNetworks.com.
We will get to things that are important to us shortly, but I roll in here because the TVs in the producer room don't work, so I don't know what's going on in the world of sports unless I look online. So I roll in here and the TV's on, and it is, of course, First Take, and the question is about tonight's football game. On the chyron below, Ryan Clark, as he's gesticulating. He's up there with Peter Schrager and Dan Orlovsky and Stephen A. Smith. The question is, what do you need to see tonight to believe in the Ravens? The Ravens much talked about because no one is running away with the AFC North, so there's this thought that with Lamar Jackson being back tonight, they can go on a run, and I get that. But what do you need to see tonight to believe in the Ravens against a 2-6 Dolphins team? Nothing. There's nothing they can do tonight to make me think, oh, the Ravens are back. They're playing an awful football team.
Yeah,
if
just
they
win.
Yeah, just win the game because it's another step in trying to hawk down the Steelers. If they beat the Dolphins 33-0, who cares? We know the Dolphins stink. I don't know who came up with that question. I'm sure they're offering better analysis than just win, but there's nothing that can be done. They're not playing the Chiefs. And by the way, the Ravens have done enough winning in the regular season that our lack of belief in them isn't about regular season performances. If you don't believe in the Ravens, it's because you just expect them not to show up when it matters most, or at least do something very Raven-like, like drop a 2-point conversion or fumble because you have the ball in the wrong hand as you're being tackled, like Lamar Jackson did against the Bills. I expect them, because they are the Ravens and their defense has played better, to cover I think right now it's over a touchdown spread. I mean, Sean may have a Prize Picks thing that focuses on that game, and we may hear about that a little bit later. But, yeah, the question seems ridiculous. You beat a bad football team on the road on Thursday night for a team that had Super Bowl aspirations. That's what you're supposed to do. Much like it was the Rockets' job, and it was the expectation from us that they'd go into Toronto and win the game, and they did. A relatively easy win. You know, Toronto shot the ball well from 3, but the Rockets weren't really challenged. Anytime Toronto knocked down a shot or two, particularly in the fourth quarter, Kevin Durant would knock down a 3. He had 12 points in that fourth quarter, scored 30-plus in the game. This is what I think a lot of the regular season is going to be like, where they aren't going to be really challenged. They're going to bat teams aside anytime they do go on a run because they're so much more talented than most of the teams they're going to see. They're going to be opponents that may play a style that doesn't suit the Rockets, so that makes the game close. Maybe they have an off-night shooting. But for the most part, in Toronto, you beat them by 18 points. You control that game throughout. You're up, I think, by 7 at the half. You score 70 points. Now, Toronto this season has been bad defensively, so maybe it won't be to the tune of 139 points a night. But I feel like we're going to have a lot of relatively relaxed evenings for this Rocket team because this is what they can do against some of the lesser teams in the NBA. We saw it against Brooklyn where they weren't challenged. Brooklyn's a special kind of bad, and then Toronto is maybe a level above, but they did what they wanted. And part of that reason is they have Steven Adams. The Rockets ran a double big lineup, of course, but they also ran a double big pick and roll where Şengün had the ball above the arc, and they brought Steven Adams in to set the screen. I don't know if I've ever seen, like, of course, with Kevin Durant, and he's got if he plays with a big, you might see a big set of screen for him, and because of his size, even though he wouldn't ascribe to it, he's a big himself. I've seen that, of course, a ball handling stretch 4, if you want to say, have a center run up and set a screen. I don't know if I've seen 2 centers set screens for each other, or at least one set a screen for the other, and that result in positive things. That's the versatility of Şengün because of his playmaking, and of course, Steven Adams is just a menace to deal with. And in fact, I don't have to tell you, I'm sure you've watched it enough. Let's hear from Colin Murray-Boyles. He's a rookie for the Raptors, and he got his first taste of Steven Adams and the Rockets as a whole. Here is he after the game talking about what it's like to face off against the team.
Like, he's insanely strong. My wrists are swole right now. Trying to box him out and tussle with him, it's impossible.
his strength is. I didn't think it was like that. Like, couldn't move on him. Nobody get over his screens. Like, I was asking him what his routine is mid-game. Like, it's insane. It's insane. And like, with him, and you have to worry about Sengun and KD, it's crazy. It's crazy what they got.
I don't know what the 6'7", 245-pound Colin Murray-Boyles can do, even if he had Steven Adams' routine step by step. Whatever Steven Adams' routine is, part of that's just nature, how he was born, who his parents are. Colin Murray-Boyles is a big person himself. He's 6'7", 245, but there are levels to this in the NBA. And as you heard him say, he just was incredulous, laughing at the very beginning of the clip about what Steven Adams is and how you can't handle him at all.
Because there's a level, because Steven Adams isn't like the biggest guy in the league, no, or the most jacked guy in the league. There does seem to be an element of just like country strong.
Yeah,
to
New
him.
Zealand strong.
Yeah, there's just like some sort of he just has a strength to him where he just kind of manhandles other grown men that are, I mean, oftentimes pretty like-sized. Like he's on the big, I mean, he's bigger than most NBA players.
6'11", 265. He's a big guy, yeah.
But it's like the way he rebounds. There's a possession where he got like 3 offensive rebounds. He just taps it to himself. Then he gets 2 hands on it, kicks it out. That shot misses. Taps it back to himself. Gets it again. Like it is like, you know, playing your little brother. Like that's what it looks like sometimes with him.
And it's not my favorite thing he does, but he is also self-aware. He isn't the big who thinks, I got to go up and get mine on an offensive rebound. He is never forcing an offensive rebound and trying to score. Like he'll get his rare, maybe not so rare. He'll get his putbacks on tips and stuff like that. But if there's no opportunity for him to score in that way, he's more than fine grabbing a rebound, finding someone who's open, and he has been kind of a revelation because we kind of forgot Steven Adams. He kind of floated around, played for Memphis, had his injury issues. Of course, we know his time with the Thunder, but he has been supremely effective as a Rocket. It's just funny to listen to like 6'7", 245's big. That's a legitimate big individual.
Yeah,
a rookie notwithstanding, and still he's like, no, I can't handle him. Not many people can.
To outline what you're saying, he's averaging 6 offensive rebounds per game. He's averaging 3.8 shots per game.
Yeah.
So he's getting more offensive rebounds than he is like, oh, let me try to get mine here. It's like, no, he gets the offensive rebound, and especially on this team, kick it out. Where's number 7? Kick it out to him. Like, because it's not like a new, groundbreaking principle, but a 3-point shooter off an offensive rebound. That guy's going to be more open than more often than not.
Yeah, the defense has been warped because of people trying to get a rebound or even sometimes leaking out because they think they got the defensive rebound handled. And, 6+ offensive rebounds per game.
It's ridiculous.
It's nuts.
It's ridiculous.
Except we see it every time he's out there. And he does it even when he starts, which he hasn't done the last couple of days. Josh Okogie continues to start. It's not like he's getting out there for 35 minutes a night. If we're looking at what he's averaged this year, he's averaged this year just under 25 minutes a night. So he is not someone who has extended minutes to build those numbers. It doesn't matter.
No, and they just win his minutes
all
so
the
much.
time. Yeah,
he was plus 14 last night. Now, last night they won by what? 26? No, 16. So he was plus 14 in a game they won by 16.
He is averaging just under 11 rebounds per game in 24 and a half minutes.
Yeah, no, you hit the head on you hit the nail on the head when he got traded, because he got traded for Victor Oladipo, 2 guys that weren't playing that year.
It was kind of, why are they doing that? He's not going to play this year.
Yeah, and even like going forward, it's like, okay, they got their offseason work early by just getting the backup center for Sengun. The guy who's going to play 12 minutes a game while Sengun plays 36. Like, that's just, okay, cool, whatever. Let's hope he has something left in the tank. And he said, basically since he's come back, he's had more in the tank than I thought. His body seems better than it did at the tail end of his time with Memphis. Like he seems like he's
that year off certainly had helped.
Rejuvenated.
Yeah. So even last year, you look at his minutes, he was only up to 14, just under 14 minutes as they were trying to build him back. We know he had the load management, wouldn't play back to backs, and
month by month though. I imagine that's just
it increased, and now he's up to more in line with what he was in Memphis. He's still not up there like throughout his career when he became an established player. He was around 26, and it kept growing, particularly in OKC. At 24.5 minutes a night to be as productive as he is, nearly 8 points per game because of all the offensive rebounding he does, and guys will drive, they'll lay it off to him for a dunk or a layup and stuff, and nearly 11 rebounds per game at just under 25 minutes.
How old is he?
He's
probably a little younger than
that. He's always younger than you think.
Yeah, because
he's
he was a one and done.
Yeah, he's 32. He's been around. He's been around since 2013.
Yeah. I would have thought like whatever.
35, 36,
yeah, 35.
Maybe. Yeah.
I guess it's because his rookie year was what, 2012, 13?
2013,
or
2014.
13, 14.
Was that the year after they made or 2 years? Probably 2 years after.
2 years. They made it in 12. He was actually the draft pick in the he was the first round pick in the OKC Harden trade.
Got it.
Yeah, and it just mentally, I always just put him with the rest of the OKC guys. It's like, no, he was by far the youngest. So yeah, that's crazy that he's lived like an entire NBA life and he still has a few years left.
Yeah, if he wants to continue playing.
I think he's on for like 1 or 2 more years after this.
It's going to be pretty effective, and he has been, as far as the moves that Rafael Stone has made, that one went by the wayside. We set up how it happened and why that might have went by the wayside, and it's been one of their bigger wins as far as trades are concerned. Victor Oladipo at last check, of course, he's dealt with so many injuries. Yeah. He was playing in the NBA preseason, but for one of the other teams they bring over from
like China.
Yeah, from a different part of the world, just to have an international game, I guess. Yeah. That's where he is right now as he tries to make a comeback. Steven Adams full on in the rotation for what we believe is a title contender. So the Rockets go in there and win. KD, as I said, had a big fourth quarter to keep Toronto at bay. They're on track. I mean, we weren't. No one should have been panicking about their 1-2 start, and we see what they can be. We won't do the thing like we do with the Texans, where like they haven't beat a good team yet. Is this even real? They got plenty of opportunities, and we certainly believe that they will start to beat good teams as they come up on the schedule. Easy.
Although,
haven't proved it
yet.
The
playoff
right?
committee is gonna. They need some RPI wins to really bolster their case.
As I was looking at their schedule right now.
They have a pretty light schedule.
Yeah, I mean,
they have a pretty
those
light
wins
schedule.
you're talking about to bolster the resume.
It might be San Antonio, right? That might be their next one next week.
They got a Celtics team who's won their last couple, so that's their next game.
You know what? I've just seen what's going on with Jaylen Brown, and I guess wrongly so, although I'm not ready to say wrongly so, written them off this year, given all the hairline shenanigans that's going on.
Yeah, they had a good.
And then him making a stream about it.
Talking about calling LeBron about going to Turkey.
Seems unserious.
Yeah,
seems like they're not taking this year seriously.
I don't think their play-by-play guy is either. Since you brought it up, we'll come back with that. If you don't know, Jaylen Brown, whether because of the length of time he had braids or whatever, he now has a shorter haircut, and people are noticing that sometimes, for whatever reason, he has rubbed the top of his head on other players on the opposing team a couple times. I guess try to create space. Stuff has come off the top of his head. You want to call it filler or Beijing, depending on what you think he's using. You can see the spot where his head rubbed on the player's white jersey or white undershirt. He has made reference to it by possibly going to Turkey. Now the Celtics play-by-play guys making reference to it. We'll get to that when we come back. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. We'll hear from the Texans as well as they continue to get ready to face the Broncos. We got some good news on the injury front for the wide receivers, not so much for a tight end. So we'll certainly get to the Texans, and we'll also do our normal nonsense, and we'll highlight it by hearing from the Celtics play-by-play guy when we come back. But before we go to break, I want to remind you, now's the time. If you're seeing a little notice because you have YouTube TV, I've seen it throughout this week. I noticed it over the weekend. Go to keepmynetworks.com because that's ESPN telling you and YouTube TV telling you there's a bit of an issue. And if you want to keep ESPN programming on your television, now's the time. If you love First Take and you love College Game Day, go to keepmynetworks.com to make sure you keep ESPN on YouTube TV. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
All right, let's get to this Celtics sound, and then we'll move on. The Rockets' next opponent is the Celtics, not for a couple days. So if you are hoping or hoping not to have the Rockets on because you got Halloween plans tomorrow night, they're not on. Do do what you'd like. I remember a time where we had to plan Halloween around Astros World Series games. I remember those times. Not so much right now. Hopefully we get back to that. We'll get into the World Series a little bit as the Blue Jays are one win away from winning a World Series. Thanks to a pitcher who was an A-ball earlier this year. I'm sure it's been talked about quite a bit. I'm sure it's a giant conversation piece every time it comes up. But the fact that we've got a guy who's made 3 starts, he made 3 starts in the regular season, and is pitching in a Game 5 and sets the rookie record for strikeouts. If I cared about baseball, I might think about how spectacular that is, what's going on. But since we are only referencing baseball because it means the Dodgers may not win a World Series, I can't pretend like I'm overwhelmed by what's happening, but I understand it. If I cared about baseball as much as I cared about college football, I'd be like, you know what's a big deal? A big deal? That kid who was an A-ball being a guy who shuts down the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium, and we'll hear from him in a little bit because he, as I said, the history, 12 strikeouts, rookie record in a World Series game. He had a little post-game thing with Ken Rosenthal that you'll hear a little bit later from us, or at least it's from Fox, but we'll play it for you. But let's get to this sound. It was Celtics-Cavs last night. The Celtics started off slow, but they've won a couple in a row. This was at home, and we talked about Jaylen Brown and what's going on with him and his hair products. Here is a Celtics announcer referencing it.
3-on-2. Brown the spin and the deuce. Good to see Jaylen Brown in transition. You always want to see your star player get some easy baskets. Went flying to the basket like he'll be flying to Turkey at some point this season. Oh, come on.
That is the narrative right now online. Jaylen Brown has been a main character for different reasons during his time as a Celtics. Some of it because he can't dribble with his left hand. Then he became a Finals MVP. Now it's about every time you show up against a player with a white jersey, you rub your head on it, and there's a clear mark, like a stain. Maybe turkey's in the offing. It happens to the best of them, I guess. But that's the nonsensical part of our show, referencing that clip. I think the Celtics announcer is it Dylan Carter? Drew Carter. Drew Carter's his name. Drew Carter with the reference. Hey, now's the time for it. You're not really supposed to be good this year. Maybe you make the playoffs. It's time to get the jokes off.
Yeah, it's a fun subplot.
Yes, this is a fun season. You know, not a lot of stress. You made trades in the offseason to limit some of your financial concerns. If Jaylen Brown is doing it himself by going on a stream and saying, I need to call LeBron about maybe heading to Turkey, you're allowed to do it too.
Yeah.
Drew Carter.
Also, LeBron's like the famous person I would not ask about this.
If we're going, I would ask Mo Salah.
Yeah, there's a lot more
successful surgeries that have been done. LeBron doesn't look like it's gone well.
No. I feel like he got his, though, like a long time
before
ago.
Turkey became Turkey when it came to that. Hey, you got a lot of money. You can do what you can to fix it, from teeth to hair.
Yeah.
Why not, I guess, as long as it's done well. I don't think any of these guys have a problem. D'Amico has come home a long time ago.
That'd be amazing.
If this offseason he winds
like
up, he
June
pulls
OTAs.
a Dion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Just pulls.
Speaking of guys who it went well for.
Yeah.
Dion.
Yeah.
I don't know that if D'Amico is a guy who shaves his head because he wants to, not because he has to. What if we find that?
That'd be
out?
crazy.
He's been doing this for years.
I can't imagine him with hair.
Yeah, he was bald as a linebacker for the Texans.
Yeah. As like a 25-year-old, he didn't have hair.
Now you got me on a D'Amico Ryans with hair search. I want to know if we've ever seen it, if it's ever been
like as an adult. Like I'm sure he had hair at some point.
I pulled up a high school picture and he had hair.
Okay.
The hairline looks strong enough that it looks like he could have done it at Bama if he wanted to, but I don't remember a time at Bama or with the Texans, certainly as a player, that he had hair. Hey, he's made a decision. It's working for him. I don't think anyone can say otherwise.
It hasn't been like, sir, we cannot give you the head coaching job.
Even in his Bama photo, he didn't have hair. Like his team shot, the team photo that goes on the website, no hair. No idea.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It just never occurred to me that he's been bald the entire time I've known about him.
Since he was a young man, we've always seen him as a bald
Someone
man.
needs to ask that.
Yes, stop focusing on all the negativity. Ask D'Amico Ryans if he's bald by choice. Let's do that and see if he has an answer to that question.
He must shave his head like every morning because there's not even like
You never get we never see
stubble.
you never see that. Like he's like some bald guys, if you did the stubble things, you'll probably put a hat on. He's never seen with the hat on. Yeah. That it's pristine, you would say. The man takes care of himself. All right, let's hear him in his own words. Not about his head or his hair, but about his quarterback. C.J. Stroud had his best performance of the season on Sunday. Hope that continues. Hopefully it's not just opponent dependent. Here's D'Amico Ryans on what C.J. Stroud is doing well.
I think CJ has truly grown just as we've went throughout the season of just really commanding the offense, like being very disciplined with, the calls in the huddle, being disciplined with his reads and where he's supposed to go with the football. As the season has progressed, I feel like he's done a great job of taking what's given to him. If one is open, he's taking one. He's making great decisions. Also, when it's not there, taking the opportunity to check the ball down to our backs. Like, it was a great play that he made last week to check the ball down to Woody, and Woody runs for 50 yards. That's just about a quarterback remaining disciplined, doing what he has to do, and making great decisions to make sure as an offense we're pressing forward. Obviously, the season's a bit.
So he went into that game without established weapons for the most part. No Nico Collins, no Christian Kirk. Those guys return to practice. The expectation is, as Nico Collins continues to work through protocol, the concussion protocol, that he's going to be available for Sunday. So he may have a very advantageous matchup. We'll see what the Broncos decide to do without Patrick Surtain. He would be the one that would travel with a guy like Nico. I don't know that they'll do that with a Riley Moss. It may just be by committee for the Texans. And we talked about it yesterday. I think it even became our clip that went up on social media and other spots, that the secondary, sure, you not having to deal with Patrick Surtain is great, but it doesn't really matter if you can't keep Cooper and Benito off of your guy. So that'll be the question for me. How often are those guys wrecking downs? And if you can run the football, that certainly limits their opportunities. If you're in 3rd and 4 as opposed to 3rd and 9, so where they can really get off in time your snap count and just get after the passer. Honestly, I mean, it's not breaking news or something that's more than simple thinking, but win on 1st and 2nd down, limit the opportunities for those pass rushers who lead the league in sacks, the team as a whole does, to determine the game. You know what I want to hear? Whoever's calling the game, man, Cooper and Benito have had a really quiet day. If that is heard, the Texans are winning this football game.
If, like, in the late 3rd, early 4th quarter, something comes up with Benito or Cooper, and they're like, and that's a name we haven't mentioned a lot
they
today.
make a play in the run game.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. If that is happening, whether because your tackles have great days or you've got your 6 offensive linemen out there and Blake Fisher, if that occurs, we're talking about a team who had their biggest win of the year. I said the Broncos were 5-2 yesterday. They're 6-2. So if you can beat a 6-2 football team who leads the AFC West, then we're like, okay,
already bowl eligible. Yeah.
Sure. Then when we come back on Monday and say, what do the Texans need to do for you to believe in them? It makes more sense than what they did on First Take when they asked what the Ravens need to do tonight because they're playing a bad football team.
What if Nick Caley just cracked football with like
6 offensive linemen?
6 offensive, more guys to block.
Well, maybe he has. We'll see, because the team that the Ravens are playing tonight went to 6 offensive linemen quite a bit in their game against Atlanta, and they have their best, most consistent day run the football.
People have been thirsting for Mike McDaniel all season, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caley's doing the same thing.
So we will see if
flirting versus harassment.
we will see if the 6 offensive lineman thing becomes a trend
Everyone's riding the Caley wave. Yeah.
If you want to say that.
I do want to say
he
that.
He did run it out there more than anyone else in football this year. The 26 snaps that they did do it. We'll see if the Dolphins do it to great success against the Ravens, then we would know. Someone's cracked the code. You have your tackle who was slated to start but isn't good enough to start.
Nope.
And make him a pseudo tight end.
Yep.
And now,
boom,
no one can mess with you.
What if instead of having two subpar tackles, instead of having two subpar tackles, you have three? Huh?
But that subpar tackle is a tight end in disguise.
Yes.
Which strengthens the unit altogether.
Alone, Blake Fisher can't block
like
Nick Benito, but with the powers of Ariante Ursary combined.
Look at him now.
They can buy C.J. Stroud 2.5 seconds.
Just enough time
to throw it to Woody Marks 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Sure, and let Woody Marks make a big play.
Yeah.
Or with Nico back, a couple in breakers.
Those deep digs.
And even the quick slants, the one-step slants, stuff like that. All you need is Blake Fisher to combine with Ursary like Voltron or the Power Rangers when the Megazord comes out. And now look at him. Impenetrable.
Boom.
Nick Caley.
600 pounds of offensive lineman blocking
a 245-pound defensive end.
Yeah, that's all it took.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud when we come back because, sure, Nico looks like he's on track to come back, but a guy who had a really good performance was Jalen Noel. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud on why that happened and how Jalen Noel has improved. Somehow, Jalen Noel, who wasn't even the first Iowa State receiver taken, has become a bit of a giant talking point, mostly because we just assume if it ain't Jalen Noel, then it's Braxton Berrios, and no one really wants to watch Braxton Berrios out there for 40-plus snaps. Berrios played like 30 snaps or so last week. Noel played more snaps than him, partly due to the fact that you were missing your top two receivers, at least with with Nico and Kirk. So it wasn't like Berrios was never on the field, but at least the snaps flipped from him having more.
It seems more in line.
To Noel having more. And you would hope with the two guys coming back that Noel stays on the field and Berrios snaps come down even further.
It's risky. That's a risky.
That's why I said I would hope. Yeah. I didn't guarantee it because you just never know.
Listen, Nick Caley revolutionized offensive line play. Let's see as you move farther away from the offensive line whether he revolutionizes putting your best receivers on the field.
You say revolutionize. I'm not sure that's the proper word for what we're asking for. Not sure. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud when we come back. But, Sean, if people want to watch ESPN tonight.
Yes. On First Take on Monday, they're going to talk about how Nick Caley revolutionized football by putting his three best receivers on the field with 6 offensive linemen. And if you want to hear that conversation, if you want to hear Stephen A. Smith give his flowers to Nick Caley and you're a YouTube TV customer, you could lose that opportunity. You could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and much more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So we'll hear from C.J. Stroud, but what he's going to say is far less interesting than what happened by happenstance. So you may or may not know who Kai Cenat is, the streamer, very famous streamer. You may or may not know who Northwest is, the daughter of Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. I would even bet that you might not know what either one of them looks like. Well, because it's Halloween season, Northwest decided to dress up like Kai Cenat. She put on a wig to mimic his hair, although I think he's recently had a haircut.
What Lance would describe as Debrat hair.
Debrat hair, sure. And also fake facial hair.
Yeah, fake goatee.
Yeah, the problem is, well, not the problem. It's actually just funny for people who know. She looks like C.J. Stroud.
She looks more like C.J. Stroud than she does Kai Cenat.
She looks more like C.J. Stroud almost than that guy that people always say, let C.J. Stroud have a bad game, like the guy who wears a Texans jersey because he knows he looks somewhat similar to C.J. Stroud. She looks closer to C.J. Stroud in that get-up maybe than C.J. Stroud does, to be honest with you. So that's out there.
Yeah, very funny.
It's very funny. Just type in Northwest C.J. Stroud at any point on social media, Twitter specifically, and you'll see it. You're like, oh, Kanye's daughter, when she wants to, can look like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Even though she likely doesn't know who C.J. Stroud is.
Very likely.
And considering some of the back and forth in the media, if we want to tamp down the anxiety and stress, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
Will Kunkel. CJ's no longer available this week. He had his availability. But if it goes well on Sunday and they beat the Broncos and think everyone's feeling pretty good, Will Kunkel, DJ BNMA, ask CJ Stroud if he's seen this.
Maybe good cop, bad cop it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have John Alexander ask.
We've come to the conclusion someone in his life has sent him that.
Yes, 100%.
The question is, does anyone from the Kardashian side know that she looks like CJ Stroud?
Are they in on what we're laughing
Are they?
at?
Yeah, are they aware? And CJ goes back to California on December 28th. They play the Chargers in LA. There needs to be a meetup, and she needs to dress up like what she thinks is Kai Cenat, and she can stand next to CJ, have a photo op, swap a jersey.
Yeah, jerseys.
Maybe she gets a jersey, he gets a Skims.
Sign
I don't know.
a jersey.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Whatever. But it's out there. When she wants to, the daughter of Kanye West can look like CJ Stroud at any point.
I mean, the damage is already done.
Yeah.
The next time he throws 2 interceptions, boom.
Yeah.
There.
They are going to pull that photo out. The media will, well, not the media, just the internet as a whole.
The people.
Yeah, the people, not the media. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen anytime soon. And someone who might help him avoid interceptions is the guy we talked about before we close out the segment, Jalen Noel. He's played really well in his moments, in his opportunities, and he looks to get more opportunities. Here's C.J. Stroud on his young receiver and what he's done to improve.
I think it takes time, I think, like I said before, it's like failure is a good thing. It's a chance to learn. Of course, you don't want to do it on Sundays, but if it does happen, you learn from it, you fix it. And I think he's super coachable. He wants to do what's right. He's in here, working his tail off, and I practice doing the same thing. So I think he's going to be a great player, and he's shown that week in and week out. Getting better, learning the scheme, learning coverage, and adapting to it. So I think he's going to be great.
So the growth is there from the young player. I assumed when I heard all the Jaden Higgins is a Nico type, and you think of a big receiver, you wanted another big receiver on the outside. Because if we're talking about coming into the year, it looked like Nico, Christian Kirk has your slot, and if Jaden Higgins performed, you'd have another big receiver on the outside. And Higgins certainly gets his snaps, but Hutchinson has been a bigger contributor, the other Iowa State wide receiver. But Noel is week by week getting more opportunities and playing better. He had the big play on, you maybe call it a deep post or the deep over route that C.J. Stroud threw. And that was one of the plays. I talked about it earlier in the week. That was one of the plays that San Francisco guy, content creator who breaks down San Francisco film was criticizing the 49ers for corner not doing its job, the opposite field corner or side corner for not doing its job. It was a great throw. I'm not taking that away from it. But I was like, in the game, big play. We haven't had a lot of those. That's great. Great job by Jalen Noel. And then I watch the film of this guy. It's like the corner's right there. He bites down on a guy he shouldn't have been covering. He would have been right in position. Even him in the clip goes, look, all credit to C.J. Stroud. All credit to C.J. Stroud. But if the guy does his job right, C.J. goes someplace else because that play isn't available.
Do you remember what that 49ers player number was? Was it number 27?
You want to talk about Jair Brown's?
Jair Brown. This is from John Chapman. He's a Niners watcher. He said Jair Brown allowed a perfect 158.3 passer rating when targeted versus the Texans. He also led the team in missed tackles and had 2 more missed tackles that didn't count because he didn't get close enough to touch the ball carrier.
Mm-hmm. I did see that pop up.
That's bad. That's a bad day for Jair Brown.
Yeah, the internet and some research doesn't do anyone any favors.
Some guys have to hate that fans now can just watch all 22.
Yeah, it's tough because even if they're not correct, they can draw their own conclusions on things because they're not inside the building per se, so they don't know
if the Jair Brown thing's even correct.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just saw the tweet.
Yeah, they don't know
we talked about it.
His exact assignment. They don't know. That's what upsets offensive line people.
Yeah,
considering PFF grades. But yeah, it's tough when a fan can just pull up. It's readily available, and they could maybe, if they are able to, pick out every time you did something wrong. Like I don't know the bona fides of this Johnny Dell's FA guy on the 49ers guy, but it feels like he knows what he's talking about when he's ripping the 49ers defensive coverage to shreds.
Yeah, if you throw enough jargon in there and point a pin at someone, that seems legit to me.
So I pulled up the clip of Noel's big play. Jair Brown is in the vicinity, but he's not the player who messed up. It's number 0, who should have been the corner that played that better.
That's good.
So that's not a Jair Brown problem. He had his own problems. This one doesn't fall on him, though. The Broncos so far, although the 49ers had held people down, the Broncos so far feel like they're going to have more opportunities because of who's available, less injuries outside of Patrick Surtain to affect the way that the Texans do things, whether it be the big plays or the long drives. Going by how their pass rush can destroy a set of downs and take you from 2nd and 4 to 3rd and 11, then the drive is over. I think big plays may be how – I don't know if the Texans are going to be able to hold off the 49ers front play after play. The 10, 12 play drives they ripped off against the 49ers, I don't foresee that being the way they score. Yeah. I think they're going to have to find chunk plays from someplace because you're just going to give the Broncos too many reps to ruin a drive or force a holding call at some point.
And you're just going to have to be really good against a really good team.
Play after play after play.
Where it's like if you can be really good once and that gets you, I mean, not even like a 60-yard touchdown, but just even gets you 35 yards. Now you're in field goal range. Like that kind of play would be really huge for the Texans. So, yeah, I do think they need to be more big play oriented. It will help having Nico Collins back because so far this year he's about the only big play threat on their team. Like we've seen Jalen Nolan flashes, but as far as the guy who, can do it and the defense is worried about making a big play, it really is just Collins as your guy. We'll see. Obviously, like Woody Marks has some of that potential, but we'll see.
All right, we'll go to break with that. There's more news coming out of the NBA poker illegal gambling. We want to call it controversy or scandal or Operation Royal Flush, whatever you want to call it. If you want to go by what the FBI is calling it. We have another prominent name now attached to it, thanks to the bane of everyone's existence, Pablo Torre. He's found another guy with a big name that's attached to it. We'll mention that in the second hour. But before we get there, I want to remind you, no matter what you're interested in, maybe it's the NBA tonight, maybe it's college football on the weekend, maybe it's First Take right now. KeepMyNetworks.com is the place you go to if you're a YouTube TV subscriber and you're worried about the chance that ESPN leaves that service provider. Sean and I are YouTube TV people, so it's certainly a concern of ours. Go to KeepMyNetworks.com to keep your ESPN We'll be back. Well, we laid out that the Texans, the Rockets don't play again until, Saturday in Boston. So Kevin Durant has some time on his hands, and he is tweeting as we speak, at least in the last 10 minutes. So if you want to see Katie Trey 5 and what he's about when he's not playing basketball and scoring 12 points in the fourth quarter to help the Rockets beat the Raptors, he's offering up a little glimpse. If you weren't aware, he will comment back. He will hear people, or at least read people, talk about why they're so thrilled. This is a Warriors fan. They're so thrilled that he isn't in their locker room because Jimmy Butler is, of course.
Just wait.
Back in the, I don't know if people have met or have anything or have read anything about the Jimmy Butler experience, but this is the good times.
It's 6 months since he got it's in the 6-month window since he's got a new deal.
Yeah, and you're winning games. The Warriors are off to a good start. And maybe you don't get the bad parts of Jimmy because maybe he's not around long enough. But I'm sure you're grateful. Kevin Durant responded with, you're not in the locker room. What do you mean you're so grateful that Kevin Durant's not in your locker room with Jimmy Butler? So he's on it right now. It's fine. He knocks down shots. We saw that last night. I hope to see it in Boston in a couple of days. So Patrick Surtain's not playing, and Sean just put this on the rundown. Let's get to this, and then we'll move away from the Texans for a little bit. Surtain's not playing, so the more prominent corner that we'll have to deal with or the most prominent corner as far as what's left on that Broncos roster, is Riley Moss. Riley Moss, the former Iowa DB. Iowa will produce a DB or two. We've got Cooper DeJean with the Eagles. What is the common denominator between Cooper DeJean and Riley Moss, Sean?
Oh, man.
They're both in the NFL.
Both NFL corners
both
from
played
Iowa.
In Iowa. What was so special about the fact that those guys were corners?
Pretty good punt returners.
Yeah, they both were good special teamers. But people seem very interested in the fact that two corners from a Big Ten school were in the NFL. What was so special about that?
Well, folks, they look like me. And most cornerbacks look nothing like me.
Well, cornerback who doesn't look like you is Patrick Surtain.
Yes,
and
especially on the field.
And he recognizes what you're talking about. Here's Patrick Surtain. He was on a podcast, because why not, Closed on Sundays with Pat and Terry. And so it's him and his former Alabama teammate, Terry and Arnold. They have their own podcast. I was unaware. I imagine the Closed on Sunday is about no-fly zone type stuff because they're both corners. I'm guessing. I can read between the lines here. Here is Pat Surtain on why he thinks Riley Moss gets a lot of pass interference calls.
Pat, we was talking about your boy today, too. Riley. I ain't gonna lie. Go kill on the tape with Riley, boy.
Yeah, he been hooping.
Riley hard.
Nah, Riley balling, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I think they racial profiling my dog, though, man. They calling all these flags on my boy, man. I ain't gonna lie. The flags is egregious, bro. You don't understand, bro. He had a rep against CD. They ran fade. He was in perfect position, played the ball, played his hands. They called a flag on my dog. I'm like, I don't know what it is, what they got against him.
You think they profiling your boy?
Yeah, they profiling him, bro. It got to be, bro. I don't know what it is.
You may say, what are you talking about? That's not true. They wouldn't do that.
Yes,
If I go by the penalty log for Riley Moss, he has been called for 7 pass interference penalties through the first 8 games. They haven't all been accepted, but 7 pass interference calls. So
that's how they're holding us down.
By us, you mean white corners?
Yes.
Or just white people in general? Because you don't play corner, so just how they're holding. Then you should have said how they're holding them down. Because unless I'm unaware of something, is that why you didn't show up on time yesterday? You were in the meeting with the Texans?
Yeah, exactly.
You just got signed to the practice squad? You had to rush over here?
Yeah, I'm going to out-rep Kamari Lassiter next.
Yeah. So be on the lookout for that. Not only do you have Nico Collins back, you have a cornerback who gets called for a lot of pass interference penalties on the other side. And maybe he's a little too handsy, or maybe you believe what Patrick Surtain is saying, and Riley Moss is being racially profiled.
Listen, I want to believe Pat Surtain on this one. I want to believe that he's being racially profiled.
It would be very funny if referees had it out for Riley Moss.
Yes.
Because no way you can cover CeeDee Lamb. We've seen you.
Oh, come on.
We've seen you. Get out of here. Flag. No way you stayed in this hip pocket.
Yeah,
Flag.
Come on. Really? But this is something now. I mean, it's added a new layer to the game on Sunday. I'm going to be locked in on every ball going Riley Moss's way, which might be a little bit less now that he's not playing on the opposite side of the field as Pat Surtain.
They might attack somebody else.
I am going to be eagle-eyed on, was that a flag? How handsy is he being? Because there is a chance that he is just handsy. Like, this is just his teammate saying that they're hating on his dog. I don't know. Again, I want to believe Pat Surtain. I want to believe that Riley Moss is being victimized here, but I don't know.
I mean, I have my thoughts on Sauce Gardner. He got away with a lot of defensive holding and pass interference calls in his first couple years, which helped build his reputation as one of the best corners in the league. He got away with a lot. If his name wasn't Sauce,
Steve,
and he looked more like, if he was Steve Gardner and looked like a Steve Gardner, would those calls have gone his way? Well,
I don't know.
We have one quarterback saying Riley Moss is being profiled. We'll see what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, is Cooper DeJean up there on the PI list?
Is it just
he's more of a safety now?
Yeah, nickel guy. Is it exclusively a Riley Moss thing where they just don't like him?
Yeah, I mean, if Cooper DeJean has also been flagged,
I'd
say more than 3 times.
Hey, Pablo Torre, get on this.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. The important stuff.
Yeah, let's see.
They're trying to kill all the. They gave us one, and they're like,
it doesn't hold up. He's only been, that's 2014. Let me find 2015 for Cooper DeJean. No, he's only been called for a taunting penalty this year. That's it.
Okay.
And one pass interference call, 2 defensive holdings last year, and that was later in the year after he had already built up his reputation. So it apparently is a Riley Moss thing. Maybe it's because he's on the opposing side of a great corner. You both can't be covering guys and locking them down this way. Or maybe just he's really handsy. We'll find out on Sunday.
Yeah. Or they're trying to, like, hey, you guys had a Seahorn, all right?
How many do you need?
Yeah, how many do you need? I think Iowa's got another one. Come on.
I think they had
shout out to Kirk Ferentz.
They had to choose. Like
coaching on hard mode.
Kirk Ferentz is like, you know what? Yeah, for the most part, our defense. I mean, our offense has always been bad. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring back the white corner.
Watch this. They're not firing me. Watch this. I have my son as offensive coordinator, even though he stinks.
That did happen.
And then you know what else I'm gonna do? Hey, this third down scat back. Why don't you try corner instead? Hey, or is it a thing where, I mean, this happened to make this a little bit more serious about racial profiling. It would happen a lot to black quarterbacks where they get recruited and they're like, yeah, we're going to put you at receiver in college. Maybe that's Iowa's recruiting pitch. All these great corners that other Big Ten schools want to move to safety, want to move to slot receiver. Yeah. He's like, no, I'll let you play corner on my squad.
And this isn't just Iowa scanning the country for guys they think who can play corner who are white. These are guys who are both from Iowa.
In the backyard.
Backyard.
How many more are there that aren't getting a shot?
I got to look at their roster.
In Texas? Do you know how many white guys there are in Texas that play football?
Yes.
A couple of them can play corner.
Sure.
Maybe not for Texas.
Yeah,
I'd be pretty bummed out if that happened.
Yeah, as much as you want to promote this agenda, if you saw that Sark was hard on
two of them
was in on a white corner.
Michael Taff at safety too?
Yeah. Blake Gideon and Taff are fine, but they're playing the right spots.
Yeah. I wouldn't love it. I'd have questions.
Like, unless you...
You'd have to be really good, really early.
Unless you root for Wisconsin or Iowa, I don't know how many people would be excited about it initially. Then they see him play, okay, he's good.
Yeah.
But to know that Sark is in a battle to secure the commitment of Steve Gardner.
4-star from
Alito. You ain't going to be that thrilled.
South Lake Carroll cornerback.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not going to be thrilled. Oh, the guy who dyed his hair for the playoff run. He's our corner. He's the guy Sark is after. He dyed his hair blonde, bleach blonde.
Wait,
I don't know if they still do that.
Wait, are they circling the wrong guy in these high school highlights?
Yeah.
You know how they highlight the guy?
Yeah, the huddle clips. Yeah.
Wait, no. It has to be the other one, right?
Yeah. Sark's not going to a state playoff game for this guy, is he?
No. I don't think you could do that in the SEC.
Yeah,
I think that's a Big Ten thing.
Yeah, possibly. We'll see. We'll see the next great Iowa corner and if they get racially profiled by NFL referees. I mentioned Pablo Torre investigating some of that. Well, he has investigated this and found out that Ty Lue was at a 2019 poker game that Chauncey Billups was at. So Ty Lue, while he didn't play in that game, apparently Ty Lue is a big poker player, and he was with his good friend Chauncey Billups at that 2019 game. So what does it mean? I would imagine Ty Lue is like punching the air saying, I thought I was free and clear.
You just don't want the tweet out there.
You don't want it.
You just don't want the association. Because I think there was one where Kevin Garnett was at one of these games, and then it had to get cleared up that he thought he was just going to an after party, and he like got up and left. You know, like he wasn't there very long. It's just like but everyone already made the like, wait, Kevin Garnett's involved with this? He wasn't acting in Uncut Gems. Like everyone already got that one off. Sure. It's like you just would rather not be associated at all. Even LeBron with the Damon Jones thing, where Damon Jones is trafficking information that LeBron's going to be out hours before.
You don't want your name attached.
You just don't want to be in the story at all.
So this is from Pablo Torre. Pablo Torre finds out. According to multiple sources with direct knowledge of that April 2019 game in Vegas that we've been discussing, the same one where Billups was allegedly profiting off an extremely suspicious hand in a rigged shuffling machine, another face card in attendance was current Los Angeles Clipper head coach Ty Lue.
Face card? Come on.
That's what they called him. That's what the FBI did, at least. At the time, Lue was an assistant coach for the Clippers. Now sources say that Lue did not play at the same table as Billups. Goes on to add some color to the thing. Apparently, Lue and Billups are best friends. But here's an open secret around the NBA. Ty Lue lives in Vegas during the offseason. He also loves poker. He's often seen at what many insiders consider the nexus of the NBA poker world, the Aria High Limit Bar, often alongside another retired NBA player, Damon Jones.
Oh.
It's all rough.
That's bad.
Yeah.
I'll just, hey, innocent to proven guilty.
Of course.
I'm not actually saying that this, is like an open and shut case and there's some smoking gun. I will just say it's a bad association to have. All of the last two sentences were all bad.
Yeah.
There's no good detail. I was hoping so much it'd be retired NBA player
Judd Bushler,
Kyle Korver. Yeah, like I was
something like that. Yeah.
Just,
but a guy previously mentioned.
Damn it.
Yeah.
One of the three guys that can't be.
It's rough. That is rough. What comes of it, we don't know. But there's another NBA head coach now attached to this story. We'll see. I don't know that the FBI is going to raid Ty Lue's home and take him away. So far, he will still be able to coach the Clippers.
Yeah.
But like I said, you don't want Pablo Torre on your case. You don't want him mentioning you in any way, shape, or form.
Would you rather have the FBI on you or Pablo Torre? Who do you want the hey, an email being like, hey, we have some questions?
Well, Pablo Torre got after Bill Belichick, and he's still outside of jail. He wasn't arrested for what Pablo Torre found out. Yeah, he's murdering the UNC program, but I don't
give
know
him
if
another 6 weeks.
I don't know if you go to jail for that. Plenty of guys have done that. So I would rather have Pablo Torre.
Okay, than the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Particularly if what he's interested in, isn't a crime. There's maybe some fraudulent stuff going on with the Clipper stuff, but as it stands now, Kawhi ain't being let off in handcuffs.
Yeah, okay.
He's
so your
still playing
freedom is
basketball.
very
important to me. Yes, yes,
okay.
it is. Yes,
Okay.
I don't want to be.
That's
I don't want to be led into a. I don't want to be led into a federal courtroom here wearing a 6'10" shirt for some reason.
Like Terry Rozier wearing the Hornets.
Yeah, for people who don't know, yes.
Terry Rozier.
I did
the
work
Hornets.
at 6'10" for half a summer. Yeah, I don't want to. Look, the hoodie was comfy.
You know
so
what?
I kept
You know
it.
what? That'd be great for us, being like, "Hey, listen, that's a 6'10" producer."
Yeah, if you don't know, yes, Terry Rozier allegedly was seen wearing a Hornets hoodie as he was walking into the federal courthouse.
Not our guy. That's not our guy.
Even though he was still a member of the Miami Heat. So yes, I don't need whatever version of Cash Patel is located here. I don't need that in my life. I'd rather deal with Pablo Torre.
Although you would get called newest face card and this.
Yeah, I don't know what scandal I'd be in to have the FBI look at me.
Let's not speculate.
Yeah,
just keep everyone safe. Let's not speculate.
Let's just say everyone's fine. Everyone here isn't involved in anything illicit at the moment, and
not that we know.
Let's keep it that way. as our famed Hall of Famer would say, you don't know.
You don't know. A Hall of Famer that loves poker, by the way.
I didn't want to draw that connection.
Sorry.
He also told a story earlier this week about how he handed off an envelope full of money when Chauncey was in OKC, because he has family there. John does, so he was happened to be at a game, and one of his I can't tell the rest of the story. He's already told the story, but I don't want to keep
on
it
air?
going.
Did you
Yes,
tell it on air?
actually,
Okay.
yes. I'm not revealing anything he didn't reveal.
But
it was sketchy at the time. We told him not to. I rehashed enough of it. I didn't want to complete the story, because it seems like if there was something sketchy there, he snitched on himself. He is saying,
Pablo Torre, go back through the podcast archives and find out.
Better him than Cash Patel.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Better him. All right, we'll go to break with that. Most recent NBA name is Ty Lue. The NBA's had a lot of problems regarding their image at this moment. A lot to do with stuff off the court, unfortunately for them. We'll see what comes of it, because right now the most they've done is tell the world that Billups and Rozier aren't getting paid. That's the only thing they've done so far besides put them on leave. They're not getting their money. Their contracts go into escrow at the moment. All right, we'll go to break with that. Do want to remind you, if you want to watch the NBA or college football this weekend, or maybe you are locked in on Monday nights for Monday Night Football, those are in danger, at least your ability to watch them. If you are a YouTube TV subscriber, go to keepmynetworks.com. Find out what you can do to keep ESPN and their channels on your television. Keepmynetworks.com.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
So we played some sound from CJ and D'Amico Ryans, also from Patrick Surtain, suggesting that Riley Moss is being racially profiled by referees. Well, I did not know that there was some reminiscing going on this week from the Denver side regarding their coaching search back in 2023, because D'Amico Ryans was not just a hot name here. He was a hot name in Denver. And apparently, if he didn't want to be in Houston, Denver was going to hire him. Of course, he didn't want to be in Denver. He wanted to be here for all the reasons that have been laid out over the last couple of years. So Denver went with Sean Payton. And one Troy Rink of the Denver Post is thanking D'Amico Ryans for going to Houston because Denver would not be a contender without Sean Payton, which would suggest that he thinks D'Amico Ryans wouldn't have done a good job, or at least as good of a job as Sean Payton has done. I would just like to inform the man who isn't listening to the show, so I'm not really informing him. But the Broncos haven't won a playoff game yet since Sean Payton's been there. They scraped into the playoffs last year and then got bounced out of the playoffs really quickly. In Houston, we've won 2 playoff games, won the division since D'Amico Ryans took over. Yeah, it didn't start off great this year, but just because you're 6-2 now, don't go write the article about how great it is to have Sean Payton. It feels good now because the Giants blew a giant lead and the Cowboys can't stop anybody. But you know what? Depending on how the schedule went, maybe you're not 6-2 because a couple tougher games were in those spots, and maybe you're not writing the article. I would just like to tell him. Who can't hear me because he's not listening.
D'Amico Ryans can point up to the 2023 and the 2024 AFC South Division champs.
And he has been to the
Doesn't matter, Brian.
But
AFC South
doesn't matter,
champions
Troy.
2 years in a row,
Doesn't
Brian.
matter, Troy.
But you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
And you know what?
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, you did. You and Bill O'Brien at that moment. The Texans win playoff games under D'Amico Ryans. What has Sean Payton done other than getting a feud with the guy who pulled Sierra? That's how I think of Russell Wilson. Because if I think about him in any other way, it turns negative. But if I think about him as a man who has Sierra on his arm, what has Sean Payton done since he left New Orleans? And since he's been a Broncos head coach?
Yeah.
What are we talking about? You made the playoffs once on the last day because the Chiefs decided they didn't want to play. Let's be clear. If the Chiefs cared about that game, the Broncos aren't in the playoffs. It would have been the Bengals or the Dolphins. Maybe Tyreek Hill doesn't quit on the team if the Chiefs actually cared about that game. But come on. Troy Rink, Denver Post. Yeah. You wish you had D'Amico Ryans. He did reference D'Amico chiding the media about being negative. That went national enough for him to notice it. Troy.
Imagine Bo Nix with Bobby Slowick calling plays. Imagine Russell Wilson with Bobby Slowick calling plays.
Maybe D'Amico Ryans is the lucky one.
Is Russell Wilson still the quarterback of the Denver Broncos? Probably not still.
3 years in, probably not.
But maybe
But
it will last a little
You never know.
Because Sean Payton seemed to just not like him.
From the jump. I don't know what D'Amico Ryans would have done at the quarterback spot. But slow down.
Yeah.
Troy.
Come on.
We'll see how you feel on Sunday. If Bo Nix is running around trying to get away from Will Anderson.
Yeah, at the very least, I feel good that the Sean Payton offense will not look good. Now, what will the Nick Caley offense look like? Let's not talk about that.
I don't want to mention that.
Hopefully, a couple 15-yard penalties go their way on Riley Moss.
Well, it's not the college. It could be 25 to 30. You never know.
That is true.
It could be a
forgot
deep ball.
about
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Who
just
knows?
do that.
Yeah.
Do that on second down every single time.
Target Riley Moss, no matter down or distance, he'll probably grab you.
Just throw a go to whoever he's guarding.
And just hope that Surtain is right. And they are profiling him. You'll definitely get a couple calls.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I need the referees to lean into the claims and just throw flags no matter what.
I'd before the game, just be like, watch out for number 31.
21, I believe.
21, yeah. Watch out for him.
It's a little grabby.
Yeah.
And see how
you know how they do it.
Yeah, those guys.
You know how they are.
Yeah.
And I'm picturing D'Amico Ryans being the one doing this. to Ron Tolbert.
D'Amico Ryan's walking up to the referee. Hey, you know how these guys are. Come on, watch him.
The one's like 21. Yeah,
watch him. Yeah, you think he's really playing?
Come on,
legally.
Come
on. They're all alike. What do you mean? Oh,
you can't let one of them get away with it.
You see Riley out there. Yeah.
Then they'll all think they can do it.
Yeah, he's like, you give a white corner an inch, he'll take a mile. Just seed the referees with that thought. Don't let him get away with it. I mean, he walked into the building, the property value immediately went down. What? Are we still talking about football? I think so. We'll see what happens on Sunday. Riley Moss versus the Texans. And racism, apparently, thanks to Patrick Surtain's thoughts. All right, let's get to this.
Racism.
Just laugh. Racism. We'll get to this because it lines up with some news that Art just provided. He quote tweeted and mentioned me in it. The Nebraska Cornhuskers just gave Matt Rule a 2-year contract extension. It'll take him through the 2032 season. It includes a $15 million buyout this year that effectively eliminates him from any jobs in this coaching cycle. What it means is, I guess, that buyouts, depending on how they're set up, can get paid over time. If you want Matt Rule this year, a lump sum of $15 million has to go to the Huskers, which I don't know how prohibitive that would be for someone who's desperate for Matt Rule. Of course, you got to pay him, got to pay his buyout. You might even have to deal with paying out assistance buyouts, but $15 million for anyone who wants Matt Rule and to steal him away from Nebraska. That's what you got to pay immediately. We'll see. We'll see if that keeps anyone from coming after him.
I mean, I guess they want to hire Matt Rule, so
I can't do what they have to because they know.
And I can't get into that mindset of like, yeah, sure, $15 million, that's too much.
What do the Penn State people think? If they really love Matt Rule, are they going to allow? So when he says it effectively eliminates him from any jobs, I don't know why in this case, considering A&M paid Jimbo's buyout to get him out of Florida State. Was it far less than $15 million? It might have been. I don't know, but there it is.
Yeah.
The Huskers believe in Matt Rule. He's having a pretty good year. They've lost a couple of times when they had a real chance to establish themselves. They lost to Michigan at home, and then they got their doors blown off by Minnesota on Friday night, a couple Friday nights ago. So Nebraska's fine. They win close games. They're going to be in the top half of the Big Ten, and they've rewarded Matt Rule with the new deal.
Man, is Penn State going to accidentally get a better coach
just because they don't get Matt Rule? Possible.
Yeah, they might get a better Matt.
But why would you hire Matt Rule if you're Penn State, considering his inability to beat anyone good?
That's what I'm saying. They might get a better coach, like by taking Matt Rule off the table. It might save themselves from the AD making the hire of like, hey, you know who I had back in Temple?
Yeah,
we beat a ranked guy. Surely he's done it since then, right?
They haven't looked up the stats. At least if you are Penn State hiring James Franklin, you could push aside any of his failures against ranked opponents because he's a Vanderbilt. Matt Rule,
Nebraska
is on 3. Was it? He hasn't done
Nebraska
it since
and Baylor.
Temple. So at Baylor he didn't do it. Nebraska hasn't done it. If you're trying to
With
avoid
the Panthers, he didn't do it.
Well, it's kind of hard. Ranked teams, but yes, he didn't do a lot of winning with the Panthers either.
No.
So why would Penn State follow up what they consider one issue and double down on it?
Yeah.
Now they don't have to worry about it, I guess. A team who I doubt they were after Matt Rule, but at least a program that needs a head coach is LSU. And the government's involved because they don't have a president. So the governor is now talking about LSU's coaching search. He didn't seem well researched in this clip you're about to hear because he puts an extension on Scott Woodward that really belongs at the feet of Ross Bjork, who's now the Ohio State AD, formerly of Ole Miss, formerly of A&M. But here is Governor Landry in Louisiana talking about what LSU is trying to do as they get their coaching search underway.
No, everything pretty much is just the same, really. Pass blocking,
That
run
is
block.
Blake Fisher. Maybe he has some thoughts. I don't know if I labeled it. I probably didn't label it. We'll do it when we come back. I probably didn't save it and give it a label. That is Blake Fisher.
Governor of Louisiana, Blake Fisher.
Maybe he's
In
not
the
Cajun.
future?
I was going to say maybe in the future. He's not Cajun enough for all that. We can do a dueling.
Yeah, when you hear what Jeff Landry sounds like.
do a dueling banjos of Blake Fisher versus Jeff Landry, and that'll kind of tell you Blake Fisher probably not going to be the future governor of Louisiana. He's from Indiana. Unlikely that's going to be the case.
They had bad luck with the Midwesterner earlier.
Who came from Indiana.
Yeah.
And Brian Kelly, so they're probably going to avoid that. We'll hear from Governor Landry when we come back. We got a couple segments to go if you want to join us. The number is 713-780-3776. But before we go, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and the best way to make a little bit of money when you're watching sports, especially during this busy time of the year. You have Thursday night football and NBA action on tonight. Never mind, on weekends you'll have college football. The World Series will pick back up for at least one more game here this week. But tonight you have Thursday night football. You have the Ravens. You have the Dolphins. What do the Ravens need to do to prove to me that they're a contender? Well, they need to have Derrick Henry rush for more than 92.5 rushing yards against a very porous Miami defense. I think Derrick Henry can do that, especially if Lamar Jackson comes back and they get some of that read option game happening. Then Devon A-Chain on the other side of the field. Give me a more on 96.5 rushing and receiving yards for A-Chain. He catches a lot of swing passes that are basically run plays, but they get counted as receiving yardage. I think A-Chain, he's a guy who can just take one of them and get you about halfway there on 96.5. And then moving on to the NBA, we got the Spurs and Heat tonight. Victor Wembanyama, a alien walking among us. I don't know how anyone stops him. So give me the more on 46 points, rebounds, and assists combined for Victor tonight. If you like those picks, you can follow them. If you don't, well, you can download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You can join us right now if you want. 713-780-3776 is the number. The news of the day, really, at least important for our football team on Sunday. Nico Collins was back at practice yesterday. So is Christian Kirk. So you're getting healthier at wide receiver. They're still limited Nico's just going through concussion protocol. The expectation is he should clear it by Sunday, so he's ready to go. So we'll see if that happens. Dalton Schultz is banged up. He's been banged up quite a bit over the last couple weeks, and he is someone who did not practice. Lakin Tomlinson didn't practice either. Danico Autry and Dylan Horton. So some of your depth at defensive end didn't practice, and a guy who's been in and out of the starting lineup at guard didn't practice either, Lakin Tomlinson. But that was just for rest. Lakin seems that's a veteran thing. He should be back and ready to go. Dalton Schultz is dealing with the knee and the shoulder. So the Texans, who have been really hit with injuries at tight end, may have to deal with another one. And without Dalton Schultz, it'd be tough. But at least you possibly could get your receivers back. All right, we've cleared it up. We have Governor Jeff Landry talking about what's going on at LSU. No Brian Kelly. He got fired. LSU doesn't have a president, so they are not doing it the traditional way. And this presser wasn't even about football per se. It just went to that because it rules the news in Louisiana. It is all about LSU football. So here's their governor, Jeff Landry, on the topic of the coaching search.
The first question is absolutely correct. We are not going down a failed path. And I wanted to tell you something. This is a pattern. The guy that's here now that wrote that contract cost Texas A&M $70-something million. Right now, we got a $53 million liability. We are not doing that again. And you know what? I believe that we're going to find a great coach. I mean, maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners. You know? I'm not going to be picking the next coach. But I can promise you, we're going to pick a coach, and we're going to make sure that that coach is successful, and we're going to make sure that he's compensated properly, and we're going to put metrics on it, because I'm tired of rewarding failure in this country and then leaving the taxpayers on the foot, to foot the bill. So, yeah, I absolutely. Who's that? No. I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select him before I let him do it.
That's a second.
I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach. Because, wait, I want to hold on. One real quick thing on that. Because here's what y'all reporters need to do. Y'all need to start looking at who represents all these people, like these agents. You know what's interesting? If I'm not mistaken, Woodward's agent, Kelly's agent, the Texas A&M, they're all the same agent.
He is mistaken.
Like, you realize if I would be, I don't know how many sports writers we got here today? Just you. We should have a bunch. Okay?
But this wasn't about football at first. What are you talking about?
Lawyers would be disbarred for the way these agents act and the way they're able to represent. In fact, there's no doubt, they may even represent some of the players now. Like, it's really time for the NCAA to put on some guardrails in college sports. Because, and it's fine. We don't need the guardrails. If big billionaires want to spend all that kind of money, no problem. But if I got to go find $53 million from Kemp, it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. I'm just telling you. I know. And I think that that's important as well. Y'all should start looking into that.
All right. Thank you to Governor Jeff Landry. A couple things there. This was supposed to be about the expectation of the loss of SNAP benefits, something that is affecting the taxpayers of Louisiana. So when he says, how come there weren't more sports writers there? It wasn't a LSU football coach press conference. Now, maybe the expectation should have been that that topic would have come up, but it wasn't the initial reason for what you heard the last couple minutes. So that's why there weren't a lot of sports writers there. As far as all of the guys having the same agent, I assumed he meant that when he meant that Texas A&M thing, I guess he meant Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
Jimbo Fisher's agent isn't the same as Brian Kelly's agent and Scott Woodward's agent. So Jimbo is represented by Jimmy Sexton. Thinks that's Sark's agent as well.
Yeah, he's basically all the Alabama guys,
Yes,
all the
Saban guys.
tree.
Yeah,
it's all he's Lane Kiffin's agent.
But Brian Kelly is not a Saban guy. His agent is Trace Armstrong.
Yeah,
I believe that's the former defensive end Trace Armstrong. So while yes, he is correct that ADs will share agents with coaches and deals get done. In fact, you may think that for a coach who doesn't even want to leave his school, if he shares an agent with an AD for a different school, the AD might show interest in the coach to get that guy an extension.
That's basically what happened with Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
That when it was open, when the LSU job was open, A&M threw a bag at Jimbo Fisher, got him an extension, and that was obviously a Sexton deal. And Sexton represents Woodward, so they kind of work together.
Yeah, so there are some things that the governor talked around that in some ways make some sense.
It's just like slight misrepresentation.
Yeah, but not everything is factually correct. And,
which is to be expected when you're the governor.
When you're the governor. Maybe you should know that much about what's going on. And also,
but I kind of love it. I love that he's
and
involved.
In some ways, I guess the taxpayer would foot the bill for that.
Indirectly,
because maybe if you're a resident of the state of Louisiana, you're paying taxes. But it doesn't fall to, like, the booster who helped out to get that 53 off their board so they could get rid of Jimbo. I mean, he's not going to
Brian Kelly, yeah.
Oh yeah, Brian Kelly. It's not going to trickle down to a guy in New Orleans who has to pay.
Yeah, and the $53 million probably won't be $53 million at the end of the day because there's offset language. There's all sorts of stuff where it probably won't be that full number.
I appreciate the governor's concern.
I do appreciate his concern, and this is another situation where I think it's. I enjoy that the state governor is involved in a coaching search. Wouldn't want to be my team, but I'm involved. I'm excited that someone's
the
someone else
messiness
doing
is
this.
fun for me because it doesn't involve a team I root for.
Yeah, it's like
But I would get it if you're an LSU fan.
It's like watching your friend being in a bad relationship. You're like, it's kind of funny.
How close?
It's kind of amusing.
How close of a friend are they?
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, this is amusing.
And,
I wouldn't want to do this, but
also,
I'm glad he's doing
it. Do you have to spend nights out with this bad relationship? Because then it's not that great for you.
Yeah, exactly.
It all depends how close of a relationship you have with that
friend. But for now, look at these guys.
Look, it's for you. Like, they're in the SEC, but it doesn't have anything really to do with me.
These guys.
Yeah, look at it. Look at my dumb cousin over there.
Jeff Landry talked for 2 uninterrupted minutes about the head coaching job.
Yeah. Look, it's like LSU right now is your dopey cousin who keeps making bad decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's family, but I don't
So
have to see him all the time.
You see, got a new face tattoo at Thanksgiving. Sick.
The thing is, the girl would have the face tattoo.
Yeah, yeah, right.
That's concerning, but less concerning if your cousin actually had the face tattoo. Then we're actually having conversations about what's going on. If it's the girl, he'll be over here in a couple months.
Yeah,
whatever. Big deal anyway. As
Yeah,
Gilbert would
yeah.
say.
In head coaching years, it's like, he'll be fired in 5 years no matter what.
Yeah.
So who cares?
Yeah. So there is the Louisiana governor. I can't. Would that ever happen here?
Greg Abbott?
Would Greg Abbott ever get involved on that level?
He's on the sideline of a lot of
He
University of Texas.
So would he have a presser that devolved from talking about things that actually affect the people of the state on a day-to-day basis? Oh, you're saying he would. Okay.
Yes, he would.
Okay, there it is.
Steve Sarkeesian's buyout's also like $60 million.
It's a lot of money, as a lot of those guys' buyouts are. Just lots and lots of money. That's why the Matt Rule thing was like 15. That's got to be a misprint. You mean 51, right?
Well, it's 50. It's 15 to have another school buy him out, but for Nebraska to buy him out, would be more. Yeah,
but
so there a lot of times there's 2 numbers.
That's true, and maybe 15 is on the higher end.
Yeah,
possibly.
To hire away because you never really hear about that. You never hear about like
the transfer fee,
the actual number.
Like how much did you have to pay to get that guy out of the?
What did LSU pay Notre Dame to hire Brian Kelly?
Yeah.
No one knows.
It's true. Yeah, those are 2 different numbers, and they could be drastically different. Yeah. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thank you to Jeff Landry for your contributions to the show.
And for your contributions to the LSU head coaching job.
Oh, he admitted that I won't be doing anything.
Oh,
but so will Scott. But neither will Scott Woodward.
Thank you for taking the keys out of Scott Woodward's hands.
Yes.
Which is, honestly...
Probably not a bad
Not
decision.
the worst idea. When you put on his resume Jimbo Fisher and Brian Kelly
back to back. Yeah.
You know what? Maybe a search committee on this one.
I mean, if I wanted to defend Scott Woodward, couldn't for the Jimbo thing so much because even Florida State people were talking about how Jimbo was kind of checking out, and he got out of there when he could, and he made a lot of money coaching at A&M. we talk about Brian Kelly. I know that what the standard is at LSU, and they should have a ridiculous standard considering the two guys after Saban who won titles.
Yeah.
They should have the belief that almost anyone with competency and maybe lack of competency in some cases could still win a title there. Brian Kelly didn't really absorb the Louisiana thing either. I'm
tried.
here.
Oh.
He did the accent. That was the most of it. For the most part, you hear stories about how he didn't really take on the state as far as kind of getting himself involved with what goes on there. He didn't want any part of it, and people could sense it. So I get all that. But as far as season to season, did have a Heisman Trophy winner,
2 10-win seasons,
multiple double-digit win seasons. But the standard is the standard, and it was certainly falling short even before this year. And then you look at what happened this year.
Yeah, it's hasty, but I think the reason it got sped up is because no one likes Brian Kelly.
Correct.
That's really the
not just
if people liked him, he probably gets another year.
Now there are individuals who can tell a story here or there, but the general consensus is
like no one's defended him.
No one's looking to defend Brian Kelly.
No one. Like even James Franklin got the wow, I can't believe that Penn State's doing this to James Franklin.
Sure.
Good luck finding a better coach than James Franklin. To my knowledge, I have not seen one former coach or one coach who used to work with them being like, it's messed up what this business is doing. You know, that always gets asked. Like Steve Sarkeesian got asked about James Franklin getting fired and gave the boilerplate, it's messed up what they're doing to these coaches. I haven't seen that on Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I have not seen the coaching fraternity come to his aid.
Haven't seen it
at all. Well, the final nail for Brian Kelly was losing to A&M. Was like a coronation for A&M for all the things they are good at through 8 games. That was on ESPN. And if you're a YouTube TV subscriber, there's a possibility if that game happened a couple weeks from now, you would have missed it because there's an issue. And if you want to keep ESPN and their family of networks or channels on your TV, go to keepmynetworks.com. YouTube TV subscribers, go to keepmynetworks.com to keep YouTube TV and ESPN working well together. We got one more segment to go before we're out of here. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We are one win away from the Blue Jays from being Blue Jay fans. We're already Blue Jays fans, but we can celebrate with them on the night. Like if they win the World Series, we can celebrate with a little pump, fist pump. Yeah, got him. Other than that, that's. I don't think I'm gonna go beyond that expenditure of energy when it comes to. All right, the Dodgers lost.
Maybe a little clap as the final act, because that's the thing with baseball is that a lot of time it's just kind of like perfunctory the last couple innings of like, all right, didn't completely blow it.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the last time it came down to the final out. Like, obviously it always does. But as far as, tying run on second, I don't remember the last time that's happened.
I just remember that Game 7 with the Cubs and
the Indians.
Indians
at the time,
was very close.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was a man on, but it was also like kind of a tough play if I remember. But yeah,
it's not a lot of
like the Kyle Tucker one in 2022. It's just a fly out.
Thanks to Jordan. 3-1. I think they might have even added an extra run before. Maybe got the 4-1. Either way, the Kyle Tucker thing was a fly out.
Yeah,
it was
2017. They're up 5-0.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm sure it's happened, but I'm trying to think the last time we were on pins and needles to see who would win the World Series.
Maybe one of the Cardinals ones from back in the day, like the David Freese Cardinals.
I know there was a game where the Rangers were outs away from
winning.
That was like Game 6, right?
Yeah.
And the Cardinals won Game 7.
And Nelson Cruz made like a terrible defensive play, like Teoscar Hernandez did last night.
So the Blue Jays go back to Toronto up 3-2, and the reason why is Trey Yesavich. He has a name that if he wins, his team wins, you're gonna hear and see a lot of things. Play on words with Yesavich, but to this point, I haven't seen that. But I imagine it'll be something that people lean into. I'm sure he'll get yelled at in a fun way by his teammates as they're all drunk as they're in the parade. I'm sure when they show up at their final location, they're giving all the speeches that winners do. I'm sure, Trey, you're an effing savage. Everyone goes crazy. I'm sure that might happen. But last night, other than the Kike Hernandez home run, dominant, 12 strikeouts. Here is Trey Yesavich with Ken Rosenthal after the win.
Most ever by a rookie in a World Series game. How did you do it? What made you so successful tonight?
Just my belief, believing in myself, believing in my defense, believing in Kirky behind the plate, and believing in God that he'd look over me today.
Game 1 was good, but more of a struggle. What did you work on between starts? What did you tell yourself going into tonight's game?
Just need to get in the strike zone. When 3 of my pitches are in the strike zone, even 2, like part of tonight, I mean, I'm in control. So just getting in the strike zone, getting ahead.
You started the season in the Florida State League in A-ball. You have brought the Blue Jays to within 1 game of their first World Series title since 1993. Your parents have followed you every step of the way. What will you tell them when you see them tonight?
I'm just going to tell them that I love them and safe travels back to Pennsylvania, and I'll see them on Friday.
Trey, thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Joe, back to you.
That is not the answer Ken Rosenthal is looking for. I think he wanted something along the lines of, I'm going to tell him about the journey, how we did it together. The man's 22 years old. The journey has not been that long. I don't think Ken Rosenthal is looking for, hey, safe travels, Mom and Dad.
Was he, we talk a lot in basketball about foul baiting.
Yeah,
was he tear baiting?
I don't know if about tears, but he wanted
emotion baiting.
Emotion baiting. Ken Rosenthal, hey, you were in A-ball. Look what you've done. What are you going to tell Mom and Dad? That man's 22 years old. I don't know Trey Yesavage's life. I don't know if he's had hard times, whatever. But Rosenthal was not looking for the perfunctory. Hey,
yeah. Well, they're at every game. So
yeah, I mean,
say what's up.
I mean,
seen them a lot.
We're actually fairly middle class, upper middle class even. So I mean,
yeah, that too.
And they're retired. It's
well, it's also like he's not making that much money. He was in 1A to start the season. He's on a minimum contract, prorated, so he's not. The postseason bonus money is a lot to him. Yeah, so he's just like,
I know.
Say what's up.
You're trying for your Ronaldo moment. You didn't get it.
Yeah,
understood.
Are we having Thanksgiving at Uncle Mike's house or at
Yeah. He's probably asking questions like
grandma?
That. Yeah, I mean, hopefully maybe I'm sure he asked about maybe a couple of a younger cousin what they're up to or something, but it's typical family stuff. That's all. Sorry, Ken. Try again next time.
Yeah. Try that with Vlad Guerrero.
Try it with an older player, like a 30-year-old who gets one. Yeah.
He's already in his hotel room, pen on the pad, being like, Max Scherzer, old as hell.
This is what we're talking about.
Third ring, probably last year.
You just had the wrong guy. Hey, the guy. Hey, this is pretty fun, ain't it?
Yeah.
I was an A-ball.
Yeah, George Springer.
second World Series title.
How do I talk around 2017?
Yeah, don't really mention how it came
But
up to be.
How much this one means to you after all you've been through, George Springer?
Would he ask George Springer, does this one mean more than your 2017? Maybe not directly.
Yeah. He is trying to find a way to word it delicately to be
that
like,
this one is more important.
What does this one mean to you?
Yeah, he wouldn't go all in, but he would dance around it. Well, sorry, Ken. Maybe your next post-game interview will get you there. I appreciate the young man going, he thanked who he had to thank. I'm just going to ask and hope that my family gets to their next location safely, and we'll keep it moving. But he was great. The 12 strikeouts going into that building. I don't know that Dodger Stadium is all that daunting as far as environments are concerned, but you're on the road in the World Series. Series is tied 2-2, and you do what he did. And, of course, the Toronto Bats made it easy on them. They got out to an early lead. And like I said, outside of the Kike Hernandez home run, kid was flawless. And now the Blue Jays can do us all a favor and keep the Dodgers from winning another World Series. They'll get their opportunity on Halloween night in Toronto, see if they can get that done. All right, we're done for the day. Rich Eisen's up next. He is followed by Jeremy and Joe. And they're going to give you an opportunity to win tickets to the Cougs versus West Virginia. They got all the tickets today. No giveaways on this show or the morning show. So if you are looking for a chance to win tickets to go watch the Cougs, try to get to 8-1, listen to Jeremy and Joe starting at 3. They'll be giving away those tickets. All right, Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. But before we officially go, what do you want to tell the people about?
I want to tell YouTube TV customers that you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Sell your house fast for cash at greenlightoffer.com.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Aggie fans, get ready for an unforgettable experience. Join Fitterman Sports Group for an epic autograph meet and greet with your top-ranked fighting Texas Aggies football stars. Heisman Trophy winner Johnny Manziel and rising stars Marcel Reed, Casey Concepcion, and Mario Craver all in one place. It's happening November 1st at Fitterman Sports Post Oak location inside Central Supply. Don't miss your chance to meet your Aggie stars up close for pictures and autographs. Spots are limited, so grab your tickets now at FittermanSports.com. That's FITERMAN Sports.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks are mixed this morning as they were yesterday after disappointment that Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell suggested that a December rate cut after yesterday's quarter-point reduction was not by any means a foregone conclusion, given that the Fed is flying blind with not a lot of economic data available during the government shutdown. In addition, this morning we have mixed earnings from major technology companies. Microsoft and Meta are trending lower. Alphabet, the parent of Google, is up about 7%, so there's a bit of an offset there. Markets are flat to slightly lower, depending on which average you look at this morning. Interest rates are still a little higher after yesterday's disappointing comments, at least to the markets, from Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell. The yield on the 10-year note approaching 4.09%. Dollar slightly higher this morning. Crude oil futures down 42 cents to $60.06 a barrel. And that uptick in interest rates and the steady dollar is pushing gold back down by more than $15 to $39.85 the ounce. So earnings rolling off the line to mixed results, and the Fed disappointing Wall Street to a certain extent yesterday.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Austin down the middle he goes to win the game! To win the game!
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Vladdy rocks the ball. It is gone again! Back-to-back blasts in the first.
Today's guests. NFL Network analyst Daniel Jeremiah. Oregon head coach Dan Lanning. Actor Gabriel Luna. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, everybody, welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. All 3 hours on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, which has ESPN everywhere. We're on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We say hello listening on Sirius XM Channel 80. That's how you can get ESPN Radio via satellite. Hey, podcast listeners, what do you think of you, too? Because you listen whenever you want. That's great. That's your right. However you get this podcast, we appreciate it. All 3 hours available for you, and say maybe you chop it up and you check us out every now and then on our YouTube page. Hello to you too as well. YouTube.com/Rich Eisen Show for all of that. The actor Gabriel Luna is in studio in hour number 3. You might love him from Last of Us. If you do, guess what? You're going to love something just a little bit lighter than that about John Wayne Gacy, who's a serial killer. But anyway, he's in something called Devil in Disguise. John Wayne Gacy, available streaming now for Peacock. It's a limited series, 8 episodes. It's great. He's in studio in hour number 3 of this program. Dan Lanning, the head coach of the Oregon Ducks, ranked 6th overall. We've never had Dan on the program. That ends in hour number 2. He's on his bye week. And then coming up, Daniel Jeremiah in 18 minutes' time to set up the stage for week number 9 of the National Football League that begins tonight with Lamar Jackson back under center and in shotgun for the Ravens as expected, taking on the Miami Dolphins. Winner, I guess, moves on towards digging themselves out of a hole, and the loser essentially goes home. We'll set the stakes on all of that. Daniel's also going to set the stage for some of the teams that are already looking over the steering wheel at next year's draft, this year's quarterback class coming up. We'll also hit him up on everything else going on with the Chargers. He calls the games for that. And he's a big San Diego Padre fan, so I imagine he'll be joining us with a Canadian accent in about 17 minutes' time. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. How are you?
I just like the idea of Daniel doing a Canadian accent for the whole segment.
I don't think Daniel's a drinker, but you'll know he's really rooting against the Dodgers if he's having a Labatt's at 9:20 Pacific time in the morning.
Sponsored by Molson, this segment.
Good to see you over there. What's up, DJ Mikey D's and D's Nuts? Good to see you. And TJ Jefferson, candles lit over there. How are you, sir? What's going on over there?
I'm swell.
Okay, great.
I'm swell. I find it kind of funny you guys
that take joy in your rivals losing games. I think we need to talk about this at some point.
Wait, what? Okay, we'll talk about all this. 844-204-RICH.
You weren't out here earlier.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. So I was at Game 5 last night, saw it with my own two eyes. I don't believe I've ever seen a game in person where the first two guys homer. I don't think I've ever seen that. I can't recall the last game I saw where the first pitch went yard. One pitch, one run, one swing of momentum that we've seen the Blue Jays now carry for a couple of games in a row in Los Angeles. And I don't think I've ever seen that. And it's the first time a World Series game has ever began with back-to-back home runs. Davis Schneider, again, who I had 15 of his cards. If he played in 1979, I'd have 15 of his cards on tops. He's got like that Doug Drabeck look about him with glasses.
Oh, that's a good throw.
You know, and he took a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Blake Snell up and in, got his hands out, threw it, and yanked it into the seats. Yep. And then Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's now one game away. I would say 9 innings away, but we all know what the series can rock. He's one game away from being the most valuable player of the World Series. And what a capstone that would be on his season and a feather in his cap for his career.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he'd have a ring and he'd be able to give it to his dad and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And little did we know that those 2 home runs, those 2 at-bats, the 3 pitches into this game in which the Blue Jays took a 2-0 lead would be all the runs that they would need. Literally, there were people stuck on the 101 freeway coming into the stadium looking up and go, oh, it's 2-0. That's how quickly this thing had happened. It was only about 10 minutes after 5 o'clock local time. And this is a series in which a game ended at 3 in the morning Toronto time, or you know what I mean? And that was all the Blue Jays would need because of this young stud named Trey Yesavage. And this photograph on the screen, I'll describe it for everybody who's listening on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance and Sirius XM and our podcast. It is a guy whose pitching style is so over the top that the ball looks like it's coming from the hand of Victor Wembanyama standing flat-footed. And I'm not kidding. It's about 7 foot 6 inches off the ground. And so when he they documented this on Fox, I believe, in Game 1, that his wingspan and his ability to come over the top and release point is the tallest off the ground of anybody in Major League Baseball.
Oh, wow.
I might be wrong about that. Tyler Glasnow, as we all know, has got the longest stride,
right?
Because he's so tall. But this guy, he creates such a release point that it's jarring. And normally, if you got him figured out in Game 1, which the Dodgers did before the roof fell in on him in Toronto, you'd figure that they might have a better chance at him in their second time seeing him around, but not this time. And it's an incredible story. I mean, I think it's been well documented for those who have been locked in on the World Series and the postseason. But I'm sitting in this game next to my boy, Coop, who goes to summer camp in Maine. And because Susan and I want him to have, an East Coast, different experience than living in Southern California. And it's awesome. The camp every year takes kids on a field trip to the Portland Sea Dogs, AA affiliate of your Boston Red Sox, Christopher.
Correct.
And Cooper.
I covered the Sea Dogs for many years.
Cooper, and I kind of mentioned this before Savage's first start in the World Series. I'll repeat it here again. Coop saw a Portland Sea Dogs game against the Toronto Blue Jays AA affiliate from New Hampshire. And sure enough, who were they starting the night that Coop was there on July the 6th? the Fischer Cats had started a guy who had just been elevated from single A ball in Dunedin, Florida for the Toronto Blue Jays, and his name is Trey Savage. He saw him in Double-A baseball in Portland, Maine this summer. By the way, you can look at the box score. I'll read it out for those who are listening right now. Connerly Early was the starter for the Sea Dogs. He started Game 3 of the Wild Card Series against the Yankees.
Crazy.
In Yankee Stadium. But the kid who gave up, by the way, 3 earned on 4 hits in 3 innings
got tagged
against the Sea Dogs, he wound up catching fire, and he wound up pitching for the Blue Jays, and he wound up on the mound in games 1 and 5 of the World Series. And now that guy that Cooper saw in July and saw last night set a record for most strikeouts by a rookie pitcher in the history of the World Series. And this photograph of him striking out Shohei Ohtani,
that's tough.
With a pitch that fooled him so greatly that his helmet came flying off and he lost his balance, is something that, I don't know, do you print this out and put it on your wall and or put it on a T-shirt or walk around the rest of your life going, I did that?
No, that goes up in the crib forever.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
And the guy, he surpassed Don Newcomb of the Dodgers organization, and he became the first pitcher to have 10 strikeouts in a World Series start through the first 5 innings of that start since one of the folks in the crowd, Sandy Koufax, who was there again. Trey Savage going through 7 innings and just pounding that strike zone, pounding it. And had this to say after his remarkable Game 5 victory to make the first 2 at-bats results of the night stand up for the rest of the night to give the Blue Jays a shot at winning the World Series at home, one of 2 different chances to do so. This is what he had to say after the game.
Crazy world. Hollywood couldn't have made it this good. So just being a part of this, I'm just very blessed. Walking from the bullpen to the dugout, I took a moment to look around the stadium, see all the fans I wanted to I was hoping I'd send them home upset, but it was just a cool, full circle moment.
Kid born in Pottstown, PA, is now the toast of Canada as he became the first to have 12 strikeouts and no walks in a World Series start. How about them apples? Just 3 hits. The one earned was a Kike, no doubt about her. That guy is just a beast in October.
Playoff Kike, man.
Right? That was a no doubt about it. Made it 2-1, and it could have been a game. And then, you know what the Blue Jays do, man? I'm telling you, I keep pounding this because they play baseball in a way that can take down the most well-heeled, future Hall of Fame studded lineup and franchise in the sport, which is timely hitting and timely connections with the baseball. Their ratio of productive outs to non-productive outs is their superpower. I turn to Cooper whenever there's a runner on third with less than 2 outs, and I'm like, is there any doubt the Blue Jays are not scoring that run right now?
Right.
Whether it be by a base hit like Isaiah Kiner-Falefa late in the game to give him a 6-1 lead, or a fly out, or a ground out to the right side to get someone from second over to third. And again, I use the Yankees as the measuring stick for various reasons, for personal reasons. But also, this is the second straight AL East winning opponent the Dodgers are facing in the World Series. And this team that they're facing doesn't strike out as much, doesn't need the home run to score, has timely pitching, has timely relieving, has a manager who's pushing the buttons that work more than not. Does have Don Mattingly in the dugout. Also, this team, guess what? Didn't completely disintegrate after a gutting loss in Dodger Stadium, capped by a walk-off Freddie Freeman home run. The Yankees disintegrated last year in the World Series. The Blue Jays, since losing to Freddie Freeman in the 19th inning and all the Dodger fans going home happy, listening to Randy Newman talking about how much he loves Los Angeles.
They rallied.
They have not lost yet. Not only have they rallied, they haven't lost. They said, you know what? We're going to just sweep the rest of Los Angeles. We'll win games 4 and 5. We'll beat Ohtani after the whole world's talking about what a unicorn he is on the mound. And then we'll send our kid out there and give him a lifetime photograph memory on the wall of Ohtani losing his balance in his helmet. They're unbelievable. They're a great baseball team. They play the game the way it's supposed to be played. And you know what? You could take Davis Schneider's salary, I bet. I don't even know what their salary is. And Ernie Clement's salary on top of each other, right? And Barger's salary and Lucas's salary, and just mount them up. Do they even come to the equivalence of a fraction of one of these Dodgers deferrals are?
Davis Schneider is making $820,000 this year.
And, you know, the Dodgers lineup is not making contact. They aren't playing baseball as well as the Blue Jays. Mookie Betts, man, I love this guy. He's raising his hand saying, look at me, hit it.
I don't want to speak on anybody else, but for me personally, I've just been terrible. I've been terrible, and there's no I wish it was from lack of effort. I really do, but it's not. So I don't have any answers.
Well, that's one thing you know it will never be for Mookie Betts is lack of effort. He's hit 130 in the World Series, but his talent is so great. Normally, when you hit 130 in the World Series, you're dropped from 2 to 8. They dropped him from 2 to 3 in the lineup.
Right.
Because you just never know. He catches fire, and he'll change the entire fortunes. Good news for the Dodgers is Yamamoto's on the mound in Game 6. And all he's done is finish what he started 2 times in a row. Got to do it again. They need that, man. They need length from him because
they need to score some runs.
They do. That's true. Obviously.
They have 4 runs in the last 29 innings.
I ain't going to get it done.
Because the Blue Jay pitchers make you swing and miss, and all they do is make contact with the baseball.
Yeah.
It really is amazing.
Like the Dodgers just hit solo home runs.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they do.
Rich, you being
sort of like who? What does that remind you of?
The Yankees.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Sure.
The Blue Jays are turning the Dodgers into the Yankees? Is that what you're telling me right now?
It seems like it.
Rich, you being there, what was the feeling like in the crowd going down 2-0 that early, man? Did you sense that the fans were just taken out of the game?
No, not really. I mean,
because I was like,
got him right back in. Kike got him right back into it. I mean, Kike's home run got everybody right back into it. As deflating as it might be, that thing was gone. And you know, and Dodger fans know their lineup is so loaded.
Yeah, you can't really give up.
And here's the kid that they cuffed around well enough to keep it a game in Game 1 until, again, as I mentioned, the roof caved in. But unbelievable. Well done, Blue Jays. They go home now. Grab your passports, and if you're the Dodgers, and look out for this one. I'll just put this one in your head because Coop said it to me on the way home.
What's that?
Because, you know, Ohtani pitched in Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
He says, what if Yamamoto gives you 7, Ohtani gives you the 8th, and Sasaki gives you the 9th? What if it goes Yamamoto to Ohtani to Sasaki in Game 6? And I'm like, the only thing that might be, you know, not reasonable about that is Yamamoto just goes all 9. But it's entirely possible.
I think I had saw that it's going to be a Glasnow Ohtani game on Game 7.
Got it.
Should it get that far?
Should it get that far?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which will be wild because at that point in time, you know, Ohtani can only warm up after he's hit and gotten off the base paths.
Right. So I don't know if he starts and then Glasnow comes in relief.
Is that how? That's wild,
Got to get there first, obviously.
Yes, you do. What a series. It's been highly entertaining.
Yeah, it's been fun.
To say the least. And just for the Toronto Blue Jays, an absolute, how about this, exhibition. Remember they used to play in that stadium?
Exhibition stadium.
It's been an exhibition of how to play the game. How do you play the game? make contact, put the pressure on the other team because you make contact, and then pitch well enough where there is no contact. What was it, 23 swings and misses?
A lot, yeah.
Wow. All right, so the Dodgers are down 3-2, which no doubt delights the Padre season ticket holder that's about to join us. Again, I'm wondering if Daniel Jeremiah, when he joins us next, will have a Canadian accent. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We will talk to Daniel Jeremiah, A. Actually, you can't spell Jeremiah without A.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Your nationally ranked number 22 Houston Cougars are rolling at 7-1. This Saturday morning at 11, the Cougs take on West Virginia at TDECU Stadium. And we're celebrating one of the greatest teams in program history, the 2015 Peach Bowl champions, back together on the field. In their honor, tickets start at just $20.15. Get yours now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear black.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom T-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at TNTshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granato, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granato.
Sean Mapes here to tell you that Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans and Rockets this season. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and 3-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app with the new feed tab. Follow a friend, a celebrity, or maybe your favorite local radio personality and check out every lineup they create with just one click. PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss.
Download the PrizePicks app and use code MAKES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAKES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Call to action. Now. If I want to do my patio furniture, get it Houston Powder Coated, I need to do it now.
Yes, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888. Call now.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
you left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, empowering listeners' sports knowledge since 2007.
Use your sports knowledge for powers of good.
I mean, someone who calls the games and sees a lot of these guys, the collection of first, second, third-year players, when you throw Joe Alt into the mix and what he is and who he is, I mean, it's a really, really good young offense that's going to chance to grow up together.
Daniel Jeremiah, voice of the Los Angeles Chargers on radio right here on the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus and ESPN app and ESPN Radio. Let's just jump into tonight's game real quick. Are you of the mindset here that the Ravens can actually put a run together and win this division at the end of the day, Daniel?
Yeah, I think so. And look, I'm confident in the offense with Lamar back that they'll get rolling offensively. I'm not confident that the Steelers are going to, put so much distance between them that they can't catch them. The deciding factor is going to be whether the Ravens defense can do what they did last week, and look more like a more vintage Ravens defense where there's no blown assignments, where there's a little bit of pass rush, and where the tackling is solid. And Roquan Smith coming back and the way he played, and kind of like a force multiplier with, just the energy, the effort, and the playmaking, kind of all that rolled together. I think that made a major difference. But that, to me, is that's just the one question mark. Can they get consistent defensive play? The offense is going to be fine.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the Steelers. You're going to see them in person in a Week 10 Sunday nighter here in Los Angeles after they play the Colts at home. And are the Steelers in trouble, Daniel?
I'm worried about their defense, Rich. I talk about tackling, and this is a team that has just been really, really poor. And you go back to the Cincinnati game, when you're watching the tape of that game and you see how much separation and space they allowed, for the number one receiver in the NFL, in Jamar Chase, and that should be, focal point number one, and he's that uncovered. That was an issue. And then you go to this last week's game, and they can't tackle. It was not just one person; it was a whole collection of guys at the second and third level of their defense that can't get guys on the ground. And I know there's a lot of, I've heard a lot of chatter about, okay, where's this pass rush? This pass rush isn't getting home. And I'm like, well, you don't have a chance to get home when you got guys that open that early, and when there's such a low risk, high reward for just completing a pass in the flat, knowing that instead of a 5 to 7 yard gain, it could go for 35 or 40 because they haven't been tackling well. So that to me is a major cause for concern.
Well, you've seen Denver in person, you've seen Indianapolis in person, because again, I'm looking at all the games that the Chargers have played. You also saw Kansas City in person in Brazil, just like I did, but that's just not the same team, right? I mean, just in terms of who's healthy, in terms of Drew Tranquil barking at Chris Jones to do your job and everything like that. They've turned the corner. And, the Chargers, again, are in the mix themselves if they are healthy. Just overall, based on what you've seen with your own two eyes and then watching on all 22 as much as you do, who's the best team in football entering Week 9? Daniel Jeremiah?
I'll put it this way, Rich. Clearly, to me, the Broncos were the best defense that I've seen in person this year, and they are so fast up front, and they have a mix. I talk about it of this way. You've got darts off the edge, right? You've got just two of the elite get-off guys coming off the edge, and then you've got disguise with how Vance Joseph sets up this defense. So if you cause a little bit of hesitation, you've got that much speed, particularly with Benito coming off the edge. It's a problem. And then you have, when they're healthy in the secondary, it's really, really deep and talented back there. So that's been clearly the best defense. The Colts offense is the best offense that I've seen. And just their physicality, the play design creativity. Jonathan Taylor's playing, as well as any back in the league. Daniel Jones is playing consistent, efficient. That was an impressive display, seeing them in person offensively. So those are the units to me that impressed the most. And then, the way the Chiefs have started to get rolling, they weren't all hands on deck when we were together and saw them there in Brazil. So I'll have to wait till I see them a little bit down the road. But in terms of the best combined overall team, I don't know. I think those teams are kind of all in the mix. I don't know if there's a separator at that point in time. I guess you could compare the Broncos offense to the Colts defense. I might lean a little bit more towards the Broncos offense there.
Well, then let's open it wider to, as I said, all 22, or whether you're sitting at home watching Sunday Night Football like I'm sure you were, because the Chargers had a Thursday night game last week. Just seeing Jordan Love playing as well as he did, the Packers playing as well as they are, a host of 5-2 and 6-2 teams in the NFC. You've got the Seahawks coming off of a bye. Same thing with the Rams. You've also got the Lions coming off of a bye themselves, sitting there currently in the NFC standings. Let me get this exact number right. They're fifth at 5-2. What do you say there in the NFC, Daniel?
Well, it's going to be a fun ride. I think health is going to go a long way in deciding that, because I don't think there's much that separates those teams. If I was looking at it right now, I would say if they hit their ceiling, if all of these teams hit their ceiling, I might lean towards the Lions slightly over Green Bay and the Rams, and the Eagles are still lurking out there as well. But I think the Lions' best. Healthy and their best, I think, is the best in the NFC right now.
Daniel Jeremiah here on the Rich Eisen Show. Speaking of Green Bay, when we were on the set there for the draft on NFL Network, over and over and over again for 3 straight days, you're like, you know what? The Patriots are having an incredible draft. They are set up. And then we didn't even discuss Drake May becoming an MVP caliber quarterback by the middle or the first third of the NFL campaign that was to come. Are you even surprised with how he's looked and how the Patriots have put it together right now?
Look, I believed in his talent, and I believed in what they were building there. I thought they hired the right coach. I thought they had a great draft. I thought they, were targeted in what they did in free agency. I thought this was going to be a team that was going to be ascending. That being said, I did not think they would be where they are, including a road win over Buffalo and a quarterback who's, not like fringe MVP discussion, but one of the favorites in the MVP discussion. So they are way ahead of schedule. The talent was unquestioned with Drake. I didn't think they'd be able to support him enough. At this point in time, I thought it was going in the right direction, but I think they'd be able to support him enough to be this good right now. And I think it's them meeting each other halfway where, the supporting group's ahead of schedule. And I also think he has just got to his upside in a hurry. And I think you got to give, for whatever people want to say about Josh McDaniels as a head coach, you've got to give him his props as an offensive coordinator and as someone who can work with quarterbacks, because he's got the absolute best out of him.
All right, so now I put you as the foreman in the Caleb Williams jury room. Where are we right now in deliberations entering Week 9 of his first year with Ben Johnson, Daniel?
I would say we're trending positively.
Okay.
As someone who had a big grade on him, going through the draft process, I was hoping he'd be a little bit, further along in the advancement where you'd see some, a little bit more of the good stuff, a little less of the bad stuff. But, it's getting better. You can see the frustration when you're watching the TV copy. You hit pan to the sideline. You can see Ben Johnson because he's got some things dialed up, and there's some opportunities that he just hasn't been able to hit. So I think there is some frustration there, just watching the TV side of things. But I still go back to last year in a game, Rich, you could pull out 6 plays and you could get really excited about these 6 throws from Caleb Williams. And this year, game by game, you can probably pull out 10 or 11 of those plays. So it's getting better. It's not where it's going to be. It's not where it necessarily needs to be right now, but I think it is trending positively. It's just hard when you look up and you see what Drake May's doing and the fact that Jaden Daniels has already been in a conference championship game. That's kind of who he's going to be compared to, for better or worse.
Well, I mean, what are you seeing then? What is the issue? Do you think it's a processing? Is it an awareness issue? What do you think it is? Those are just two things I'm throwing out there, Daniel.
Quite simply, it's just some ball placement stuff. I mean, he's seeing it, and it's some misses down the field when you've got opportunities. Some of it's just deep ball stuff where he's got to understand where the leverage of the defense is and give his guy a chance to make a play on a ball. So that to me is a big part of it. And the other part is there's just times when I know he's getting to his progression, his eyes get where they need to be, but he's still just a count late. He's just got to play a little bit faster in that regard.
Well, doesn't that sound like
improved.
comfort? Yeah, doesn't that sound like a comfort thing as a just reps thing?
Oh, 100%.
I'd rather it be that than he doesn't see it. Then that's a problem.
No.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. This is why you're seeing improvement, because these are areas that you can improve in, and he's getting better. He's just not there yet, but by no stretch. The best thing to happen to him, in my opinion, is that you've seen guys with incredibly high talent levels that have been high picks, Baker, Sam, and now you're seeing it with Daniel Jones, eventually find their success. Mm-hmm. I'm hopeful that example is going to buy more time, and believe in the talent, believe in the person, and know that it's going to get there. You just got to be patient.
Yeah, but will we ever see that list expand of quarterbacks who finally get their opportunity and finally get it and finally hit to match their draft status for the same team? You know what I mean? Like, are we ever going to see that? I mean, name me that one example of, they finally got it. Their patience over 3, 4, 5 years has paid off. Usually somebody's got to go somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would go back to, you go in the Wayback Machine, but you remember Breeze?
He had to go somewhere else.
For the Chargers, though, but that was, after he kind of did it and ended up establishing himself with the Chargers. Then he hurt his shoulder. If he doesn't hurt his shoulder, I think he doesn't move on.
All right.
But it clicked in for him after a few years.
It sure did.
Goff is as another example. Yeah, he ended up going to another team, but he got the Rams to a Super Bowl after a little bit of a rocky start. So it's a great question. It's a great conversation, and patience is not something that people like to major in professional sports.
I like that line. Daniel Jeremiah, in the few minutes I have left with you, this weekend's action, collegiately and professionally, is the first November football, which means it's now time to look over the steering wheel. And I think we've had enough time, I guess, for 2 months of collegiate action to potentially sort out the quarterback class of 2026, unless it's not enough time. Handicap it for me right now for those fan bases that might be wondering about draft positions for their current professional franchises. Daniel?
Yeah, I'm early on in my study of it, but the guys that are kind of sitting there with teams right now that they're trying to work through, the 2 names you hear more than any other, Mendoza at Indiana is a good player, and then Ty Simpson at Alabama. Now, neither one of these guys approach the grade level of the that class we were just talking about with Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams. No, I would say even below Cam Ward from last year in terms of the grade that they'll be carrying. And there's a bunch of other guys that, coming into the year I thought would be no-brainers to come out. Lenora Sellers was my favorite one. He just hasn't quite had the year that he'd like to have, and that hasn't been a great supporting cast around him either. So, he's kind of one of those candidates, okay, he can go back to school and help himself. The Arch thing is kind of played out. We get a really good sense he's not going to be coming out. So, it's an interesting group. There's a lot of things to like about these guys. I don't think there's, at this point in time, there's not that buzz of being like, man, thank goodness we got the first or second overall pick.
Wow. So if you've got a high draft choice and you're quarterback needy, this currently isn't turning out to be the draft class that you're hoping for at the quarterback spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's more season left. I mean, we've seen guys, we're getting some big pressure games coming up as we come down the stretch. We'll get the conference championship games in the playoffs, and maybe somebody, really goes on a heater against some really good competition and wins over some doubters. But at this point in time, I would say there's some good. I don't necessarily think that I've seen some great.
So then who's the first overall pick of the 2026 draft as you and I and the rest of the NFL Network crew are convening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? Handicap that for me as we get set for the first weekend of November.
Yeah, I've got no earthly idea because some of the best players are at non-premium positions. Jeremiah Love's a great player as a running back. You got the tight end up at Oregon. He's a great player. He's a tight end. Caleb Downs, excellent player as a safety. So there's a whole host of defensive ends that are good players, and that might be where it all ends up, is you end up with one of those defensive ends all the way up there. But that's a crowd of 4 or 5 guys that are in that mix.
So what do you counsel the Cleveland Browns to do? I mean, they traded away the draft rights to Travis Hunter to get something else in the first round back pocket for 2026 to give them 2. Then they go ahead and draft 2 rookie quarterbacks, one of whom is, just got elevated to second string in Shedeur Sanders, and everybody still believes the Browns just, wish they didn't have him, to be straight up, and then Dalen Gabriel has gotten a few starts and hasn't lit the world on fire. He has played well enough, but what do you counsel the Browns to do right now with this knowledge, Daniel?
Well, I would say let's see how this plays out with the rest of this quarterback class. We'll see where they're picking. And then at that point in time, you're either laying the groundwork, more foundational pieces for when that quarterback comes. You've got a chance to build up that offensive line. You've got a chance to add some weapons. That would be kind of the place that I would go, is instead of reaching for a quarterback, I would try and lay more foundation there. And then maybe you take your shot on one of these reclamation projects, that are out there. I think I've told you this before, Rich, but maybe it's because I know him and I've been, close to him because Coach Harbaugh and Joe Ortiz brought him on board. But I haven't given up on Trey Lance, and maybe I'm on an island there. But that's a guy who was picked up there for a reason. The only knock on him was he didn't play. He didn't play a lot, didn't have a lot of experience, and he was raw. But he's big, he's athletic, he's got a huge arm, he's smart, he's high character. To me, and rather than reach for a quarterback you might not love, I'd rather continue to build up the foundation in this draft and then take a flyer on someone like that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, give me the name of somebody who's a so-called reclamation project. So that you just identified Trey Lance. Is there any other in the league that you've seen or come around or you've heard people are talking about that could be that next? What is it, Mac Jones?
That's what, right? That's where I was going to go.
Right.
Mac Jones has shown enough that he's going to get some opportunity, somewhere. And he hasn't been fully healthy. He hasn't been fully healthy, but so they got to figure out what they want to do up there. But obviously they're committed to Brock Purdy and going forward with Brock Purdy. So that could be one that's out there and that's available at that point in time.
Man, isn't this crazy too, DJ? One last thing for you, so we're sitting there on the draft set a couple years ago. Penix gets drafted. You're like, what about Kirk Cousins? What about him? Then Penix finally gets the start last year, and they hold on to Cousins. They hold on to him. Nobody's, has a dire need to blow them away. They have to trade him because you never know when you're going to be needing him. They need him last week, and it was one big, fat goose egg. Isn't that it's just crazy how these things all work out.
That's why I think I think about, let's see what happens and how J.J. McCarthy looks the rest of the year.
What do you think?
I'm intrigued. I think some people have tried to make that determination without having seen enough of him. It feels like there's a lot of questions out there. But the thing that's going to be held over his head, unfortunately, is that's a quarterback room last year that consisted of Sam Darnold and at the end of the year, Daniel Jones. 2 guys who are absolutely playing winning football. So there's a lot of intrigue with a team that's ready to win right now. Is JJ going to be able to do it? So it's those decisions you got to make on going young or staying with the veteran. Not easy, and we'll see how it plays out in Minnesota.
Yeah, Colts and Seahawks only a combined 12-3 entering Week 9 action. Daniel, thanks for the time. Great to see you. Enjoy your Canadian syrup while you. So what do you got? What are you going to have? Because you don't drink either, right?
I don't. Okay. But can I tell you real quick that on my Savage Power rankings, Randy has now been passed by Trey Yee. So that's.
I like that.
I knew you'd love
Savage Power Rankings. I never even thought about that.
Ah.
Oh, yeah, brother. Freak out.
Trey Macho Man, you savage.
I got to go. I'm going to snap into a Slim Jim. You boys have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremiah, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. I love our chats with him. Snap into a Slim Jim, he says. As we take a break, 844-204-RICH, number 2 dial.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education. With grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys say that you have 100 colors or so. Actually, you've got thousands of colors, don't you?
Yes, so just in stock we have over 100 colors, which is the rainbow. But if you need that specific fuchsia pink, we'll find it for you and we'll coat it for you.
You can combine any colors, right?
You can dream of a color and we can find it for you.
What if I want the colors of my favorite team? Are you guys going to do it?
You should come see our Houston Astros chairs.
I saw them. You brought them out to our golf tournament.
Yes.
And they are awesome. A lot of people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters doesn't get any better. Call Robin. You probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night?
You know, that sounds great.
How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs?
That also sounds awesome.
We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour?
How about a football happy hour?
It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlightoffer.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROFIT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PROFIT. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROFIT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROFIT.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado. Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
On the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. There's a phrase in New York. It's a very jet thing. It's a very Jets thing. Isn't that a very Jets thing? That's a Jets thing.
I hate this team.
And as you know,
I love that kid.
It is not usually associated with things that are positive.
Oh, no.
Here's another Jets thing. That you start 0-7, you potentially need a new quarterback. And the draft in which your first overall pick that you have, potentially, is in a draft where Daniel Jeremiah, on the last day of October football, tonight, okay, in the NFL, I have no idea. I have no idea who the first overall pick in the draft is. The quarterback draft that I went into the season thinking it was going to be pretty good. Last year, you heard that when the Browns traded their first round pick to move down 3 spots to let the Jaguars have Travis Hunter, and then they draft Mason Graham, which in the very long run, who knows, professionally might turn out to be a wise decision, and a first round pick in your back pocket for the next year. Everyone's like, well, hey, a quarterback draft next year better than this one. Better than this one. And Jackson Dart looks like he is for the Giants. And you're kind of thinking, well, okay. You're seeing what Cam Ward looks like, despite once upon a time calling their start donkey. Donkey. No. Who knows? Next year could turn out to be better than you think. That's a higher register on a higher register Thursday, which we'll get to later on. But how about Daniel Jeremiah saying the draft class, the quarterback spot, nobody's stepped up yet. Although, as you pointed out in the commercial break, Chris, at this point last year, Cam Ward,
he wasn't the first
overall pick, right?
Yeah, he wasn't the first pick.
He was only beginning to show up on your phone every Thursday night with whoa.
Right.
He did that in the last 3 minutes of the game for Miami?
So a lot could happen in the next 2 months.
But, I mean, if you're the Browns, too, better kick the tires on Shador while you can this year to figure out maybe he's the answer. And I know what you have. Right? I know a lot of folks think that is a long shot, but you never know in this league. Or give Dylan Gabriel a few more reps at it, and then you make that decision. They're on a bye week right now. Very important stuff to be done on a bye week, honestly, for the quarterback position when he Dylan Gabriel has shown that he has the ability to be accurate. He has the ability to, not turn it over, although that technically was a turnover in his own end zone where he intentionally grounded it from the middle of the pocket in the middle of the end zone to no one in particular for a safety. Gary in East Meadow, New York, joining me here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Gary?
Hey, Rich. I was thinking about the Jets' first draft pick, and I was thinking about the quarterback on Oregon as their first pick.
Dante Moore, you're referring to. I don't know, man. I mean, listen, the last Oregon quarterback to make it to the professional level looks pretty damn good right now for the Denver Broncos. And when you thought he was just a what would you say, parting gift for the Denver Broncos, choosing sixth on that quarterback depth chart in that draft. Like, well, let's just take a flyer on the last guy who we think has a first round grade and look at him now. And then obviously we see what Justin Herbert's doing professionally as well. I don't know. We've got his coach coming up. We'll ask about how he gets quarterbacks ready for the professional level.
Because I was surprised Daniel didn't mention him because, everything I see has him going either one or two. Him and Mendoza seem to be flip-flopping. depending on who has number one pick at the time. But I really like him.
Well, we'll find out. We'll see what he does for Oregon, as they definitely are playing in the college football playoffs, if that means anything. If he can, thanks for the call, Gary, as DJ just mentioned, catch a heater and then suddenly become like the Cam Ward, right?
He's only a sophomore, and he's young. He's 20, so
he's not going to be. He's not draft eligible unless he's 3 years removed from high school.
Right. He might be, but he could also come back next year.
Dan Lanning joining us in hour number 2, coming up in the middle of the next hour. Coming up next hour, I'll set the stage for tonight's Thursday night football contest. You know how I feel about the Ravens. The Dolphins, it's kind of do or die for them as well every week. When you start 1-6, this just in, right? Yeah. And I have an update for you on the conundrum of whether you take somebody to the game or not if they're rooting against actively the team you're rooting for. That's coming up.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo. Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they want and need to get the job done every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with 0 effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hello, Houston. This is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Believe it or not, the holidays are closer than you think. Got someone who's a little difficult to buy for? Well, who doesn't love great food? All of our locations of the Union Kitchen, Jack's Grill, Passerella, and Vine Memorial offer gift cards and will give you an extra $25 for every $100 you purchase. Don't forget, book your holiday party early. Our rooms and reservations are filling fast. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today. Tell them Paul sent you.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House. Hang out with Jeremy and Joe live this Thursday from 3 to 6 at Cadillac Bar. Grab a spicy margarita, sizzling fajitas, and stick around to watch Thursday Night Football with the guys. That's this Thursday at the one and only Cadillac Bar.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Austin down the middle, he goes to win the game! To win the game!
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Vladdy rocks the ball. It is gone again! Back-to-back blasts in the first.
Earlier on the show, NFL Network analyst Daniel Jeremiah. Coming up, Oregon head coach Dan Lanning, actor Gabriel Luna. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, welcome to hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show on the air. Disney Plus, ESPN app, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Listen, if you missed hour number 1, Daniel Jeremiah was awesome, and you should definitely check it out either on our podcast or going to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, hitting the subscription button as well as or the follow button, or there's our podcast, as I mentioned, or you go to the Disney Plus page and you watch us back whenever you want once the show is completely over. Or, very rare do I say this. If you root for an NFL team and need for a quarterback in next year's draft, maybe you skip the Daniel Jeremiah segment because you're just going to go deeper into depression, into your darkness retreat.
Right.
But anyway, he just said he doesn't know who the first overall pick of the draft is. And it's not, as Mookie Betts said last night, it's not because of a lack of effort.
Good one.
You know what I mean? 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Big game tonight. I've been saying for a couple weeks now, don't count the Ravens out. And then Snoop Huntley, bless him, man, in a must-have. At 1-5,
Just a minute.
At 1-5, he plays the game of 2025 for him and for the Ravens. Listen, the Ravens started off well and then blew it in the fourth quarter in Buffalo, and it has been just sideways since then. Injury-wise, execution-wise, Snoop Huntley and the team on defense started getting healthier, and that was a massive win for the Baltimore Ravens last week against the Chicago Bears that had only won 4 in a row. So now here comes Lamar back. And tonight they're in Miami. And what's at stake? The only thing I can just try and quantify it for you, because we all know you've just got to keep winning if you're the Baltimore Ravens. At 1-5, according to these numbers that I get from the NFL Network Research Department, the crack staff at NFL Network, the playoff percentages since 1990. Again, this is when the playoffs began to expand, and we know it's expanded even more since then. Based on the season start, if you start 1-5, you have a 2.3% chance of winning. When they beat the Bears last week to go 2-5, the Ravens improved their percentage by 4%. It's now 6.3. Right. A win tonight jacks that up to 10.4. A win the next week, because the Ravens will have a mini bye. We shall call it a mini bye before going into Minnesota. If they win that one, they go to 4-5, which jacks it up to 17%. Not too shabby for a team that once upon a time was a 2.3% chance of winning. And then after that, they visit Cleveland. They're home for the Jets. And most importantly, the two teams they will have to leapfrog to win the division, because when you start 2-5, unless you win the whole damn rest of your games, you're not going to be a division winner. You're going to be a wild card team. Most importantly, you have your division games left. I think the best chance to make the playoffs for these Ravens will wind up being the division, even though right now the Jaguars are your 7th seed at 4-3. The Chiefs at 5-3, though, are sitting right there. They're going to take that spot at some point unless they have a division leading record. And if that happens, just another terrific team's going to be popped down. You're in dire straits right now to try and make the playoffs if you're the Ravens as a wild card team. Crazily enough, not so much in division, because at 4-3, you got a division leader, and you want to win the division. You don't want to go as a wild card. You want to host a game. And Cincinnati and Pittsburgh are the two teams you're going to have to leapfrog, and they have yet to play any of them. Yet to play any of them. And again, the NFL Network has the Jaguars in 7 and the Chiefs at 8. That might be a misprint, because at 5-3, that's a half game better than the Jaguars. But they lost to the Jaguars anyway, which could be something that comes home to roost. But bottom line is, win the division. They still can. And you asked me before, Chris, who am I taking tonight? I'm taking the Ravens. And I'm taking the Ravens. I don't know. The next time I might not take the Ravens unless they're significantly hurt. The only time I might not take the Ravens, and if they go on such a heater, maybe I consider it Week 16 against the Patriots at home, depending on how the Patriots have played. But at Green Bay, Week 17, that one right there. Because I like them tonight. I like them next week in Minnesota. I feel like Dr. Seuss. I like them in Cleveland. I like them against the Jets at home, because they have 3 in a row at home. They have 3 in a row on the road starting tonight, and then 3 in a row at home. And the 3-game road trip at Miami, at Minnesota, at Cleveland, this just in. None of them are currently above 500. So I like the Ravens to go on a heater right now, and it starts tonight. Of course, the Dolphins are sitting there saying, wait a minute, we just caught fire ourselves in Atlanta. And kudos to them. We'll find out if Atlanta's the up-and-down team that they are, or going to put their foot in the ground with Penix and turn it around and start playing some winning football consistently. But the Dolphins just came up with a 24-point win, their largest in 2 years. They scored a season high in points and recorded a season low in points allowed. And it was the first time they've been outgained by a team by 100 or more yards and 10 or more first downs and won the turnover battle in a game since that 70-20 win against Denver in Week 3. That's the last time they've outgained a team by 100 yards, had 10 or more first downs, and won the turnover battle in a single game since that one. They beat the Broncos by 50. And at that point in time, you're thinking, oh, I am absolutely buying the Mike McDaniel Dolphins, and wondering a lot about those Sean Payton Broncos, yada, yada, yada. How does that look today? Not so great. So Miami's got their next 2 games at home before they head off to Madrid to take a Commanders team that's leaking oil right now. The problem for them are the 2 home games are against the Ravens and the Bills. So they better win this one tonight. Let's put it that way. There's a bye week and then a seemingly softer part of their schedule. Although a visit to the Jets, you always throw records out when those two teams face one another, and that's going to be awfully cold weather games. Jets at Pittsburgh on a Monday night under the lights. Good Lord. What could that weather be like in December 15th? And that's the whole conversation about them. Good news for them is they're home against Cincinnati and then Tampa before they visit New England. They got to win tonight. And I'm sure all the really hardworking folks, honestly, they really are in the NFL front office working on these international series games and have been looking so much forward to the Madrid game for various reasons. One, it's just an incredible location that I can't wait to see what an NFL game looks like. And two, to be very honest, it's for those who spent an entire month in Ireland and the UK and then now are going to go back and have a double dip in Berlin and Madrid. I'm sure they want to go home and put their passports away. I hope for their sake that the Dolphins show up with more than one win at that point. Pardon me, more than 2 wins at that time. Or at least more than 1 win between now and then. A 2-8 team in Madrid taking on the Washington Commanders, who I don't know what they're going to have. That game right now, I'm genuinely concerned about the combined record of those teams. It'd still be a beautiful location. The fans are going to be lit, but that's what's at stake tonight, I mean, if the Dolphins, I've got their numbers here, too, in case you're wondering. At 1-6, the history since 1990 of how many 1-6 teams made the playoffs? It's a very simple answer. None. Zero. It's a 0% chance. Beating the Falcons jacked that up all the way to 1.4%. We're still at milk. If they win tonight at 3-6, 4.9% is are their odds. So the Ravens have a better shot, and they have a shot at the division. The Dolphins shot at the division. See you later. That's gone. They're going to have to most likely pack their cold weather gear for the playoffs to go to either Pittsburgh or Kansas City or Denver, or maybe they'll be lucky and have to go to the Chargers. I don't know. Would that be lucky? At least it's indoors. Could go to New England, could go to Indianapolis if they advance. I think the Colts are going to wind up the 1 seed the way that they're playing right now. But anyway, that's what's at stake. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. So, what we've been talking about here around these parts for the last couple of days? We call it getting mileage out of a segment, unless you, feel differently about the subject matter. But I think it relates to everybody because it all started a couple of nights ago in Game 3, sitting there watching the game on Fox. They always will show the celebrity element that's there. In the crowd here in Los Angeles, and you see Jason Bateman sitting next to Sean Hayes, and we all know they two of them have a superb podcast, the Smartless podcast with Will Arnett. And some people were just supposing that Sean Hayes got the invitation over Will Arnett because Will Arnett is Canadian and a Blue Jay fan, and maybe Jason Bateman just doesn't want to give his +1 to the friend of his who would be actively rooting against the team that he's so dedicated to. I'm sure he's not living paycheck to paycheck, but that's a chunk of change, those seats in Dodger Stadium.
I think he's all right, though.
You know what I mean? And so you and I, Chris, were like, heck yeah. We wouldn't invite somebody to do that, right? No. And you, TJ, said that 100% Ashton Kutcher would let you be his +1 if the Bears and the Cowboys ever played a do-or-die contest against one another. Ashton backed that up by sending a video, correct?
He said 1,000%.
And you were just so adamant in that fact, and you got backed up. And then when we mentioned, what if you were handing out the +1 for a Cowboy-Eagle game, would you actually bring an Eagle fan? And you're like, hell no. And
I was joking about that, though.
You would not take an Eagle fan.
Hey, I don't have any friends who are Eagles fans, though, either. So if I did, if one of my best friends was an Eagles fan.
You would take that friend?
If they were one of my best friends, not like a tier
best
2.
Friends, one of your best friends.
Yes, and luckily, none of my best friends are Eagles
And
fans.
you and I, Chris, pushed back vehemently on that, right? Correct. We felt that way. You and I would never invite the other for a Yankee Red Sox game, ever. I would never invite an Ohio State fan to sit next to me in the big house. Never. No matter how great a friend they never. It's just too emotional for me, and maybe that makes me less of a person. I'm shallow.
I don't want them to be happy.
Okay, and you are somebody who takes friendship differently.
You're better than us, TJ.
Okay, exactly.
I'm not saying that. I'm just
crazy world we live in. Because last night, when I was at Game 5 in Dodger Stadium, at one point I'm just standing there, and who was standing to my right? But Jason Bateman.
Oh.
And I said to him, we have been talking about you on our show for the last couple of days. And I laid it all out for him.
Okay.
And I got the actual answer.
Okay.
And he said that he 100% would have invited Will Arnett, but he's on the East Coast.
See?
And that last year at the World Series, he did, in fact, have Yankee fans. It is his +1. And the reason why he said it's because he was supremely confident that he was going to win anyway.
There you go.
Supremely confident in his team. And he wanted to have his friend there. And I know that's disappointing to you, Chris, but it's just 100%.
That's a you guys thing, man. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Here's a better
Red Sox Yankees is just different.
Here's a better argument. My old roommate, one of my best friends, Spider. He's called into the show. Did
he dance the drink over to you, Spider?
Not that Spider.
Okay, different Spider.
Remember, he called. He's a Washington football team fan. Okay.
Yes.
If the Cowboys
you mean the Commanders, you mean the Commanders?
If the Washington football team and the Cowboys were to have a championship game at their crib, and I somehow got 2 tickets, and he could get there from Pittsburgh, I would take him. That's my man's in it.
I would never. I don't know what's the matter. Although I got to be honest with you, being there last night, and there were a lot of Blue Jay fans there last night.
There were, man.
Let me just tell you,
it was kind of shocking, just TV wise.
Were
loud,
so
loud. Yeah, loud.
They were so nice,
and they were bold.
Well, they're Canadian.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying to you. It really was.
There's probably no curse words coming from them.
They couldn't have been nicer. At one point, Cooper and I got up after the 8th inning because, honestly, it's so funny. Growing up in the New York City metropolitan area, as I did, or in New York City, period, Staten Island, New York, 5th and Forgotten Borough, I always thought to myself, I've said this before, I'll say it again, although because now we are on ESPN 710 out here in Los Angeles. So this is the first time I'm saying this to a gathered Los Angeles crowd. I grew up in New York City thinking to myself, my brother as well, soft. Soft. Show up late.
Yeah.
Show up late.
So soft.
Show up late, leave early. And when you widen out, when the NBC cameras widen out to show Kurt Gibson's home run hitting the right field stands in the World Series against the A's, and Vince Scully's on the call, you could see the red taillights of the cars leaving, and I'm like, I would never have done that in a million years. What is the matter with these people? And now I'm in Los Angeles, and I totally get it. I've been here for 20-something years, and I honestly thought to myself, pulling into the stadium last night with Cooper, I swear to you, I thought to myself more about how I was going to escape. How's the escape of this parking lot that I am burying my car in right now? Okay, how am I going to escape this? What is the time going to be? I was thinking about that more than how Game 5 was going to play out. I swear to you. I thought to myself, and honestly,
we all get it.
Honestly, the satisfaction I get from leaving the Dodger Stadium parking lot sometimes early enough to get right on the freeway is sometimes more satisfying than an actual win by my team.
Yeah, euphoric.
It's turned into that now.
Oh, yeah.
For real.
Yeah, people don't know unless they're here, man.
And I should know this, too, because it was the same way back in the day. Giants Stadium, leaving the old Giants Stadium parking lot, so bad that one of my favorite lines I ever said on SportsCenter, if I don't mind saying, I don't know what was the circumstances that led me to say it. I said on a lead-in about Giants home game, I mentioned how Giants Stadium is so terrible leaving there, getting out for traffic. It's the only place where you're jealous about Jimmy Hoffa because he's already home. I said that on SportsCenter once. I'm very proud of that.
It's a good line.
And then I made a Jimmy Hoffa joke as I emceed the first shovel turn of the new MetLife Stadium for both Giants owners and all of the gathered dignitaries, including the commissioner and the governor. All of them were all there, and I made a Jimmy Hoffa joke like, when you shovel the dirt, can you look for Jimmy? They didn't laugh. At any rate, my point is this. As we were getting up to leave in the 8th inning, after the 8th was over, a Blue Jay fan looked at Cooper and looked at me, didn't know who I was at all, and just says, safe drive home. That was his way of trolling me, thinking I was a Dodger fan. Safe drive home. And I thought to myself, in New York, it would have been a lot more blue than this Blue Jay fan was not working blue. Safe drive home. Drive home safely.
Safe drive home,
and I just turned to him. I'm like, I'm not a Dodger fan. Which made me feel better. I don't know why I needed to identify myself as such.
No. But you said I'm with you, right?
Huh?
Didn't you say I'm on your side or something?
I didn't want to say that.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't say that.
You should have.
Although I have one more story to tell from that, but I got to take a break because we can't leave Dan Lanning stranded.
And I have a question from the beginning of the show that I do want to ask you guys about this very subject.
We've got all of that coming up. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We've never had the coach of Oregon on. That's about to change with Dan Lanning.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs, while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Looking for the best fajitas in Houston? You'll find them at Cadillac Bar. Sizzling premium black Angus beef, bold flavors, and the good times never stop. Happy hour every day from 11 to 7, and don't miss weekly favorites. Margarita Mondays, Taco Tuesdays, and Tequila and Fajitas Fridays. Book your holiday party now at Cadillac Bar and make Thanksgiving easy with our brunch buffet, or bring Cadillac home with our Thanksgiving fajita packs to go. Visit CadillacBar.com for details. It's Dewberry Farms Annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at DewberryFarm.com.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're here on Disney Plus, ESPN, the app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. This man has not joined us before, and I'm excited to chat with him, even though he made my alma mater miserable particular Saturday last year. His 6th-ranked Oregon Ducks are on a bye week, but joining us right now is Dan Lanning on the Rich Eisen Show. How you doing, Coach?
Doing great, Rich. Thanks for having me.
You got it. I just want to jump right into it because you know, your story fascinates me and absolutely fascinates me. Is it true you were a high school coach that drove half a day to try and get a gig with the University of Pittsburgh back in the day? Is that a true story, Dan?
Yeah, drove through the night. I went and taught elementary PE that morning, did weights after school, and then got in my car and drove to Pittsburgh. So worked out.
So you're an elementary physical education teacher.
Yeah, great gig, by the way. Great gig. I loved it. It's like me and the janitor were like the 2 guys. The principal were like the 3 guys in the building. It was fun. I loved it, but I had a passion to coach at a higher level, and I'd really been trying for a long time to get, try to work my way into college, and I didn't have a lot of success. And I'd gotten a phone call from a coach that had just gotten to Pitt, Keith Patterson. He said, hey, we might have something. And then I really didn't hear back. I told my wife, this is the closest I've ever been. I'm going to drive to Pittsburgh tomorrow. So that's kind of how it got started.
What goes through your mind on a 12-hour drive? Because is this from Kansas City, right around the Kansas City area? That's kind of your home. That's your hometown, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's my spot.
Okay.
A lot of things, but the biggest thing for me, the whole drive, was I'm not going to regret that I took this chance to see if maybe something could work, right? And I just didn't. I kind of kept picturing myself. I'd come home every night and I'd sit on my recliner and I would pull up every college staff in the nation. I'd email coaches or write letters, and I just felt like if I didn't make that drive, I'd be sitting there 10 years later, kind of doing the same thing, right? Sitting here saying, "Man, what if I would have?"
Right? Do you ever tell that to your kids? Your actual
they know it.
Kids,
we don't talk about it very much.
Seriously?
Yeah, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it much anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I've certainly mentioned it. I'm big. I'm a big goal setter. I've always written my goals in my mirror, and I have goals in my mirror right now. So I'm big on brushing my teeth every day, looking at my goals and saying what I want to accomplish. And I think, for me at least, I've been really lucky to be able to hit a lot of those goals and always been kind of a dreamer. And it's worked out with hard work.
No, obviously you've graduated professionally from moments like that, clearly at the top of the game right now. But the only reason why I ask that is it is a story about taking chances, taking risks, belief in self. It's the exact sort of stuff that you want to instill in players to win a championship. Yeah. That's why I asked, for sure.
Yeah, and I think they're familiar, but my story's been told. I want these guys to tell their own story, right? And I think they recognize that hard work works. They see examples of that on our team, but I don't need to spend too much time talking about myself.
Oh, even though there's an I in Lanning, I totally get it. So then, what are the goals that are currently on that mirror as you brush your teeth right now?
Yeah, it's changed. The number one goal in my mirror is to help my people reach their dreams and goals. Like, I wake up every morning and I pinch myself that I get to be the head coach at Oregon. And, now the way that I feel like I can pay that forward is to help a guy get to the NFL, help a coach get a head coaching job, grow somebody from a GA position to a full-time coaching position. So that's the number one goal on my board. There's a lot of other stuff up there. One of them is growing Caden Niles and Titan into men. I really want to be a great father, not just a great coach. And that's really important to me. I have unbelievable kids. My wife does a Showtime job, and I'm really proud of where they're at. And then I want to win some games, man. There's, Mike Belotti's won 116 games here at Oregon. I hope that I can pass that up someday. We're a long ways away. But there's just a lot of things up on that mirror that I look at each morning and say, okay, this is a priority for me.
How do you stay in touch with your kids and know, what take a pulse check and know how to, I guess, come up with ways to communicate with kids who have a lot on their plate and obviously other things that can take their attention? How do you do that, Dan?
My kids personally, or the kids on our team?
I like it. I guess I should your players in that respect.
Yeah. I think there has to be really open dialect. Healthy organizations have conversational turn taking. They have people that are engaged. So you got to give them the floor. You got to give them the stage at times. For bye week, I had a meeting with several of our guys just to get a pulse of where they're at and then talk about the common realities of things that'll get in the way of us accomplishing what we want to accomplish. Everybody deals with distractions, players, coaches, teams. So how do we manage distractions? And you just put it out there in the forefront and have, conversations where you feel like you can be open and honest with each other. I think that's where it starts.
For sure. And then come up with ideas on how to motivate. I mean, again, I'll just go back to what I saw when you were talking to your players prior to going to the big house, because, again, that's my alma mater, as I'm sure you know, and you were just basically said something along the lines of, in the second half, we're going to look up and we're going to see some empty seats and people are going home because of the way we're playing. And you then stopped the players in the middle of the game and said, take a look, this is what we talked about. How do you come up with stuff like that?
I mean, I think you try to pull motivation from anywhere, but that comes, specifically from Coach K talking about playing, in a road environment. And he talks about that feeling. He talked about calling timeouts in moments and looking around and saying, see, I told you. And that one just kind of played out. But that was definitely from a Coach K talk to his team and what that played out like for us. And we try to find moments in every game, try to find things that will relate to our players in every situation, and try to predict a little bit of what the story might play out to look like.
Dan Lanning, Oregon head football coach here on the Rich Eisen Show. And again, I know you've only been there a handful of seasons, but this sport is changing. It seems like every week. It seems like every hour and every minute. How has your job changed from the first second you took it to this moment?
Yeah, I said early on, I think it's more true now than ever, that being able to adapt is the most important trait of any coach. And then having some emotional intelligence and awareness of the people around you and what direction you want to move. But it's changed a lot, and it'll continue to change, and you have to be nimble and able to adjust. And then you got to recognize when you got something really special, a really special staff, really special players, like lean in on that and make that a strength when a lot of people, that becomes a weakness because of everything that's going on in this profession.
Well, because I'm sure, nonstop, you're looking at portals and people are looking at your players, and there's the NIL, and there's, collectives, and then there's things like job openings as well.
Right.
What is your thought on seeing Penn State's job open and Florida's job open and, LSU's and some coaches who are as big a names as yours getting fired when things just start to go south? In the case of James Franklin, he was in the college football playoffs last year in a 3-game losing streak. See you later. What's your thoughts on seeing that happen in your profession?
Probably more than anything, it makes me grateful for where I'm at and recognizing how fragile and special it is. And it motivates you to keep working hard because you realize how temporary things can be if you're not moving in the right direction. But on the same note, I always think a little bit more about everybody else involved in that. The assistant coach, the graduate assistant, the player that signed up to play for somebody, and just how quickly your world can change. Continuity, stability, I think, is super important, and it's hard to have. And when you have it, I think you got to make sure you recognize it and take advantage of it.
And so your interest level in leaving Oregon is less than because of zero.
Yeah, I'm not leaving Oregon. Yeah, as long as I win. That's what I always tell my kids.
Yeah.
Right. If your dad wins, we'll be at Oregon. So I got to win. Right. That's how it changes.
That's how it works. I've got this question I'm always interested in whenever I see you on the sideline and I see, the 15th different uniform that you guys are wearing. What is a meeting with Phil Knight like, Dan?
Well, at first you're just kind of in awe. You realize the effect this man has had on sports, on the world, the changes that he's been able to create. There's a lot of admiration, for a guy that, pushed against, always found a way, regardless of circumstance. The Shoe Dog's, one of my favorite books, and I read it before I ever got here. But just the resiliency that he showed to create something out of nothing is unbelievable. And the ability for him to say, okay, I'm gonna hire unbelievable people in this organization. I'm gonna be really excited and happy and surprised with the results. Give them some direction, but see what they're able to come up with. And in any opportunity you get to be around Phil, you realize how much he loves. He loves Oregon, how much he loves football, how much he cares about this place, and how much he just wants to share, in that with other people, which is really cool.
Well, I mean, let me, if you don't mind, share with you the way I see it. Is it like in an office? I think it's just an office that is the most incredibly decorated office. There's shoes everywhere, right? There's like a Jordan photograph that's autographed there. There's, I don't know, it's like some sort of music, like you're waiting for your spa treatment that's playing in the background. Is that, am I anywhere near this sort of thing? Like it's mystical.
Unfortunately, no. Most of my meetings, most of the times that I've linked up with Phil, it's very, it's very casual. It's in the locker room post game. Okay. It's in my office. It might be at my house, or it might be at Nike's campus, but it's been a lot of different places. I mean, it's a phone conversation. He's very, he is genuinely who he is, and it's not flash and flare with him, even though Nike, obviously, in our jerseys and everything that we have, I mean, he's wearing the same outfit each day. The conversation's very similar, but it doesn't take a lot of pizzazz for him. It's just the opportunity to be able to talk to somebody that's accomplished so much.
Dan Lanning, a few minutes left with the Oregon head coach here on the Rich Eisen Show. So you're from Kansas City. Is it safe to assume, for lack of a better phrase, that when you're not, in the college world and you're popping on an NFL game, you're rooting for the Chiefs? Is that what
I'm a big Chiefs fan. I'm a big Andy Reid fan.
Okay.
Big Patrick Mahomes fan. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Love the Chiefs.
So what does it mean then that the person that could be standing in their way is Bo Nix and Troy Franklin, man? Like, what do you think of not to put you on the spot here, but this is an interesting situation here. You know,
blood's thicker than water, and those guys are blood. And those guys, they've been in our locker room, they've sweated with me. But you know what? You always hope that I love seeing the Chiefs win. I'll always be a big Chiefs fan. My guys know that. I got Jeff Bossa that's playing for the Chiefs now. We got some guys that are with the Chiefs, so I can pull for them. But I want to see Bo and Troy, Herbert, Mariota, all the guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Tear it up. We got some guys with the Chargers too. Caldwell. So I want to see all of our guys go have success, and I'm always going to be cheering for their success over my personal hopes. And the Chiefs, we've had some Super Bowls, so maybe it's time to share some of those with some other people.
I like with some Ducks. Listen, I saw Bo Nix over in London, and I got a chance to meet with him and talk with him and, and get to know him just a slight little bit, as one would just in a few minutes when you're interviewing them or seeing them on the sideline. And there's just some it factor about him. And obviously, I think part of his success is the number of reps and snaps and games that he played at the collegiate level, and obviously a lot there in Oregon. And you've got Dante Moore that you're trying to send to the next level right now. What is your philosophy on quarterbacks and how they can get ready for the next level and how long they should get it in the professional level till we can see somebody fully bloom like Bo Nix right now? Coach?
I think everybody's different, and Bo is an unbelievable example of somebody that needed an opportunity in a place where somebody could identify their strengths and let them go flourish. And he got better and better every single year here. I think you're seeing it now in his NFL career. I always felt like I had a coach on the field, with Bo, and his intelligence was second to none. And there's some things that he did really well, and he certainly flourished here at Oregon. But quarterbacks have played really well here for us, regardless, whether it's Dylan Gabriel or Dante or Bo. I think this is a great system for quarterbacks to be able to come and play and lean into their strengths. So what it looks like at the next level, that's harder for me to say. I haven't spent any time there. But when you have good people that work really hard, there's an opportunity for guys to have success.
Do you speak to Dylan Gabriel, say, throughout this process before he got his start, by the way, in London, of all places? Like, what are your conversations with him like these days?
Yeah, we've talked, and what's really cool about all these guys is they still pay attention to us too, and I think that speaks a little bit to what Oregon is. But Dylan and I've caught up, and a lot of times it's more small talk than it is us talking about football. It's more about the relationship. He still follows our guys. He still talks to Dante. They talk to guys on our roster. But I'm really thrilled with what these guys are doing at the next level and what kind of people they are, more than just what they're able to accomplish on the field.
Please tell me you saw Tez Johnson's soundbite about when he heard Buccaneers fans chanting MVP. He thought it was for him.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You saw that,
yeah,
huh? You caught that, huh?
It was a nice take back to me remembering moments with Tez. That was so cool.
So that's on brand? Is that what you're saying?
On brand, for sure.
You got a good story about Tez and Bo and obviously their relationship that you saw firsthand, and we all know, how they're part of the same family?
Right.
Coach?
No, they're... Bo obviously was one really pushing for Tez whenever he first hopped in the portal. He's walked into our office and he's like, Coach, you have to take this guy. And then you pull it up and you're like, he's 145 pounds. Like, what are you talking about? Right. And then you watch the film and he's special. But Tez, he is a ball of energy. He brought juice every single day. I love seeing what he's able to do right now for the Bucs. And I think he's got a great, bright future ahead of him. But his energy is what's special. His mindset, he loves people. He's a pleasure to be around, super competitive. So, yeah, I'm really thrilled for his success.
Yeah, man, you got Bucky Irving there, too. They might be standing in the Chiefs' way. Also, Christian Gonzalez, the Patriots are going crazy right now. You got some Ducks in a row, if you will, right now.
It's been good.
In the NFL. And then, your time with Georgia as well, which means, the Eagles are standing in the way also. It's kind of almost synonymous. So in the few minutes I have left with you here, how do you now get ready for a college football playoff? You know what's ahead now, and obviously the world has changed in college football. You're gearing, obviously, in a week-to-week situation. That is a clear thing. But you're also gearing for the ultimate, which is 4 games in December and January. Does it change the way that you prepare or build the roster or play people right now, Coach?
Well, I think, one of the great things about this team we have right now is we talk about strength in numbers. And we have a lot of guys that can play winning football. We've had, on probably every game this season, we've had well over 50 people play and contribute in the game. Several games where we've had over 70 guys on the field for us. So I think building some depth is really tough in today's world. When you can find players that are good enough, finding ways to create roles for them is huge. How we've approached bye week, this week is probably a little bit different than I've done in the past. Seeing the end in sight a little bit, how it can be a little longer, and making sure our guys are fresh when we get there to the end of the season. But it's that part's still a long ways away, right? Right now we're pretty focused on us and growth for us this week, and then Iowa as we go into the next week.
Yeah, I know that's coach for week-to-week stuff, but I'm just saying, like, I'll take another stab at it. The way things went last year and finished up, do you have a
It didn't go so hot. Huh?
Well, I'm just saying, I know what your goal is, and I know I probably know what one of the things are that's on your mirror that you're looking at as you brush your teeth. Anything that from last year informed the way that you might do something else this year at all?
Yeah, I think strategically how we utilize some of that downtime in between, I think is really important. We probably pushed in different ways last year a little bit more than I want to. I want to make sure when we get to that moment, we're fresh and clean. And there's a benefit to playing. It's almost like you got to keep playing Saturdays even if you don't have a game. And whether that's us creating a mock game on every Saturday until we get to that point. But we got to be able to utilize that time better. And there's certainly some stuff that if we get to that point, right, and when we take care of business like we were supposed to, then we'll do some adapting to what we did last year for sure.
Well, Coach, I know one of the things that we both have on the mirror that would align is beating Ohio State. So if should that an opportunity happen again for you, consider me a duck on that day. Okay, sir?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Hey, thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate this chat, and I look forward to the next time. Whenever you're free, I'm always happy to have you on the program.
I appreciate it, Rich. Thank you so much.
You got that. Is Dan Lanning, the head coach of Oregon football, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. And as he just said, he's not going anywhere either.
Nope.
All right, we'll take a break. Phone calls, 844-204-RICH. Phone calls. They're all lit. That delights me.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves. So grab your can and unleash the beast.
Harry Douglas here. Look, being a man doesn't mean skipping self-care. Manscaped makes it easy to feel confident, clean, and ready for anything. Whether you're at work, hitting the gym, traveling for business, or heading for a night out. The lawnmower trimmer gives you precision, the beard hedger keeps your look tight, and their grooming essentials smell incredible. Manscaped's tools are built to perform, helping you stay sharp, smooth, and feeling your best every single day. Because real confidence starts with a clean cut and the right gear. Get all the Manscaped products you need right now at your local Target.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars repairs? That's fantastic, because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/ags today.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Lance Erline here. You know I don't play around when it comes to burgers. And Burger Chan is the real deal. And now they're giving us more chances to enjoy it because they're open for dinner Wednesday through Saturday. Plus, they're open for lunch now on Mondays. And to celebrate football season and their new hours, they've got a deal. Walk in there the day after a hometown football win, mention ESPN Radio or say Go Texan, and you score a free side order with your entree. That's Victory Mondays at Burger Chan. It's BurgerChanHTX.com.
We're here on ESPN Radio on the Rich Eisen Show, presented by Progressive Insurance. The Hyundai Hope on Wheels campaign. As you know, I run to make pediatric cancer research and awareness even more to the forefront of your daily lives. That's why I love talking about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. I don't know if you knew this, but for the last 27 years, over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Over 850 dealers nationwide together have raised more than $277 million supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more, because at Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Liv in New Jersey joining us here on the program. What's up, Liv?
Hello, Liv. You there?
Yes.
Dan?
Yeah, it's Rich. You there?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Richard
Esau.
Eisen.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
for taking my call.
Thank you for taking it and making it.
I just wanted to comment on how you guys were talking about, like, having a seat, like, for the game, and then you had to take your best friend who was the opposite team. I see Brockman, totally not. You're not. TJ is, like, pretty cool about it. Mm-hmm. I'm a diehard Cowboy fan way down here in South Jersey, which everybody's Eagles. And my daughter's boyfriend is a diehard Eagle fan, had 2 tickets. Mm-hmm. And he wanted to take me twice, so we went to the game, and it was like 15 rows down in, enemy territory. There was nobody around. Mm-hmm. That was a Cowboy fan except for me and my friend, who we went with the Eagle fan. And everybody started to get a little irate, but he was actually, I don't think he wanted to take me to, embarrass me or try to, look like these guys are talking about. Like TJ, I see, like, yeah, he was the only one, but I didn't think that. And then in the opposite, if I had tickets into the Cowboy game and seats, I would have taken my friend who was actually an Eagle fan. Mm-hmm. So now that would have been a little controversial too. But then again, the Cowboy fans are a little not as bad as the Eagle fans, I would say.
Oh, my word.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a little.
So, bottom line.
So Liv agrees with me.
You would take somebody that's rooting actively against your team to a game on a ticket you have purchased. You would do that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, because of the friendship.
Okay.
Like
there you go.
It's only a game, but I mean, after a while, we still work together, and every day it's the same thing. So I just wanted to get your opinion. Why and how?
I told you. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't need it.
You're a human being, Liv. I like that.
No, I just don't. That's why I don't know. I don't need it. I'll call you after the game. I don't need to. That's it. I'll call you after the game. I just don't need it actively. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that takes the fun out of the sport, don't you think?
I don't know.
Not just friendship.
Last night, Coop. Again, I keep talking about Coop and his best friend Ryan. Ryan's a Dodger fan. Coop, as you know, is not. And after the first 2 home runs into the game, I told him, text him. Early welfare check. I'm trying to stir it up. And his friend Ryan writes back, this is ruining the experience for me, is what he wrote back to his friend. And I'm like, I'm like, so you texted back, I'll just leave you alone. So I get it. You know what I mean? But thanks for the call, Liv, in New Jersey, South Jersey, by the way, right here on the Rich Eisen Show, hour 2 in the books.
The post-crib assembly press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
Those instructions can be tough, and, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS.
Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-984-2303. 800-984-2303. That's 800-984-2303.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Save thousands of dollars on a new 2025 Buick SUV at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC today. Lance Zerline here. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for eligible non-GM owners and lessees. That's an SUV load of savings. Check out the sophistication of the Envision, the versatility of the Encore GX, and the dynamic Envista. All available at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Austin down the middle he goes to win the game! To win the game!
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Vladdy rocks the ball. It is good again! Back-to-back blasts in the first.
Earlier on the show, NFL Network analyst Daniel Jeremiah, Oregon head coach Dan Lanning. Coming up, actor Gabriel Luna. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial, whether you're listening to us on ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance or you're watching us on the Disney Plus or the ESPN app. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Thursday Night Football tonight to kick off Week 9. Week 9 is going too fast. Final
always does
game of October in the National Football League season is tonight. Ravens and Dolphins. I already said I think the Ravens are going to win. As a matter of fact, I think the Ravens are going to go on a run. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. If you missed the first 2 hours, I'll give you the couple of headlines, if you will, from our guests. Daniel Jeremiah says, at this point, he has no earthly idea who's going to be the first overall pick in next year's draft and thinks that this year's quarterback class that everybody thought was going to be good is they're still waiting for the good. They're still waiting for this class to show itself to somebody that might need a quarterback in the top 5 picks of next year's draft. And then Dan Lanning came on and said, for sure, he's not leaving Oregon. So, by the way, Matt Rule has been extended through to 2032. And, you know, it's kind of by Nebraska. So he's out of the Penn State mix. And I just got to tell you something. You know, since Brian Kelly's firing at LSU, I'm still waiting for one person, former player, current player, coach on his staff, anybody, to raise their hand and cape for Brian Kelly. As a matter of fact, the stories that you hear about Brian Kelly have been universally beyond negative. It's just, is there anybody in Brian Kelly's circle that would raise their hand and say, he's a good coach, he's a good dude, he did this for me, he did that for me? Nobody. The latest one, Andrew Whitworth. Did you see this one?
No.
Yeah. Whit on his pod.
Well, LSU legend.
Yeah. Whit mentioned on his pod with Ryan Fitzpatrick that I don't know Brian Kelly at all, but what I do know is I reached out multiple times to say I'd love to help you and gotten lots of that's great, I'll keep that in mind type stuff. I haven't heard a single story, Whitworth says. Here you go. I've only heard stories to the other side of it. You've even seen some current players who just played for him coming out and saying it was one of the worst experiences they've ever had as a human being and the leader he was.
That's not good.
I mean, is there anybody out there? Bueller? Is a guy named Bueller who played for Brian Kelly? He's getting hammered right now. Hammered.
Yeah, there's nobody crying any tears for Brian Kelly.
Wow. I don't, as a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah.
So that's what's up. And
that's what's up.
So LSU shouldn't be knocking on the door of Dan Lanning or anybody else. He's not going anywhere. Why would he leave Oregon if he loves it up there in his family? He said, because we were going back and forth in the conversation, if you were just joining us, I referred to his kids, at one point meaning his own children, and then referred to his players as kids. And at one point he goes, which kids are you referring to, mine or my players? Right? And then at one point then he responds to about these jobs being open, or all of a sudden, you're one, as James Franklin learned, 3-game losing streak away from like, hey, great job with getting Tyler Warren and Abdul Carter and taking the team to the college football playoff semifinals and all that stuff. 3-game losing streak. See ya, James. You're out. We'll buy out for $1 gajillion. Lanning said at one point, he tells his own kids, he tells my kids, as long as Dad's winning, we're at Oregon. And if not at Oregon. So that's what we've done over the first 2 hours of the program. Just had a nice chat with Gabriel Luna, who's coming out here shortly in support of Devil in Disguise, John Wayne Gacy, available now for streaming on Peacock. It's a limited 8-episode series. You're about to get some reinforcements in here, TJ.
I need it.
Because he's from Austin, Texas, and he's a fan of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, now.
You have to ask him the question.
Damn act together.
We will drag him down to our level about would you take a dear friend as a +1 if they are actively rooting against the team that you have the tickets to go see. But this is about a Dallas Cowboys team that's just at 1 minute they're up, and then the next minute they're down. That's what we call a 500 team. They're 3-4-1, which is a half game under 500. Boy, those pesky ties. Make sure that these fans who thought there'd be no math on the test, there's always math. And he had an interesting way of saying that he doesn't want to hear it, that the offense is so damn good and the defense is not supporting it. It's a team effort, don't you know?
Well, I mean,
it's a team effort. That's one way to put it. Here's another way to put it.
None of us have done good enough. Coaches, players, head coach, none of us have done good enough. That's real. I mean, our scorecard is what it is, and that's not just, defensively, that's offensively, we're a football team that's 3-4-1. You can take the stats on offense and as far as I'm concerned, is what it is. We want to win, and people talk about, hey, MVP and this and that. Dak Prescott doesn't want to win MVP. He wants to win a Super Bowl, and that's what we want to win. And we're not there yet. We've not played that consistently well enough to certainly be in that discussion, but it doesn't mean the journey stops. It certainly doesn't stop. It just, you get more focused, you get more intentional, and we got to do it together.
In case you're wondering what we bleeped out, he told you to place the offensive stats in a certain orifice where the sun doesn't shine. Or not place that up where the sun doesn't shine. That's the, was that the old George Carlin bit about words you can't say on television?
Yes, that was definitely one of them.
And there's a certain body part that you can mention.
Yeah.
Cam Ward mentioned it to describe the way the Titans were playing recently.
Right.
But once you use a directional
Steve
in
Sable
relation to that body part, right?
Steve Sable used to put it perfectly. You can use it certain ways.
Right.
But you can't use it certain ways.
Right. He's usually a better wordsmith than that. But I think,
yes.
Yes,
Oh, no, he wasn't. Yes. Way better than me, Rich.
Well, I mean, he's the once upon a time, he's the one who came up with that the autumn wind was a pirate.
Yes.
At any rate, the Dallas Cowboys have an Arizona Cardinals Monday night visit to finish up this weekend's action before a bye, and then a Monday night visit to Vegas, while Philadelphia is on a bye this week before returning against Green Bay and Detroit, at Green Bay for the Philadelphia Eagles and Detroit. So that's the next 3 weeks before they see each other in week number 12. Dallas must win their Monday nighters around their bye, and then sit back and watch the Packers and Lions do their thing against the Philadelphia Eagles. That's simple. It is that simple, because Dallas tied their game against Green Bay, and they both have yet to play Detroit. That's it. And that's the way that the Dallas Cowboys can go into that contest in Week 12, 5-4-1, and have the Eagles being 6-4, and off you go. And they still have a shot at the division, because I'll tell you what, man. I know it's a higher register Thursday, so I'll say this in a higher register form before we get to the actual segment. I don't know if the Commanders are going to come back from this year. And this is Jaden Daniels is hurt. The second time this year, he's missed a game, and then you're wondering, is he going to come back? And then he's saying, I wanted to play, medical staff this. I got to listen to these guys. I got long-term this, long-term that. Terry McLaurin's holding out. Then he gets hurt. Then he comes back. Then he scores a touchdown, comes out. Terry McLaurin, and again, I have him in not just one but two fantasy leagues, so I'm clearly invested in his
well-being.
Right. As well as, what he's doing. Both times Marcus Mariota is starting, the Washington Commanders are taking on the Vegas Raiders, and here goes McLaurin into the end zone. He's tackled at the half-yard line. I thought it was a touchdown. It wasn't. Poof. On that play that he almost scored, it was a quad injury. And suddenly he's standing on the sideline, yada, yada, yada. He's back a month later. And then he has two incredible catches, one for a touchdown, one on a sideline.
Yeah, the toe tap was insane.
And then the knee getting down before the rest of his body gets down. Yeah. That was an incredible catch, holds on to the ball. Next thing I know, he's out with a quad.
Yep.
Two incredible plays he makes, and the quad doesn't survive the ground each time. The ball does. He's out again. Defensively, they can't stop anybody. Running, they can't consistently do anything. They haven't done anything consistently. Stay healthy. Stop you. Or run it against you. Sometimes they can. Sometimes they can't. They got the Seattle Seahawks this week. On Sunday night, Seattle's coming off of a bye, and they are the kings of coming east and beating you in your building. So I'm concerned about them. The Giants, I think, are out of the mix now, because they can't keep anybody healthy there that can help Jackson Dart, whether it's Malik Neighbors or Cam Skatitibo.
Yeah, remember, though, Tyrone Tracy balled out last year. He came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he did.
I got a feeling, man, I really wanted to pick him up. I couldn't get him. I had a feeling Tyrone Tracy's going to show improvement.
That's not winning the division.
No, but still have some hope.
But they could play spoiler this year.
Well, I mean, the Giants...
they have a hard schedule. They're playing a lot of good teams, so they could really, kind of throw a wrench into things.
Actually, take a look at who they have left. They've got San Francisco this week, just to, again, forget about where and who. San Francisco, Chicago, Green Bay, Detroit, New England, Washington, Minnesota, Vegas, and Dallas. The only one that's currently, so far away that you're not thinking they've got a shot to do very much this year is Vegas in Week 17. Otherwise, the Giants are front and center playing a crucial role.
Yeah.
Interesting. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. Who's hanging on for a bit here? Let's go to Dan in Orange County, California, right down the road here. What's up, Dan?
Hi, Rich. Great job with Coach Landing. That was a fun interview.
Thank you, sir. That was very Rome. That was a very Rome call right there. Was it epic, Dan? Dan, was it epic? Was the chat epic?
Phenomenal. I wasn't going to go that far.
Was it phenomenal? All right. Oh, see, I can take it. Good interview, Rich. Epic? Phenomenal? No, not so much.
But good.
I'm fine with it.
Solid.
It was solid, right, Dan? It was solid.
Stop it.
I was calling to say that all of sports media and everything that you've made your career on is based on friends rooting for different teams.
Yes.
So I hope to change your mind on that one. Friends rooting for different teams and going to a game is the heart of sports passion. So I hope
really. The heart of sports passion is I don't want to hear it. I'm so locked in and I'm so fervently needing this victory. I don't need you sitting there next to me actively rooting against it. I just don't need it.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe not. I happen to be an LSU graduate, and you mentioned Brian Kelly. You're not going to hear anybody running to his defense. I don't know that anybody really knows exactly what happened down there, but I think over time you're going to get some reporting, and none of it's going to be positive. We don't know what happened, but it doesn't look like he knew what was going on.
Okay, so Dan, let's just meld these two topics together. Then I'll send you on your way in Orange County. You're an LSU fan, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just say you get 2 tickets to the SEC championship game, and your best friend roots for Alabama. You're bringing that friend? Yes?
Yes, because that's the entire fun of sports. That's why you're famous, is because friends root for different teams.
Okay. Dan in Orange County. I'm beginning to think we're less than a human being, Christopher.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. It's a Thursday. It's our favorite segment. We love to do. Is this our favorite segment, or did I just go higher register?
We like the voice. Solid segment. We like the voice.
It's more than a solid segment. I don't know where this is born out. I think it was born out of I remember
how it got born. I said something to you, and then you were like, "You know what you just did, right? You went higher register," and you were like, "That should be a segment." You literally came up with it.
What we talked about it on the air. I forget what you said,
what it was.
But I pointed out that I noticed, and I'm talking with friends, regardless of which team they root for.
Who we root for.
That if you go higher register, it's you not really truly believing what you're saying.
And you concocted it just sitting right there.
And then we talked about it at length, and off the air, I said, you know what, that should be a segment.
Yeah.
And then we asked.
Frank
Caliendo
was doing the Schefter voice the one day,
right?
About like sources and all that stuff.
So did we take that straight from an interview? Or did we ask him specifically?
No, I think we took that from an interview.
Okay.
Where he was doing Schefter.
Regardless, it's one of our fun segments to do where we take a take that we kind of believe about the upcoming week of football and go higher register to believe it. Hit it.
There's a chance.
The Rich Eisen Show's
That there could be.
Higher Register Take of the Week.
I think also my favorite part is the running man shrugging. He's just kind of like,
there's a chance.
He looks like the old N1 guy.
Right?
All right, Chris, what's your higher register take of the week?
Okay, this team is kind of balling, but they're still under 500, so they're not getting a lot of pub. C.J. Stroud has taken a lot of grief last year, this year. He was really excellent against San Francisco last week.
True.
And if they can beat the Broncos on Sunday, the Texans are still in the mix to win the South.
Mm.
If you look at the schedules coming up for Houston and then for Indianapolis, okay?
Yes.
If Pittsburgh somehow beats Indy and Houston beats Denver, the next month is going to decide the South, and Houston, I think, can do it.
Because they haven't played Indianapolis yet.
They haven't played each other yet.
Dude, there's a game. There's a visit. There's Buffalo visiting them on a Thursday night.
So Houston beats Denver, right? That's 2 in a row. Jacksonville, Tennessee.
Hold on. Let's go slow here. Houston beats
Denver.
They're 4-4.
They're now 500.
Correct.
And division games very winnable against Jacksonville and Tennessee the next 2 weeks. They're 6-4 against Buffalo with Indy and KC after.
Now, you say the Colts lose in Pittsburgh. They're 7-2.
Yeah, now go to the Colts schedule, okay?
And then they have to go to Berlin to take on the Falcons. You're saying that they lose in Germany?
I'm just saying weird stuff happens in the international games. Maybe they drop that because Atlanta gets rolling, okay? Suddenly, they got KC.
Your Sprockets was pretty weird.
I'm just saying. It could get a little hairy in the next month.
Okay, I just went higher register for, moving on to TJ.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you got, TJ?
All right, guys, so the National Football League, the trade deadline's coming up, right? in a few days, really.
Next week,
right? And we've got a huge game between two, I'd say Super Bowl favorites, the Chiefs and the Kansas City Chiefs and Buffalo Bills are playing on Sunday, and it's going to be a huge game, right? And I'm completely convinced that the loser of the Chiefs-Bills, they definitely won't make a panic trade deadline deal and, try to get their team a little bit better.
The loser of the Chiefs-Bills game totally won't make a panic. So I'm trying to figure out here. You're going.
I'm trying to be a little.
You're going cutesy, sarcastic with your higher
like they're definitely not going to make a deal to get their team a little bit
follow
better.
That one, bud.
You didn't get it? All right.
No, I got it. So what? Just in all seriousness,
whoever loses this game is going to make a panic deal and trade for someone.
Like a panic move to try to get better.
Yes.
Why didn't you just say that?
I told you I don't like this thing.
TJ does not.
I don't like this thing.
Because he's a lower register guy.
Well, because he says, it's got to be this.
I don't know. If you want to, just tell us if you don't want to do it.
I mean, I'm in it.
Okay.
Like Eiserman.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
You know how I feel about this guy. I've been caping for him for years. Because he made me a very happy guy over and over and over again. As a matter of fact, this October could be my final full month in which I'm able to dine out on a Wolverine victory over the Ohio State Buckeyes year in and year out, as you know. Okay? He didn't look very good in week 2 after a terrific week 1 start for the Minnesota Vikings, and now he's back. This team, for the Minnesota Vikings, they need him. And everything is going against J.J. McCarthy right now. A lot of people are thinking that he just had a sabbatical, and if Carson Wentz wasn't hurt, he'd still be starting, and all this stuff about him. And I keep saying it over and over and over again. Okay? Believe in him. But that offensive line is not protecting anybody. And it's just a lot of ups and downs. So I'll just say this. I'm not worried about J.J. McCarthy at all.
Okay.
As he's returning
to
the Minnesota Vikings. I'm really not worried about him.
All right.
You know what I mean?
I hear you.
I'm not worried about the organization getting ready to get rid of him. I'm not thinking of the organization looking at what Seattle's doing with Darnold and what the Colts are doing with Daniel Jones and sitting there thinking anything about JJ other than the fact that he's their future. I know their head coach once upon a time on this very show said that organizations fail young quarterbacks before young quarterbacks fail organizations. And I really believe he means that. But with the Detroit Lions coming off their bye, having paid their Michigan man $180 million, not worried about J.J. McCarthy at all. And that's my higher register.
This wasn't our best one this week.
I don't know about you, but mine looked like money.
Are you sure? Sure about that?
Mm-hmm. See, he's bitter. This
about
is guys.
What?
You are
bitter about. My life was great.
No, you know what? You know what your higher register should be half the time on this show. I'm not bitter about this at all.
What am I bitter about?
No. You keep doing what you say about the Dallas Cowboys, but then I'm suddenly happy.
I really.
No. Don't say what you. No. Don't. I don't. You are the king of saying you don't care, but you read every internet comment that's ever been said with a T or a J in it.
Okay.
And then you get that. So then I know the way you operate.
I don't know that you do. I'm not sure.
He
that
just went higher register about it. I kind of think you like this segment.
I mean,
All right, let's get all of our ducks in a row again. Okay.
Yeah, we've got a guest, guys.
We do. It's Gabriel Luna. Come on out, Gabriel Luna.
Let's go.
Yet more standard light fare. John Wayne Gacy. It's coming up.
Harry Douglas here. Fellas, it's time to step up your grooming game. Manscaped just leveled up with the Lawnmower 5 and the Chairman Plus, 2 powerhouses built for unmatched precision, comfort, and control. Whether you're cleaning up before a night out, preparing for a big meeting, or getting ready for a game day, Manscaped has the tools to help you look and feel your absolute best. These aren't just old school clippers. They're engineered for modern men who take pride in their daily routine. So upgrade your grooming gear and experience the difference. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Aggie fans, get ready for an unforgettable experience. Join Fitterman Sports Group for an epic autograph meet and greet with your top-ranked fighting Texas Aggies football stars. Heisman Trophy winner Johnny Manziel and rising stars Marcel Reed, Casey Concepcion, and Mario Craver all in one place. It's happening November 1st at Fitterman Sports Post Oak location inside Central Supply. Don't miss your chance to meet your Aggie stars up close for pictures and autographs. Spots are limited, so grab your tickets now at FittermanSports.com. That's FITERMAN Sports.com.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Looking for the best fajitas in Houston? You'll find them at Cadillac Bar. Sizzling premium black Angus beef, bold flavors, and the good times never stop. Happy hour every day from 11 to 7, and don't miss weekly favorites. Margarita Mondays, Taco Tuesdays, and Tequila and Fajitas Fridays. Book your holiday party now at Cadillac Bar and make Thanksgiving easy with our brunch buffet, or bring Cadillac home with our Thanksgiving fajita packs to go. Visit CadillacBar.com for details.
Chastain Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastain Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastain Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at TNTshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Roberts Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Of the humanity of all these victims, because each episode has a bit of a flashback kind of vignette story dedicated to one of these boys.
A radio audience has just returned here on ESPN Radio. We're talking to Gabriel Luna, who plays the lead investigator on the famed John Wayne Gacy case of the 70s in Devil in Disguise, John Wayne Gacy, available now for streaming on Peacock. And just, again, the way it is shot, it looks like a film. It looks like a movie. Yeah. And I mean, the 70s get-ups that you're in as well. Yeah. I mean, it's spot on. The whole
I showed you backstage. I mean, that's all, that was his style. He was a
you're the detective.
Detective Tovar. Yeah.
Right.
He was just he was former Vice. He was a narcotics cop. Well, he was a beat cop, and then he got promoted and continued to get promoted because he was very ambitious and very good at his job. And he in a room full of suits, he was the leather jackets with the fly lapels and the full on Fu Manchu mustache. Yeah. And he was just a really cool cat. And I had a lot of fun. Kind of, thankfully, I had my mustache and facial hair from The Last of Us, and then my long hair and everything else. So we just kind of, tailored it around.
And if you wouldn't mind, share with me what you share with everybody what you shared with me in the green room about your character's daughter.
Oh yeah,
having reached out to you, right?
Yeah, I think we were because elements of our story are somewhat fictionalized, so it's not a one-to-one to the true events. We made sure that. Ahead of time, Patrick was like, maybe we reach out to these individuals after the fact, just to because my character is primarily Detective Tovar's experience, but it's a bit of an amalgam of a few people's experience, and so I was really looking forward to meeting him, and I wanted to speak with him, and I was just waiting until the show came out, and now that the show is out, I have every intention of going down to Kerrville, Texas, where he now resides, but. His daughter reached out to me on Instagram, and it just filled my heart with pride, and I was so honored that she would do that because she herself was very prideful of the depiction, and that's all you really want. And
you got to be so pleased about that.
Oh
obviously.
Man, I mean, because I was just going off of a lot of interviews that he had done, and photographs, and just tailoring it, and then trying to infuse my own experience. But to hear her say that it really was, she felt that she was watching her father up there was the highest of praise I could get. And then she was like, do you want to see photos of him from back then? Because the photos I have are just kind of public photos of him in the case, but these are all these really, really awesome photos, just he and her brother Rodney, who I believe is passed, and the kid in the show who plays my son, just to see kind of where that all is derived, and it's just it's him in these really touching personal moments with his family, and so she's able to send me all those photos. Really cool.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Gabriel Luna here on the Rich Eisen Show. So, how do you, again, dovetailing again what this show is about, Devil in Disguise, John Wayne Gacy, and also The Last of Us. When you come off the set, do you watch a comedy? What do you do? Do you pour yourself a drink? I don't know if you're a drinker, because this is some really intense stuff that you're doing.
I think it's like re-entry. It's like I always liken it to kind of an astronaut coming back. And you hope that. Because truly, if you immerse yourself deep enough, you are kind of returning from just this other world that we've built, and Thankfully, my wife is wonderful, and she just helps to kind of.
I like that.
Just to kind of pull me back into it. And,
okay.
But I bring home with me, so we always travel together on these jobs.
Okay.
I play the guitar a lot.
Okay.
And that kind of helps me just let everything kind of.
What do you play on the guitar? What do you do?
I play a lot of country tunes. I'm from Austin, Texas. So,
All right.
A lot of George Strait and Dwight Yoakam.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. When did you realize The Last of Us was a massive hit?
Oh man, I mean, I guess week one when it finally premiered.
Week one,
I think.
Did you get a sense on the set when you're shooting it with?
Absolutely.
Pedro Pascal and the rest of the crew.
I've worked with HBO 3 times now, and they have a dedication to maintaining a standard.
Sure.
And they'll do it. They do what they need to do to make sure that they achieve that and meet that bar. And I had no question that the production itself was going to be what it was. But Craig Mazin, our showrunner and the writer, is just a genius. And we'd get these scripts coming in, and he writes every letter of every word of every script.
He does.
And just to, when you're on a plane and you're tearing up in front of the public, in front of people, just because you're reading in black and white, you just kind of know it's there. But until you finish it, until it's in front of the people, you don't want to count your chickens, But when we released the trailer in Brazil, we were in Sao Paulo at, I guess it's the biggest Comic-Con in the world. I think there's like 250,000 people.
Well, there's nothing little of Sao Paulo.
Yeah, no, they do it big when they do it.
Like the city, just like everything.
Yeah.
But, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No. We premiered the trailer there, and just to see the kind of the response, I guess when it hit YouTube, it's like, okay, people are pretty excited about this, and if we deliver, I think it has the potential to catch fire, and it did.
You got a good Pedro Pascal story? Give me your favorite one. Was it about him as a person or about him as an actor or working with him in a scene?
He's just a sweetheart, man. He's just, just so talented and so present, and I think, but also just really playful and I guess one story I have, we were doing this scene where Catherine O'Hara, who plays Gail, the show's been out for a while, so I don't know how to get away. But we return her husband, played by Joey Pants, return his body to the community, and it's this really dramatic scene where she's confronting him, and she smacks him, and she's weeping in my arms, just completely bawling, and she's a legend. And I think it usually takes a comedic genius to be able to achieve those like high dramatic, peaks. And she's just like, she's crying and crying and crying in my arms. And then Neil, who was directing it, he's the creator of the game, he was directing that episode, he calls cut, but he's a bit of a soft-spoken guy, so she doesn't hear him. And I thought she did, but I thought maybe she was just kind of still in it, and she's just crying and crying, bawling. Oh, my God. I could, my shirt is soaked. And then I look over at Pedro, and he looks at me, and he's just like, he's holding it in, trying not to laugh, and then he's getting Bella cracking up, and then he's like, just tell her. I was like, okay, Catherine, they called cut. She's like, oh, they called cut? Oh. And she just like wipes away the tears instantly, just snaps out of it, and then he just like rolls on the ground, literally rolling on the ground laughing. And I, that's just kind of the sense of play that we kind of, you ask about how you come back from these really dramatic things, and I think it's important to just, kind of be loose and be willing to laugh and, for sake of crying.
What was it like in FUBAR with Arnold? You got a good
Arnold's my guy, dude. He's my, I've grown up, my mother raised me, my father passed before I was born, and my mother was 15 when she had me, so she was a 15-year-old widow. And so throughout my life, I've found different father figures, football coaches, professors. And then here at 42 years old, I'm just like, who is that in my life? And it's him. And
no kidding.
I couldn't be luckier, man, because he certainly embraced me when we did the Terminator film. And then we did FUBAR together. And then we did a animated show called Secret Level for Amazon Prime, directed by Tim Miller, who directed us in Terminator. And so we've worked together a lot. And now I'm working with his son-in-law, Chris Pratt, on the Terminal List, which is going to come out next year.
Yeah.
And he's just, he's so disciplined. He's just so funny. Like his modus operandi is kindergarten cop Arnold, or like Last Action Hero Arnold. Like that's who he is. You know, Commando and Terminator, all that stuff. Those are constructs that he built, characters he built. But who he is him in those comedies. You know, so that was great to see that. You know, that return to form in Fubar, to have that kind of, you know, the comedic kind of side of him. I guess one of my best Arnold stories is, so he loves to quote himself. Like he'll do it anywhere, anytime, drop of a hat. So, you know,
if I was him.
we'll be on set, and you know, Grip will be carrying a C-stand, and they're like, "Come on, I need that C-stand," and he'll be like, "Do it now. What are you waiting for?" and so, but my favorite story is we're at brunch after training in Budapest. We're doing Terminator.
Nice.
And a friend of his from Austria was in town, and I'm sitting across Arnold. He's eating his oatmeal, and my wife's next to me, and then his friend Clemens was sitting next to him, and they're having a conversation about their families, and they get to the conversation about their fathers, and so she says to him, she's like, "So what does your father do?" Talking to Clemens, and then like mid bite of his oatmeal, Arnold just goes, "Who is your daddy, and what does he do?" Which is obviously a line from Kindergarten Cop. But yeah, he's just, and his timing is impeccable. That's how he rolls.
Mid oatmeal eat, he quotes himself, inserts himself into someone else's diet.
Dude, he didn't even look over there. He just kind of and then just continued eating his oatmeal.
That is amazing.
Rich, you got to tell him about the baby chair.
Oh, yeah. When Arnold came on the show, he saw the seat in which you are currently sitting.
Yeah.
And he says, "I cannot sit in that." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "That's a baby chair. I don't want to sit in the baby chair," because he was concerned about his energy and he wants to be up as opposed to sit. You could see you kind of recline in these chairs.
Just like laid back.
That's the only time in the history of this show he walked over to Chris's chair and he wheeled it over. And we just, sit however you wish to sit, sir.
What are you going to tell the governor that you can't use your chair?
This is him doing it.
Yeah.
There it is. We removed the chair and he brought his chair over, man. Like, okay.
I love that.
And then a few times he did quote himself. You know, he told a bunch of great stories, and obviously he's Arnold freaking Schwarzenegger. You know?
Juice, I love him.
All right, so in the few minutes I have left, Gabriel Looney here on the Rich Eisen Show. You know, we just met. TJ, I'll share with you what he told me in the back. He took The Last of Us, thinking it was about the Cowboys secondary. That's what he thought. You know, that's what he thought it was.
Who's disrespect our guests like that?
Oh, man.
No, I'm looking at you, fellow Cowboy fan.
Well, I'm
throwing it in your direction.
Hey, how about them Cowboys, TJ?
Hey.
But really, tell me, how about them? Like, how are they doing? Can we revive them?
Yeah, maybe next year we can.
Oh man, but Dak is slinging that thing around.
Is indeed.
Yeah, say that again, man.
And
that's a true story.
And I swear, like the first time I saw him, I went. They were playing the Rams at the Coliseum in preseason, his rookie year.
Oh yes, I remember that.
And he came in, man. He threw a 20-yard rope to the sideline.
Yes,
and I was like, holy moly, this guy, you know. And he's just his composure, everything. I was like, man, this guy's really.
Yeah, that was when Romo got hurt in the preseason, right? And is that it was the Ascension was beginning at that point in time, or was it a year after?
No, I think he got hurt a little later in the season.
I see what you're saying.
But I just saw him throw that out route, and I was like, wow. And then he just kept this whole drive. He put together a great drive. I was like, man, that guy is really well composed. And even the Rams fan behind me was like, yeah, man, he's poised. And from that day on, I've always been a Dak guy. And he's always, you know, he started to dial in those long balls. He was kind of overshooting a lot of guys, but now it's just everything's on the money. And I just wish that, you know, if one thing is working, the other thing isn't working. That just seems to always.
No, I know it's a little bit off. But before I let you go, in the few minutes we have left, let's crow a little bit about what you wanted to crow about. You're telling me in the back there because you're a Spurs fan. You're a Spurs fan.
Oh, come on.
Oh man,
yeah, big time.
Lucky you.
I'm a Longhorns fan because that's our professional team in Austin.
Nice.
But I'm just like, you know, I work by proximity. So Spurs I've always been my team. And I've always been a Cowboys guy because I wore number 12 for Roger Staubach.
Why not?
As an outside linebacker, strong safety.
Nice.
But they also needed me because I was kind of the insurance policy quarterback. So they always needed me to wear a quarterback number. But And then I loved the Oilers before they moved because Warren Moon had my name. My name was Luna.
Nice.
And so I was a split. Well, when they moved, so I just became solely a Cowboys fan. But the Spurs have always been just my heart, and the fact that we have just an absolute once-in-a-lifetime
He's
player.
a unicorn. Victor Wembanyama is a unicorn, and we all knew it coming in. And I'll say it again. Like right now, early in the NBA season, there are some people and teams to talk about, but none of them compare to Victor Wembanyama. What we're seeing through the first 2 weeks of this season, and what we've expected from him up until this point, and what we're seeing is just...
I think tonight we have the chance to go 5-0 for the first time in franchise
Which we
history.
couldn't. We have a long-time listener and viewer of the show, Jimmy in San Antonio, who came on the air and mentioned that. We're like, really?
Yeah.
Because you'd think the Admiral would have done it. You'd think, Duncan would have done it. You'd think any of the pop teams would have done it.
Tony Manu and them boys, I guess not. But I loved his response. He was like, wow, that's crazy. I would have thought that's been done before. But, let's go beat that record. Just... very nonchalant about it. I love his confidence. I love his dedication, his training. And then he's put on like 35 pounds, looks like.
And it still looks like he still needs to put on more.
I know, right? And he just,
I guess what happens when you're 7'6".
Everything he does is just...
look at that picture that's right there.
Stuff you've never seen before.
Look where his hand is. That's what we were saying the other day.
Over the box.
It's over the box.
I love it. I love the way he... just people think that they have a sliver of light and it just closes up on them. It's just amazing to watch. I got the league pass this year because I've been out of the country for the last 3 years, and I've missed basketball season most times. And I'm up at 3 a.m. watching games, and I have to work in the morning. And now I can actually watch it when they actually airs.
There you go, and not get your
finally.
sleep and get all that stuff. Yeah. Hey man, congrats everything going on in your career. Again, all episodes of Devil in Disguise, John Wayne Gacy dropped just last week or a couple weeks ago on October 16th. It's a limited series. It's 8 episodes. It is beautifully shot and obviously acted, and everybody check it out. Available streaming on Peacock. At I am Gabriel Luna on Instagram. Be one of the gajillions who follow this, man. Congrats on everything going on, and come back anytime you want, man.
Thanks, brother.
Because I think Wembanyama might be still undefeated.
He'll
next
probably
time you
need
come
your
back.
chair too. Yeah.
Everything's a baby chair to him.
Yeah.
Gabriel Luna here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're back up to wrap up this Thursday in a sec. Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assist, powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education, with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at dewberryfarm.com.
Hey guys, it's B-Mac, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them B-Mac sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com. Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com. Phil in New York City. I'm interested to hear what Phil has to say. What's up, Philip?
Rich, first time, long time.
Hey.
Also a fellow member of the tribe who happens to be a Yankee and a Jet fan as well. So I have to say,
Look at
I
us.
appreciate a lot of your takes.
Simpatico.
I like it. Yes.
I wanted to add some real true context
Okay.
to this debate that's been going on between the three of you.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like sometimes you and Brockman give TJ a hard time.
Okay.
So I do want to say I understand TJ's perspective about, you know, if you have the tickets, do you bring a friend and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds good in theory, it does. But as somebody who actually did it in real practical terms, I'm telling you right now, the worst thing you could possibly do.
All right, tell me, what were the circumstances? You took a friend to the game that was actively rooting against which team? Yankees, Jets, which one?
I had the chance to take 3 friends to the world's most famous arena for a Rangers-Islanders game.
Oh.
And we not only had 4 seats, but there were 4 suite seats. So included was food, drink.
Oh, the whole schmear.
Above 21 drink.
Yeah. Okay.
As an active Ranger fan, my friend an active Ranger fan, we thought this would be fun, a little family competition. It turned out to be the opposite. The Islanders proceeded to win like 5-1. Not only was the game terrible, my 2 friends who are Islander fans proceeded to drink themselves under the bar, laughing and smiling the whole way.
No way.
And I've regretted it ever since. They wouldn't let me hear the end of it. I'm telling you, It sounds nice, TJ. I hear you. It sucks when you're on the wrong side of it.
Exactly.
We need a New York City man
all right.
to show the light on this subject matter.
But also, it seems like Phil's friends, they hit the bottle a little too hard. They didn't know how to act in public. Me and my friends know how to act in public. So
I don't know. Phil's kind enough to call in and add perspective.
Phil, thank you.
Don't throw his friends under a bus. They can drink themselves under it.
He just did it themselves.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks,
and
Phil.
this is decades after the Rangers-Islanders rivalry actually meant anything. I mean, back in the day when Shoot the Puck Barry and, Potvin Sucks, all of that stuff. The blue seats back in the world's most famous arena. That used to be nasty when the Islanders drive for 5 when that's all they did was win cups out there on Long Island. That was nasty. And then, of course, the subsequent years were, but now it's like, okay, nice arena you're playing over there now. It's very nice. By the way, Nassau Coliseum is where I saw my first concert. Back in the day, I saw Chicago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know who opened for Chicago? The Pete Cetera era?
Steely Dan.
Oh, nope.
No, they wouldn't open.
A comedian.
Dice Man.
I went to my first concert. No, it wasn't. Nice. I don't even remember who it was. Just
I don't remember. A comedian.
No, it's just a comedian.
You don't remember who it was?
Yeah.
Person telling jokes.
Yeah, my dad drove me and this is a story of my life. A friend who I wanted to be more than just friends with out there.
In a red limo? Were you in?
No. My dad was not in a red limo. My dad didn't drive a red limo.
Well,
he drove me and Kristen out there together.
Kristen?
Yes, indeed.
Oh.
And we went there together. And this is before cell phones. My dad probably just drove around Long Island for 2.5 hours and said, meet at this payphone at this time.
Like Almost Famous.
Unbelievable. See? But we're right. A New Yorker, a Northeast guy feels that way.
No, he said he did.
I think it's geographical.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Harry Douglas here. Look, being a man doesn't mean skipping self-care. Manscaped makes it easy to feel confident, clean, and ready for anything. Whether you're at work, hitting the gym, traveling for business, or heading for a night out. The Lawnmower Trimmer gives you precision, the Beard Hedger keeps your look tight, and their grooming essentials smell incredible. Manscaped's tools are built to perform, helping you stay sharp, smooth, and feeling your best every single day. Because real confidence starts with a clean cut and the right gear. Get all the Manscaped products you need right now at your local Target.
Property tax bills are showing up this month. You know what that means? The government's going to try to screw you. How about this? 86%
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Cutler got one right for a change. We are at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Swing on by, say hello to us, enjoy some fantastic Tex-Mex. I'm trying to watch my figure, Joe. I'm trying to get back to my birth weight. I got a taco salad today.
That's a good
I'm
call.
trying to eat a little bit light.
Weight?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta aim for the moon, and if you fall short, you're still amongst the stars. That's how it goes. I think.
I think it's pretty close to how it goes.
Yeah.
If it's not right, it sounds good.
It sounds great. Cadillac Bar. They have a big bar right there, watching television screens that show a lot of Houston-specific television sports channels. Fantastic food, fantastic drink. We're here, fantastic, mediocre conversation. But our promo team out here, swing on by, say, go Cougs, and be one of the first 3 people to do that. And you're going to win a pair of tickets to see the Houston Cougars and the West Virginia Mountaineers on Saturday. Kickoff at 11. Blackout game, 2015 Peach Bowl Championship. We're honoring them. $20 15 ticket starts there. Also honoring the military and the first responders, Heroes game. And then also it's a blackout game to pay respect to Kurt Hester. That was his favorite color, strength and conditioning coach who passed away last Saturday. We'll also be talking to the head coach of the 2015 Peach Bowl champions, Tom Herman, at 5 o'clock. Before that, we'll talk to Adam Ronis, who'll get you right for your fantasy football coming up this weekend at 4:30. And then Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Well, he's been red hot. It's Rocktober or something like that. He'll be joining us at 4 o'clock to get you right for all of your wagers coming up in college and pro football. And then we'll give you our terrible picks with the fix.
Oh, don't say our.
Speak for yourself.
I haven't looked at the standings.
Well, you're in last.
Why are you signaling to me that you went 3-0?
Because I went 3-0.
Why don't you just say it? You're
a
co-host on the show.
It's an audio medium.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean,
we got video.
I mean, if you were a producer, maybe you wouldn't say it. Just kidding, Brian. But lots to get to
3
today.
winning weeks in a row.
Brian apparently has a bone to pick with Lance. I'm intrigued.
Not so
by
much
this.
a bone to pick. It's just funny audio.
Okay. Bad Take Boulevard coming up a little bit later as well. So a lot of stuff. It's a busy edition of Jeremy and Joe. Joe, we have a rundown on this show.
We do.
We use Google Doc, a little peek behind the curtain. Our Google Doc is titled Jeremy and Joe because the show is called Jeremy and Joe. So today I went into my Google browser and I typed in Jeremy and Joe, but it didn't bring up the Google Doc. It just Googled Jeremy and Joe.
Okay.
Did you know there is The Jeremy and Joe show in Buffalo, New York?
Is it a sports radio show?
It is.
I did not know that.
They talk about. I listened for about 5 minutes. They were talking.
Really?
They were talking Buffalo Bills, but apparently they talk a lot about the Sabres as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did I book one of Jeremy and Joe on the show?
Maybe I was hoping.
Bills are coming up on Thursday night.
Yeah,
in a few
book one of them.
weeks.
There you go.
There you go.
Book either one.
What time is
Preferably
the show?
Jeremy. He's probably better.
Yeah.
What
time is
I have no idea. It didn't say the time of the show. Well, it probably did, but I didn't look or remember.
Because if it was drive time, we could connect to them live.
I tried to find something quickly, like them losing their mind, like New Yorkers, and we could occasionally check in with Jeremy and Joe. But they were very tame and laid back.
Upstate New York. Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Well, it's not going to be the same temperament as.
I mean, these are the same people who jump through tables.
Right.
Okay, that's a fair point.
How many times this weekend did we see that stupid commercial where they were putting babies through tables?
I didn't see it once.
I think I saw it 15 times this week.
What were you watching?
Well, we were at the Book, and it was on all the TVs.
Oh.
So
you were at the casino last week?
I didn't say that. You said that. But they showed it over and over and over again. I was like, I've seen enough. I don't know what you're advertising.
I think my child would jump through a table without any encouraging.
Oh, mine would.
I think he'd be like, yeah, that looks fun. Let me do that. In fact, he's kind of done that accidentally. Anyways, Rockets beat the Raptors yesterday north of the border. 130. Drake was there. That was cool to see. I'm always excited when Drake is courtside. Not really. But the Rockets blow out the Raptors, 18 points. The lead story here, though, Rockets win. Durant was good. Alpi was good. Jabari was good. Lead story here is that the Rockets covered 5.5, and I'm now 2-2 on the year betting the Rockets against the spread.
Congratulations.
There you go.
Thank you. I have the same
Baby
record
steps.
as the Rockets.
Back to 500.
My number against the spread, same. The problem though is the Rockets are 500 and they don't have to pay the vig like I do.
Yeah, but just like the
so
Rockets,
I'm still losing.
Just like the Rockets, you can go 80-2 on the season.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, 80-2.
The dream is alive.
80-2. Here we go.
The dream is alive. But I'm back to 500 in case any of you care. What was your main takeaway from this game? Because I thought there was a lot of them. I thought there was a lot of interesting storylines. But what was your A topic from this Rockets game yesterday?
I think just the offense is just looking. You're seeing the development already, the growth from game 1 to game 4. Just how much easier it looks, how they look like they know how and when to use Kevin Durant better than we saw specifically in that first game of the season. Just the smoothness of everything within the offense, I think, is very positive. So that was, to me, watching, I was like, this is a good offense. It's a very, very good offense.
That's one of the things I was wondering during the game yesterday, and I put this in the notes too, and I asked myself that I was like, you know what, Self, I'm wondering this, and then I was going to ask you guys and ask the junkies as well, 713-780-3776, because the offense is starting to get scary. Like, I know it's the Raptors, but it's 139 points. And the Rockets have been putting up numbers with whoever they're playing against. They scored 137 against Brooklyn. Bad team. 137 against Brooklyn. They lost to a Pistons team who's pretty good defensively. They scored 115. And I know the Thunder game went to double OT, so that's kind of like an outlier. But 124 in that game. So I was wondering, are we going to accept, or the Rockets, not accept's a bad word, but are the Rockets going to be better offensively than they're going to be defensively? And I actually came across something on my timeline today that shows that the Rockets have the #1 offensive net rating in the NBA. I don't know where they're at defensively because it only showed the top 10 and they were outside of the top 10, but they had the #1 offensive net rating in the NBA and are outside of the top 10, but not in the bottom 10 because I saw a bottom 10 graphic as well. So somewhere in the middle third. Do you think that the Rockets are going to be better offensively than defensively in 2025-26?
Yeah, I do. I think. I mean, look. So Kevin Durant he's solid on defense, right? He's not great. Jalen Green was very good last year in the pick and roll. Now you're going to go with this double big lineup, which I think is going to leave you open to some threes occasionally when you play teams. The zone so far has been mostly good, but the offense is also just going to be so good, so elite at times, that it's going to outpace the defense. It wouldn't shock me if at the end of the season they ended up in top 10 of both those categories, offensively and defensively. But, yeah, I think the offense is going to be better than the defense this year.
Yeah,
Alpy's taking another step already, that's clear. Amen's playing well offensively. You have Kevin Durant. If Jabari plays like he played last night, your offense is significantly better even if you took Kevin Durant off this team from last year. And just the fact that you're replacing all of Jalen Green's shots with Kevin Durant's shots, your offense is going to be fantastic most of the season. So, yeah, it's going to be better.
He's Kevin Durant's so good, man. Like, even last game, like, people say we're glazing KD because KD is one of the all-time greats. In fact, somebody's in our YouTube chat, which, by the way, Twitchers, we can't talk to you today because we're at somebody else's Wi-Fi, and rightfully so, they blocked the Twitch.
Yep.
So we're on somebody else's Wi-Fi today. We can't. The Twitch is behind a firewall. We cannot communicate with you. So our mental health is in a lot better state because of it. Spend 5 minutes with Tim Tebow and your life is immediately better because of it. Same thing as staying off of Twitch. So sorry, Twitchers, we won't be in the chat today because we're behind the firewall. But Adrian on YouTube, who are we glazing today, Jeremy and Joe? He says that today is an appropriate day, though. He says it is an appropriate day to glaze Kevin Durant.
Absolutely.
Durant was efficient with his shooting yesterday. Like he scores 20 without making threes. Like we've seen it a couple of times already this year. Last night 11 of 19. Like okay, that's still not a ton of shots for one of the all-time great scorers. He was left open for three. Alpi Şengün was finding him. He was 4 for 8 from three. Kevin Durant scored 31 points on 19 shots. His efficiency is unbelievable, and maybe it's because we were conditioned by Jalen Green. We're like, okay, we don't really know what efficiency is anymore. Maybe even Harden. Harden had inefficient nights. The efficiency of Kevin Durant is like it's quietly unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's right now 4 games, small sample size. He's at the smallest usage in his career, 25%.
Wow.
So they're using him less than he was used in any other situation so far, and he's able to score 25, 30 points at will whenever he wants. It's incredible to watch him. And it's so much different than watching like James Harden, where his usage is through the roof, where KD can just, anytime he touches the ball, he can score, and he's a weapon without the ball, opening up everything around you. So it's been so much fun, the first 4 games. I mean, the Rockets, I know last year it took them a little bit to get on the bandwagon. If you're not there already, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because this team's going to be fun all season long.
Yeah, Alpi demands a lot of respect. He commands a lot of respect, which leads to some good looks for everybody. I thought Alpi was really efficient yesterday, too, because Alpi sometimes will annoy me because I don't think he's hit his ceiling. Mm-hmm. And he'll do some dicey things from time to time. Like, he's a little careless with the ball from time to time.
I know Sam tried to throw us under the bus.
She did. Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah, she tried to get us in trouble with the Alpi OnlyFans with the social media
take your words out of context?
No, but she just put our critiques of Alpi online.
Oh, we can't do that.
The Turks might come after us.
Yeah, luckily they didn't.
So far, so good.
They stayed away, actually.
I guess they only go after John and Lance.
Yeah, maybe they agreed with us, which would be a miracle. But Alpy with a near triple-double yesterday, wasn't forcing it, took care of the basketball. I mean, I can live with 2 Alpy turnovers. It's those 4 or 5 turnover games where he's taking bad shots that, like, drives me nuts. But he was really good last night. And then Jabari hit his shots. Like, Jabari, still some times when Jabari tries to, like, do more than I think he's capable of. But Jabari yesterday was good. I'd still like to get those rebounding numbers up for Jabari, though. You're too big to have 5 rebounds in a game.
I totally agree. He needs way more than
Let's
that.
get some boards, Jabari.
Yeah, attack the backboard, Jabari, please.
Give me 10 rebounds a game,
but
please.
you did say something like, do you think Ime is good with the not top 10 defense?
No, I don't.
That's what I think is interesting. Is like it's not like we're okay with it, but Ime is definitely not going to be okay with it.
No. He's not going to be okay with that.
And I don't know.
But it's just good, though. That's a good thing.
Yeah, he raises the bar for everything. And again, for the second game in a row, I like the Okogie lineup so far. He's growing on me.
Here's the thought that I had, though, with Okogie. And I like Okogie, too. Don't get me wrong. I was about to make a lame joke, but that was for previous radio life. Whenever DFS comes back, Okogie's going to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
But who's getting more minutes, Okogie or Reed?
Depends on how Reed plays.
Okay.
That's up to Reed.
I think it's up to Ime.
But if Reed doesn't play well, then he's not going to play. They're going to play Okogie over Reed.
Yeah. No, I mean I understand what you're saying. I was being a jerk. I was being a sarcastic jerk, which is kind of my MO.
Need our whiteboard. Jeremy Jerk, 312.
We can't do the days without being an obnoxious jerk because it would just always stay at 0.
No, we're going to do days without a hot mic incident because you're right. Me being a jerk
it
is
would just always stay at 0.
I do at least 2 or 3 every quarter hour. No, but, I mean, yes, Reed's play is going to matter. But I think, like, in significant games, like if you're playing an NBA Finals game tomorrow and Dorian Finney-Smith is back and he's filling in, I mean, he's in the starting lineup, Okogie's to the bench. Like, who's playing more minutes in a must-win NBA Final game, Okogie or Reed Shepherd?
Okogie.
Yeah, Okogie is.
Yeah, he plays defense. That's all that matters for Ime.
Yeah, and I think
he
that
plays
Reed's,
defense. Reed doesn't. He's got some hands.
Yeah. He'll get some steals. Yeah, he's got good hands, but he's gonna get beat off the dribble, stuff like that. He's got bad lateral movement. But and look, I'm not trying to like bang on Reed because I actually have liked what I've seen from Reed the last couple of games. It's looking better. They're moving him off the ball more. I've been encouraged with it, but it's just a thought that popped in my head because DFS is going to come back, and once he does, Okogie's going to the bench, which means that your rotation either has to grow by a guy, and if it does, that means there's fewer minutes to be had for all, or you're bumping somebody. And either way, one guy has to get more minutes than the other. We're burying the – go ahead.
Well, I'll say Ime, I mean, he's – besides the blowout game, 2 games ago, he's running a 9-man rotation right now.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen Jeff Green, Tate, Holiday, Davidson in any meaningful minutes yet.
No, they're not rotation pieces.
So, like, they're only running 9 guys. That's not really sustainable.
I disagree. I think 9's plenty big.
You think so?
I do.
You don't get
especially for an NBA final game.
No. I'm thinking for the regular season.
No, I mean he's going to get. I mean Kevin Durant's not playing tons of minutes. Like they're limiting his minutes. He had the second game of the season. It was off a double OT, but they had like 3 days off. He played like 29 minutes.
Yeah, he played 37 2 nights ago. Last night he ended up playing 37 again.
Okay, he played more minutes than he did in that second game. But
you're right. Like that's where the minutes are going to come from. I think is some of those guys will get a little bit lesser of the workload.
Sure,
I would imagine.
But still, one guy's going to play more than the other.
Yeah.
And I think it would be Okogie over Reed currently. We might be burying the lead. Rockets out-rebounded the Raptors yesterday by 31 rebounds. They were plus 31 on the glass. The Raptors had 22 rebounds. The Rockets won the rebounding margin by more rebounds than the Raptors had. That's as dominant as you're going to get on the glass.
I think, honestly, the most impressive is, like, the Raptors have 22 rebounds in the game. The Rockets had 17 offensive rebounds. Like, the fact that they had almost more offensive rebounds than the Raptors had total rebounds.
I saw a stat today where Steven Adams leads the NBA in, like, offensive rebound percentage.
Not shocked.
It's like 40%. Like
Not shocked.
I mean, that might be too high. I can't remember the exact number. And I heard a Raptor in the postgame was talking about Steven Adams' strength. He's like, he's got ungodly strength. He's just like strength you don't see in the NBA. I love that dude. He's awesome. I want that guy on my side every time.
I still can't believe how good he is.
Can't believe how good
Steven Adams.
Why not?
They got him as a throwaway because his career was like falling apart.
Oh, yeah.
His body was falling apart. They got him for what?
Was it the
2 second-round picks when he was out for the season?
Wasn't there a player? I think there was a player involved. Was it Oladipo?
Oh, maybe it was. I mean, it sounds.
Speaking of someone's body falling apart,
I think Oladipo might have been in that trade. Steven Adams traded to the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, you're right. Saying Victor Oladipo in 3 second-round picks.
What did you say, Joe? I didn't hear you. You kind of cut out of
Jeremy Brand was right.
There we go.
Yeah.
I don't hear that enough. Really.
I say it a good amount.
We've got a drop for it, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You hear it enough.
Yeah, but Lance was being sarcastic when he said that. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Joe has a thought about the Rockets, kind of more long-term, big picture when it comes to them. Busy show. Bad Take Boulevard coming up later. Lee Sterling at 4, Adam Ronis at 4:30. Tom Herman, national champion, two-time New Year's Six Bowl winner. Tom Herman will be joining us at 5 o'clock as well. 713-780-3776. We're not on Twitch today. We're banned because we're behind the firewall. Reputable places don't allow their employees to go to Twitch. We're on that Wi-Fi, so we can't go to Twitch. Sorry, Twitchers. But you can find us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're chatting there. You can always TikTok us at ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham. Or you can find us on Twitter. That's fine. ESPN 975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, Tom Herman was, when he was here taking the Cougs to New Year's Six games, Burger Chain wasn't around yet, but now that he's back in town, I think the first place he's got to go once he arrives, of course, Burger Chan's the best burger in the entire damn city. Maybe he'll decide to move back after tasting that Burger Chan burger. It is that damn good. And hopefully you guys tried it on Monday because the Texans won. They beat the 49ers, handled the 49ers. And because the Texans won, you win. Remember, every Monday after a Texans win, you get a free side with your entree. You can order the falafel, you can order the hot dog, the burger, the chicken sandwich, the fried fish sandwich, whatever entree you order, free fries, free tots, spicy tots, curly fries, whatever side you want. That is free when the Texans win on Monday when you buy an entree from Burger Chan. So if the Texans beat the Broncos this Sunday, make sure you stop by on Monday and get that free side with your entree. So, I mean, no matter what you're watching this weekend, maybe it's the Texans taking on the Broncos. Maybe it's one of the great games from Saturday's college football slate, like number 9 Vandy heading to Austin or OU heading to Rocky Top. Regardless of what you're watching, the best way to enhance that viewing experience, of course, is by picking up some tasty burgers and fries from Burger Chan. And remember, their hours are extended. More time now to try their full menu. Now open for dinner service until 9 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday. Like obviously includes today. You got until 9 o'clock to stop by. You can even get Burger Chan for lunch and dinner maybe on Saturday when you're watching games. Maybe a burger for lunch. Try the fried fish sandwich for dinner. I had it a few weeks ago. Very delicious. But, whatever you choose, make sure you stop by Burger Chan. And again, got to stop by on Mondays. Make sure you stop by Mondays in particular to get yours because we're partnering this season to celebrate Victory Mondays with Burger Chan, us and ESPN, or them and ESPN 97.5. Any Monday after the Texans win. So if the Texans beat the Broncos this Sunday, stop by Burger Chan to claim your free side with the purchase of any entree. All you have to do is mention my name, Brian, mention ESPN 97.5, or just say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama and see their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Indeed, Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Swing on by, say hello to the promo team, say go Cougs, and you'll get a pair of tickets. This taco salad is bomb.
It's huge.
These beef fajitas are
it is pretty big.
fantastic in it. But it's good. There's not many calories in here. Cadillac Bar, though, fantastic food, fantastic drink, fantastic hangout all the time. Get off work a little early, swing on by tomorrow, the weekend, whenever. Great time. So, Still the King on YouTube. I didn't catch any hyperbolic Hollands yesterday. I didn't catch any. It was King did on YouTube. He said the TV guy that works with Ackerman said Toronto's playing way better than their record states. He said it after 4 games.
I'm like, we're 3 games into the season. Like, how are you saying that already?
Yeah. He says he's a gift. He is. I hope he never leaves. He's radio gold. Fantastic. I love him.
I hope one of them called them the Toronto Rangers last night.
That would have been funny.
I don't think either of them did. If they did, I missed it. But they also might have been told specifically not to do that.
Yeah. I'm not reading that one. I'm an old soul, so I don't know about the stuff on the internet. Mansplain it to me. Why is Twitch notorious for being unbearable, says Jasper. It's not so much that Twitch is unbearable. It's more the population of our Twitch that is unbearable.
A little toxic.
Yeah, they're terrible people, quite frankly. Alpie's turning into Dirk, shooting 40% from deep. Let's pump the brakes. We're never going to confuse Alpie for Dirk Nowitzki.
It's not a bad nickname, though. Dirk.
It's a terrible nickname. He's nothing like Dirk.
I don't know.
He's totally different game.
He's got to earn it, but just purely on the nickname, I like it.
No, the nickname has to be synonymous with your you. It has to be synonymous with your look, your appearance, your play, your style. It's got to be synonymous with that. It just can't rhyme good.
But in a way, you like Dirk Light.
No, he's not. Dirk Nowitzki was a lights out sharpshooter. Alpie is not that.
Yeah,
Alpie's more the Joker. Alpie's more of a low post. He can score in a variety of ways. Very creative, but he's no Dirk. Nowhere near him.
Yeah, he's definitely way more Joker.
Like Dirk was a volume shooter. Dirk was a volume shooter. Alpie's not.
Yeah, and I mean, while he's been good with 3 so far, I don't want to take as many threes as Dirk took.
No.
But he's played very well this season.
Ryan says Twitch is just how cool dudes think and talk, just normal guys being dudes. It might be guys being dudes, but I don't know if they're normal or cool. That would be my pushback there, Ryan. All right, so what were you about to say?
I'd say it's more like guys being dudes after 20 beers, but they're sober.
Yeah.
So they're,
Are you sure they're sober?
Loose lipped?
It could be. They would have to have money to buy it, so that's the issue. I mean, you're twitching in the middle of the day. I worry about the income of some fellas. All right. Anyways, what's your long-term outlook whenever you're watching the Rockets, Joe?
I mean, I'm really excited about what we're seeing offensively the last 2 games, but I still just can't, stop myself from thinking about what this offense is going to look like when they have a pure point guard, like someone that can just distribute the ball a little bit better, more easily get across half court on a consistent basis, like we saw specifically in the first 2 games. Because it's looking so much better already the second of the 4 games of the season versus the first 2. But when you add any kind of point guard, whether it's Drew Holiday, like someone suggested, or Derek White, like whoever you go out and get, someone that can just really run the offense more effectively and not have to rely on Alpie and Amen to do it on a consistent basis, or ask Reed Shepherd too, which again they've done less of now. It's just the offense can be even better. To be right now where they're at as the number 1 offense in the NBA through 4 games, how much better can it be this season when you add that pure point guard to this roster?
I just don't know. I want a pure point guard on the roster, too. I'm not sure how much it levels them up, though.
I think it levels them up at the end of the game, specifically. Some of the flaws we saw in the 2 overtime game.
Okay.
Having Fred in that moment,
or
someone that then now replaces Fred, makes that part of the game. basically from the start of the game to like the last 5 minutes, I don't think it levels them up that much at all.
I think they can get away with it unless you get into foul trouble. Because if you're asking Reed to be like a primary handler like in a big playoff game, it's like, uh-oh, that's not great.
And to that point, I think it's more about that it raises their floor than it raises their ceiling. Because because of what Jeremy said with Reed trying to handle the ball in clutch situations against physical guards who are bigger than him and can press them, like it lowers the turnovers, the wasted possessions. I don't think it necessarily raises the ceiling.
But they're also kind of getting away from Reed handling the ball already.
Very quickly.
So, I don't think they would even have Reed do that even if, a Min was in foul trouble. They'd be like, here you go, Durant. You bring the ball up the floor and initiate our offense. Here you go, Alpi Şengün. You bring the ball. Because they're doing that stuff already in Game 4.
And we saw it in Game 1. Like, that's what they did. When Amen was out with the cramps, they relied on Kevin Durant and Alpi to bring the ball up.
The cramps? You got to phrase it differently.
He had cramps. He had calf cramps, Brian.
I know. I don't like the phrasing.
Both calves. Get away from your elementary humor.
I can't.
The cramps.
Part of me.
I guess it would be more like middle school, high school humor.
Yeah, I'm still definitely stuck
It's
there.
still funny, though.
He had cramps in his calf.
He did. At first, I thought it was way worse because to have both legs iced up like that in the first game of the season, didn't love that.
But I would like to me, it's more like a really good insurance policy. Like, okay, like you have a defense that's really pressing, you're really getting after you. You don't want Durant, you don't want Alpi to bring the ball up the floor. If a Min's in foul trouble, that's your really good insurance policy off the bench. But I don't know if it levels them up offensively. Like, I don't know if I would go to that extreme. Because also, like, let's just this texter says Trey Jones is who we need. True point guard, plays D, hits the open shot, loves to pass. Don't disagree with any of that. But who's going to the bench? Like, what's your 5? Like, insert your point guard, and then who are your other 4? Like, who's sitting for that guy?
That's why I think it has to be a certain level of a guy to replace Okogie or Adams in your lineup. Trey Jones is a good name, but, like, is he going to start? Is he going to close? No. Like, there is a level of guard that the Rockets kind of do have to acquire to really make that impact at the end of the game just to make it a better operation.
It's a 15, 20 minutes of good bench play.
Yeah.
You could even start. Doesn't mean you can't start. But I have trouble figuring out which player goes to the bench. Like, would it be Jabari? Like, we saw Jabari come off the bench last year in the playoffs, but he's playing at a different level. He got paid, and he's bigger now. Like, I don't know. Junkie on the text line, Şengün is Vlade Divac. I think Şengün's a better offensive player than Vlade. I don't think it's a terrible comparison, but I think Şengün's a better offensive scorer specifically. But Vlade, we like to potty. I love Vlade Divac, man.
He was great.
I could just see him like smoking cigs on the end of the bench. Not that he ever did that, but I bet he would.
But he might have been back in the locker room doing it, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Like not on the bench. But.
I heard a story. I can't remember who it was. Oh, it was the Patrick Beverley podcast. I don't remember who the other basketball guest was, but it was like a veteran who played, a very recognizable player. I can't remember who it was. And they were talking about like card games or poker games on the plane. And the guy's like, is there ever a time whenever somebody wasn't paying? He's like, oh, no, you never worried about that in the NBA. And a lot of times you would have veterans who would tell the young players, like, hey, you go do this prank and, like, we're good. Like, hey, you owe me 20 grand.
I like that.
You owe me 20 grand. We're good if you do this. And I saw it today. And one of the things that Vlade did, I think Vlade was actually up like 70 grand, like on like some rookie. And he told the rookie, he goes, all right, tell you what, instead of paying me the 70 grand, we're good if you do gallops from the front of the plane to the back of the plane the entire flight. And he said the rookie did it.
That's
the
awesome.
rookie was doing the gallops in the plane aisle, from the front of the plane to the back of the plane. And like, I can't remember.
It was cross country.
I think they said it was like a 2-hour flight.
Okay.
But
like Sacramento to like Orlando.
But they say what was funny about it is because you have like the different areas of the plane. Like the players sit in the back.
Yeah.
Like you usually have like the radio TV guys in the middle, and then you have like the coaches in the front. So he's going past like the media people and the coaches, and then galloping back and forth for the duration of the flight.
Wow.
Oh, it was so good. Like the Vlade Divac stories I've heard are sensational.
And back then, it's like probably like real media there too.
Like, I don't know. Like, were they traveling their beat guy?
I think usually one or two did back in like the mid 2000s.
Am I stupid for not knowing this? I learned this today, actually, maybe last night. Am I stupid for not knowing that the White House press flies on Air Force One?
Yeah.
I am stupid for that?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
I knew that. I don't know if you're stupid for it.
Look, I'm willing to admit whenever I'm being stupid. I learned that today. I am today's year old learning that the White House press flew on Air Force One.
I guess I just made the
I had
assumption
no idea.
because it's in every movie. They're always in the movie, too.
I saw something on the news where like he was on a plane, like addressing the media. I'm like, they fly with him?
Yeah.
Well, I was like, yeah. I was like, oh, I'll stick to my lane.
Not all of them, but like a couple of the beat reporters will.
Yeah, it's like I know that like there used to be a beat guy, Michael Murphy, that would fly with U of H, but I don't know how like prevalent that was back in the day with pro teams. I have no idea.
There used to be more. I mean, I know people that like used to travel with a couple of the Chicago teams.
Okay.
Occasionally.
Like Greenberg or whatever.
Yeah, Greenberg would travel.
Someone didn't watch The West Wing. I didn't. I openly admit.
I've never watched it, but I've been scrolling past it recently on Netflix, and I've considered making a pit stop and starting and watching it. But it's a lot of seasons.
I've heard it's good.
It's a big commitment.
How many
It's
seasons?
good, but
I think it's like 7 or 8.
That's not that bad.
Just
start
the way you described it, I thought you were going to say like 12.
You know how to eat an elephant?
One bite at a time.
One bite at a time, Joe.
Yeah.
Start one show at a time. Start nickel and diming that sucker.
We got a lot going on, though, with TV right now. Like, I don't know if I want to commit to 7 seasons of a new show.
That's a good point. All right, 713-780-3776. The at Cadillac Bar in the Heights, having a fantastic time with this taco salad. Way too much fun with this taco salad. You're going to have way too much fun with your food here at Cadillac Bar in the Heights, too. Swing on by, say hi to the promo team, say go Cougs. You'll get a pair of tickets to see Houston and West Virginia Saturday at 11. 713-780-3776. When we come back, let's go behind enemy lines. Sean Payton, what did he have to say about this Houston Texans team? And he got grumpy with the media. And you know what I love? I love when head coaches get grumpy with the media. I also want to ask you 2 questions, Joe. You can think about it during the break. Junkies, you can think about it now. Who would you rather have as your head coach, Sean Payton or DeMeco Ryans? Who would you rather have as your veteran running back, J.K. Dobbins or Nick Chubb? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Oh, Higgins Boat Rum, man. It is fantastic. I had me a little Higgins Boat Rum last night. It was so good. Really put me in a great mood. I slept like a baby because of Higgins Boat Rum. It's rum anchored in time. Higgins Boat Rum, known as the Texas Bourbon Drinkers Rum. It's why we really hit it off, myself and Higgins Boat Rum. It's bold. It's smooth. It's also steeped in history. It honors the greatest generation, if that's your thing. Perfect to sip neat, on the rocks, a big rock. That's the way I enjoy it. Higgins Boat Rum is excellent for crafting your Texas-inspired cocktails. You know what else it's good for? I saw this on social today on Higgins Boat Rum. All follow them on all their socials, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of it. They were making eggnog with their Higgins Boat Rum. So you like eggnog? There's a cocktail right now on all of the Higgins Boat Rum socials where you can follow that delicious recipe. I'm not an eggnog guy. I'm just the Higgins Boat Rum guy. But Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage. It's named after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle. Every bottle, 10% of profits to Camp Hope, which supports our veterans. How can you not love that? You're honoring heroes with every pour. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all their socials. You're going to get tasty cocktail ideas like the eggnog today. You're going to get behind-the-scenes stories on your new favorite run, live updates on your new favorite rum as well. They're going to be out at the Rice homecoming game on the 8th, so make sure you stop by the Higgins Boat Rum tailgate. It's going to be a great time, good chance for you to try some of the delicious rum as well. Higgins Boat Rum, a premium top-shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle now at Total Wine in Baybrook or always online, HigginsBoatRum.com. Shipping to 48 states across the country, HigginsBoatRum.com. Crafted for the bold, inspired by the brave.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy, broadcasting live. Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Swing on by. Say go Cougs. Pair of Houston, West Virginia tickets coming your way. King is giving you grief for saying 12 days in a row. Can't work that. It is soft. I forgot to give you grief Monday. That is soft. 12 days. I can't work 12 days in a row. It's pretty soft.
Whatever.
I think my record's like 48.
48 days?
Yeah.
Because of games?
Yeah.
So I guess that's what, during college baseball season?
I counted up the most last year, though. Last year I got up to like 24.
Okay.
Which was still twice as much as 12.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only time I'm doing
Math
this.
there.
So.
Yeah.
Whatever. Thanks, King.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Maybe if you had a taco salad instead of cheese enchiladas, you could.
They're chicken enchiladas.
You could get up to 12 days in a row.
They're excellent. They're very good.
No, they look
These
delicious.
breaks are not long enough.
No, I think there's more calories in my taco salad than your cheese enchiladas.
You think so?
It's a big bowl.
It's a big
taco
taco
bowl.
salad.
A large bowl.
It might depend on the flour taco shell.
Are you going to eat the shell?
I'm eating a couple of bites whenever they mix in. It was so delicious. How could I not? All right, so Sean Payton, head coach of the Broncos. Remember, he was hired by Denver in the same offseason that D'Amico was hired by the Texans. That was an eventful few weeks.
It was.
D'Amico had no interest in the Houston Texans, according to one reporter, for a brief period of time. There was also the whole, is Sean Payton calling Cal McNair stupid whenever he went on the Cal Hurt show? And he was like, there was one interview that I interviewed with the other day, and it's like, well, I want nothing to do with them. So, we're pretty sure he was talking about Cal McNair. We don't know that officially, but we're, kind of sure. So, that happened. You also, 2 years ago, these two teams played. Texans won at NRG. But remember, Stroud got into the face with one of their linebackers?
Yep.
I can't remember his name. Was it Simpson? Something like that? But they went toe-to-toe. 4 offensive linemen charged at the defense of C.J. Stroud. Can you guess the one Texans offensive lineman who failed to run at the defense of C.J. Stroud?
I remember.
Yeah.
Larry Tunsil.
Yeah, and then Ty Tower got mad at me on the internet and tried to bully me on the internet. But we're all good now. We're on good terms.
That was also the game that you think C.J. Stroud got concussed in, right?
I think I don't know that for sure. If I had to guess, was he concussed or not? Yes. I actually retweeted it today. So I saw this today. He's very wobbly. He's very wobbly. And then he got hurt the next week
The Jets game.
against the Jets.
Yeah. With
And he got definitely concussed.
He definitely was concussed.
And then he
in that
missed
game.
4 weeks.
Yep.
Remember, he missed several games.
It was 2 games.
Was it 2?
It was 2.
He came back in the third
Yeah.
week? Okay. Maybe there was a bye in there, too.
Maybe.
Where he didn't play, over a 3-week period. But, yeah, so there's a lot of underlying history here. Not like it's a rivalry, and not that there's, a brewing hatred here. I'm not going to that extent. But there is some, correlation between the Texans and the Broncos.
There's a little bit, which is, and now you got 2 teams that are, well, one's for sure a playoff team this year. It seems like one's hoping to be. But 2 teams that made the playoffs last year, 2 teams with good defenses, young quarterbacks, maybe a little rivalry brewing.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to – maybe there will get to a rivalry. I don't know. Is this going to be Brady and Manning, huh? I'm just kidding.
If CJ gets hit late in this game, I need to see the offensive line –
All 5?
15-yard penalty.
All 5?
I don't think that there's that underlying hate here. I really don't. I really don't. I think it was just more coincidence than anything else.
We could use some of that in our lives.
And it wasn't really that severe. The dude kind of pushed him a little bit.
Well, remember CJ went up to him.
Yeah, we confronted him, I think, after he got pushed.
Yeah, CJ stood.
And it wasn't even a hard push.
No.
On a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 4.
Yeah, but CJ stood up to him. He didn't back down.
No, I was. I went back and watched the Broncos Cowboys game last night. Not because I wanted to get intel on the Broncos, but I wanted to hear the beautiful sound of one Jim Nantz, go Cougs. And he said something in the broadcast. I don't know if this is still true this week. The Broncos lead the NFL in sacks going into last week's game. So it's okay, this will be a great test on the offensive line. I saw something today where the Texans' pass protection this past week was the second-best pass protection in the NFL. Now the Niners' defense banged up, don't have their dudes. I think the Texans did a good job of taking them out of blitzes by getting some efficient plays. Okay, we're not going to blitz if you're getting 5-6 yards at a pop. So this is going to be a fabulous test of is the Texans' offensive line actually making solid improvement and progress.
Yeah, and I think the answer to that's going to be no, unfortunately. But it doesn't mean it has to be a disaster like it was against Seattle.
Disaster.
Where C.J. Stroud was pressured on, like 29 times, I think it was, by the Seahawks, 28 times. They're getting after him.
It felt like every play.
Yeah, like every single play. Yeah, you're right. Like every time he dropped back, like there was guys in his face.
Yeah.
There was guys who were unblocked. Like that's one of the things I'm looking for this weekend is how many moments or how few moments does a guy just come through scot-free because whoever calls the protection does it wrong.
Yeah.
I think one of the interesting things to watch in this game will be how the Broncos react to not having Patrick Surtain available.
That's a good call.
Does that make them more passive? Like they may be less aggressive with blitzing because they're worried about their back end? Or are they like, well, we can't cover longer, so we need to get after him even quicker?
Well, another stat that Jim Nantz said, and the reason that he knows this because he's a genius, because he got educated at one of the finest universities of the world.
Harvard and Southwest.
He said that they lead the NFL in pressure rate with just 4 rushers. So it's like they don't have to. I mean, they have Benito. Benito.
Yeah, Nick Benito.
I'm a little dyslexic, man. Come on.
You're
You're blasting my dyslexia. Yeah, like that dude's a beast. That dude's one of the best pass rushers, if not. I mean, I don't want to say he's better than Myles Garrett, but he's up there. He's top tier. He's in the top 3
they
or
led the
4
league in sacks
the
last year.
NFL. So like they're really, really good. The other Surtain, look, you miss Surtain. That's a huge miss. That's a factor. Now, one thing that they were doing with him last week is they actually had him man-on-man with George Pickens, and then they were bracket coveraging CeeDee Lamb.
Interesting.
So, like, they already have and look, George Pickens still
Kind of
very, very
Belichick.
good, but they still, it is. But they still have, like, okay, well, we're defending the other team's top receiver without our best corner, and they did that as recently as last week. So I wonder if that's something that could factor in a little bit as well.
So let's see them potentially bracket Nico in this game, and then whoever the other wide receiver is within Surtain's replacement.
Yeah,
which would make
maybe.
sense.
I mean, I don't know if maybe missing Surtain completely changes the game plan, which is obviously on the table here because he's one of the best corners in the NFL, if not the best. The other thing is, the Texans don't have a number 2 receiver in the same ballpark as George Pickens,
No.
so like that's another like caveat here. So it'll be interesting to see the chess match that they play. But I was listening to Sean Payton this morning. This was from yesterday. He talked about the Texans' defense. Here's Sean Payton talking about that.
A great job. They're extremely fast. Man, the edges, when you look at Daniil Hunter and both of these edge players with wide techniques are problems. The secondary is extremely talented. We went through
that's
a
enough
week
there
of
from Sean
watching
Payton.
film.
I actually wanted to play that to set up something else. But did you hear anything there? I mean, it was just complimentary.
I heard
to a
that
good
he didn't
defense.
know Will Anderson's name.
I don't think that's a surprise. I really don't. Like, these coaches a lot of times don't watch the game copy. And if they do watch the game copy, it's not always sound on. The film copy has 0 audio. Like, a lot of times you just know the player. A lot of times you just know the number. Like, I don't know if that's
new.
Yeah, I mean,
it's 3rd year.
He pays attention to the draft and that sort of thing. But I don't think that's egregious. I really don't.
But would he even been scouting him? Because, I mean, he came in the same year as D'Amico.
And he is handsy with the draft.
Yeah.
He's pretty involved in the draft process. I think he probably just blanked on the name.
Probably.
I don't think that's that big a deal. I don't think that was
no,
like a diss.
I like to make a big deal of it, but probably
no,
not.
I don't think it was a diss. Like, a lot of times coaches will not know the player name. But, like, his number's this because they see it on film.
Yeah.
But they're not really hearing or seeing the name. But the reason that I wanted to play that is because 2 questions later, a Denver Bronco media member asked Sean Payton, hey, Sean Payton, what do you think of the Houston Texans defense? And here was Sean Payton's response.
I go from there.
What are your thoughts on the Houston defense, the number 1 in both total and scoring defense?
I just answered that question.
Well, I mean, just how rugged are they? How do they compare to your defense, I guess I'll ask you.
Well, it's an entirely different scheme. They're a 4-3 defense, but I think I just went through, like, literally every part of what they do well.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Sean Payton. I love grumpy head coaches so much. They're like I have a soft spot in my heart for grumpy old head coaches.
I mean, I appreciate that one, though, because you're just calling out the media member for not listening.
I literally just answered that.
Was it Mike Vrabel that railed a reporter a few weeks ago for asking the same question that he just answered?
Yeah, and the Houston media
it was about the international player, I think it was, back in training camp.
Houston media is like, oh, my goodness, he's mad at us. Like, oh, no, it's D'Amico's getting mad. Go work with Sean Payton. Let's see how that sounds for a little bit.
Sean Payton, he can be feisty.
But I also don't know if Sean Payton would be as sensitive as D'Amico. I think it's like a perfect storm, stars align. And then here's another one, because, like, Denver's in the mountain time zone, Joe.
Yeah.
Houston's in the central time zone,
right.
Joe. So, like, Denver's traveling to Houston. It's a noon kick, but it's like an 11 a.m. kick Mountain Time. But do you know what a caveat there is this weekend that isn't true for any other weekend in the NFL schedule?
Daylight savings.
Daylight savings. So a reporter asked Sean Payton about playing an 11 a.m. kick instead of a noon kick, and Sean Payton takes this reporter to school on time zones and daylight savings.
The 11 a.m. games, I know it's noon there in Houston.
So you ready? You know, Saturday they turn the clocks back. So we're playing 12 noon our time. And every day we come out here at 12 noon. So unusually, it's a great question, but we fall back Saturday night. And so 12 noon.
Schooled them. Schooled them.
Thank you for bringing that audio to my attention because
He reminded you?
I just wrote on my things to do tomorrow is to make sure we're set up for this weekend.
I didn't know that until this morning.
I had no idea.
I found out this morning, too.
My wife goes, "You ready for an extra hour of sleep this weekend?" I was like, "Cool, you're going to wake up with the kids?" And she's like, "No, we fall back an hour."
Yeah,
I was
had
like,
no idea.
Oh, I didn't either.
Great weekend, though, for Halloween.
Yeah,
Is it normally on Halloween weekend?
I have no idea, Joe.
Well, it's also Saturday night going into Sunday.
I think it has something to do with the equinox.
Okay.
Probably less to do with Halloween.
No, I'm just saying, does it normally fall on that weekend?
No, because it's.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Peyton or D'Amico, who's the better head coach?
Peyton.
Yeah, I don't know if you can really argue it.
He's got the
Resume's
resume.
better, and his current team's better.
Yeah, I mean, they're virtually equal since Sean Payton got rid of Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And then you look at the resume on top of it, what he's accomplished is just more than D'Amico so far. So right now, Sean Payton.
Yeah, I think it's Sean as
And that's
well.
not a slight on D'Amico at all.
The Texans kicked the tires on J.K. Dobbins probably whenever they found out about Joe Mixon. This was in May. I went back to find out the exact time. It was late May. The Texans were chatting with J.K. Dobbins, decided not to do business with J.K. Dobbins, and then eventually signed Nick Chubb. Did the Texans get this one wrong?
I think they did. And I'll go past that a little bit. You can make an argument they should have just signed J.K. Dobbins last year instead of trading for Joe Mixon before he signed with the Chargers.
Now, Dobbins did get hurt last year.
I know he
Mixon
did.
was clearly better than Dobbins a year ago.
I don't think it was that much, not early in the season.
Oh, man. I think, I would relook at the numbers.
The availability matters to me. Well, Mixon missed some games too, though.
Yeah.
Mixon missed some games too, though.
And they're hip drop tackles, so it's a little different of an injury.
Yeah.
But for this offseason, yeah. I would have preferred J.K. Dobbins.
And
He
it would have
looked
been
really
easy.
good last year.
And like J.K. I think got more money than Chubb, but it would have been easy to conjure up the money for Dobbins. Like, hey, maybe don't sign that $12 million left tackle that you're going to trade in week 3. Like, it would have been very easy to repurpose the money there too.
And he was signed. I think he was signed after the draft because that's one of those fantasy things that everyone was all excited about. R.J. Harvey, and then in June they signed J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, it was in late May.
So he would have been
Well,
available.
actually, it might have been even the summer because the Texans were kicking the tires on Dobbins in late May. So it probably was a June, July signing.
So yeah, I would have gone. And it's, Chubb has been okay, but Dobbins has been better this year. So I would have gone Dobbins.
Yeah, I think
you got that one wrong.
I think that one's a no-brainer too. All right, 713-780-3776. Brian has a bone to pick with Lance Zierlein. Jeremy and Joe live from Cadillac Bar on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You looking for something to do? Looking for a couple of days away from the city, the job? Maybe you can't work 12 days in a row, and you're looking for a place to find some rest and relaxation? Well, Two Creeks Crossing Resort's the best spot for that. It is fantastic. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. The open green spaces, you're going to love it. The wildlife, you're going to love it. The nature out there, you're going to love it. If you like fishing, you're going to love it. Two Creeks right alongside their property. They got a big catch and release pond in the middle of the property. You can teach the kids how to fish in that big old pond. It's also just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Don't worry about airplanes. Don't worry about traveling for 6 hours in the vehicle. No, you're there in an hour and a half. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property the same day that you just got off work. Kayak, play some pickleball if you want to. Hang out by the pool, the drink. Although it might be too cool for that. You might just be with the drink outside the pool. That's okay. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, they have it all. Pull up the RV if you have an RV as well. Take next weekend, for instance, on how much Two Creeks Crossing Resort takes care of their visitors. Thursdays. It's a Veterans Day weekend next week. They got kids stuff all day Saturday, a little live music, and college football at Swampers too, so you don't have to miss a single game. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Corazon. This is my kind of music here, Joe. Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Swing on by. Say go Cougs. We'll give you a pair of tickets to Houston, West Virginia on Saturday. Tom Herman at 5. Adam Rodas at 4:30. Lee Sterling at 4. Walking into some dangerous territory.
People get fired for what's about to happen.
You're letting it happen anyway, though, Joe.
Has a bone to pick. I mean, you're a grown man, man.
Yeah, you make your own
balls.
balls.
Man, man.
That is true.
He's got a bone to pick with Lance Zierlein, apparently.
So, if you listen to this show, first off, great show. John and Lance, one of the reasons I decided to get into sports radio. But Dell and
you don't have to kiss his ass.
I know.
Before you
Look
throw
at
him
him
on the bus.
kissing the ring.
I've said it on air before. You do the good and the bad, right?
He wasn't listening when you said
the full
it.
picture. But if you listen to that show regularly, John and Dell like to tell you regularly that Lance is a terrible person. Remember the potato chip incident from a few weeks ago with the station down the hall? Mm-hmm. Remember when Lance called out our teammate here, Jeremy Branham, and misconstrued his comments on Cam Smith? And actually one of those things happens to come up in one of these clips, but they were giving him a hard time this morning, Dell and John, about being a terrible person. And his defense to push back on those claims was telling how he basically made people's careers. One of the people he said he made their career, he didn't actually know their name.
Oh.
So let's roll the first clip where Lance says he made the career of someone whose name he didn't know.
Here's who I helped. So I go to the Rockets game, and I'm going to pick up my press pass. Now, I just used it to go downstairs and get banana pudding.
Of course.
But I sat with my sons. I paid for 3 tickets so me and my sons could sit together in the game they lost against Detroit, the home opener. And as I'm going to pick my press pass up, I walk in and I say, hey, I need to pick up my press pass. I forgot my wallet, but I got a picture of my ID in my phone. But my name is Lance Zierlein. I'm with ESPN Radio. She goes, oh, trust me, I know who you are. And I said, oh, really? She goes, yeah, I interned for you guys. My name is Natalia. I was like, oh, wow, that's great. She goes, yeah, I listen to you guys all the time still.
You don't remember her.
I said,
Not a chance.
No, but she did say I wasn't there often when you guys were on the air. Like I would get there when you were already on the air, and I was sitting at a different computer. But I said, well, how did you get this job? Like that's great. How'd you get this? And and not in so many words necessarily, but she did kind of intimate that that she took inspiration from my path of what I did.
What?
Working for free on weekends. It was
What
intimated
are you talking about?
that basically, I was an inspiration.
What?
This is how you affected her career?
Yeah, because
What were
I
her
can do
words?
anybody.
What were her words?
She said that was like last
blur?
Friday.
There's
It is
not
a blur.
even- there's
It
no
is a
chance.
blur. A
Most
lot
of
of
her
things have
words
happened.
is true. There's no chance.
A lot of things. No, it's 100. Well,
I'm
her
not-
name is Natalia.
I'm
She
sure
does
you
work
met
for the
her.
Rockets.
That's true. Her name's Natalia.
The one part of that was true. Her name is Natalia.
You know who she is?
2 parts.
Yes, because I wrote her recommendation letter
Yes.
to get hired by the Houston Rockets.
She brought up the gift packages from the Rockets
Yes.
to us because obviously she's familiar with the station.
I can't believe that's why I
But
got
he
him
took
a
credit-
credential.
he took credit
I got him a credential to get banana pudding. Like I was like,
is that what you're most offended by?
I was like, wow, like Lance got it. Like he asked for a season credit, and he actually used it. That's awesome. And
nope.
Banana pudding.
No,
I mean, look, it's great banana pudding.
He didn't use his cred for banana pudding. He used cred to start somebody's career.
Yeah, he did. He
to
started
According to him,
uplift
yeah.
a young female's
Yeah,
career.
definitely.
Whose name he didn't know.
He did not know. Well, I mean, Sean Payton didn't know Will Anderson's name.
That's
He
true.
didn't know Natalia's name.
That's true. Natalia is the Will Anderson of Rockets employees.
It's pretty much the same thing.
I would agree with that. All right, so that was one claim of Lance's good deeds that he made, making someone's career whose name he didn't know. The next claim was how great of a teammate he was to our own Jeremy Branham, and his selfless acts was something he could have done but chose not to do. Go ahead and roll the clip, AJ.
But that was being a great teammate. Here's another one, Tom Herman. I reached out to Tom Herman, and I said, hey, Coach. All right, he called me back. Hey, Lance, blah, blah, blah. So we were talking. I said, well, I'd love to get you on. We can talk about it. He goes, yeah, I really want to get on. I want to get back into stuff. I know you have you have a lot of influence and sway. And listen, that's not.
He never said that.
He said it, but that's not the point of the.
Did he
the whole
intimate
thing.
that as well?
Oh my God!
It was intimated. He said he wanted to be on the show because he wants to get back into coaching, and that intimated that I had
a lot of
power and
sway.
sway. And he said
he can maybe get on the Joe Moore committee.
We're not putting him on. He's not an offensive guy. So it's actually harder getting on that than getting back into the business. But so he said, he goes, yeah, I'd love to talk about the coaching carousel. I said, yeah, that's exact. I said, that'd be great. And he goes, full disclosure, I am going to be on with tomorrow with Jeremy Branham.
That's true.
I said, oh, okay. He goes, but you know what? I could come on your show in the morning. And for a second I thought, what would John do? He would say yes.
Yes.
And then Jeremy would crap his pants because you stole our guest. And you know what I said? I said, I'm a good person. I'm on a real run with helping Natalia's career, helping Dell.
Seconds.
And this is what I said. Yeah, and this is what I said. I said, you know what? No, Coach, let's not do that because it's poor form for me to do that to a teammate.
Call him now.
Why don't we go next Wednesday? So he's going to join us next Wednesday. That's me. And I was looking for a time to go down and tell Jeremy how good a teammate and person I was because I think he has some doubts. He thought maybe I was against his show, which I never was against his show. I went against him for saying, that Jose Altuve wasn't going to be good. No. For saying Cam Smith wasn't going to be good. And Cam Smith had his, moments.
Yeah.
Early. He wasn't.
And we turned it into a promotion.
Yeah.
How much you hate Jeremy.
Well, that was Sam.
What a great
Michael
teammate.
Carroll probably did.
What a great teammate.
Yeah, that one. I mean, that was unfortunate. So I wanted to come down and tell him, hey, just let you know, I'm a really good person.
Yeah, great.
I
now
didn't
we got
steal your
sloppy
guest.
seconds next.
I agree. I think Lance is a great team.
That is a good teammate move because you're right. John would not have done that.
No, I tip my cap to Lance. That was a pro move by Lance. Lance is. I mean, he's never been confused with not being a pro.
He's feeling himself right now a little bit.
And I've never felt that Lance was against me.
He's helped Natalia. He helped you. Yeah. He helped really Sean yesterday because Sean overslept.
Oh yeah.
And so Lance had to cover.
A side swipe at Sean.
That's the truth.
It is the truth.
That's what he referenced about helping Dell because Lance hosted in the studio while Dell ran the board.
I guess not a side swipe.
More
not a side swipe.
So I guess he could have made Dell do the show and run the board by himself until Sean got there.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah, I never thought Lance was against me.
No,
just because we disagree on sports doesn't mean we're against each other.
Do you feel like you're on the list of people's career who Lance made?
I think Lance has uplifted my career. Yeah.
Joe, did Lance make your career?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Look,
okay.
him making fun of me gives me a little bit of name value.
You get a little bit of the rub.
A little bit of the rub. I get a little bit of Lance Zerline rub.
Let's sprinkle a little of the.
Hopefully, it's not a barbecue rub. Hopefully, it's just cachet rub.
Another side swipe there.
Yeah. All right. So thank you, though, Lance, from Natalia and myself.
I'm glad you didn't have to crap your pants because he took the interview.
Is that what he said? Pants?
Yeah, he said crap your pants.
Oh, I thought he said something in the front. 713-780-3776. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. He wants to give out some winners, so make sure you tune in next. Lee Sterling, some winners. It's Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live, Cadillac Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football is in full swing. Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You're in Texas, I imagine, and Texas is the best place to make picks and win money on Underdog. At least in my opinion. But Underdog is just the best app that there is. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, more. And also on Underdog, you can pick teams now. That's right. You can pick teams. Get your picks right. You can up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. In fact, because Underdog loves you, because I love you, if you download the app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, you're going to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. So put down your caramel mocha frappuccino today and use that money on Underdog. Your first $5 on Underdog. You don't need a caramel mochaccino frappuccino. You don't need that. But you do need Underdog. And the reason you need Underdog is because you can get your picks in for the Denver-Houston game this weekend. I like to look at the quarterback stuff. Bo Nix, passing yards, higher or lower, 206.5 passing yards. You know ball, go prove it. Higher or lower there. C.J. Stroud, 221.5 passing yards. Higher or lower there. You know ball, go prove it. Nico Collins, out of the concussion protocol. 62.5 receiving yards. Do you like the higher or lower there? Don't get your fancy coffee today. Repurpose that money on Underdog. Download the Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action by going to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
We head out to the HR&P guest line. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, has been red hot. He's continuing that this week. Lee, I know you're well. Let's start off in the college game. Longhorns, they're 2.5-point favorites over one of the best stories in college football this year, Vanderbilt. Are the bookmakers right on this one?
You know, they might be. I mean, Vanderbilt, they've been home to game day and maybe the biggest game of the week 2 weeks in a row. So, I mean, they got it going on. Since the start of last year, they're 15-6 against the spread. Well, since the first 4 games last year, the Longhorns have been a disappointing 6-14 against the spread. Last 2 weeks, getting by Kentucky Mississippi State, two bottom feeders in the SEC, both in overtime. I mean, we're not even sure if Arch Manning's going to play. He's in concussion protocol. If he can't play, his backup, Matthew Caldwell, is held in such low regard that he's bounced around from Jacksonville State, Gardner-Webb, Troy, and now Texas. In his 5 starts, he has 8 interceptions. So is Texas going to get another punt return for a touchdown? And is that the way they're going to win and cover? You know what? I wouldn't bet on it. Ranking favored. Vanderbilt straight up 24-20.
Lee, last week you gave us the Cougs straight up over Arizona State. This week they're 13.5-point favorites against West Virginia. How are the Cougs going to do this weekend?
Yeah, Willie Fritz is doing his magic. I mean, in year 2, they're already ranked 22nd since winning the Backyard Brawl. In overtime, back in September, to placate that fan base, Rich Rod has been having a lot of disappointment. West Virginia has gone winless, with all but last week's game coming by margins of 14 to 34 points. So I just can't trust this team. They can't score. I mean, they've rotated. They played 5 different quarterbacks so far this year. Houston is 7-1 straight up, 6-2 against the spread, has been winning and covering in every venue here. I think the defense is going to – I think they're going to come up with 3 or 4 turnovers here. Houston's the right side again, 34-16.
UHCougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-Cougs. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Let's switch it over to the NFL game. Boy, the Colts could be on the brink of just running away with the AFC South. 3-point favorite against the Steelers, who have lost back-to-back games. Is the number too small here?
I think it might be. I mean, the Colts are 7-1, and I hear from everyone, oh, they haven't played anyone. To those people, 3 of the Steelers' 4 wins have been against the 1-7 Jets, 2-6 Browns, an overrated, injury-riddled Vikings team, and the last win, was against New England. They only had 203 total yards. They were +4 in turnover margin. The Colts' one loss was to the Rams, and you can make a case that they should have won that game here. So how good are they straight up here as a favorite? Well, new coaching regime, just 16-2. So you look at also the Pittsburgh key guys on defense, guys like Patrick Queen. This guy got a huge contract. Right now, out of all the linebackers, he's rated 76th by Pro Football Focus out of 80, and one of their safeties, Juan Thornhill, he's only rated 87th out of 88. I think we know who they're going to target here. Indianapolis, sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it. 28-20 over the Steelers.
Lee, best game this weekend. Chiefs favored by 2 right now against the Buffalo Bills. I mean, this game, it's been a classic before. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, I mean, during the regular season, Buffalo has dominated. Not in the playoffs, but the regular season. But, you know, they got problems. I mean, except for Josh Allen and also Cook. I mean, what's positive with this team this year? Cornerbacks can't cover anyone. Linebackers are injured for the top 5. Yeah, they're hoping that Matt Milano comes back this week, but that's a game-time decision. The receivers, they can't even get any separation at all. Kansas City, well, they got everyone back. Both of the receivers that were either injured or suspended, they're back now. I mean, if you can't get to Patrick Mahomes early, he buys 2-3 seconds, then he finds someone even more wide open for 25 to 35 yards here. You know what? Kansas City finally breaks through and wins during the regular season against Buffalo, 37-30. Should be a barn burner.
Let's talk about the local 11, Lee. Red-hot Houston Texans have won 3 of their last 4 games. Denver Broncos leading the AFC West. This might be the best game on the slate on Sunday, Lee. Texans a home 1-point fave.
I agree. You know, Sean Payton a couple weeks ago was forced to, open it up, and they were down 19-0 late in the third, and Bo Nix did some magic there, but that was against the Giants. Last week, 44 points against the Cowboys. This is a different animal. This Houston team on defense, they got a pack of nasty, wild dogs ready to get after this Denver offense here. Also, Looks like Nico Collins might be back in the fold, and even the young receivers really starting to come of age. Braxton Berrios, he's even contributing his first game back here. So, you know what? The right team is favored here. The Texans win another one at home where they do their best work, 23-16.
Lee, what's the game of the week and where can we find it?
Yep, game of the week is going to be Texas Tech and Kansas State. This could have a bearing on who makes the Big 12 championship game. Could be one of the best games of the weekend in college football. First 5 people get it for free. Just call that number, 800-400-9741. First 5 callers. We're going to give them Tech and Kansas State on me. And how about this? We rate our games from 10 to 50 units. In the 17 years since we switched to from the 10, we've gone to the 10 to 50 unit rating system. We release probably a 40 to 50 unit maybe once a month. We've had a couple times during the 17 years where we've had 2 in one weekend. First time ever in 17 years, not 1, not 2, but 3 40 to 50 unit max wagers. We're a combined 73 and 29 lifetime on these big unit wagers. So you want to hop on board, just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Thanks as always, Lee. Best of luck this football weekend.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, doing his best work at Paramount Sports. Tom Harmon at 5, Adam Romanis at 4:30. We just went from pro handicapper Lee Sterling, so we go from a pro to a Joe with the fix. We give you our winners of the weekend next. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. ESPN customers, you could lose YouTube TV customers. You could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Tickets to Houston, West Virginia. Come up to the promo table. Say, go Cougs. Tickets heading your way. Fantastic food, really good drinks, really good spot. Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Keep it in mind for your next dinner plans. All right, the fix. We give you our 3 winners of the week, draft style. Just an added element of it. We never really care about standings on the fix.
No.
This is all. No. It's all for good fun. We're all just joking each other. I'm not sure any of us have actually turned a profit.
Well, that might. Well, Joe would have.
Joe's 13-8, but I mean, what units are you betting here, Joe?
I mean, I bet them all this last weekend.
Okay. How much was the VIG? You're probably ahead.
A little ahead.
Joe's at 13-8. He's been on fire lately.
Heater.
Joe 8-10. Joe's 10-2 over the last 4 weeks. That's impressive. You might be able to call into radio stations and give out your plays.
I feel like I'm close.
You're pretty close. Brian 10-11. He was 2-1 last week. I'm in dead last at 9-12, 1-2 last week. But I was tanking so I could have the first pick in Week 9. That's what I wanted.
You're looking ahead
at
the
first
schedule.
pick in Week 9. Yeah. I wanted to position myself to have the first pick in Week 9. So with the first pick in Week 9 of the NFL season, I will be taking the Indianapolis Colts -3 against the Steelers. Colts continue to run away with the AFC South. Their momentum continues to trend upward. Steelers' momentum keeps to trend downwards. Give me the Colts -3.
Should we hit pick, Joe?
Is it not 3 anymore?
It's 3.5.
Okay, whatever.
All
Do
right,
it 3.5. I literally bet it this morning. I'm not going to go double check at 419.
Brian?
I will go with.
Do y'all not make these plays? Do y'all look at these scores as you're doing this?
No, I mean, I have a list in the morning.
I look at it in the morning, and then I look at it again to see if the lines move. Like, I was going to bet one of my bets.
How do y'all have time to do this?
You just look at the ESPN page. It doesn't take that long. But, like, one of my bets was going to be the over on Texans Broncos, but it moved up since this morning, so I'm off of that now.
Sharp.
Yeah. Anyway. So my first pick will be I like that Colts pick. That was one of the ones I was going to take, so well done there. I'll start with the NFL as well. Give me the Cowboys.
Being patronized.
No, this literally, I mean, it's on my list. You can see it here. I will stick with the NFL, though, and go Cowboys at home, -2.5 against the Cardinals. Obviously, the Cowboys' defense worries me that they keep the Cardinals in it, but I don't trust the Cardinals overall, and the Cowboys score a bajillion points, especially at home. I think they've scored 40 twice at home this year, definitely overall in the season. So give me the Cowboys -2.5 with their offensive weapons back.
And we don't know who the quarterback's going to be. Because the Arizona Cardinals said there's going to be a press conference later this week with the quarterback.
Oh, well, I like that. I didn't know that, but I like that even more.
It could be Jacoby Brissett.
And Kyler was scheduled to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, so he might be out for the year?
He might be benched.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we'll
Which
see.
I think that helps him, actually.
No, I think it does.
No, I think that number is probably going to jump up to like 6.5 by the time that news comes out.
Yeah. I'm not going
after the news.
I'm not going to go away from what's working for me, so I'm just going to go back to the well. Give me the Patriots for the third week in a row. I'll take the Patriots -5.5.
Promise us the bet this week.
I will. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not taking it first when you guys know it's coming.
All right. All right.
I'll take the Patriots -5.5 to start for this one. And then I'm looking at a big number here. Give me the Packers -13.5.
Ooh.
Andy Dalton has a broken thumb. Bryce Young looks like he's going to play this weekend, but he's coming off an injury, so I'll take the Packers -13.5.
Okay.
You know what? I originally was going to have this as one of my picks that just missed, but actually, Joe, I'm going to join you with the big number this weekend. Solidarity. Give me the Rams -14.5 at home against the Saints. I was worried about that pick last week, and our boy Matt, we went to the casino last week, clued me up like these guys, these teams that are usually these huge favorites, it's mostly that Vegas is just nervous about putting out a number 2 big, and a lot of times they hit. Indianapolis certainly hit last week against the Titans. Give me the Rams at home. Puka's coming back, 14.5 against Tyler Shuck making his first start.
Tyler Shuck. What a name.
You think he calls you his boy?
Probably not. Probably not.
All right, I'll wrap it up with 2 here. I'm actually going to take the other side of the Green Bay game. Give me,
wow.
Well, this is strategic here because it's a 2-game swing now because I am currently trailing Joe by 4 games. So if I get this right, it's a 2-game swing. 2-game swing.
You're right.
So I'm going to take Carolina plus 13.5. The Packers have always kind of played with their food all year long. Every time it feels like the Packers should blow out a team, they kind of play with their food.
That's true.
They're in competitive games when it shouldn't be competitive. Even last week, the Steelers jumped out ahead of them, and they had to come from behind and win.
They lost to the Browns this year.
So I think the Packers coming off kind of an emotional game, playing your former teammate. You think that you're easily going to blow out Carolina at home, which you should. They're going to play with their food. They'll win. They might even win by 10, but Carolina is going to cover the 13.5. Give me the Panthers and that little itty-bitty Bryce Young.
Okay.
My second pick, Detroit Lions. Let me double-check that it's 9.5. You had 9.5 Detroit Lions as they're home against the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy might as well be a rookie quarterback. I think they were faking an injury so J.J. McCarthy wouldn't have to play, but he's pressed into action because Carson Wentz was wincing, and the Detroit Lions are going to blow out the Vikings. Give me the Lions. They roll.
All right. I think Lee's right on the Vandy pick, but I'm going to go away from that for just, I don't want to pick against my heart here, but that's probably a good play. But I will go to college football, and I'll stay in the SEC. The Volunteers, Tennessee, only a 2.5-point home favorite against OU. I don't trust OU's offense. John Mateer, whether he's healthy, whether he's not, they just have not been moving the ball well. Ole Miss handled them with ease last week. Give me the Vols as just a 2.5-point favorite at home against OU this weekend.
All right. And I promised I'd do this one. Jeremy, I'm a man of my word.
Blind.
I said, no matter the number, give me Notre Dame over Bill O'Brien.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
28.5 points.
Oof.
So, Notre Dame minus 28.5
wow.
over the fighting Bill O'Briens.
Where's that game at?
It's in South Bend.
Man.
You lived up to your word.
Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. Sorry. It's at Boston College.
Oh.
On the road in Boston.
It's not a tough place to play.
Do they play on campus or do they play where the Patriots play?
I think they play on campus.
They do?
I would assume
on
so.
campus stadium?
I think that's right.
I have no idea.
I just remember seeing video of Zay Flowers at home, and it didn't look like the Patriots Stadium.
Yeah, they have something called Alumni Stadium. That's the name of it.
I wonder how nice Alumni Stadium is.
I mean, it's not a great name. You would think that doesn't. I don't think that's a sponsor.
Naming rights still available.
No, I don't think Alumni is a sponsor.
Unless it's the cheapest the cheapest stadium rights in all of sports.
Yeah.
Here's $200 for all the alums.
Texter, I'm at the sportsbook now. Help me place a five-player parlay bet for tonight's game. Another junkie. There's your first loss. Well, who? Which one are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Another junkie. Hey, can you give a shout-out to C.E. King versus North Shore tomorrow night? Going to be game of the week in Texas. Let's go, King. We don't do shout-out radio. We're not going to shout out C.E. King against the powerful North Shore Mustangs. Not going to do it. Not going to shout out C.E. King against North Shore tomorrow.
What's the spread in that game?
They don't do it. It has to be it's got to be in the black market.
Sure.
C.E. King's been really good this year. I haven't kept up with high school football this year all that much.
You're a little busy.
I like to. Yeah, I like to keep up with it. I haven't really kept up with it as much this year. What'd you think of the World Series last night?
I mean, that kid, what's his name?
Treyu Savage.
I forgot. Trey, yeah. He was nasty.
His name's pretty cool.
And
his World Series numbers for this World Series are incredible.
It's such a great story, what the Blue Jays are doing. I love it. I mean, congratulations to Kyle Tucker. He's going to be a Dodger now because they're going to lose the World Series, and they're going to panic and go make another big move. But this is a great story. It's good for baseball. Hopefully the Blue Jays can finish this thing off in Toronto.
I saw you Savage pitch in person once or twice in college. They used to be in the same conference as Houston in the American. I saw him. It was really, really good. It was dominant. But that little I don't even know what you would call it, like the bend to the back where he kind of feels like he's going backwards, and then combined with his stuff, like that arm slot plus his stuff is nasty.
Yeah.
That's why his strikeout numbers are insane.
And they said he was, in low A ball?
Yeah, I think part of that was a little bit of taking his – I think he might have not had that many innings logged last year.
Sure.
So I think a little bit of it was hey, we're going to
get him ready,
baby him, make sure that he's good to go. And, I don't even think he used up rookie status this year. I think he's still going to be a rookie next year. I don't think he pitched enough innings this year to use his rookie status up.
I mean, if he started that low, then probably not.
How many games did he pitch before – yeah, he only pitched in 3 games and 14 innings this year.
So he's a rookie next year?
He's a rookie next year.
It's kind of like when who was the rookie for Shane Baz did that, right? He came up and pitched against the Astros in the ALCS in 2020.
Maybe.
I think it was.
The Rays have a history of doing that. They did it with David Price back in the day. Price was a September call-up, and they had him pitching big innings out of the bullpen against the Phillies in the World Series.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
I love it. But, I mean, last night was fun. I mean, the Blue Jays are rolling without George Springer. I hope he's out there for when they win the World Series.
I just want them to win. I don't really care if he's out there or not. Underrated, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Homering yesterday. You think he's underrated, Brian?
Oh, no, I was just nodding along.
Joe said he was underrated.
I say he's underrated.
I don't think he's underrated.
Underappreciated.
The Schneider guy hitting a home run. Did you see the video of Jessica Mendoza in the booth?
No.
Where she was doing the ESPN radio call, and she was like visibly upset.
Because of the home run?
I think she's rooting for the Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Is the nicest way to put it.
We carry her, right? Is that the call we're listening to?
Yes, it is. Her and Boog.
Yeah, I like Boog. I'm a fan of Boog. You're not a fan of Boog.
I like Boog when he's on national games.
Okay. You don't love him on Cubbies games.
No. He's terrible.
So weird. Why is he good on national but bad on local?
Because he treats the opposing team calls like he's a national guy.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't like hearing.
So you want some bias in your announcers?
Yeah, like, does anyone want to hear TK call a home run for the Rangers like they just won the World Series in a regular season game? That's what Boog does.
Yeah, probably not.
Like the Cardinals hit a big home run and he's cheering for them. It sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
King says the Blue Jays are just a team that puts the ball in play.
Yep.
They brought in that Minnesota Twin hitting coach. They changed their philosophy of how they do things. But I like how their philosophy depends on the count and stuff. Like, hey, you're in a 3-1 count, look to hit a home run. You're in a 1-2 count, protect the plate. Kind of old school thinking there. I don't know why that's old school thinking. It should be very normal thinking. But hopefully the Astros find a hitting coach similar to that
That'd be
guy.
nice. I like what you said yesterday. Is find his assistant. Whoever he is, hire him.
But it's also goes against what Dana believes in. Dana doesn't really believe in contact. Dana believes more in big flies.
I like contact more than big flies at this point.
Yeah, I think I think it should depend on the count. You have a 3-1 count. Okay, let's see what you got, big boy. Let's see how far you can hit that baseball. You got a 1-2 count. Let's not strike out. Let's put a little bit of pressure on the defense.
I mean, we do know how sports work. It's once one team does something successfully, we start to see other teams mirror that, whether it's in the run game in the NFL or different styles that we see in basketball, with Steph Curry and then the Rockets. So maybe this will be a push for contact again, because like the running game in the NFL, we need it back in our lives.
Yeah.
We need more contact. These games have been fun. They've been good games. The fact that everything's not just home run or strikeout. There's actual baseball being played. It's been good baseball.
Barry Bonds wouldn't have given up 4 earned runs like Shohei Ohtani did.
That's true.
One of the best World Series ever, in my opinion, but no one is watching. No, I think the ratings will be fine here because it's in L.A. The ratings will be good. Toronto's
the ratings are massive.
Too.
The first game was 27 million people.
Maybe in Houston is what he meant.
Yeah, but now because you're getting a 10 million person boost from Japan.
Yeah.
The first one there was there was 7 million people in Toronto, 10 million in Japan, and then whatever's left.
In L.A.
Whatever's left.
Yeah, that's insane. All right, Adam Ronis is going to get you right in your fantasy sports, guys. Fantasy live show from Sirius XM. You can find him on Twitter, TikTok, Adam Ronis. Always gets us right for our fantasy matchup coming up. We'll talk to Adam Ronis when we return. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Adam Ronis joining us on the HR&P guest line. You know him from Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, or maybe you know him because he joins us each and every week, and he gets you right for fantasy. And you should be telling all of his bets, too, because he's doing great stuff on WAP. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But, Adam, thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, evening. Lamar Jackson plays football tonight for the first time in a while. We're just playing Lamar, right? Like, that's an easy click. We're not seeing how the hamstring is, are we?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a little concern, obviously. I'm interested to see how much they have him run tonight. But, yeah, if I have Lamar Jackson, I'm putting him out there. I actually don't have him in any leagues this year. You probably obviously had a good alternative or a decent one as long as he's been out, maybe even streaming someone. But no, look, if the Ravens feel he's good enough to put out there and they've actually waited, a few more days, we all expected him to be back this past Sunday. He didn't go out there. Miami, obviously, too, has been pretty bad against the run, notwithstanding what they somehow pulled off last week against Atlanta. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, if you have Lamar Jackson, you're going to start him tonight.
Adam, I felt like you called your shot a little bit last week. It still wasn't a massive performance, but 10 carries, 75 yards last week for Travion Henderson. Did you bench him and then he was good? And what are we feeling going forward?
Oh, yeah. Look, of course, when everyone had him on the bench, gave up in a tough matchup, he goes out there and puts up solid numbers. And he was getting touches early in the game. He still played, I think it was only 14% of the snaps. And he did have a fumble late in the game, too. So that's a concern. Now, Ramondre Stevenson is on the injury report. He did not practice for the second straight day with a toe injury. So we'll see what that means if Stevenson is somehow out, because Stevenson's been the guy they rely upon. He's played at least 70% of the snaps 3 straight weeks. And Henderson, since Gibson went down, we thought his role would grow. It actually hasn't. So it's been 14 and 21% of the snaps the last 2 weeks for Henderson. So they have Terrell Jennings, who they did use a couple weeks ago late in the game with the game out of hand. So I don't know if they would use him more, because, again, they seem reluctant to go with Henderson. But I have to think if Stevenson somehow sits, that this will finally be the week we see Henderson get a decent amount of touches in the offense, although there are rumors that New England is in the market for a running back.
Adam Ronis joining us here on the show. Adam, the hearts, I think, of the entire fantasy football community broke last week when Cam Scatterbo got hurt, and looks like he's obviously out for the year. We'll see what he's like going into next season. But where are you throwing your fantasy dollars into? Are you fully in on Tyrone Tracy? He was pretty good for the Giants last year after the bye. Do you have any interest in Devin Singletary, or how are you treating the Giants' backfield now that Scatterbo's out?
Yeah, for me, it's Tyrone Tracy. We saw him play well last year. He was a receiver in college, so we know he can catch the ball. And we did see when Scatterbo left the game last week, it was mostly Tyrone Tracy. Maybe there's a chance Singletary gets mixed in on goal line carries. The one thing to keep an eye on for Tracy is he did have some fumbling issues last year. But right now, I think it's Tracy. He's not going to be as good as Scatterbo. But we did see, once Scatterbo left the game, he played 78% of the snaps. He had 67% of the running back attempts and 16% of the targets. So the opportunity is going to be there for him. He was available in some leagues this week, and those that he was, if you had to bid money, he went for high dollars. And I understand it. It's just there's very little available on the waiver wire for running backs at this time. A lot of people are stashing all these backup running backs in case of injury. And I think Tyrone Tracy is a low in the RB2 territory, so like in the 18 to 24 range of running backs.
Adam Ronis joining us. Adam, I was reading an article today. They're just talking about breakout candidates for the second half of the NFL season, week 9, 18 weeks in the NFL season. We can all do the math. Who are guys that you don't think had a great first half that you expect to pop off in the second half of the season?
Yeah, I think Travis Hunter is the obvious one. We started to see him get involved more before the bye week, and there's been a lot of talk. And Brian Thomas Jr. has been a disappointment, whether it's injury related, Trevor Lawrence related. It's just he's not the same player as he was last year. So I think you will see Hunter have a big second half. They paid a high draft pick for him, and we saw a season high in snaps before the bye. I think another guy who could get better is Juwan Jennings. He's had the usage the last 2 games. The target percentage was over 20%, but he had some drops. He was obviously dealing with a lot of injuries, and they need someone to step up there, and we'll see if Brock Purdy can return. And, of course, you always have to keep an eye on the rookies, right? We always see this. Rookie starts slow. Chimere Dike is a good example from the Titans. We've already kind of seen that happen. Calvin Ridley did not practice again today with a hamstring injury. I'm expecting him to miss another week. The Titans are on bye next week, so maybe he comes back in week 11. But, yeah, I think you do have to keep an eye on a lot of the rookies. I guess the aforementioned Travion Henderson, right? Maybe he can finally have a good second half if they actually give him the football.
Is there anyone you're crossing your fingers that you see Adam Schefter breaking news? This player has been traded on Tuesday. That's going to help out your fantasy team, Alvin Kamara or someone like that.
I don't think Kamara has much left. I've been really disappointed with what I've seen from him, so I don't even know if he gets traded to another team, if it's going to happen, because he's barely been involved in the passing game. Everyone thought with Kendre Miller going down that we would see a big uptick in touches, and we didn't. We actually saw Devin Neal run a lot of routes, so Kamara to me has just looked bad. I think obviously you would like a running back to go to Kansas City. You know, Isaiah Pacheco is now week to week with a MCL injury, and Kareem Hunt obviously is effective near the goal line, and he had 2 touchdowns, but he's got no explosiveness. He's not going to break big plays. So I think Kansas City would be an ideal spot for like a Breece Hall. I think some of these receivers, maybe a Rashid Shaheed going to like a New England. New England could use another receiver. I know Pittsburgh's been in the market for one, but I don't think that would be good for fantasy, just the way they operate that offense. But, yeah, like a Chris Olave, a Shaheed, Breece Hall in a better offense. I mean, Breece Hall's still going to be good for fantasy. He finally got into the end zone last week and threw a touchdown pass. So the volume's going to be there. But that was the first week he scored a touchdown last week due to that Jets offense. So, yeah, there's always a handful. And if somehow maybe the Seahawks did something with their backfield, move one of them. I mean, I doubt that's going to happen. But, I mean, Kenneth Walker, I feel bad for people who have him in fantasy because it's clearly – if you watch the team, he's clearly the better back. He's up near the top 10 in explosive rate, breaking tackles, and then Charbonnet gets all these touches near the goal line. And it's one thing if Charbonnet was clearly better than Kenneth Walker, but that's not the case. And Charbonnet had some really good games last year, but he hasn't this year. So, that's a nightmare scenario in that backfield. So I doubt a move is made there, but that would be ideal if one of those guys was moved.
Adam Rowan is joining us here on the show. Adam, the Vikings have a great schedule second half of the year for the receivers. Obviously, Jefferson is a must-start every week. Jordan Addison's been really good since he returned from his suspension. But J.J. McCarthy returns as their quarterback. Had about, 2.5 good quarters of play. The rest of it was either hurt or not playing well. What do you think of the Vikings' passing attack now that McCarthy is put back into the starting lineup?
It's really difficult to know what we're going to get out of McCarthy. Anyone who says they know for sure, they don't. It's tough to judge him, too, on 2 games. As you mentioned, it was really one good quarter. He was sacked 9 times. Now, to be fair, one was his first start against Chicago. The second one was against Atlanta. And looking back on what Atlanta's defense has done this year, it doesn't look as bad now, outside of last week. And even with Tua's performance, he had 205 passing yards. That's the most passing yards Atlanta has allowed this year. Their secondary and their safeties have been excellent. So the offensive line clearly is an issue. We saw Carson Wentz get beat up. But at the other side, we've seen in this O'Connell offense, pretty much any quarterback he has put in has thrived. Even Wentz gave you a couple usable games, and Mullins last year. So, as you mentioned, the weapons are there. I mean, Jefferson and Addison and Hawkinson and Aaron Jones is back catch pass out of the backfield. So I think you're a little worried if you have those guys, because we've seen Jefferson, I think he only has 1 touchdown. It's Addison who's been scoring like every week. Jefferson's been fine, but not what you paid for as a top 5, top 6 pick. So I think we're all a little concerned. This week is a tough spot going against Detroit. They're coming off a bye. They have a really good defense. So I think we're all concerned with McCarthy. He did rush for 25 yards in each of the 2 games, but with coming off this ankle injury, how mobile is he going to be? And he's going to need that mobility because this offensive line is a major problem. So I think you're crossing your fingers if you have the Vikings skill position players. You're starting them, and you're just hoping that it's not as bad as it was in those first two games.
Adam, busy card, I'm sure. Get a little Thursday night football, full slate of NBA, more games to come this weekend. Where can everybody find you for what's going on with WAP? And you're continuing to kill it there.
Yeah, I was 6-2 in the NFL last week, a little bit of a lighter card because the 6 teams on bye, and obviously been giving out NBA picks every day. But on X, at Adam Ronis, there's a link in the bio. It's swap.com, Adam-Ronis, so you can sign up there, get a free trial. Test it out for yourself, and again, the picks get sent to you directly as soon as they're released, and it's good to have because these lines move. It's insane how much movement you see, even like NFL plays. I'll send it out, and then like 2 hours later, it already moved a yard or two, and that makes a big difference. Like last week, for example, I gave out Marcus Mariota on Friday over 26.5 rushing yards. It closed at 28.5 on most books. He finished with 28. So if you waited, you lost. So it is beneficial to jump on these lines early because they do move.
Yeah. Adam, best of luck this week.
All right, same to you guys as well. Good luck this weekend.
Appreciate you. Adam Ronis. Follow him on X, TikTok, and get on his WAP, too. He does some numbers there. Adam Ronis on TikTok and on Twitter. 713-780-3776. Matt Rule got an extension today, Joe. Does this mean he's done as a candidate at Penn State? Also, I never thought I would say this, but I'm starting to like the idea of a 24-team college football playoff. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live, Cadillac Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, want to tell you about HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. They're the best. My colleague, go Cougs. Chris Fisher's over there. He's an Aggie. He's feeling good about life right now, and I ain't mad at him for it. But business owners, let HR&P help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HR&P can help in any of those areas or all of those areas. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help you. And they do it in a way that is unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You'll love that. But you're going to love that service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and your business needs. So give them a call, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for your business. 281-880-6525. Or visit them on the World Wide Web at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Oh, great spot, Cadillac Bar. We all are fat and happy. Fantastic food here. You're going to love coming out here, whether it's for a good bite, whether it's for a good drink. Hey, you can swing on by here for a little hour and change. I think we still have a little bit of Houston tickets, right? Yeah, you still have a little bit left. So one pair left, in fact. So swing on by, say go Cougs, and you'll get a pair of tickets to see Houston, West Virginia on Saturday. But you got to get here fast because there's only one left. All right, Matt Rule got a contract extension today, Joe. Details of the Nebraska head coach, Matt Rule. We're going to be joined by Tom Herman here in 10 minutes, too, so we'll get his thoughts on all of this. But his buyout now is $15 million if he left this year. Mm-hmm. Is that enough to keep Penn State away?
I don't think it is, but, like, I mean, you're talking about $40 million or whatever it was to James Franklin. You got to buy all of his assistants. You have to pay Matt Rule probably $10 to $12 million a year, and you have to pay a $15 million buyout and hire his staff. I think it's borderline. You have to really – like, if he's the guy, it's not enough.
Yeah, I think if they really, really, really wanted him, they would spend $15 million in a buyout and then a contract. I think so, too. Like if that's the guy you want, that's not going to stop you. You have the money, clearly. You just dumped Franklin for $50 million. Yeah, so yes or no on Matt Rule to Penn State?
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I might have no, too. I think I was already there, though.
I think it's more the extension. Like, that to me is a willingness to want to stay in Nebraska. I don't think it's just a shrewd move to say, from Nebraska, saying here's an extra $15 million to us, plus 2 more years to your contract for you to stay here. Like, this to me feels like he's committed to Nebraska at this point.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think that this contract locks him in for a little bit at Nebraska. Plus, I'm not sure he's going to win at the level that Penn State's going to be banging down the door anyways.
I agree.
So I think it's probably down to Brady if he wants to go to college. Brian Hartline maybe. Who else do you think would be in the mix?
It's not Chaney. It's not how you say it. The James Madison head coach.
Oh, okay.
Seems to be catching a lot of heat at this point.
How about Urban Meyer?
I mean, I think you have to call. Every one of these jobs has to call Saban and call Meyer.
Yeah.
And at least ask, right? Like, now, would Urban coach at Penn State?
Why not?
Loyalty to Ohio State?
Come on.
And
come on.
Does it make sense, though, like, with the new rules? Because the things that were kind of going wrong in Jacksonville in terms of, like, dealing with players that were making money now for the first time as an NFL head coach, that kind of applies in the college world as well.
I mean, you don't think his players were making money before?
No, they were, but now it's much more public.
Yeah.
So you can't really, like before you could take the money away from them and no one could say, like, what are they going to complain to someone?
Yeah.
Because it's off the books, right? So I think you call Urban for sure if you're Penn State. I just don't know if he takes it. And there is a health factor, obviously, with him, heart issues and everything.
Yeah, I do think that he and Saban are done. I don't think that they're going to go back into it. Now,
I mean, if I'm LSU, I'm offering Nick Saban $25 million a year and making him say no.
$25 million a year?
For Nick Saban? Yep.
Can he be the AD, too?
Well, the AD is going to get fired, so.
Yeah, we'll see.
The Louisiana governor said so himself today.
He said he's going to fire the AD.
Well, he said he reportedly on Sunday wanted the AD fired. He wanted Scott Woodward fired. But now he's saying that the AD is not going to be part of the hiring process, which is wild to me.
That's not that wild.
It's not?
No. Some of these universities hire search committees.
Because it says to me the LSU board is going to be part of it.
Or a board of regents will hire a coach over an AD. Like, it's not that. I don't think it's that.
It is interesting. I didn't know
you
that.
You think Boone T. Pickens or the AD was making the decision year by year on Gundy?
Boone.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this, but apparently Brian Kelly didn't allow former players to come to practice. So LSU tweeted out a photo today of looked like roughly 40 players.
Wow.
There, like Matt Flynn was tweeting about it. All at practice today supporting the university. That's a weird move for Brian Kelly.
That is kind of weird.
Like, hey, we don't want you here. What do you mean you don't want him there?
Yeah, it's a little bit, self-conscious a little bit.
Yeah, I get the Bill Belichick not wanting Patriots more than I get the head coach not wanting former LSU players there.
So, Joe, I think I'm in on a 2014 playoff.
This makes me sick.
I think I'm in on it. It's currently at 12. They're talking about expanding it to top 16. I think I like the 24. I'm looking at a 24-team college football bracket right now, and I love this. You play the first weekend on campus. 8 teams get buys. So then you have 8 matchups that all of a sudden those 8 winners move on to the round of 16. And then there you go. There's your 16-teamer. You start with 24, you get it to 16, and then boom, here we go. Why do I like it? Because I like college football, Joe. I like top 25 matchups, Joe. Do you not like college football? Do you not like top 25 matchups?
I do.
Do you not like top 25 football, Brian? What do you mean?
I do, but like,
I don't like top 25 matchups.
I don't know.
It needs to be top 12 for me, or I'm not going to
want-
watch.
Look, I'm about
Navy gets it.
I'm about to bury my own team, but you want to watch the Texas offense play football?
Are you going to watch Texas and Vanderbilt this weekend? Or are you not going to be
watch
glued
it
into
I'm
that
a fan,
game?
but I'm talking about
There
the
you go.
national audience.
Yeah, I would like to see. I want to see more top 25 matchups, Brian.
I don't need teams. I give zero.
Plus,
chance
Texas
to
wouldn't
win.
be in the 2014 playoff. What are you talking about?
They're
Trying to put
20th.
Texas in.
They're 20th.
Trying to put, yeah, but they would lose because of the at-large bids. They'd be out.
Okay, all right.
They would be out.
Sure.
Oh, Texas, they're top 24. No. Give me some. Oh, yeah, they're in.
They're right there. They're playing Texas Tech in the first round.
Would you not be glued to the TV for a Texas Tech
I just think
first-round
it's
matchup?
too much.
No chance it's too much.
You gotta,
what do you mean it's too much?
at
Do you not
least
like top 25 football?
It's at least 8 teams too many.
You don't like top 25 football?
I do, but I don't need teams at the bottom that had give zero chance to win a title.
You don't think
playoffs.
Texas' defense can win a couple of
No.
games?
Okay, opening line has already been posted for Notre Dame Navy in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Navy who would be in this playoff.
Yeah, but they're in because they're an at-large bid. They're in because they're the group of 5.
They're
best
top
team.
25 ranked right now.
I thought they were 26th.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they're
I think
26.
Okay. So they're 26th. So they're 2 teams out of this playoff. What do you think the line
That's
is?
great. They're undefeated,
What do
Joe.
you think
they're
the
an undefeated football
What
team.
do you think the line for Notre Dame
Are,
Navy
are
is
we
right now?
deciding national championships based on what the Vegas line is?
No, but a 24.5 spread in the college football playoff does not sound appealing to me.
Are you going to watch Notre Dame Navy?
I'm going to watch
There
it.
we go. Oh, none of these games sound appealing to me. And then when I ask you if you're going to watch these regular season games, you're going to watch every single play.
But if Navy was playing someone else and they were 24.5 point dogs, I'm not watching it.
I disagree. If it was the only game on and it was a first-round playoff matchup, you absolutely would be watching it.
It was the only game on.
Absolutely be watching it. I hate these pretentious, oh, no.
No, this is too
I don't
much.
I don't want to watch the
This
17th
is too
team in the
much.
country
It's
play the
watered
20th
down.
team in the country. How gross. How terrible. Oh, this little life muffin where you have the number 16th team and the 17th team in the country facing off each other. I don't want to see Texas
a
and Texas
phrase?
Tech. I called you muffin.
All it is an opportunity so it's like the lower level schools actually have a chance to win the playoff game if they make the playoffs.
Isn't that America?
It's a handout.
It's not a handout.
It's a handout.
You have to earn a top 24 spot in the country. What do you mean that's a handout? You have to be like you're talking about Navy. They're undefeated.
I
We're
know.
talking. You're saying, well, they shouldn't be in. They're undefeated.
But these are going to be 4-loss teams.
They're SEC 4-loss teams though. Power 4 football, baby. It's
I
hard to
just-
win in these Power 4 leagues. It's
too
hard to
much.
win in these Power 4
I
conferences.
mean, last year
I
we
like
got
12.
with SMU, with Boise State. I mean, we're already getting blowouts in a 12.
yeah,
team
but they
conference.
should have been Bama.
Okay,
Bama
I mean,
should have been there.
But I mean, it's the same process that would have left that would we pick these teams that pick that playoff. Like we're already at a point, even with 12, where you're going to get in teams that have no business being on the same field as some of the teams are playing. Like I don't need to add 12 extra spots.
How terrible it is to watch the 16th ranked team in the country and the 17th ranked team in the country. I can't talk football. You
can
casuals.
give me-
I'm going
you
to talk whenever I come
give me
back.
16.
I'm going to talk to a coach who has won a national championship, who has won a Peach Bowl, who has won a Sugar Bowl. These guys don't want to watch 16, 17 in a college football playoff. Give me
I
a
hope
real
he dumps
ball
on you
knower.
when you ask
Give
this
me a
question.
real ball knower. Tom Herman joins us next. It's Jeremy and Joe from Cadillac Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
YouTube TV customers, you could be losing NFL, college football, college game day, NBA right now by today, actually. Just go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We are Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Fantastic food, fantastic drink. And we go out now to the HR&P guest line, being joined by national champion at Ohio State, Peach Bowl champion at Houston, Sugar Bowl champion at Texas, national champion, two-time New Year's Six Bowl winner, Tom Herman, joining us on the HR&P guest line. He's going to be in town on Saturday. The Peach Bowl championship team going to be honored at TD-ECU Stadium. Coach, thank you for a few minutes. Happy to have you joining us. What do you remember about that 2015 Peach Bowl championship team?
Boy, it's great to hear your voice, Jeremy, and Joe. Great to be on with you as well. And I hope things are great there in Houston. I'll be there tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to it. But what I remember about that team, oh gosh, so many things, but just the brotherhood. I've never been around a team, and I know it sounds cliched, but man, these guys would, these guys would go to the ends of the earth for each other. They really would, and their toughness was just so rugged. They were so physical, and the two of the greatest leaders I've ever coached are Greg Ward Jr. and Elandon Roberts, and they were both on that team, and boy, were they special. And, we are not that same team without either one of those guys, probably especially Greg, as evidenced in that one loss that we had, the one blemish on that record. But it was just a special team full of special guys that committed themselves to something bigger than their own selves, and just a joy to be around every day.
All right, Coach, I need your help here. Jeremy and I were just having a debate about the college football playoff. Jeremy wants to go to 24 teams. I think that's crazy. I think it's way too many teams. I like 12. How do you like this new playoff format that we saw put into place last year, and do you want to expand it like Mr. Branham over here?
I do like 12 better than 4, certainly. I think there's a few teams when we were at 4 that certainly deserve to have a run at it. I think once you get in college football, there's a lot of people that say it was actually the purest, in the bowl system, prior to the BCS, prior to the two-team playoff, all that stuff, when we just crowned champions by votes, right? that actually was the purest way to do it, right? Because in a tournament, the best team doesn't always win. And if we're trying to crown, we see it all the time in the NCAA, right? We've seen 30-0 teams go down in the NCAA. Well, does that mean they weren't the best team that year? I don't know. What are we trying to crown? Are we trying to crown the best team in a 3-game tournament, or are we trying to crown the best, team of the season? So I think once you get past 12 or 16, you start getting diluted, and then you could wind up a team go on a run, and is that really the best team? I would argue no,
Yeah, truest form of a champion, which is probably not the intent, right? The intent's probably the maximum amount of games. That way they could sell it for the maximum amount of money, which that's the world. It's sports entertainment. We all know that. Tom Herman joining us on the HR&P guest line. One thing that I find fascinating, Coach, in the sport is how quickly coaches are being let go so early in the season. What do you think the motive is there from administration, whoever's making the call, to do it so quick these days, this day and age?
Well, it's funny you mentioned the entertainment part, and it ties into my answer to your question there. But my year at CBS Sports, I remember my very first game, SMU at North Texas, and the producer kind of had the little pregame, hey, let's have this, do this, do that, blah, blah, blah. And the last thing he said was, hey, let's have a great show. And I was like, show? Like, there's a bunch of kids out there going to bleed, going to cry, going to sweat. There's a bunch of coaches fighting for their jobs. Like, and we're talking about putting on a show, and it really made me realize, if I hadn't already, having been at places like Texas and Ohio State, but just how big of a it's reality TV, right? We all want to know about coaches' personal lives and Lane Kiffin's life and everything behind the curtains, and that's what America loves. And to your point, America loves the chaos of the coaching carousel, right? They love the reality TV of it. And why administrations pull the plug, I don't know, because I do know it's a two-way street. And, you know, the coaches don't make the carousel go around. Administrations do. And administrations are the ones that give these contracts. Coaches aren't begging for them. But I've never known anybody that's been offered money that said, no, I don't want that. And so, you know, you got to ask these administrations why. The impatience of I mentioned the two-way street, you know. How many schools called James Franklin in his 12 years that he was there, and he said no to? And then he loses 3 in a row after getting them to the point where they're ranked number 2 in the country, and he loses his job. Hey, those aren't my decisions. Would I have made that same decision? I doubt it. But it's their teams, and I think a lot of times administrators are fans, and they get caught up in the now, instead of the future. And it's a shame because, you know, you're going to run out of really good coaches to hire, and you're going to wind up going, we fired that guy and paid that much money for this, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Coach. You know, this cycle is turning out to be absolutely insane. We've got, you know, what, 7 to 8 already jobs open as it is, and that's just in the Power 4 conferences. We're going to see the trickle down as coaches move up and move down. I mean, this cycle seems to be more than ever, and I feel like it also coincides a little bit with these $20 million rosters with NIL money. Do you feel like this is something we should be prepared for as a norm, or is this more like a one-off, you feel like, with how many coaches are losing their jobs?
I think it will be the norm. Well, I think it's this year will be bigger than any norm because last year was so small. I think only 4 because everybody was kind of feeling their way around this house settlement and what that meant and how they were going to navigate it. So, yes, I do think this might be a little bit more because so many people held off last year. But I think going forward, you know, that they pay all these millions and millions of dollars for these rosters. It's going to wind up being like the NFL in terms of, you know, you're going to be expected to turn around a roster and create a champion out of nothing, out of money, basically, in just a couple years. You know, you used to have 4 or 5 years. Now they're firing a group of 6 coaches. I'm one of them in less than 2 years, you know, and so I don't know. I don't know that will not be the norm until a few years down the road we start looking at ourselves and saying, well, we're in the same spot we were in, you know, over and over and over again, and somebody decided to say enough is enough, you know.
Tom Herman joining us on the HRNP guest line. National champion as an offensive coordinator at Ohio State, Peach Bowl champion as a head coach, Sugar Bowl champion as a head coach, 2-time New Year's Six Bowl winner. What Coach, what is your point of view? I'm curious. Like these hot coaching candidates that they're going to get calls, they're calling their agents, they're asking, hey, what is your interest in all of these jobs? But then also their team's very much in the college football playoff race, the national championship mix. What are the challenges for a head coach in that predicament?
Well, the challenges are, you know, making sure that, one, you stay focused, your staff stays focused, your team stays focused, that you communicate well with all those factions. And then, you know, you let the behind-the-scenes, you know, happen, if you will. You don't get too caught up in it. You know, I think, you know, in all the different times I went through things like that, you know, you talk to your agent maybe once a week. He says, hey, this is who's interested. Hey, here's where we're at with it, you know, and then you say, okay, great, you know, give me another update next week. You know, I got a game to win. And that's it. And so the toughest part is navigating now all of the half-truths and exaggerations that exist out there that become fact because enough people say them, you know, and you're still dealing as much money as they make. You're still dealing with the maturity levels of 18 to 22-year-old young men, and you've really, really, really got to manage that.
Yeah, Coach, it's interesting, like, thinking about the portal and what Jeremy was asking about, like, focusing in on everything. But the portal opens up in January. Like, it's during the college football playoffs. I just don't understand, how a coach like Lane Kiffin is supposed to keep everything going. Like, what is Lane? How does he keep his team rolling through a playoff push while also knowing that the portal for his players to leave and also potentially his players to arrive at his new school? I just don't understand how a coach is supposed to balance all that with everything going at one time.
Well, what he can't do is sign an extension and take a deep breath and just stay at Ole Miss, right? And I think that's more real. I don't have any inside information. Lane's a friend of mine, but we certainly haven't talked about this. But now, if I'm spending what Alabama's spending, and my life's pretty good, and I'm beating Alabama and Georgia, maybe not every time we play them, but enough to keep the natives happy, then, taking over a new job is really hard, and if the money is negligible and the resources discrepancy is negligible, man, that's a tough ask. And I think Penn State and Florida and LSU and some of these others are going to find out. Matt Rule just signed an extension today. They're going to find out that some of these coaches, now that more parity has entered the mix in college football, that some of these jobs might not be as overwhelmingly more attractive than other jobs.
Who knows what the numbers are, but based on a report, who knows? But the report is $15 million to buy out Matt Rule. Is that too much for a top job in college football?
$15 million?
15, yeah, 1-5.
That's all it was? No. Shoot, no. I didn't realize that. Yeah. No, Penn State can still come get him. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you think's the biggest misnomer with the coaching carousel? Because I thought what you said it was really right on cue. Where a report gets out there, it's out there, and now that's the truth because it's out there. Yeah, we saw that this past week with Rossini and Sark, and who knows what the truth is there. But Rossini said one thing, Sark said another. But because it's out there, it's a truth that we believe. What do you think the biggest misnomer is in these college searches, the carousel, all of that?
Probably that the coaches themselves are immersed in it. I mean, it is, seriously, having gone through it, guys, it is so far on the back burner. At least it was for me, and I'm sure it is for most, if not all, these guys. You don't even want to. You dread that call with the agent because it's just one more thing you got to deal with in a week where you're trying to go win a ball game, and so the coaches don't like it. It's a hindrance, and that's probably the biggest misnomer. And they want to stay as far removed from that process as possible because it just don't. It's nothing but a distraction to them. And at least I know that's how it was for me. And I think probably a lot of people think they're, eyes or ears or other places. And I'm just here to tell you they're not. They're not.
I don't know how you would make it work with the academic calendar. That's way over my head. I don't know how you would make it work with the portal calendar. That's way over my head. But do you think it'd be beneficial for the sport to try as best they can to move the carousel to completely after the season? Playoffs, championship game, all of that?
Yeah, I think we should be a one-semester sport. If we're going to continue to call ourselves a college athletic enterprise, then, we should be a one-semester sport. We should figure out a way to crown a national champion during the semester break. Boom. Then you have 2 weeks. Kids can get enrolled, and that's your one time a year. And then if you want to see, I don't know because this isn't the NFL. These are colleges. These are state-run institutions. I don't know that you could you're going to get sued by some coach that said, well, you prevented me from, because you have this artificial rule you prevented me from interviewing or getting a better job or more money. So I just don't know that could be realistic. But I do think if you find a way to make this a one-semester sport, you'll see a lot less of these happen early in the season.
Can you let us in some insight on how you view these, top 3 jobs here in order? Penn State, LSU, Florida. What's the best one there?
Oh, shoot. I wasn't expecting that question. Man. Everybody wants to say LSU, and I trust me, I know very intimately about that job, and I think it makes sense from a talent-rich state that has a history of keeping that talent in the state. You don't have an A&M to your Texas. You don't have an Auburn to your Alabama in that state. Even in Georgia now, you don't have a Georgia Tech to Georgia. It's LSU, and that's it. And so there are a lot of inherent advantages in that job. Boy, what I heard today from the governor and all that, that changes the dynamics maybe a little bit about that job. So I would say probably Florida then, because of their commitment level. They, like LSU, they've won a national championship in recent memory. And they've competed for SEC championships in recent memory, and it seems as if there's not as many shenanigans going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. Tom Herman joining us. One last one for you, Coach, that I have, because I have this theory, and I'm curious your perspective on it, because you would know it better than me. How much have, let's just call it good, bad jobs, better jobs, worse jobs, binary way of looking at it, how much has that changed over the last 5-7 years? Like, these powerhouses in the past that they might not be as competitive in rev share. They might not be as competitive in NIL. How much has that flipped the landscape of what was once good job versus where it is now?
Well, the guy at Indiana just got paid $11 million to not take the Penn State job. So, if we'd have thought that 7 years ago, right, if somebody would have said that, you'd put him in a mental hospital, right? And we just got an alum of Penn State. Well, maybe he'll stay at Nebraska. But, again, some of these jobs, yes, like I said, if the salary discrepancy is fairly negligible, and you have an administration that's committed to spending the money and providing you resources, because that's all it is now. It's he who spends the most wins the most, period, end of story. It was that way for a long time. You just had to spend it in different ways, and some schools weren't willing to do that. But now that it's all out in the open, it's very clear. He who spends the most wins the most, and so you can be in Indiana, and as long as you're spending, you're winning. You can I pick another one, Georgia Tech. As long as you're spending, you're winning. And I think that's going to change the pecking order, certainly, of these jobs. And because some of those jobs, they spend, they win, and they don't fire you when you win 71% of your games or 65% of your games. Some of those jobs are happy with 10-2. And so there's a big difference, and now that the money gap and the resource gap has closed, I think what's a good job, great job anymore? Yeah, it's a lot more blurry.
Coach, that was excellent insight. We very much appreciate it. I'm looking forward to catching up a little bit more on Saturday.
All right, guys, I'm looking forward to it too. I'll be in the air. I'll be landing at IAH. I can't wait, Willie. I've been talking to Willie a little bit, and he's bragging on that new facility they're in, and obviously we love that indoor too that we designed, and so I'm thrilled to come back and see all the players and see people I haven't seen in years. That mean a lot to me. So, yeah.
How about the job that Willie's done? What has been your perspective of that?
It's remarkable. All he does is win. I've known him since his days. Well, he was at Sam Houston prior to me, and Coach Ron Randleman, the head coach there for 24 years, he used to always tell me, Tom, you remind me of Willie Fritz. And I didn't know who Willie Fritz was. And then Willie was the head coach at Central Central Missouri, and Coach Randleman introduced us, and Willie and I have stayed in touch ever since. And so Houston couldn't have a better guy, a better fit for that job, and all he does is win, and I'm excited to be there hopefully for another one.
Safe travels, Coach. We'll see you Saturday.
All right, guys. Thanks again.
It's Tom Herman, former Houston coach, former Texas coach, a pair of New Year's 6 wins in his resume, and also as a national champion at Ohio State in 2014. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What are the best Halloween costumes of 2025, Joe? What are the best Halloween costumes of 2025, Junkies? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Get out there to TD ECU Stadium on Saturday, 11 a.m., 7-1 Houston Cougars. 22nd ranked Houston Cougars welcome West Virginia into TD ECU. That Big 12 race looking very good. Cougars firmly in that Big 12 race. Want a big crowd to feed off of on Saturday. UHCougars.com/tickets. Going to be a great time. Weather's going to be fantastic. 713-GO-COUGS. Get those tickets now. A lot going on Saturday. Going to have a Salute to Heroes game, which we honor the military and the first responders. So you're going to honor some heroes. As we mentioned, the 2015 Peach Bowl champions, they'll be honored. They'll be celebrated. And because we're honoring the 2015 Peach Bowl champions, tickets start at just $20.15. What a bargain. The dollars are less than their ranking, the Houston Cougars. $20.15 for the 2015 Peach Bowl champions. UHCougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. On a more somber note, the Cougars will be wearing black on Saturday. It'll be a blackout game. They moved out their blackout game. This is to honor their beloved strength coach, Coach Kurt Hester, who passed away this past Saturday. His favorite color was black. Houston, to honor him, will be playing its blackout game on Saturday. So if you are coming out, and why wouldn't you, wear black at TD ECU Stadium. It's the 22nd ranked Houston Cougars looking for their 8th win of the year and to continue their chase for a Big 12 title. UHCougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. See you Saturday at 11. Come early, be loud, and wear black. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What a great time out here at Cadillac Bar. Fantastic. You come on out here. You're going to love your time. The food's fantastic. They got great margaritas, wall-to-wall televisions at the bar. Good crowd, too. They had a bunch of people come up say hello. Lozano, the most recent. Good conversation with Coach. I enjoyed that. He's,
Very much so.
Yeah. He's looking. I think he'd be the first one to tell you he's not sure how he's going to be received Saturday. A lot of Houston fans that don't love the way that Herman left, but it was always very good to me. So I've always had a good relationship with him, and I'm happy that Willie reached out to him. Hey, come on out here. Let's see if we can maybe mend some fences a little bit. But I think he's going to be better received than maybe some think.
I think coming shows coming to the event shows a lot for him. So I think he'll be largely well received.
Yeah, they had great insight too.
It's been 10 years, right or
good math.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, he left. I was thinking when he left.
He left after the 16 season.
Okay. Yeah. So it's at this point, it's part of the process. Everyone gets it with coaches. They come, they go. Some stay forever.
Yeah, I think it's more a lot of times the way you do it.
Yeah.
And some people were a little offended with the way that it happened, but you're right. It's been a lot of time, and time usually heals all wounds. So we'll see how it goes on Saturday. But what a great football team that was! The 15 Peach Bowl champions: Greg Ward, Tyus Bowser. Well, I'll talk to you tonight, actually. But, yeah, that was a great team. They beat Lamar Jackson that year, too. Second game of the year, Louisville. He started that game as a true freshman, and they beat him. They beat Lamar twice at Houston, once under Herman, once under Applewhite.
Yep.
Was that also the year they beat Paxton Lynch, or am I thinking of a different year?
They did. Memphis missed I think Jake Elliott was their field goal kicker, like a dynamic NFL kicker, pro kicker. He missed a game winner from 48. That year, which would have prevented an American Conference title. Yeah, they did beat Paxton Lynch that year. You're right. But, yeah, it was a good team. That team was very good.
You can't trust kickers in college, even if they're good in the NFL.
Even if they're good.
Yeah.
When just by being in college.
Once you're in college, I can't trust you. If you make it to the NFL, I can trust you more. But if you were a good college, sorry.
Yeah.
Except for Justin Tucker.
So what are the best Halloween costumes for tomorrow? 713-780-3776.
Joe's Mike Ditka outfit.
Ryan says I'm wearing a tracksuit as my costume at work tomorrow, and whenever anyone asks me what I am supposed to be, I'm going to tell them comfortable. Let's grade the costume 1 to 10. That's like a 3.8 at best.
It's just the reason to wear a tracksuit to work.
What are the
uniforms? I think that's what he's doing. I think that's the incentive, not to be good.
What are the costumes that could come out of the Chauncey Billups Terry Rozier?
See, it's funny because
maybe a pair of handcuffs and a Billups jersey.
Sam, who runs our admin, she was asking us to send pictures of what we used to be, like a Halloween picture, and no one had any. So she just asked us what we would want to be, and I told her a mobster. Because I do like that world.
Okay.
I do that world does fascinate me.
What's the costume?
I'm not wearing a costume. I think she's photoshopping.
Oh, okay.
Well, we'll see.
To you, if you were good to go, what would be the costume? Like a tracksuit, some chains?
I haven't really put a whole lot of time into it. But if usually I just let my wife dress me. I'm like Granado when it comes to Halloween. She usually has a theme ready to go, and I just say, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
This will be for a couple
hours.
hours.
She lays it out in the bed, and you put it on.
And to be fair, it was just Granado who was like, I don't have any of those photos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was the first one.
See, I have a couple, but I think they would get me in trouble. I don't think I can do that in 2025.
You did say you would get canceled if you shared any of them.
Yeah, they're borderline, I'll admit.
I'm just so curious.
I did send her a picture whenever I was 3 wearing a Batman shirt.
Nice.
I went as Batman one year. I can't say the other things on air.
Okay.
But I did see a couple of them on the internet, 713-780-3776. Grade these. I saw a picture of, I think it was a newscasters. They were wearing 6'7". Which it's trendy though.
I guess.
I like trendy costumes.
I just don't get it still, so I don't think it's a good costume. I'm biased here.
Well, it's just trend.
There's nothing to get.
There's nothing
Apparently
to get.
Doesn't mean anything.
No, it's just a trend.
Yeah.
It's just a trend, Joe.
Can I be honest? That makes me more confused. It doesn't mean
there's nothing
anything.
to be confused by. It doesn't mean anything.
Joe, you're just not cool enough to understand.
I'm not.
Yeah. So stop trying to.
Fully aware.
So quit asking.
Thank you, Nick.
Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson.
This is great.
A little boyfriend, girlfriend. There might have to be an age discrepancy, or you might have to the makeup might have to matter here.
Go trick or treat with your dad or your grandpa.
Yeah. That's a pretty good one. But I guess it'd be pretty easy to pull off to be known as Belichick, right? Like you put on a North Carolina polo,
burn
a North
it a
Carolina
little bit.
hoodie. Maybe like a headset with like a big Denny's menu.
Easy.
I think it'd be easy to pull that one off.
Yeah, that one's easy. I think any sports fan would recognize it.
I think so.
Like you just make yourself look a little older, beat up the hoodie a little bit, and have your lady look nice, and then.
So Belichick Hudson, if
Jordan.
it's done well, how good would you give that rating?
For the niche that it is, like an 8.
Yeah, I was going to go like 9-2.
Like,
I think we could. Like, you know what could push it across the 9.5 threshold too is if you simulate the beach photo where Belichick's on his back and he's pushing Jordan Hudson up with his feet. If you simulate that for a picture, that's a 9.8. That's a 9.8 easy.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like there's a lot. You could have a whole party of Belichick's and Jordans because there's so many different outfits you could choose from. You could do the beach photo. You could do the pregame photo. You could do the one where it's just like awkwardly there in that meeting room.
Yeah.
Where she's trying to explain things to Bill Belichick and Matt Patricia.
I saw a comedian with a Mark Sanchez jersey with blood all over it.
That's great.
That one to me is like a 9.6.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's his.
I go 10 on that one.
Like, I wish I would have saw this in time so I could have ordered a Mark Sanchez jersey because this is like perfect. Like, it's current events. It's sportsy, which is big for me. Like, that would have been a perfect one. That's the best one I've seen so far.
Yeah, that's pretty elite.
Yeah. I think it's pretty
it's
dang good.
I mean, Mark Sanchez is like, what? it's really honestly, it's the perfect Halloween costume.
Yeah. You know what I'm really intrigued by, though? I am really intrigued by that court case. Like, we might do updates on this show about the court case of Mark Sanchez.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet.
No, but it's coming. Like, they're going to have to go to trial at some point unless they settle. There's a good possibility they could settle. Because he's had a ton of money. They could, money grab. Well, not to say it's a money grab. He got stabbed. He's in the hospital. He's got cut wounds all over his face, the victim. But I am fascinated by this court case. I really hope that they go to court because I like a good courtroom drama, and we'll be all over it. All over it.
I do like Brian's suggestion. Give me a Chauncey Billups jersey with some handcuffs.
It's a good call.
I like that a lot.
It's very
and Billups is the one to go to. Like I feel like Rozier doesn't hit the same.
No, he's not as big a name.
He's not big a name.
Yeah.
He's not big
Unless
a
it's
name.
like local Rozier.
Yeah,
like,
if you're in Miami.
Yeah. The ghost of Jake Asman suggests one junkie. That would be. I mean, that's one ugly costume.
Yeah.
That would be hard to pull
just
off.
wear the ghost outfit with the Jets jersey over top,
like
or
a carrot
hat?
top wig on top of a ghost with a jet hat on top of the carrot top wig. The ghost of Jake Asman's not terrible. I give that one like a 4.8.
That's not bad.
Not terrible. Just got to skip work, drink Coors Light, play golf, and say I'm Granado for Halloween.
That's what I mean.
Sounds like a good life.
That's just, I don't want to be that for Halloween. I just want my life to be that.
That's pretty good, but I don't know how many people would get it.
No, that's like for if we had like a Halloween party.
Yeah.
As a station.
That's would be a good call.
Which maybe next year.
That'd be a good call.
Maybe the listener party's a Halloween party.
Yeah, let's do that. Dresses the Philly Karen. That'd be pretty good. That's
good call.
You could probably only pull that off in Philadelphia. Like, to be noticed.
Yeah.
To be noticed, I think you like if you did that in Houston, I don't think anybody's going to pick up on it.
So what's the costume? The haircut, and you got to rip away a baseball
Probably
from a small child?
Yeah, you have like a baseball that might be like scuffed.
Yeah.
So get a Mike Scott baseball, and you have that. And then maybe like a Philly hat. I know it was. Mike Scott just got a stray from Jeremy and Joe. All right, let's go to break. 713-780-3776. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
YouTube TV customers, you could be losing ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday night football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Bad Take Boulevard, what are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. This text. He says, I'm going to go in as a brown costume, and when people ask what I am, I'll sprinkle some sawdust and say that I'm Lance's dry brisket.
Oh, no.
I don't know why we would be banging on Lance today. Lance is a really good teammate. I've always said that.
Great teammate.
Lance does.
He knows your name at least.
Lance is selfless, man. Lance is willing to do things for other shows that put his show in a, I'm not going to say a negative light, but that would have otherwise enhanced his own show.
Maybe the Lance costume is just carrying around banana pudding and forgetting people's names.
That's a great costume.
I don't know if that beats the dry brisket costume, but it's a pretty good secondary.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good secondary. All right, worst takes of the week. We didn't do bad take last week, but Uncle Barney last week in the – this was early World Series. No, it was ALCS. It was ALCS because they won in 7, and George Springer hit the big home run in Game 7. Remember he got hit earlier in the series and was like kind of banged up? Uncle Barney texted in and said that George Springer shouldn't be playing. He's too hurt to play.
Oh.
Uncle Barney said that George Springer should not be in the lineup because he was too hurt and he was hurting his team.
Uncle Barney.
And then George Springer hit the most monumental home run so far in the postseason. So Uncle Barney, this is very rare for a Branham to have a bad take. We've never in our lives been called bad take Branhams. Ever. Never have ever been called that. Ever.
Maybe you should scroll down a little bit.
No one has ever called a Branham bad take Branham. Ever.
Bad take Branham.
But Barney is bad take Barney. Bad take Barney, bad take Uncle Barney. That was a bad take.
Yep.
So you made the list.
You just made the list.
No, we don't discriminate against anybody on this show.
Everyone can get it.
My mother's been on Bad Take Boulevard.
Really?
Blind Willie's been on Bad Take
Well, that
Boulevard.
makes sense.
Everybody
I believe your
can
wife
get
has
it.
been on Bad Take
My
Boulevard.
Mrs. Branham has been on Bad Take Boulevard. I think Branham Baby has been on Bad Take Boulevard.
I believe he has.
And everybody can get these hands on Bad Take Boulevard. Anybody can get it. 713-780-ESPN. Like Joe, for instance.
Yep.
Joe can get it. Joe, we were talking about the Devon Achane potentially being traded, which I don't believe that rumor. I don't think they're going to trade him. And there's been some other reports that they're not going to trade. So I don't actually think that Devon Achane's going to be traded.
He doesn't like my take.
But Joe was like, yeah, they could trade Achane. They got Ollie Gordon.
What's wrong with that?
So much. Where do we begin?
Where do you want to start,
6th-round pick, hasn't ran for over 125 yards. The season's halfway over.
All I know is that if Devon Achane gets traded, Mike McDaniel's going to go up to the press conference and talk really glowingly about Ollie Gordon.
He would talk glowingly about Ollie Gordon
Every
today.
coach ever would do that.
Doesn't matter.
You're one of those that hangs on every word of the press conference.
I'm not, but for this take I will be, just in case it happens.
I saw something funny. I need to tweet it. I'll probably tweet it tomorrow. But yeah, Joe makes the list too.
That's fine.
For that.
You just made the list.
Which I usually don't know interns' names. I prefer not
Lance?
to. No, I think you have to earn that level of respect. I think you got to graduate internship before the talent knows your name. I'm just kidding. I'm talking all macho. That's not true. But we have intern Sean. Go Cougs, by the way.
Go Cougs.
From Houston. He goes to U of H. Go Cougs. We had the unicorn conversation the other day. Shohei Ohtani, masterful. He's a unicorn of his sport. Who are unicorns you've seen in your sport? Which King of Twitch really loved that segment. He was saying, you guys should do more of this stuff. I'm really enjoying it. And so we go to break, and I go, hit the head a little bit, and we have to, walk by the intern spot on our way there. There's multiple doors involved. Don't worry. And he goes, Draymond Green. I was like, excuse me, what? Like, is he in the news? What happened? He goes, unicorn. I go, Draymond Green? the triple single? And he goes, yeah, think about it. And I go, I did think about it.
It's not very often that we interact with anybody in our office.
No.
And someone says something and everybody collectively kind of groans.
Yeah.
All three of us.
Yeah.
Like Bad
Same
Take
time.
Boulevard immediately.
I just yelled out, you made the list, Sean, as soon as he said it.
Here's the other thing about intern Sean. This isn't even the worst take he's had on this internship.
Really?
He's got takes.
I'm not sure that I've
got
told
takes.
anybody this one, actually, because I didn't know him much at the time. I didn't know if he'd be embarrassed about it. I didn't want to put him on Bad Take Boulevard if he'd be like, butthurt and sensitive like D'Amico Ryans. Like, I didn't want to hurt him that way. But whenever the Vikings beat the Bears in week 1 of the NFL season,
oh no,
he said he could see a little bit of Tom Brady and J.J. McCarthy.
Oh no.
He said he could
Craig
see.
Kilborn?
I'm learning that intern Sean might be a hot take artist.
Yeah.
You just made the list.
Man.
He has graduated
A little
ESPN
Tom Brady?
97.5
From one-
internship
from one
and is now
quarter in one
running
game.
for mayor of Bad Take Boulevard. Intern
Man.
Sean. He might be the first ever guy who goes from intern to mayor.
Yeah.
Intern from ESPN 97.5 to
bit.
mayor at Bad Take Boulevard.
A little
He's
bit
like, I
of
see
Tom
a little
Brady.
bit of Tom Brady in him. I was like, we'll see.
I mean,
they're both white and spent time in the north. So,
they both
there
went
you
to
go.
Michigan. Like, is that what he saw when he goes, J.J. McCarthy, Michigan?
Yeah, so intern Sean, you got it. And a retroactive one as well. I got put on Bad Take Boulevard for some
absolutely.
reason that I think is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
No.
You can't be this factually incorrect.
It's so confident about it.
Try to embarrass Brian and I on the air by making us look dumb because you
y'all were
thought-
half dumb, though.
No.
Y'all were half dumb.
No.
I'll explain
You
why.
said
I'll explain why.
You said in such confidence that Jim Everett and Chris Everett were married. And let me tell you, Jeremy, I trust you. I trust your opinions. I trust your knowledge.
Why do you trust me?
I've known you for a while now. I trust you.
It's not because you know me a
He's
while.
trying
you
to
trust
fish
me.
for you to say he's
I
right
was.
a lot.
I was.
Yeah,
you read me well, Brian. I was exactly what I was doing.
But this one,
yeah,
they're not married. Their last names are spelled differently.
I said that Chris and Jim Everett were married. We were talking about the Jim Rome conversation where Jim Rome was calling Jim Everett Chris, and I said the reason he was calling him Chris was because he's married to Chris Everett. I was wrong on that. They are not married. I deserve to be on Bad Take Boulevard. I wear this one like a scarlet A.
You just made the list.
Now, did y'all know he was saying Chris Everett?
Yeah.
What?
Y'all knew that Jim Rome was calling Jim Everett
the whole thing
Chris
is
Everett
Chris.
because of the tennis player. Or did you just think he was making up a name?
No.
So you knew he was calling him Chris
Yeah,
Everett.
because
Okay.
if without the reference, what would that even mean?
Well, y'all seem surprised
To
that
be honest with you-
seem surprised that there was a Jim Chris
No,
co-reference
I was surprised
there.
by the married thing.
Okay, so you knew he was talking about Chris
Yeah.
Everett.
I'm
Joe did not.
I'm not sure.
Joe didn't know he was talking about Chris Everett.
I mean, it was before I was born.
Yeah.
Not really.
Okay. All right. Well, either way,
I
I mean,
don't think it was Joe.
I was like
think it was
4.
at 96.
Okay, 4.
so see, I did still educate Joe on
Yes.
the reference.
Yes.
I was
Low bar.
wrong about the marriage, but I was correctly
You-
describing
yeah.
the reference.
You still led me
No, but
astray.
I'm wearing the Bad Take Boulevard. Give me a Scarlet B. Bad Take Boulevard Branham. A couple of Branhams making the list this week.
Can we add another Branham to the list?
Who other Branham
You
we
went,
got?
you went into the break.
Me?
Yes, a couple segments ago. Remember, Joe, he was lecturing us about not wanting to see top 24 football? And he told us that knower of football, Tom Herman, was going to agree with him. Tom Herman, knower of football, did not agree with Jeremy
He's been
Branham.
out of the game, though.
You just made the list.
Double Branham.
49ers on NBCS, which I don't know, I guess this is their TV station or whatever. They said, Houston, we have a problem. Now, they did, at least they put a graphic after the game. It said, Houston, we had a problem.
I appreciate that.
I tip my cap to that.
That's a good take.
I tip my cap to that. I still don't remove them from Bad Take Boulevard, but I do respect the fact that they said, Houston, we had a problem.
I said it
I
when
like
they
it.
I said it when they tweeted it. I was like, I should have picked the Texans. Once you say that, it's
Yeah.
automatic loss. It feels like it's bad karma.
Did you see Josh Reddick got freezing code taked?
We
No.
Yeah.
was
So whenever Yamamoto signed with the Dodgers, he got $325 million. And Josh Reddick tweeted whenever he got the $325 million, he said, how do you give a guy $325 million without ever throwing a pitch in Major League Baseball?
Oh.
And then he went insane in the first World Series game he pitched in.
Josh, that's a bad
Back-to-back shutouts in the postseason, too.
How much do Dodger fans hate Reddick? Like, he's bashing Yamamoto. He's telling everybody that the Dodgers cheated, which they did. But it's pretty funny.
I mean, did you see the on the still shot, the views on that tweet?
9.1 million?
So, like, when is that screenshot taken?
Probably whenever they tweeted it.
Probably.
Last week.
But, like, I bet a lot of that came before still because they don't like Josh. He's kind of a hot take artist. He's kind of a know-it-all artist.
What do you mean? Sounds like you don't like Josh.
I do like Josh. I just thought he was very
sound like
dismissive.
You call someone a know-it-all. It doesn't sound like you like him.
Yeah, I just thought it was very dismissive the way he talked about fans in regards to firing their hitting coach before the hitting coach got fired.
Yeah, they're probably his friends.
Yeah.
He's probably going to the honor of his buddy. You know,
Yeah.
It's probably that. But no, I see what you're saying. Ocho says, bad take. Kevin Durant arguing on Twitter that today's NBA defense is better than the 90s defense. Bless his heart. Yeah, that's a bad take. Good call, Ocho. Kevin Durant, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Like, after a game, I go on Twitter, and I seen, like, going back and forth with Roosh about, like, how Alpi played. It's very different to have that, like, in
That was cool.
Yeah, it's just very different. Not used to anything like that.
Yeah, I like that. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to our junkie of the day. Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Football season, we're in the middle of football season. Isn't it great? Don't you love football season? This is the best time of the calendar. And if you're enjoying football, you know what you're really going to enjoy? Underdog. What have you been waiting for? What have you been waiting for with Underdog? Get in on the action. You're in Texas. You can play in Texas. Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. In fact, you got $5. I know you have $5. If you go download the Underdog app right now, enter promo code KillerB, you're going to turn that $5 into $100 in bonus entries. And then what could you do there? The options are limitless. The potential is limitless once those $5 turn into $100 in bonus entries. Don't eat lunch today. Don't eat lunch tomorrow. Spend your lunch money tomorrow downloading the Underdog app. It's a way better use. It's going to be more than 3 minutes of enjoyment, and it's probably going to taste better too. You know why? Because victory tastes better than your ham sandwich. So download the Underdog app, and you can be playing the Broncos Texans stuff on Sunday. Who do you like to win? You like the Texans to win? You like the Broncos to win? Because you can pick teams now on Underdog. Let's take a look at Nico Collins. Nico Collins, out of the concussion protocol, what's he going to do on Sunday? 4.5 receptions? That seems achievable. Do you like the higher or do you like the lower there? Cortland Sutton, back to his Lone Star roots. 4.5 receptions for him. You like the higher? You like the lower? I always like to look to see what Emy's up to. I like kickers. Kaimi Fairbairn, a field goal and a half, higher or lower. You know what you're doing. You know ball. You could turn $5 into $100 in bonus entries, and then you could win. So download the Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code KillerB to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. YouTube TV customers, you could lose ESPN and the sports you love, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Take action. Go to keepmynetworks.com to keep ESPN.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Time for our junkie of the day. Someone wanted to put Legacy Lance on the list. Legacy Lance. I don't know. What was his bad take, though? I didn't think he had a bad take. He was just being Legacy Lance.
That he made the career of someone's name he didn't know.
Yeah. I mean,
he's not wrong, though.
It's a bad take, or it's just
Legacy Lance.
A self-indulgent
It's not
take.
factual?
Yeah, it's not factual. That is, yeah.
So I don't know if it's a bad take.
Well, by definition, if it's not factual, it has to be a bad take,
I guess.
right?
Yeah.
You know, it could be factual. Maybe she lists him as a reference.
Possible.
Of someone you don't know?
I mean, he knew her. He just didn't know her name.
She was your guy's
He
intern.
went up to her and had no idea who she was, that she worked at the station.
Yeah, she interned from 3 to 6 every day, I think.
I probably know who she is then, right?
Yeah,
Probably.
you definitely would have seen her.
I don't know interns' names.
Except for Sean.
Because of the bad takes.
Because of the bad takes. All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-3776. Who's your Junkie of the Day, Joe?
Lance. Thanks, Lance, for being such a good teammate, supporting Jeremy, supporting the show.
He's a good teammate.
By not taking Tom Herman from us, because Tom Herman, also Junkie of the Day. Great interview today. Thanks for coming on the station. But, yeah, Lance, shout out to him for helping everyone out.
So is he a junkie for, like, camaraderie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Team player Lance.
A junkie for fellowship and team camaraderie.
Yeah, also for banana pudding.
We've always said that about Lance.
Yeah, always said it.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been somebody who's had a negative thing to say about Lance.
I mean, it's nice. We see Lance more now. He's here from 3 to 6 typically.
Which is weird to me.
Or at
that
least at 3.
It's weird that he's around more often now when we're in the office.
Yeah, it's just he's just here.
I don't really get it.
Yeah, but he's
I
here
don't
more.
understand. Like, why is he around more now than, like, 3 months ago?
I mean, I did see him grinding on, like, Montana right tackles yesterday.
That could have been way worse. The start of that sentence could have finished way
worse.
worse.
I was a little worried when that sentence started.
Yeah,
I knew where it was going.
What was the intern's name?
Italian.
Yeah, I was hoping you didn't finish the sentence with that.
Oh, God.
I mean,
Edit out the last
I didn't
30
know where you were
seconds,
going. Like, he buys chips for the people down the hall.
He does.
That's true.
Which we've learned today is because he's a great teammate.
Yeah. That might not
He's a
happen
great teammate.
anymore.
Legacy Lance,
teammate.
I am starting to think more and more about how great of a teammate he is. Like, I never really thought this much about Lance's.
He might be the best teammate at the station now.
Now, I think he has always been,
We
but
should
he's hiding in
recognize it?
sight. sight.
Has he ever bought either of you chips?
No.
No? Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe not, like, on purpose, but, like, accidentally.
Accidentally, but
He may have bought us loaves of bread.
I was just about to say that.
Oh, good call.
I was like,
was that Lance?
And there is one gone now.
Yeah.
And
Oh, really?
It's down to 2.
What a teammate, man. My junkie of the day is dictionary.com. Dictionary.com craved to the trend, and they announced 6'7" as the word of the year. How is that a word?
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's a compound word, I
It's
guess.
definitely 2 words.
What do you got, Brian?
We don't have time for the audio, but go out and find it. The Louisiana governor talking about the LSU coaching search was something today.
awesome.
The LSU coaching search is a train wreck, and I'm here for
He
it.
walked back that he's going to hire the coach.
He also made claims about taxpayers paying the.
Well, that's
Brian
legit.
That's legit.
That's a state institution. Who's going to pay it? The taxpayers.
No, the boosters are paying it.
If they find a booster
There's
to pay it.
one booster who's paying for half of it.
Yeah, you have to find those funds.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to send it to the taxpayers as form of new taxes.
That was his fear, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what's winning?
Lance.
All right,
Lance.
Legacy
Good teammate,
Lance,
Lance.
Junkie of the Day. Smoking and Toasting at 7. Swarmcast coming up right now. Thank you to Cadillac Bar in the Heights for having us out. Thanks to Age for the hard work. Brian, good work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. I'll be out tomorrow. Will in for me. Joe and Will tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
YouTube TV customers, you could be losing college football, college game day, ESPN, everything that you want to watch on ESPN. Just go to keepmynetworks.com to make sure you can keep ESPN.